our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here I war cry. We are the bad guys, we'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry. to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. You're fanning the flame that's inside me, and I'ma let it consume me entirely. Got me feeling fearless, unbreakable spirit. You remember the wrath when I leave. I came too far to give up. I will never bow down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. I'm about to set free. I'm about to set free. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Let's go. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I burn wilder. I'm a fighter.
Welcome everyone to another day where we're bright and early into some more Counter-Strike action. This is the PAL Summer 2020 Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And just like always, it's something that's always to be consistent here on the show. If you missed out on yesterday's games, I'll tell you this. First of all, you missed an extremely long show with a lot of rounds, even going into overtime in some of them. We'll give you a quick recap of what went down before we get underway here with day 7.
They're getting dropped by the SMG up close. Moneymaker for Leaf. He has hit the jackpot in this bonus round. He's got a smoke, but he'll never survive that defuse. He's so low.
Does he have time?
That should
Does
be
he have time to defuse?
Surely.
He doesn't have time.
They didn't kill him.
Derek comes in from behind. He gets himself a quick two-piece. The bomb going to be planted, and just like that, with a minimal buy, we're in the after-plant situation. Zuckerberg, he hasn't been spotted up, and now he shoots off, and he gets finished up by Derek. This man is single-handedly saving this map here for Bren. Derek, the quad kill in the final round of regulation, saves the round for Bren.
They're actually sticking around, going for a late execute. Pro 4x3, bro. That's costing them their AK. It's costing them the round.
Pro gets flashed by Jaw. Machine gun will drop him.
Machine Gun's found another. There's no more saving. Now they're going to go for this no matter what.
And that's going to do it. Machine gun, a quad kill.
Viva has pulled it back. He's going to go back for more. That's a 3K. And now just one more player to collect an incredible 1 versus 4. This would be one of the best plays of the tournament so far. Viva looking for it, and there it is. How clean can you get? Viva, 1 versus 4, 12 rounds on the board for Vici. Kaze still alive, a good double kill. Now playing with a smoke as well. Just found shots. Okay, this is unbelievable from Kaze. What? What is that? 4 kills. Alma gets a double, a 3rd kill. This is disgusting from Alman. He's gonna get a 4K. Huge, huge stuff from Alman. Well, Jam Young gets rid of Destroyer. Zo King helping as well. I'm flying. It's picked apart. This is just shooting gallery for Vici. I feel like Inferno was just a formality at this point.
We heard Dinko at the end talking about a sense of normality there, and I don't think we had any sense of normality at all with yesterday's games. Let's bring in the other guys as well. We got Mitch, we got Bleh, and we got, of course, the man Dinko looking ever so handsome, if not more handsome today.
I'm enjoying these daily compliments, Jason. I have to say, it's really fluffy.
He's so shy.
It's fine. Wait till next week, and then they're slowly going to reverse the other way, as Mitch has found out over his time of working with me.
Well,
but gentlemen,
that too.
well, first, with Dinko, how are you doing today? You're looking so bright and shiny, so smiley. Mitch, you're looking so smiley as well. Bleh. Yeah.
So I worked out my system, and I nap after the broadcast, and then I get 5 hours sleep, and then that way it all adds up, and I can feel fresh.
Is it like? I mean, you're young, right? I'm like 32 years old. You're younger than me, right?
Correct.
You could be like if you're like 40 years old and you look like that, I'm gonna start doing your regimen of definitely taking naps and 5 hours of sleep. Mitch, you're looking fresh today. We had quite exciting games.
We had games, yeah, they happened. That was one of the more interesting days yesterday, but hopefully that's all behind us now and we're back to Counter-Strike.
Well, my hopes as well is that Bleh finally has become human here today on the show. It'd be nice to hear his normal voice. Maybe not Robo Bleh, though it does have a good ring to it.
Becoming human, is that the theme of the day?
Well, apparently it's a good game. I don't know, Mitch.
It's a really good game.
He has to say like #ad because he's really been pushing it quite a bit. But anyways, let's move into today's show. It's actually, I think, start off by taking a look at the results from yesterday before we move fully into what's going to be kicking off today. And again, as we said, a very, very long and grueling day. But in the end, I think for me, Mazalai finally got a victory. That was the big standout point here, Mitch.
That's it. Not only just picking up their first map, 19-17, they sure made it close, but then taking the third of the series, putting themselves up on 1, and I mean, they're still probably in a position where they get knocked out before playoffs, but hell, they've got at least a chance now, however slim it is.
Yeah, very slim. I think it's up to them to now pretty much win out, except the problem is their matchups are going to get even more difficult as the days go on. They still have the likes of Tyloo and Vici to meet up against. But Bleh, I mean, obviously looking at the final game, we had Invictus. They came close. They didn't pull it through at the very end. And I start to see why that madness kind of grows within you as the days go by, because you had Invictus beat Tyloo, Tyloo beat Vici, but then Vici beat Invictus. So it's a circle. It's a circle of life here.
It's more like a circle of madness, if you ask me. But hey, man, I'll take it. It was interesting how it looked like Vici would kind of run away with that series, especially Mirage with that start they had. But Invictus showing that they had something in store for us on the second half, and can't take anything away from them. They really showed a lot of grit and tenacity. With Inferno, Vici just showing that the previous win they had on Inferno as well, for the Pro League lower bracket finals, it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't Invictus being tired. It's just that Vici have the deeper map pool and have the better players. For me, what really stood out for me was Vici. Everyone stepping up. It wasn't just the Almond and Kaze, the Kaze and Jamyoung show, right? We had Zoking step up, we have Almond step up, and more importantly, we had Advent also putting in the numbers. So yeah, the number 2 spot, I believe, is still very firmly in the hands of Vici Gaming for now.
It's so weird to see that like every team can beat each other there, except Vici beating Tyloo, and then Vici is still going to maintain that number 2 slot. But speaking about number 2 slots, let's see where they currently stand in the overall group standings, because that's what it's going to be about. Out of the 10 teams we have playing, only 8 can go through, and well, there you go, Vici, only number 2 in China, going to be number 2 overall in our standings here, Dinko.
Yeah, Vici, I think, are looking the most consistent out of all the teams. The only team they can't beat is Tyloo, it seems. So, for the most part, I think we'll be seeing Vici stay around the top 2 spots. But beyond, again, top spot, pretty impressive stuff. We'll see if they can keep that up today. I think they're the other team that we kind of said are looking like the best in terms of the system being played. So, a Vici Beyond series a little bit later on in the tournament will be fun to watch. But for the most part, we take a look at the table, and it's kind of what you'd expect, right? Bren and Mazalai towards the bottom, Lucid Dream there as well. This is kind of a normal table, really, without maybe Tyloo being in third place. You kind of expect them to be towards the top, but things are kind of a little bit normal now. The first week was a bit mental, but we're starting to see where the results are coming through now in the second week.
I do get a little bit worried though for Divine Vendetta because you saw them in, I believe, 6th position if I can do my math correctly, and they're at 1-2. They have a match today up against Tigers, and that means if they lose that, we're gonna have like 4 teams on 1-3. I guess it might switch a little bit because Bren obviously still have a match to come up before then. But it's really like anyone's game, I feel like here, Mitch, towards the bottom of the table. I really don't know who's
Yeah.
gonna go where because Mazalai, if they'll all of a sudden start to wake up, maybe they can break themselves out of that bottom position and maybe secure just barely into 8th place.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's really hard to pin some of these teams down in those bottom 2 spots. Mazalai were the one consistent factor that we were like, okay, 100%. These guys are not going anywhere because of the games they were playing, and yet they turned up yesterday versus Bren. It's a glimmer of hope. I still think they're going to be shy of the playoffs. But yeah, Divine Vendetta, Lucid Dream, Bren, it's really a shuffle up of which one of those teams is going to be going out. And I think that the next couple of games are very important for them. Divine Vendetta, though, look, I mean, you really got to rely on them not taking another loss. But at the way they've been playing, I don't think they'll beat Tiger. But it's so hard to say. I don't know what Tiger
Yeah,
we're getting.
they should, Mitch.
We've seen 3 different times the Tigers show up in this tournament. I really don't know whether this is a kitten, or something to be afraid of.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, Tiger have just looked so strange, Mitch. I mean, but coming into today, I think you just have to predict them to win. There's no way,
Yeah.
surely they can't lose.
I'm just scared.
Are you sure about that, Dinko?
Nope.
I was gonna say, surely they can't lose. That's like me casting and saying something's not gonna happen.
I'm trying to will it
ends up
into
happening.
existence. Just
Yeah.
if I say something over and over again, it might actually happen.
No electron soup coming in this one. We're gonna be able to see that one coming straight at us, as well as the other games today. Let's take a look at the schedule as the 3 games will be covered. It's gonna be starting things off with Tyloo up against Bren Esports, D13 up against Beyond, and Tiger against Divine Vendetta. I'm actually curious, Blah, like which match out of the 3 are you really looking forward to? Because for me, it's all about Annihilation and D13.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That is exactly what my eyes are trained on. Tyloo Brent should be Tyloo. I say should, but yeah, like we say, we never
Who
know.
knows?
Tiger and Divine Vendetta. Here, listen, man. Divine Vendetta lost to Lucid Dream. That's very telling. I think Tiger's still going to take it. Might be a little rougher than we expect, but I feel like Tiger will still have in the back that D13 matchup versus Beyond. That's what I'm excited about. Beyond have shown that they are trying to compete to be like a top 4 team in Asia right now, maybe even a top 3 if they're having a good day. But the thing is, D13, they just have the firepower. I feel like it's going to be exciting. I still feel Beyond have the edge. They have the better approach in certain maps. Like, for example, if you look at the way they play Mirage, they're clearly the best team on that map in Asia. But for D13, they don't seem to have the best map, or they don't seem to really have a home map, or like, a few maps where they're very comfortable on. But what we do know they have is they have the firepower. And I'm excited to see Annihilation and, of course, Rate and all these, and Score as well back in action. So it should be a fun banger of a game.
They do also have Train. I mean, that's where we first got to see them.
Beyond can play Train as well, so that's
Okay.
what I'm worried about for D13.
Well, we're going to find out when we get to that series. We're going to start talking about now our first one of the game. And as we mentioned, it's going to be Tyloo and it's going to be Bren. And I think we basically should start talking about Bren, since this is the team in most recent memory from yesterday. This team, they have moments of glory. They have those moments where they start to shine through and look like the team we know they can be. But the problem is they also have a lot of rounds where they look like a completely different team, Dinko.
Yeah, Bren are a team that have potential, but they never really seem to always show up. The issue I have with this team is the fact that they don't really have that one standout star that you can rely upon every single game. So many teams in this tournament have that, whereas Bren, it's kind of who's going to show up on what day. Yesterday it was Papachulo doing most of the work, but again, in the first 2 days of the tournament, he was basically non-existent. So this team, that they got to find that consistency in terms of one player stepping up, because if they don't have a consistent fragging player on their team, they're going to be lacking the firepower against some of these rosters, and especially against Tyloo, who have the most individually gifted team within Asia. So they have to have everybody showing up today. You can't afford just one player either. So that's the issue I have with Bren. They're just so inconsistent, and the firepower sometimes isn't there.
And I'm starting to look towards Wits as well in particular, Mitch, because he is speaking about inconsistent. He's been very inconsistent. And I think he's been kind of, in my head, like the ideal player to look at when it comes to Bren, is that he has some moments, again, where he can hit some ridiculous shots. Thinking back to Mirage, thinking back to like CT side in one of the rounds, he goes in towards mid window, he gets a quick 2K, they're up 5-3, and then they lose the round. when they're up two players. But he can hit some insane shots, and unfortunately, sometimes he can just die to Molotovs from 100 HP to 0. I don't know what Wits is going to show up today.
You're never gonna let that go. Poor guy's gonna be living with that till the day he dies. It's just, yeah, that's one of the problems, right? We've highlighted it in pretty much every game where he comes up against a decent opper. Wits just can't compete in those fights. Like I want to see Bren versus D13 because I think they'll get absolutely destroyed purely because of how outmatched they will be in that opping department. And it's not necessarily that Wits is bad. It's that he just is inconsistent, as you're saying. We see rounds where he hits some great shots, where he does what's expected of him. I don't think he's ever blown our minds, but it does the job. And then sometimes comes in and it was Wits that when they were pushing short on Mirage, he missed like 4 shots on the players coming down that alleyway. It's like, you can't do that. You will lose the round if you just let them close in the distance like that. I think they've got a pretty big task now versus Tyloo. I guess at least they're going to be able to play that their scrappier CS a little bit more successfully. But as you guys are saying, firepower wise, they just don't match up.
Well, let's take a look then at Tyloo, because one of the players that Wits will be matching up against is, of course, going to be Dan King. A little bit of inconsistency out of him, but in general, playing a much stronger role within the team. I couldn't even find a single player yet again here that might. Well, the thing is, it's kind of the opposite for me, where I think they're all pretty damn consistent. But I don't even know who the focal point's going to be here, Bled, to really focus on in this matchup.
I feel like, for Dan King, I wouldn't say being underperforming, but being a little quiet, and yet Tyloo having comfortable wins of Vici and D13. I think that's a good sign. It's showing that they're not really relying on Dan King having these massive games to win them comfortable wins, right? And we see players like Attacker stepping up. He's a player who's been a little quiet in the few iterations of Tyloo we've seen in the past, 1 year, if you ask me. We see slowly coming into his zone, right? He's had his great moments. He's had a very good showing against Vici as well. The one player, if you look at the star-studded lineup and then you look at slowly, you're like, who is this guy? And he showed what he could do in that game. They had a couple of aces here and there, being very stable, very solid as a player. He's basically doing all the rough roles. You have Summer who can pop off. You have somebody who, in my eyes, is probably the most unpredictable and also the most exciting player to watch in Asian CS. You have a team of just star players in this lineup. But I would love to see Dan King step up. I feel like if Dan King steps up, that's Tyloo elevating the level to a point where no team in Asia is going to touch them. And they can finally start competing with some of the EU teams. Bear in mind, they're going to be playing Pro League very, very soon. So I want to see this version of Tyloo do well. And for that to happen, they need to have the star players stepping up apart from somebody. And that man has to be Dan King.
Yeah, I think just touching on Dan King real quick, I think against Bren today, this is where we're going to see Dan King have a great time. We see him, and when he's given space and openings, he can just dominate. So I think Dan King going up against Bren is going to be a big issue.
All right, well, let's take a look, though, at the vetoes, though. I'm curious to see what maps in particular will be played when it comes to this matchup. And we're going to be seeing Mirage, Train, and Overpass. And Bleh, will that little girly scream out of you? I want to hear exactly your thoughts.
Okay, Nuke banned by Tyloo, that's a perma ban. Vertigo getting banned by Brent makes sense because Tyloo dismantled both Invictus and Vici when they picked it against them. Makes complete sense, and Tyloo picked it as well in the previous game. Mirage pick from Tyloo, probably one of the better maps. I think the only team who can take them down on Mirage is probably Brent. The Train pick from Brent, that's completely out of the left field. I have no idea where that came from. I haven't seen them play Train in quite a while, if you ask me. None of the recent games features Train. Now, it's a map that Tyloo can play. They did beat Vici very convincingly on it, but I don't know why Brent brings this one out. I feel like maybe Inferno would give them a better shot, or Dust 2 for that matter. I feel Dust 2 is a map where Tyloo can potentially drop the ball. Overpass kind of makes sense. It's a map that both the teams kind of do like to play. But yeah, that Train is a big surprise for me, and maybe they have something prepared for us, Jason. Could be interesting.
I actually thought to myself, is this graphic wrong? Is it backwards? Because I mean, obviously Tyloo have played it 7 times the last 3 months. Bren have yet to play it in the last 3 months, over according to HLTV. Going into like Train with double op setups, I'm gonna feel way more confident in Dan King unless we see like Wits again really have that standout game. Mirage as well. I don't know. I feel like we're probably all gonna agree that in the end this should be going Tyloo's way, but it's also kind of Dinko what Tyloo will show up, what Bren will show up.
So my issue with Bren and Tyloo is every map really favors Tyloo. No matter where you go, they just have a much deeper map pool in that respect. We've seen Tyloo on train. They are so fun to watch. I mean, somebody getting aggressive out towards Ivy. I'm excited to see if Bren can hold on to that, or if they can deal with that at all. But when you take a look at some of the other maps, I think even if they went to a Dust 2, that's where they probably still lose, right? You just have these individuals you're going up against on Tyloo. They're still going to stomp you. So I'm interested to see what they have on Train. I think Tyloo have shown potential weakness on Train in this tournament so far. You know, when Danking was not really holding that inner bomb site very well. There were a few weaknesses that you may be able to exploit, but you haven't played any officials on it. You're not going to be match fit. You're not going to be ready to go up against the best team in Asia on it. So, yeah, this is definitely going to be a scary scenario for Brent playing out in this pool. So, Tyloo, they could just 2-0 this and get the match over and done with very quickly. I think this veto just favors them massively.
I kind of see a world right now where Bren 2-0s Tyloo, and I can just see Mitch and Bled just putting their hands in their hair and just ripping it out, because this is kind of how the tournament's gone for us, right? We've seen some like just wild results. Mitch, do you think there's a chance? Do you think it's gonna happen?
No.
Bren can win. Come on, you
No.
were a big fan of Lucid Dream.
It's a different team, though, isn't it? This is
I think especially sit there for 5 hours and just look at the most crazy Counter-Strike. He is not going to be a fan of those guys.
Oh, and the team who wanted to start the next map 3 minutes after finishing the one before.
Yeah, what was that?
Lasted an hour and a half.
What was that? You play a map for an hour and a half, and
Insane.
they're like, all right, I'm just going to go to the toilet, let's get back on it. Like, what? How do you have that energy,
work
dude?
ethic, Mitch. Learn some work ethic.
I'd be passed out after that much Counter-Strike. Wouldn't be ready to just go.
It's fine. You know, like 3 hours of casting with a 3-minute break in between. It's no big deal.
Well, who cares? And the thing for Bren, right? They've obviously got the dedication in that sense. They're happy to go, but maybe they were just coming late for dinner. Up against Mazla, they struggled so much. They lost the series, for God's sake. Versus Tyloo, they're missing so many factors. They haven't got the AWPing. The maps, I mean, I don't know what that train pick is. Obviously, we don't know what they have in store. If they just accidentally click the wrong button, who knows? So you got to favor Tyloo for a 2-0 in this one. If it goes to overpass, you got to favor Tyloo for a 2-1. I don't see a way that they get the victory here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be ever like a map selection that's going to favor them and that we see them winning in the ideal world based off past results. You know, I can see people in Twitch chat, or I'm assuming, saying, oh, these biased casters. Well, no, there's a good reason we're saying Tyloo, and hopefully they're going to show you exactly why we've been saying Tyloo. There's also two players we wanted to focus on a little bit here, Blood. It's going to be Attacker, and it's going to be Papachula. I know we said before Papachula's had a rough little start, but he started to come into his own, and I think he's definitely stood out as probably the top player within the team.
Yeah, especially look at that Mazla game, which was so messy, and I feel like it would have haunted Bren for a few nights. The fact that they lost at a particular matchup, right? Poppy was the one standout player. He was way more consistent. Was getting a lot of kills, multi-kill rounds, etc., etc. And he was the one shining beacon in what was a pretty dark day for the Bren side. Attacker, though. He's a player who has been kind of quiet in the past few months, I've noticed. Like when Tyloo had Bentet and Freeman playing for them, and then, you know, both of them, Bentet left, they had Zeta coming in, then Zeta and Freeman left. And Attacker was kind of like at a point where even I was wondering, like, what's he really doing in this lineup? Like, is he really living up to his star potential? Because Attacker's not just your typical player. We just keep him as like, oh yeah, he's just going to perform average throughout. No, he is a star player. He was bought in as a star player. One of the best exciting prospects in Chinese CSGO had ever seen in a long time when he first came into the scene. So for him to kind of come into his own here alongside everyone else maintaining a level of consistency, I think that's a very exciting prospect. And like I said, you know, if Danking finally starts waking up, playing at the apex of his ability, we have somebody being unpredictable, if Attacker being this just very sharp, you know, he's the way he opens a bomb site, it's just a marvel to watch. He's got his insane crosshair placement, super fast aiming, very twitchy, and it just works, right? It's just this cauldron of madness that is Tyloo, which, well, most teams in the region just can't handle, and he is going to be a main ingredient in that particular mix.
And I mean, I'm looking back at past results between the two teams, and technically we have seen Bren beat them before in the past. That was back in like January. Yeah.
Yeah, for Katowice. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and you have Borkum was on the team, and I'm not sure what happened with him necessarily within the roster, but they beat them 2-1. It took them into overtime in the first map of Inferno 22-18, and then they lost on Inferno 16-7. Then they won on Train 16-11. So with Borkum, you know, I'm gonna look at his train performance in particular. Actually, okay, so he did top frag in that game. I was gonna say, you know, one player shouldn't really change the entire skill level you have on a map, but I guess with him top fragging, it was a little bit of a different style. Obviously, it was Bentet on the team back then, not Dan King. But I really don't know how this series is going to go. And I kind of wonder, and I'm maybe going to pick your brain here because we're having some issues with the player at the moment on the server, is what is Ty Lue lacking to break through in the global stage to start beating some of these top 20, top 30 teams?
I think what they mainly lack would be what Vici have in spades. It's like there are certain rounds where Vici wins like we saw the game they had against Invictus yesterday, and there were certain rounds where Invictus had no idea how to counter Vici, where they were just getting completely demolished. Apart from the second half in Mirage, Vici just like we're looking like this really solid team. Nothing too spectacular, but it was just like clean, solid Counter Strike, working the odds, making it work that way. You see Ty Lue play these teams, they're going to give a lot of space for a team like Bren to maybe win a few rounds they have no business winning. They're going to give a lot of space for Invictus to try and come back into a game. That is something you can't afford. The problem with Ty Lue, they know they have the individual skill level, but they kind of force themselves into scenarios where they want to take fights, where they want to go for these multi-kills. And that needs to be reined in. Now, I don't know who I would switch out for any of the players in the lineup, that I feel like a coach would really come in handy. But like I said, there's probably one player who understands how to play Counter-Strike at the level or the style of Counter-Strike that I enjoy, and that is only Mr. Admin. There's no one else in the region who possesses that particular acumen. So yeah, they just need to tighten it up a little bit, be a little bit more tactical. If you remember when Captain Mo, who was it? Was it Captain Mo, DD, somebody, when they came in and they beat the old Luminosity lineup, they beat Navi. That wasn't just with firepower. That was some crazy, it was a little bit of anti-stratting involved. There was a super hyper passive, but it worked. It was a tactical style which caught the opponents off guard. It wasn't a firepower. So if they can maybe go back to that time with the current firepower they have, I think that could be the X factor.
And yeah, go ahead, Dinko.
No, I agree like completely. I think we needed like a blend of Vici and into Ty Lue, right? You need the firepower from Ty Lue and you need the tactical success of Vici. You put them together and you got a Chinese super team. It's impossible to see that happen though for some reason. It's just very difficult to see a world in which that will come together in the near future. So it's kind of frustrating. You know, you have all the pieces here, but it just won't come together. They just won't grow into a team that can go and compete internationally for probably a long time. We've seen coaches come into Ty Lue. We've seen everyone try to get this team in place, but for some reason it just never really works out. And the other thing with Ty Lue is they've made so many roster changes. Like if you don't follow Asian Counter-Strike closely, you kind of have a look, oh look, Ty Lue have a new roster this week. And it's kind of very difficult to keep track of that. So I think, again, consistency in the roster, and Blair is completely correct in terms of finding tactical Counter-Strike and blend that together with their firepower. And then we've got a Ty Lue that can compete on the world stage. But right now, they're definitely the best team in Asia, but finding success elsewhere is not going to be easy with this team. In the current ship, they have a little bit of work to do.
Well, something that kind of worries me, and I'm actually curious to hear your two thoughts on this in particular, because Mitch and I talked about it quite a bit during the game, was just like something as simple as playing like anti-flash for a team, right? Or expecting a flashbang to come through. I think back to that one moment where you had Mazalai pushing up long on Inferno or towards Arch side, trying to wrap around towards site, and they see Derek peek. Okay, that's cool. And then no one turns around to play anti-flash, because you would assume, you know, in like Western CS, all right, flashbang's going to come through. He's going to peek the corner. Even before the first peek, there's probably a flashbang coming through, and he's going to peek around and look for a kill. So he peeks once, they don't bother to turn. He peeks a second time, and they still don't bother to turn. But because in that situation it worked out for them, I wonder if that really reinforces those bad habits of not expecting a flashbang to come through to finish you off. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about that, Dinko?
Yeah, I think utility usage, there's a few teams that are quite good at it here in this region, but for the most part, they do lack. And in terms of, okay, they use flashbangs, but do they use them correctly? Do they get the flash assists? And for a lot of the teams, it's no. We see incredibly low numbers. But I don't think that's just an Asian thing either. I think there's scenes that have an issue with that in general. I think over in North America, they're probably one of the worst regions for it in terms of, you know, outside of the top teams in America. Because I remember casting some of the qualifiers for a Pro League event, and some of the sort of lower tier NA teams use 3 flashbangs in an entire best of 3 series. Like, what is going on?
What?
Like, it's unbelievable. Yeah, they just don't use
3?
flashbangs. And I remember reading
Smuya said something
Smuya said
about
in an interview,
that.
right? And he was like, okay, my 1.3 at rating doesn't really matter because when you take a look at it, no one throws flashbangs, so I can just peek everything, take fights. So yeah, there's a whole issue in terms of teams just not using flashbangs. I have no idea why they don't do that.
I mean, we even did see sometimes Mitch, you know, when he gets thrown in from pits so he can peek, over towards our side. Well, it doesn't really catch anyone in some of those moments. Well,
Mhm.
unfortunately, we are still waiting for a player to join the server, having some issues, I think, with his PC. So what we'll do for now is you don't want to hear us talking. I mean, obviously, we are the ones delaying the game. We're going to head to a break here. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off the first map here of our first series with Ty Lu up against Bren.
Stop.
See, it wasn't that long of a break. We are going to be back into this first game. I'm getting word that everyone is back on the server, and we should be getting underway with Ty Lu up against Bren. First map, just going to double check it from my side. It will be Mirage, and we'll see if Bren can, well, I guess, kind of redeem themselves from yesterday, Mitch. They had a very tough time in their first game up against Mazalai. Ended up losing that, giving Mazalai their first victory overall within the tournament. And honestly, with Bren on 1 and 3, if you could pull off a victory here, like that would be fantastic. It would really get you, your first steps to potentially avoiding the bottom two and potentially getting knocked out in the group stage alone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were talking about Bren the other day, right, when they were playing versus Mazalai, saying that, and the same for Mazalai, that these guys need to beat the top teams if they want to have a chance of moving forward. I mean, they've lost against a lot of their peers down there below, especially Mazalai, who like pretty much only have their hard games left for the most part. And it'll go a long way if they can take down Tyloo to actually getting them to the playoffs. The problem is that it's Tyloo. As we start out the pistol round, you can see, okay, some good kills going their way at the start. Pro baits them in as Papi Chulo trades out. Player pushes through bench, and that's a really solid pistol. So it's not just the fact that it was a load of scrappy pistol fights, but Papi Chulo, Pro goes out from under wood. They tag him up. He starts falling back. Papi Chulo's there to take the angle. I didn't spot who it was, but they came through the smoke over a bench. And then they have this beautiful little crossfire to play on these guys who are focused on that one player under wood, but they're running into two players there, plus Derek, I think it is, just based on their positions. Yeah, Derek comes through that smoke. You see him here, look. I mean, they've got a beautiful little crossfire. I love it.
Well, I mean, even the two players in towards Shadow, I mean, having Pro there off to the side, I believe he got dinked down to like 1 HP, but then Papi Chulo just, you know, peeks around the corners. They can keep consistently fighting from that angle. The other person's reloading. I mean, I think there's a little bit of a gamble out of Bren, maybe a little bit of a read, but it works out well for them. And now Papi Chulo gets the first kill in this round. Tyloo with just the pistols. They have some smokes bought up. But not a bad start here for Bren. The only question I have is how long can they maintain this kind of form here up against Tyloo? I honestly don't know what I'd say if Bren like convincingly beat Tyloo in this series, because I feel like I just, you know, I've been hurt too many times in the past. I feel like that's the Bless syndrome, you know, always being hurt, always getting his hopes built up, and then just for it to come crumbling down. But obviously it's just one round, and this is just a pretty much save round. Oh, well, not even a save round. They did force up, but it looked like a save round.
Summer's got to ace it. So realistically, this should be the end of it. He needs a little bit more damage. Already got himself the headshot. Goes for the plant. Please don't ace clutch this. I don't know if I can handle that. Molly down. Summer's pushed in the open. He should be pushed by the MP9, taken down as happens, and the defuse easily able to come through. And they'll save over the rifles as well. At least 2 recovered, so not in the worst of spots. The main thing is that Tyloo are going to be on an eco in the next round, and that's the huge bonus that Bren get. I doubt that, well, I mean, considering the damage they did, they could go for a force buy with a bomb plant, 3rd round loss bonus because of the initial start losing the pistol. But I think they're making the right choice, just taking some more pistols and hopefully doing some more damage. If Summer doesn't get a deagle, I don't even know.
I mean, Summer could almost even go for an AK. Okay, so he goes deagle. I was gonna say, I mean, they did a pretty good amount of damage, right? Killing off 3 players. Maybe they want to force back up and keep the aggression against them, but we're gonna see the full rifles coming in for Bren. Looks like they're gonna head over towards the B site. Pretty quick pace as well as somebody going for the flash over. Maybe he's trying to fake it out for them. I'd imagine this is gonna be pretty much a fake for him, though. As we can see, it's gonna be a commitment towards the B site. 2 players here, Derek and Ja. Derek's looking for some good nade damage. Actually might connect quite a bit. Only hits, I believe, attacker. Molotov thrown in. You're trying to push through it, and well, Ja doesn't even get caught looking the right way, and Derek's gonna fall as well. The B side's gonna be taken. Now Bren is in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, they've given 2 rifles to their opponents. They're retaking B, close range versus pistols. They invested fully into rifles in this round. You can't afford to throw them away. And the decision's been made, Jason. They're saving over these weapons. That's one hell of a fast round for Tyloo. One hell of a quick win. Bren have got to be kicking themselves, man. So there we see the kind of storyline. A lot of damage done in the previous round leaves Bren to buy up full rifles. They have no SMGs even, no bonus weapons. It is full investment down to 0. As soon as they lose the B site, they lose 2 players. Even at that point, if they manage to retake and win the round, they've already lost. The Tyloo got a bomb plant, which is a huge bonus. They did damage to players that are going to have to force up in the next round. But now those players don't even have weapons. They'll have, like, FAMAS at best.
Well, then we need to see that individual step up for Bren. Maybe it's going to be Papi Chulo, who's already on 5 kills. This is going to be a tough round. I mean, you can see attacker just sitting on the FAMAS. Like, they're not even, you know, buying up anything past... Oh, at least for the 2 players just slowing attacker. They're not going to bother to buy up. So you have 2 players on 4K. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an op coming to light for them into the next rounds. But there you go. Dan King's going to fall pro with a good connection. That was over towards mid window. It's a good first step to taking a round back for themselves and really disrupting Tyloo here. Attacker goes for the battle, takes down Papachulo. That was leave over towards the A side. So it leaves A little bit weak, and you can see Pro is still sticking around in towards middle. He's trying to play on the edge of the smoke, maybe looking for a hole. But the A side's left open, and I think Wits is hearing maybe even the rotation through.
Tyler definitely looking in towards the B side. Somebody's got a player in the window, trapped. There's one done, slowly, not ready for a second player, but there's the problem with the weaker weapons. Not gonna do a whole bunch. And even despite the HP, despite Summer and Attacker being a lick away from death, they'll take the round. I'm pretty cleanly at that, 4 players surviving.
Okay, that's only the one kill coming through. A little bit unfortunate for Bren there, but again, this is kind of, I guess, turning into more of a normal style, right? We're expecting Tyler to win this game. We're expecting him to win it probably 2-0. I didn't ask for predictions, but I think before the show we kind of had our own thoughts on it. Not too bad of a round here, and even 4 alive. I mean, Attacker's low, Summer's low. Attacker's obviously going to upgrade, so it's not too big of a deal for him. But Ren, we're really hoping for some more economic damage, because now Slowly's on 7k, Attacker's on 5. Oh no, somebody. We expect a player towards his left? I don't think so. Look at this, he slows the pace down. And yeah, there's no way he's gonna expect all of these players, so he will give up the one gun, but that's all he's gonna give up. Is the hit onto the A site. It's completely clear. Everyone's rotating in for those kills. The bomb should be planted towards A momentarily.
There's the bomb being planted. And eventually, that took a while. And so, Tyler, I mean, I don't necessarily like the strategy of blitzing it up short. You're not really against that much. Your players are about to execute into the A side. I think you find the first kill and then you just maintain the short control, back off through connector and play the A side. This is a round where Bren don't have a lot. You're not really going to get anything for killing them. You're not going to take anything away of significant value. Dan King's making the right call to back off, having already taken damage. Attacker's pushing forward essentially by himself, but slowly is in towards the apartments to provide, I guess, some cover. And quick headshot as well. I was surprised to see Slowly's actually given such a huge role when it comes to the next map at Train. When we saw them previously, he's playing solo towards B. He's the one that's pushing up the ramp and trying to get in people's phases. And that's, you know, as the new guy in it, it can be a position that you don't get the super important roles, because that can define not only rounds but how the game goes as well. But we saw him be so successful. He's very smart in knowing when to go forward and when not to, which is really fun to watch. I'm excited to see even their CT side here on Mirage. I think if Bram want to have a chance, they've got to be pulling this up to 9 rounds, maybe even the double digits.
I even go for the double up here, and I don't know if that was something they wanted to run off the bat, like, you know, a part of their game plan up against Tyloo. But I always do get worried about teams who play double op on maps that you're not used to seeing as much. I know you can obviously see it here, but then the teams who rely on double op setups, and when they fail, they kind of don't have a plan B sometimes. And I would love to, you know, maybe see some aggression, maybe challenge Tyloo in middle, not give him that full control. We have yet to see Tyloo, you know, go for any window plays. I feel like we haven't seen that many overall in the tournament, actually. You know, not a lot of boosting towards window, whereas, you know, if you have, you know, Furia or 100 Thieves, they're going to do that almost every round they possibly can. But here we go. Papachulo gets the first. No smokes left for Tyloo, so these double ops could be massive. It's whether or not they can hit their shots, ideally.
That's what it all comes down to at the end of the day, and somehow Dan King's able to just walk into the A site, take 2 kills. He's got the bomb, and still going. The shot missed by Wits, and that's what we were talking about earlier, the inconsistency, the offer that you just can't rely on to hit those shots, even the easy ones. He knows he was coming out.
Yeah, I feel bad, though. Like, the thing is, like, there was so many moments yesterday, and I swear it was like the observers wanted to show us every time he unfortunately failed. Like, even towards Palace, there was a round, right, on T side, where there was a guy playing like super up close towards T-spawn, and he slowly rounds the corner and goes for the shot. He misses the shot, and they end up losing the round because of having that player there. Like, there are so many instances, and I feel bad for Wits. And again, I don't mean any, like, ill will towards him, but when it comes to these like high pressure shots, when someone's in your face and you need to basically shotgun op them or kill them with the op, he doesn't seem to hit those shots. And I feel like he's been in so many of those situations now that it's going to start to cost them not only the rounds, but potentially maps.
Yeah, I think it already has in a lot of instances. I mean, even look versus Mazalai, they could have come ahead, they could have won. A couple more hit shots would have resulted in a map going their way. Because we were close. I mean, the game versus Mazalai was 16-14, so 30 rounds, overtime, and then 29 rounds. So that can literally be defined by one player.
Even Overpass, they're up 15-10. And then he was the one who kept getting aggressive in towards toilets, even against pistol buys, and then he would get swarmed. He would maybe get one max, die, and give over a gun. And they ended up losing a lot. Like the start of the comeback was to pistols. And again, I mean, we're not trying to be negative towards him in particular. It's just, if you put someone like Annihilation, I feel like he's more of a consistent opper in higher pressure situations, and he's definitely an explosive opper. Does that change the entire dynamic of how Bren played? Does that take him to another level? I don't know. Maybe there's more to Wits. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too harsh. Maybe over the course of today and the next coming days, we'll see him start to really kind of hit the level he knows. But it's also tough to know or to try to off without teammates to support you at the same time. Like, no one flashing you in around a corner. It's very difficult. What was it, Dan King we were talking about? They're kind of just like, all right, just go peek. No, it wasn't Dan King. Who was it? I'm talking about yesterday, where it's just like, yeah, go peek. No, Destroyer. There we go. Yeah, just go peek that corner and try to get a kill. We're not gonna flash for you. You just try to do something. And at some points, Wits doesn't get the assists for that. But the whole time I've been talking, actually, we're seeing a very close round here. I did not expect this to happen, considering all they really had were pistols and I think an op and a rifle. But Bren bounced back. Should have been more focused on the round.
Caster talk game. But this is it was a decent round for Bren. I didn't expect him to walk away with that one. I gotta say, I was with you in the same camp. But here we are, 4-3. Bren putting up a little bit of a fight, but as I said, for them, they really have a chance. When they swap to the T side, I think they're going to be locked out. Tyloo have pretty good CT sides. In general, I don't think you're going to be able to isolate any of these individuals, really. I do think this is one of the easier series, though, just considering the inconsistency that we've seen from Dan King. It probably makes it... let me try again. Probably makes it so that there is a little bit less pressure on Wits. Especially with Jad taking up that secondary op. He really didn't do great yesterday either. I was excited to see Jad because he had some really good starting games opening in the RMR series, but coming into yesterday, there's a map where he finished with 4 or 5 kills, I think, in that last map versus Mazalai, the 16-13. As I said, in scorelines like that, one player, one slightly better, slightly worse performance really defines it. I don't know how Jazz managed to lose that.
He saw somebody just like kind of shoulder peek initially. He knew there was someone there. That's gotta hurt. They lose the B site too, and the money's not gonna be there another round here for Bren. They're just gonna save. One player goes down, and that's it.
It's a problem, right? I mean, you know that's gonna happen, right? That if you die in apartments, your team's gonna save. That's the knowledge you come into this round with when you just glance at that economy and how you're set up.
I'm not gonna hate on the angle he was holding, at least, because I think if he holds further back, then they're already in the site by the time you die. At least if he gets 1 or 2 kills, he can buy time for like a rotation to come through and help him out.
Yeah, I think when he sees the shoulder, he can run back and use utility, or if he's 100% confident in hitting that shot, he stays. Problem is, right, even with the AWP, if you're in that position, you haven't got anyone there to support on utility. When you fire that first shot, there's probably going to be a second player swinging around. They're going to expect an AWP to be there, or be ready for it at least. And the problem is you'll probably get traded. And if you do, well, you're done. The round is again over, but you've got 1 kill for it.
Well, because they say the 4 guns, though, they're going to keep Jaw At least he's going to drop himself over an M4, so they will lose the double up setup. Again, attackers on 10k already, slowly on 7.5. If Bren are able to take a round, it's not like they're going to be able to bankrupt Tyloo until a couple more after. And they're going to get aggressive towards underpass, and I like this. I like this aggression coming through. Papachillo is playing anti-flash. Somebody's peek around the corner, and he immediately nopes out of there. You can see Bren doing the exact same. Smoke comes through. And so, oh no, they're not going to expect this. There's no way they're going to expect somebody to push up on this. This should be at least one kill.
Right through the smoke,
What?
but he was ready. His brain is just too big. Papichulo grabs the kill. A second was found elsewhere by Pro. Got lit down to 6 health, but they've got a 2-man advantage. If lost the A side, smoked out, another one goes in towards the connector, they should be able to get over there and plant. The only issue really is Derek. They've got to deal with him. Now as the smoke start to fade, they've only got jungle. You're going to be worried about a connector push. The flash allows Derek to peek. And it doesn't get connected, but he at least got Summer. That's the end of the round, pretty much. Danking 1v5. It's just not happening.
I think that failed underpass push. Underpass push.
It's early.
Super early. I think that's what caused it. I would have thought he would get the kill. You heard them running away. I think that was Pro who was there actually picks that one up. I mean, if he gets that first one, I imagine he almost gets a second. The A side's, the pressure is going to be relieved. And Derek, I mean, I am legit confused how Summer goes for the plant and no one covers him from CT. They didn't expect someone to be there on Bren's side, but
Oh, the flash went through, right? So maybe they were pulled back by the flashbang. Although it didn't connect to the bomb planter. Could have connected to one of the other players.
I talked about not being able to bankrupt Tyloo for a couple of rounds. It seems they might have been able to do so. Slowly's on the 4, Attacker's on the 3, and there's only 3 players left remaining. It's only a 1-man advantage now for Bren. But look at that. Dan King's gotten in towards window. I talked about this before, right? We're not seeing a lot of teams in this region use that as a pivot point, but he's going to be able to sneak away around from jungle. He's got somebody there in connector. Slowly, if he gets this kill, if Papachulo gets this kill, he can just kind of retreat into T-spawn and buy time and hope that Pro can stay alive because they're not going to check this angle. Pro now knows they're in behind him. That's looking good for Bren, but you have to hit your shots. Pro only gets 1. Papachulo's going to fall. Now Pro, well, he gets a second kill, and that should be the round done.
It should be. Slowly, the newcomer. He's the one that looks to clutch it, tagged on the crossover, but looking for CT. Catches the headshot too. As Jack goes down, now a bomb plant and slowly looking. Oh no. The shot through the box to close that one out. He almost had the 4K, the 1v3, but unfortunately not today.
He shouldn't have ever won that 1v3, I think, to be honest. I'm really confused when the guy peeks him CT when his teammates smoked off towards jungle. I would have imagined they kind of pushed them together. A shot of Derek, though, to close it out. He also rescues the op, more importantly, for Wits. Again, Wits a little bit slow at the moment. 3 kills. You got Papachulo on 10. On the other side, yeah, pretty like even. I mean, Summer's on 8. Their lowest is 4 on somebody. But I think they're going into their last buy. Actually, I can't even say last buy run because of what they lost the last 2. They're going to be a max loss bonus very soon. And if they get a bomb plant this round, even if they lose the round, that should be a buy up in the round after. So, like, Bren, if you're going to win this, do it without a bomb plant. Maybe get another one under your belts after that. And then you're looking, already 7 around CT side. Like, this isn't bad out of them. I think yesterday, if I remember correctly, they only had 5 rounds actually against Mazlight. Now that I think about it on CT side. And yet they've already been able to match that against Tyloo.
That's an impressive uptake in performance. We look towards a fast B execute. Zhao up close. He's good for 1, but how many more can he get? He needs a flash to come through, needs some support, but he's caught with a nade in his hand. As that departs, so too does he. Derek better be pushed up close. He tries to make an angle his teammates can support him from. Gets underneath them, and Summer caught in the back. Had no idea what day of the week it was. Pro on a double, but it's all for Attacker now to pull off a 1v3. Good headshot. But still lots more to do. The AWP on the site, and he catches him as
Why?
well. The peaks one after another, offering up this situation. Attacker has an op that he can retrieve, and honestly, with the HP, that might be the better call. Problem is he has to cross out, expose himself to short where Papi Chulo currently resides. Attacker clearly suspects that as he moves to the site. I want to see if he picks up that op. Still hasn't...
Okay, Papa can't see the bomb, right? So he actually doesn't know if attacker could be going towards A now.
But he's sticking here. He's putting all his eggs in one basket, and it seems to be paying off. Hasn't yet spotted him, but there it is. Eventually connecting it. Now, again, another close clutch, though, for Tyloo. Considering the investment they're making, getting it down to those kind of situations is pretty decent. They came in with 2 pistols in that round. I think the only downside, really, is that this is Tyloo, and they shouldn't be finding themselves in these positions, because although they got it close in that one, the other ones were with full rifles.
I mean, they've won the last 3 rounds straight, and yet if you look at their money, it doesn't feel like it. They've had back-to-back rounds with only 1 player surviving. They didn't save the ops. They had to buy it back up. Poppy's on 3.6k. Somebody, I'm getting a little bit nervous seeing him push up connector like this, and Poppy's gonna be hit from the back.
Well, again, a situation for Tyloo where they shouldn't be winning this round. I think it will require something close to a miracle for them to come out on top here. Just Summers Deagle. He was good versus some of the weaker buys, but it ain't happening this time around. I mean, Brown are doing pretty decent, honestly, with 7-5 if they win one more buy round. If they can win this one right here, they're already in a pretty decent position over. Like, they're in a good... They have a good half. They have actually got a chance to take the map when they go to their T-side. I still think they're going to struggle T-side, but honestly, considering we talk about the firepower of Tyloo, that's when I match a team up and say they'll dominate their attacking. Because they get to play as a team. You know, you got 5 players that are all individually better, and they play on the attacking side all together. Well, you're in a lot of hot water. But somehow, some way, Brenner showing us some of the best Counter-Strike they've played so far.
I do worry, though, when it comes into the CT half for Tyloo. I mean, obviously going to play together as a team on T side, but their individual skill and prowess, and with Bren, as we saw, you know, not like flashing each other, at least properly, but also a lot of times not really getting the flashes in the right positions or using them. I feel like it's going to be hard to take a site without Tyloo taking down, you know, 2-3 people before they fall. I mean, we're already seeing in the 1-on-4, 1-on-3s that ends up going down to the 1-on-1. A very worrying sign, but you obviously can't knock Bren. More rounds already against Tyloo than they were able to get against Mazalai. But also, there's still the point that Tyloo could technically take this half still. And the money's not really there, considering they're going to be up by 2. Derek's not able to peek in. Slow. What?
Well, that's
window short window.
That's just ridiculous. This is the Tyloo we expected, and slowly he almost won a 1v4 previously. Now he's just won a whole round by himself. Things were going well for Bren for a split second, but blink and you'll miss it as they lose the round.
Oh man! So he kills one window, kills one short, and then kills one connector. In the matter of like a second, it felt like. Oh, we saw Wits from the other way around. This time he hits it though. Do they really want to chase this though? They don't really have much money. And again, neither do Bren. Oh, don't go in there, Wits.
Gotta hit the shot. Nope. Op retrieved. Of course, it's Dan King to win that fight as well. And so 7-6 we go. Still a possibility for Bren to pull this off into a decent half. They can pull up to 9. Problem is, once we get out of this, take a look at their money. It really isn't going to be great. Having just started to lose rounds, they're rocking them at like 3k on most players. 4K. So, really pulling out a convincing buy is going to be quite difficult. They're going to have weaker weapons. That's 100%. There's Poppy Chulo. He's the one on the drone, one of the brand players. Swift Eyes for his accuracy at 31%. Again, I wouldn't judge accuracy based. I don't think it means entirely the same thing. It's percentage of shots that hit a player, but it's not always your objective. You're not always in an aim duel. Obviously, you're spamming a lot of the time through smokes, through walls. So it's not one-to-one.
If there was chickens on the map, trying to kill those. Or maybe that's just me.
Somehow I feel like the pros aren't quite doing that.
I swear, the chicken hitboxes sometimes really tilt me.
Dude, sometimes you shoot a chicken, you see the blood, and it's still alive.
Yep.
Running around. What was that? Armored chickens.
Buying themselves up Kevlar and head armor.
Yeah.
Tyler going out for some flashes in towards middle, trying to be careful of any aggression. Nice little incendiary to block off any sort of underpass aggression. But it's going to be the big play. I mean, they got 4 players in the vicinity. Trying to peek out somebody, peeks into underpass. He somehow gets really far out before being taken down. Helps split the attention out of Wits. And now slowly, he's got bomb. He's up towards the top of mid. They have the A site, but they need to rescue him. Poppy's going to be pushing into this one. Should be a kill coming through for him. And that's the bomb down. This should be an 8th round here for Bren.
That's a big shame for Tyler leaving the bomb top mid. When they've got the site, when they're going for the control. They're going to be splitting into this. Some are looking to move through window, attacker from behind. They should be... Oh, yeah, they should be 1v1s. Thing is, once Papi Chulo falls to attacker, if he does, immediately the swing's there for Derek. They know he's there. Yeah. Back down to 1v1 in the end, and Derek just spun around. He took the kill on Summer, was ready for the connector play. 8-6. And Brent actually doing the work. They're pulling this one all the way back. One more round, and they're set up for success in the next half. And I'm impressed with what we're seeing. Where was this team versus Mazalai?
Yeah, I think that's why it's sometimes so hard to know who else in the region is really good. I don't know. It's just like one day, you know, Bren, they're currently 1-3. They lost to Mazalai, who was 0-3. And now they're beating the best team in Asia in the first half. Like, how do you even gauge who, you know, in the region and who's going to be good and who's going to be bad?
Yeah, that's a good point for sure. The transitive properties, as you were saying, sadly don't quite weigh up. And in general, in Counter-Strike, you know, that's the way it goes. Region to region, you can't just say this team beat them and they beat them, therefore... Or A beat B, B beat C, therefore A will beat C. It's not how it works. But as a general rule, yeah, at least 50% of the time it's going to be accurate. Here, 0%. You cannot assume anything.
Well, you know what to say about assuming. Maybe the 9th round going to be coming up here for Bren. With Scout for Wits, unfortunately. I mean, you can see the damage being done economically coming out with Tyloo on the better buy. You get the entire A site, and this should be an 8-7. Ja. I mean, the SMG, I think you can heard attackers around the corner. And there you go. That will be the 8-7, but still Bren getting more rounds here than they got against Mazalai in the first half. Now Tyloo on the defense, it comes down to how well here Bren can play out the rest of this half, and if they can somehow take these rounds and take this map. This is Tyloo's choice, funny enough.
No, with that half behind us, I mean, we're looking at a situation that it isn't terrible. Look, realistically, I feel like I'm sowing false hope. This should be quite clean for Tyloo. CT side Should look decent. But I'm getting worried just because Brent have done so much more than I expected from them in the first place. Like, to see them at 8-7 at the halftime, see them winning that half on their CT side versus Tyler's attack, I did not expect that to go anywhere near that close. I said Brent needed 10 rounds, but that was never within the realm of possibility in my mind. But they're not that far away from it. And the T side now will be a definitive factor. Even winning out this pistol could throw them miles in the lead. You remember the CT side will often take a forced buy, then you're facing an eco afterwards. You can go 3-0 up. A minute left on the clock as they make a move. Molly. It's like liquid gold in these rounds.
Oh, Summer. He peeks in, gets the information. Attacker, though. Oh, they're not even going to check him. He gets one. There's one that pushed through the smoke. They have to know it, and he's still going to hit the shot. Oh, no. It started so good for Brett. It felt like Derek coming back in. He's going to be in dark, and Poppy's left alone with the bomb already out of his hands. He retreats away at the P250, but find out there's going to be a player in spawn. And there you go. That's a pretty clean round for Tyloo, considering the amount of ground they gave up.
Now, Tyloo's CT side should look like a well-oiled machine. So just like Black. As it's, you know, at the end of the day, as I said, you're not really going to be able to catch these guys off guard as individuals and then get them as a team. I love this from Attacker. He like shoots, he's like, oh wait, you're my teammate. Sorry.
And then he finds the guy later on. He's like, oh yeah, I thought I saw someone else.
I love somebody's just a little flick and like the second where he just looks at the dude. It's like target acquired.
Wait, he's like, yeah, I bet there's a moment of hesitation where he's like, wait, what side am I playing again?
Read T side.
I mean, I've had that happen where I just like I forget I'm playing T side, and I see it like a T, and I'm like, oh my god. I try to shoot him, and then I realize, you know, after I get kicked from the game, that I was on the wrong side.
Jason, I'll be honest, I could probably list a lot of reasons why you never made it in a professional gaming career.
I have.
What?
I played professionally.
You played professionally?
Yeah.
In what game? Tetris?
Left 4 Dead 2. I was on the best team in North America.
I don't know if you're meaning. Are there actually teams?
No, I got frag videos. Yeah.
There's teams in Left 4 Dead?
Yeah, I mean there was back then.
What? How does that work? They're
What
in
do you mean, how does that work?
PvP?
Yeah. What? Yeah. No, you do campaign and yeah, of course you do versus. You ever played Left 4 Dead?
I've played Left 4 Dead campaign.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
you
I've
play
played
versus. So you go 4-on-4.
Uh-huh.
There's survivors and there's infected, and as infected, you try to stop the survivors from getting to the safe house.
All right, okay.
Yeah, super fun. Super
Yeah, no,
sick.
I've
Honestly,
done that
super
against my
fun.
team.
And
Yeah.
you get like a tank every map, so you have to like try to kill this beast that you control as well, or like on the other team controls. Super good.
Okay.
I'll show you some frag videos after.
Fair enough. I didn't even know that was a thing. Fair play.
Yeah, I mean it was a little bit in Europe as well. Come on, Valve. Come on, Volvo. Give us Left 4 Dead 3. But I know they don't do things in threes.
Oh man, Half-Life 3 is coming though. Alex sort of confirmed it. No, Alex definitely confirmed it.
Hey, no spoilers. I haven't played it.
So, yeah. There
Oh,
will be a
attacker.
few.
Oh, attacker. Oh, attacker. It's okay. Never mind. I thought it was gonna be way more beautiful than that. He was in such a good position.
I mean, good trades back. Summer manages to take down Derek. It's now into a 3v3. Bren got that mid control, but they're giving it up. Moving towards the ramp. It's only one player. If they take down Dan King with an MP9, this should be the freest round of their lives once they clear this close corner. They haven't had the control. They haven't been watching it. Dan King hasn't... It's not like he's gotten good timing. He's just pushed forward into a part of the map they weren't controlling, so they should be aware of this. They should be clearing it as they move on forward. If they don't, that could be the end of the round immediately. Dan King looks for the first, and he only gets damage. Quick rotate needs to come through slowly, needs to run quite quickly, but he hasn't got mid. Brent had this earlier, so he takes his time, clears it out. Now realizes, okay, no one's here. It's a little bit too late. They're already crossed over. Somebody's late to the party, getting on to watch the cross. What's that? Why, Wits? Why would you do that? He takes a 1v1, does no damage. And now it's low HP on Ja. That man's just crazy.
I was surprised to see somebody even peek that, considering it's just a 2-on-3. There's no chance for a refrag. They already knew he was there for the initial shot. Oh, somebody. This is gonna hurt if Bren can't clutch us out. Pro looking to live up to his name, and slowly we'll finish it off. It's a very close round. But a round yet again going over to Tyloo. They're gonna get themselves to 10. And Bren have yet to get around here on the T side. I did hear, by the way, that half of Alex was amazing.
It's unbelievable.
And it shows how good VR can be.
Yeah, definitely. It's so immersive. It's just spectacular. Well, unfortunately, what I've discovered is that there's an Alien Isolation VR mod, and I never made it through the whole game of Alien Isolation because it's so damn scary, like seriously anxiety inducing. But I now really want to play through the VR part. Yeah, but I heard it's like the worst, like physically the worst VR experience of your life in terms of horror, because it just scares the SH1T out of you. That's the thing, though. I feel like horror especially is going to be so good in the future, and even now with some games, because if you imagine Outlast in virtual reality, like your subconscious thinks it's actually happening. So you get so immersed in it, it's crazy. Here we go. Somebody got a big challenge. Players coming up close. There's a kill. He doesn't back off just yet, but all the players are blind luckily, so he's not punished. They jump out to sight. One by one, they peek him, and one by one, they fall. A Mac-10 even taken up afterwards, slowly providing the covering fire. And it looks like that's the end of somebody, but still down to a 4 versus bed. Okay. There we go.
He gets 2 kills at least. Not bad, but the problem is the round still goes Tyloo's way. This is what I was saying before. Like, yeah, I think we both kind of expected Tyloo to do better on T side. But one advantage Tyloo has against most teams that Brennan will ever play in this region is that whenever they do push into a site, they're going to lose multiple people. Like, the aim individually out of these Tyloo players, like, they're going to be able to compete. And you see slowly somebody have a nice crossfire set up here. You're not going to be able to cleanly get into a site against them, at least for the most part. You're really going to have, you know, some fantastic utility usage to really smoke, you know, off some angles. Flashes, obviously the Molotovs on top of that. Can't peek before the smokes are down. And they lose 2, they lose 3, they lose 4. And Derek will probably fall thereafter. And Tyloo will get themselves down to 12.
But yeah, if you have VR, play Alex. Unreal. What I will say is that they said there were not going to be any jump scares. There were at least 2. I did not appreciate them, especially because I was told there will be none. Screw you, Valve. It's also like, I don't think it's scary. I get like, I was scared during a lot of it, but I don't think it's supposed to be scary. Like, there's some moments where you're like in the dark and you need to use your flashlight, and that just doesn't sit well with me, not at all.
I remember like one of the first times I played Beat Saber on VR, and I got scared of the walls coming at me. I don't know if I could handle a horror game coming.
Oh god, yeah, you'd be dead.
I think it was like my ex. She was like playing, and she like literally would like sit down on the ground, or like whole body like crunched together because she was so afraid. And like I don't understand. She doesn't close her eyes. It's not real.
Yeah. But that's a normal thing. The guy I was watching playing Alien Isolation, he was talking all about it. He said he constantly dropped to the floor just out of fear.
Just paralyzed his body like those goats.
It's just like your brain doesn't understand that it's not real. Like when it sees some gigantic alien that it knows kills people, screaming and running at it, it's just like, oh no, I'm dead.
I guess you find out if you're a fight or flight person.
Yeah, true. I mean, I've played some FPS games where I flinch when I get shot in the head. It feels like it's actually coming for you. It's quite interesting. Yeah, we're here 12-8. Bren are taking some very slow mid control. They're just chatting over it, but they're looking to move into connector eventually. Push the players out. They've taken down somebody. Lit up attacker massively as well. That's a great start to the round for Bren. The nade down won't return anywhere near enough damage. 25 seconds though. They've got to make a move, and the B side is where they look to execute into. Slowly is here. He's been having one hell of a hold alongside
Oh, they need to
Danking.
go.
The full HP players, 16 seconds, coming out the window, one already to sight. On his way through, though, the bomb has dropped 10 seconds. They've got no time. They can't get it done. What a disaster for Bren, as slowly shut down that bomb. Danking takes one from afar. Oh, they did everything right in the mid-control. They found the picks, they did the damage, and then they just ran that clock down even further. That's a shame.
They needed to push way quicker than that. I mean, they looked so good. They did early damage. They got an early kill. Attacker had no HP. They've also shown that when it comes to hitting that B site slowly in summer are just this beast. Playing off each other so well. Dan King rotates in and he's able to get kills as well. Still, this half has been flawless for Ty Lue and now Bren. I mean, they got money to spend. They can buy up, but can they get the kills? Can they get the rounds? A site seems to be their best bet here. Unless they're going to get some set smokes put over on the B site. Look at that, Dan King. 6 direct duels, 1, wits 0. That's very unfortunate at the moment. I mean, his ADR is not that far behind, but to be able to, I mean, we saw Dan King like over towards B Hall, or to apartments when we saw Bren on T side. He wins the 1v1 battle against Wits. Just peeks into the corner. Looks like they will head towards A. They got a Mac 10 and Galil to pair up with their AKs, and there's only going to be one defender here. It will be Summer sitting back towards C2 spawn, but the 2 players towards Connector really putting that pressure and that presence on a Ty Lue in towards middle, and oh, Dan King, he spotted out one. Smokes come in. Again, they're peeking before they bloom. They're actually even smoking him off. I'm not sure what's going on here, but they will start to win the trades.
They're pulling ahead. Bren need to be careful of Attacker, who's just up above on the stairs, able to pick off one, looks for the bomb planter, gets him as well. Up close to Connector, at least the trade should be possible as the smoke fades. Pro's undetected. Gets one. Now they know he's here, though. Swinging back out, it's going to be difficult. Attacker in position, watching for him. Good nade lands on him. An Attacker with a third, looking for even more, but Derek shuts him down. Now on 37 health, though. The AWP more than enough to finish him off. 14 for Ty Lue, even despite a good start in that round. For Bren, that was just all about Attacker on the 3K.
11K money for Summer, and yeah, Attacker on 24 kills. Like, this is insane. This is ridiculous. They didn't even have smokes for CT. They smoked off Connector. That was it. Stairs didn't get smoked. Jungle didn't get smoked. I mean, forget the AKs. Go to Galil's then. Get those smokes down. Get that post plant. I mean, maybe they're not, fully confident in their post plant holds, but you can't just walk into a site against Ty Lue. It's not going to work. Double ops coming through for Ty Lue. Still somebody in Dan King. We got the AKs. Yet again, Attacker's going to fall. They know they like to get aggressive, so good presence of mind out of Bren to continually Molotov and shoot in that direction. It's not the first round Attacker gets dropped low. Slowly. I just feel like this is going to go so bad for Bren for some reason. The position he's holding. Okay, never mind. I jinxed it. Bomb's still back towards the top of mid. They have a 2-man advantage. This surely should not be a round Bren loses.
With the rifle rounds, Slowly and Attacker have been the ones that have pulled out the massive individual plays. So I feel like this should be Bren locking it down. Without those guys to come through and just absolutely tear it apart, you're relying on the double op setup. It's going to be easy enough to force them into saving once they don't find too many opening kills. And already the shot and miss there on top of the boxes by Dan King. Luckily, Bren's ticket isn't being cashed in just yet, but they run one at a time into Summer. What's going on? They just keep doing this. Giving every opportunity away. Look, one by one they go, Jason. Can we please peek together, Bren? What are you doing? You had a 5v3. Why? Why? Slow peeking the AWP here. Usually that only ends one way, but luckily he pulled off the angle, so at least it will get a bomb plant. Oh, Jason, I'm losing my mind. Bren have thrown this round away completely. It looks like they're determined to just not win around on the T side. At least one shot there for Pro. A 1v2 now. It's workable. It's doable. Another shot! And the pistol finishes him off. So close.
You believe?
So close.
There was a moment. I could hear it.
I was starting to have faith in Pro. But that's a round they never should have lost. I mean, what is that? One player to go to B, one up connector, then another one up slowly, then one comes ramp. Like, what are we doing? Like, even look at the commitment there on the A side. 3 players came up Colin. They got flashed. One continued to CT, one went jungle, one went back and went up short. It was like, as soon as they got... It's like in a movie, when then someone charges, and as soon as something happens, they just run away. Like, everybody just goes to chaos. Run in different directions, do different things. This is definitely not a well-drilled machine.
Oh, this could be it here. They're not checking underpass. Attacker pushes up. He's gonna spot the first. Gets the kill. Pro's gonna turn around and doesn't hit the shots up against Attacker. And then, do they need anyone else to accept Attacker here? 3 kills.
The man lives up to his name. I'll give him that.
What if there's an attacker and a defensor on a team?
A defensor?
I don't know.
Not a defender.
It's early.
A defensor. Pretty sure he called them defenders. Oh no.
I'm pretty sure we call this a map victory for Ty Lue. Wits 1v4, nade directly on him. Molotov as well, he pushes out.
Oh, Wits, not again.
Yeah, I don't flashbacks. PTSD. And he's still not going to have a chance here as he peeks in towards... Okay, gets Dan King. I was going to say that should have been an angle held. But he still has 3 players to find. He luckily has the bomb. But all 3 players are right around him. He has a 1v1 up against Summer. Spots him out. There's a player towards short. Peeking with the flashbang. Gets the first and the second. Wits. Maybe I called it too early now. Up against slowly in the one-on-one. He's going to have time to plant. But he only has 8 HP here. 1 bullet out of slowly will finish this off. Oh, don't cross. Don't cross. Oh, my. Oh.
So at least now he knows where Wits is, right? He knows he's on the left side. It could be Sandwich, Underwood, Palace, or Ramp. He's got to clear out those angles. Or Tetris. Got to clear out those angles. It's going to cost him a little bit of time. 20 seconds on the clock. He's got 15 to get on and start defusing. Looks like instead of clearing them, he's going to just tap it. He's going to bait that player into the open. Nope, he's not going to tap it. Instead, he clears the corner. Now he's got no time. Wits has won this. Wits, you won it.
Oh.
There's no time, right?
Oh, no time.
Jesus. Yeah, there's no way Wits knew he had that. That was like 0.3 of a second. So as to why he peeks out without hearing the defuse being tapped, I will never understand. That is another great attempt by Bren to throw around.
See, this is
but also a fantastic clutch.
Yeah, so this is what kills me about Wits. Like we said before, right? Like he can be like insane. He has those moments. He stands out and pulls off plays like this.
It's nuts.
But I would love to see the consistency for it time and time again. Like that could take Bren to another level, and that unfortunately is only their first round on the T half.
Look, if they were stood on the bomb, if that player was stood on the bomb, he would have got the defuse on time. That's the crazy thing. It was like entirely down to position, entirely down to luck that actually paid off. Not paid off, but that they won the round. And for Wits, it was a big risk with no reward. Molly, they're going through it. Not too much damage taken. Good opening duel. Bren getting control over the A side. Only the op left. Summer gets 1. Into connector he goes in through the smoke. No, he actually faded out further. And Dan King was able to take down Wits in the meantime, but it looks like the whole side of the CTs is falling. Question mark. Papachulo is 11 health. This could go their way. This desperately could, as Poppy's left all by himself. He's got to pull off a 1v2. Jason, this could be it. This could be the end of Bren, and indeed it is. 16-9. Ty Lue take that map, and a pretty convincing CT side as we expected.
Yeah, they lose only 1 round. Not bad at all here for Tyler to really show. After that, wobbly, kind of questionable first half on the T side. They definitely locked things down, especially towards the B side. Like, dear Lord, Mitch. Watching, was it somebody and Summer? Or is it slowly in Summer? I can't remember off the top of my head now because there was so many great plays. Just like locking down every single time. I could think of a moment out of the entire team, out of every player for Ty Lue that really shined. And it's also shining. It's going to be Dinko coming in as well as Bleh. I'm going to talk about Dinko first because, again, look at that face. Look at that smile. The hair is so perfectly groomed. What was your thoughts on that match, Dinko?
Well, I think coming into this, Tyloo obviously were the massive favourites, but I think Brent did a pretty good job in the first half, and then we went into the second half, and my god, that was a turnaround from Tyloo. As soon as they got on that CT side, there was just no getting towards the bomb side slowly. It was incredible. We've seen a good performance from Dan King, although not near the top. It was Attacker actually taking that top spot, and I think Attacker has just been consistently good for this Tyloo roster, so this is the Tyloo we like to see. When they got on that CT side, they were just dominating. I don't want to highlight Slowly because he's a player that many people wouldn't look to as being one of the top players in this Tyloo team, but for a lot of the statistics across the board for this tournament, he's the fourth highest rated player in this tournament. He's got the second most damage in the tournament. There's so many other statistics that he's leading the way in, or close to leading the way in this tournament so far. And he's not one of the players you usually see in those positions for Tyloo, so I'm excited for this roster. They've got a lot of depth.
For me, like on the other side, right? If you look at the side of Bren, it's kind of pointing the 8 rounds only able to get round on the T side. That's not going to be good enough at all, obviously. And then again, Wits and Ja at least has his moments. With Wits being a primary opper, being he had that one clutch, the 1v4, well played. But apart from that, he was pretty much absent from me throughout this entire game. And it's not just the first time, right? I've seen it's coming up from him again and again. I don't want to harp on you need a roster change or something, but for Bren, it seems like this is the one team I have to point out. And there are a few players available in the Philippines. One player that comes to mind is a guy called Dubstep. He used to play in, I think, the Mineski team a year ago. And he's probably one of the better operators in the Southeast Asian region. Maybe the lineup change might be what they need. Obviously not going to do that right now because, the middle of the tournament. But it's just not enough. And looking at this Bren lineup here, especially the loss to Mazalai, I'm starting to have my doubts. Like, you can't call yourself like the second best team in SCA and be at risk of getting knocked out of a 10-team group stage. So it's dark days for Filipino CS at the moment.
Yeah, and on the note about Wits too, I mean, it's easy to point him out because of the role he's playing, right? If he was playing support for the team, we probably wouldn't be talking about him as much. But because he's the opper and we've seen, how a dominant AWP can be here, that's why it's so easy to, like, pick on him, but to really kind of keep him in the forefront of our minds. But well, you talked about Attacker before. You're a Dinko, 104 ADR, 27 kills. And what's kind of funny is that in that second half, it didn't really matter how many players Tyloo had left. I felt like, to me, that there was always that chance that they can still win the round. And I think they proved it so many times.
Yeah, I think Tyloo clearly just so much better on the individual level. And I think I agree with Bledge in terms of they need a roster change on this Brent side. I think they just don't have enough firepower. That was the one thing I was kind of scared about coming into this. We just knew Tyloo were going to have that advantage over them. So no matter what Brent do, and in fact, they're actually really good at opening kills. Wits is actually the top opening kill player in this tournament so far. He's had 36 openings. He's also the best AWPer in terms of the kills that he's been able to pick up. Obviously, Brent have played a lot of rounds, so that's kind of skewed a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, Wits is doing quite well on this opening kill front. But the issue is, for me, you've got so many opening kills and you're still losing those kind of rounds. So that clearly shows something wrong here for Bren. And if Tyloo are going to be able to pick them apart coming into the second map as well, this is going to be rough for Bren.
Well, especially if Attacker continues on his pace, he's going to be the MVP of that last map of Mirage. And if he does this again, I have no doubt in the back of my mind we're going to be seeing him another time after map number 2. 9 multi-kill rounds, 27 kills in total, and 104 ADR. I do kind of worry, though. I mean, I don't know if that's a sign of Bren playing well or Tyloo not playing as well, but that T side was uncharacteristically, and I say that, really kind of slow out of Tyloo. It seems like most teams we've seen always seem to have that stronger T side, blah.
Yeah, they do, but that's the thing with Tyloo. Like, that CD side, look at that play from Attack just pushing up apps. Was that how you really played a CD side? Hyper aggression is Tyloo, and I feel like sometimes they just intimidate and even bully teams on the CD side. So I think they're one of the few teams. They don't necessarily play textbook CD side or textbook T side. It's very different, depends on the opponent's going to be facing off against. But like we said, I feel like Bren also fed them too many kills. There are a couple of rounds, Mitch, you were also kind of losing your mind there. It's still early in the day for you, so I wouldn't really worry about your mental stability at this point. But it's still early in the day. That's why you kind of tilt off when Bren gets the opening kill, and they just walk in one by one, just giving free kill to Tyloo. The spacing was completely off, no trade potential whatsoever. So it felt like Bren made Tyloo look better than they should have on that map. I feel like Tyloo still were looking a little too loosey-goosey for my liking. But if your opponent's going to give you so much space to work with, it's going to be, well, Tyloo going to grab it with both hands. And again, Tyloo, they're a team who played their opponent's level, right? They play scrappy CS against some of the scrappier teams, and against Vici to just steamroll them. So it is Tyloo. You know what they're going to bring to the table. And if you are their opponent, you need to really up your game. You need to play the best of your ability. And I feel like this is not the Bren we even saw yesterday. It was a scrappy game which you managed to pull up, but I feel like Bren yesterday had more life in them. I guess that's the word I would use. And going to train, I start to worry for them right now. I feel like this is going to be a clean 2-0.
Well, we will find out if it will go to the 2-0 for potentially going to have a third and final map come into the cards. We'll see you guys after a short 5-minute break here for map number 2.
Train 地图往事。错综复杂的六道和内外场，将 Train 这张地图分割成了大大小小众多区域，是战术大师们所热衷的地图之一。2015年的 DreamHack， 大表哥 Kerrigan 围绕着 A 点，凭借冷静的操作，完成了一波令人叹为观止的1v5。天马行空的打法思路，证明 CS:GO 是靠脑子才能玩的游戏。A 包点抽顶的3楼视野开阔，风险与机遇并存。 Glaive 曾在这里利用地形优势，凭借一把 AK 以1敌4扭转乾坤。
Coming up, a Glaive with a quad kill, shutting down G2.
地点高低坡的地形给了双方充分的战术选择空间。2017年 PGL 克拉科夫梅者中就先有 ZN 平台前配合队友顺闪1v4刷屏。
The flash is perfect. That's a triple spray. The quad. Oh, they can't do it.
后有 Waylander 高坡下使用手枪完成1v4，立刻还以颜色，精彩瞬间层出不穷。
Second as well. Third. Oh my God, Waylander. 4 kills just like that with a single pistol.
战术向来为人津津乐道，本次亚洲的选手们又将上演怎样的龙争虎斗？让我们拭目以待。
And we're back here for PAL 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL, as we're about to kick things off on map 2 of our first game of the day. It's Tyloo up against Brem, and it's currently a 1-0 lead for Tyloo as we make our way over towards Train. Mitch, you are looking lovely today, and Train, it's going to be Brem's choice. I don't know what you being lovely has to do with what we're going to talk about. How do you feel like this map's going to go?
Absolute stomp for Tyloo. After what we just saw, I don't have any faith that Bren are going to be able to pull this one back. The 16-9 was an 8-7 CT side, and then with the exception of one insane clutch by Wits, which he nearly threw away at the very end, they got nothing on the attacking side. When you come to Train, we need opping power. Bren do not have that. We need tactics. Bren do not have that. We need a well-oiled machine. We need team play. Bren do not have that. So I really don't think Tyloo win out in every single aspect of the game. For them to lose this map would be insane. If there was any hope of Bren winning, it was really map 1 and 3 that they had to take. So I think this map should be more of a formality, unless Tyloo decide that they really want to play super sloppy.
Well, and also, if Bren chooses the map, that means Tyloo's going to choose the side. And Tyloo's probably going to choose CT side on you as well. So any rounds that you get here for Bren, they're going to be super important. I think more important than normal for most teams, especially on the T side. With how dominating Tyloo already looked on Mirage CT side compared to their T side, it's going to be a tough map nonetheless, but I do hope Bren has something up their sleeves because I want to see them progress further on the tournament. I think they have, those signs of life. Some things need to be ironed out. Maybe some firepower still going to be missing within the roster. But here we go. Tyloo, CT side, Bren T side. And we're already going to see... Well, I guess Kevlar bought it for Bren. I'm curious if they're going to buy any utility behind this to go for an inner hit. That's generally where we do see the bomb go most times. And it looks like we're already having a tech pause off the bat.
I think in terms of roster changes, the thing I'd like to see for Bren is getting in, especially because they're playing most of their games online, getting in a coach that can act as sort of an IGL, keep them in check. I'd love to see them. Obviously, it's never really feasible for this level of teams, but geez, if you get them to Europe for a couple months and get them just scrimming against some good tactically adept teams. I mean, look, the reality is when they play versus Tyloo, versus Vici, probably Tiger as well, realistically, I guess we would have expected, they should get stomped. And they need to get stomped a couple of times, a good couple of times, so they can really start to realize, okay, our version of Counter-Strike is not working. We need to adapt. We need to take a new approach. And then scrimming versus European teams would be a great way to get there. But unfortunately, it's not really feasible. We're on the RT side. They're moving out to the side already. And blitzing out on A with their smokes, blocking off a lot of these angles. They've managed to get up close with the Glocks, but the fights are not going their way at the start. Derek does his very best to pull it all the way back. The fade through the smoke just as the reload starts. And Ja with an absolutely huge double opening.
Left Poppy now. And the 1-on-2. Pop. Oh my. You shouldn't be able to win this. They have the pincer. A quick little turnaround gets the first kill. He's got 7 bullets left, 6. He's got to be very careful. The reload comes through. Somebody's going to get some ground from this one. The burst fire even trying to come through. The shot's being rattled off, and somebody just overpowers him from the top. A triple kill for him. And Tyloo will take the pistol.
Yeah, a nice close round at least. So you already saw the tactics being deployed by Bren. They know their smokes. They have their ideas. Now, the reason that we favor Tyloo so much in this map is because we have no data on Bren. They haven't played it in a long time. Last 3 months, no history on HLTV. And picking it is definitely a risk, considering the fact that Tyloo are no strangers to this map. But you have to imagine that as they've chosen it, that they've seen something, some opportunity there. Maybe it was the game versus Invictus that Tyloo failed to close out. Maybe it was the 16-10 win over D13 that Bren think they can do one step better than. The problem is, a team like D13 have got Annihilation, so I'll accept a closer scoreline versus Tyloo because he can do so much damn damage. But when you look at Bren, CT side, where's the Alpin going to be? I feel like that's a battle Tyloo win pretty much every time. Tactically, Tyloo win. As individuals, Tyloo win. So I don't know what Bren have got in store for us, but it better be some next level stuff. Because if you come in just playing a good train versus Tyloo, you're probably still going to lose. It needs to be an amazing train.
Yeah, I mean, I think not even a great train. Just thinking about, Dan King picking up the AWP on this map, the potential as well for the double up, just based off that fact. And as we just mentioned before, like Wits kind of competing against that hasn't really been able to stand out across the other operas we've seen so far in this tournament. But either way, I'm going to see comp control going to be gifted over to Bren. Attacker, I'm a little bit scared for him because they actually been able to push up against him and catch him off guard. And Summer still manages to get one. Dan King responds with a kill into pro, and it's still going to be the 2-on-2 where it was looking pretty decent for Bren. He got the bomb train. He got the bomb making its way here. Dan King needs to be Molotoved off, so he can't even assist into this.
I don't like that.
That's true.
He's keeping the scout. Why is he keeping the scout on this health? He should have the AK. In fact, that would have been a kill had he have had the AK. The amount of time he had to respond on that one. Now Jazz got 10 HP, has to hit a headshot. I mean, you might as well have the scout in this kind of position, right? But he can't spam the smoke with a scout. As he goes looking for the diffuser, there's only 5 seconds left on it. He might think the player's pulled off, but at this point, oh, he's so close, but he can't hit the headshot. A 10-second diffuse inside the smoke. That is heartbreaking, and then Jad dies as well. Although he will still get the money due to them getting the bomb plant, what he doesn't get is to keep his weapon. That is not a round Bren should lose. They had it in the bag, and I guarantee you 99% of teams in that situation with the scout player on 90 HP and the other on 10 will swap weapons. I was waiting for them to do it, just watching and seeing them walk further and further away from each other, wondering why that wasn't happening.
I don't know what there is to necessarily say about that. 10-second defuse. A clutch out of the round again. I mean, it looks like, again, we're having some tech issues on the server. Not sure exactly why. I think, Tyloo did drop a player. And hopefully Summer comes back, because I'm not ready for winter. And Tyler definitely going to need him. They continue this pace. I am worried, though. Like, the fact is, like, their CT side was all right on Mirage. They did pick up, some good rounds. 8 rounds. Like, they're able to get the better of Tyloo, but their T side hasn't been able to contend up against the individual skill. And more importantly, I think the crossfire. I feel like Tyloo seems so well drilled in the angles they're holding. Thinking back to Mirage on the B site, the way Slowly and Summer just kind of had a crossfire set up, and whenever they did rotate positions, like the other would switch up his angle to match.
You're saying about you're not ready for winter. I don't know what the hell's going on here, Jason, anymore, because one day it's like 25 degrees, the next it's 10, the next it's 2, then it's 25 again. I don't know if it's going to be a lashing rain or if it's going to be beautiful blue sunny skies. I hate this country.
Well, I mean, I'm happy that it's cooled down a little bit. They don't believe in air conditioning here, and something worse than sweating all day in a chair.
Yeah, it was very hot in that first week.
I hate showering 3 times a day.
Yeah, I was doing 2. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. It was just so sweaty after broadcast. Yeah, it's a nice temperature now. In Ireland, anyways.
What is it there?
I don't know, it feels nice. Let me see. 12 degrees at the moment.
That's
peaking up to 18.
Nippy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is 7 a.m. It's obviously going to be quite cold, but yeah, we were.
I do keep forgetting that. Because I was waking up at like noon or like 11 to 1 p.m. ish.
Yeah.
Before this, so then whenever I wake up, I'm like, oh, it's already late in the day, and then you know, we finished our first series. It's still like before 10 a.m. normally, and I'm like, what?
Now we're getting. So today we're going to get 18 degrees Celsius with 93% humidity.
93% humidity?
Yeah.
So you like just drink the air practically.
It rains a lot here, so the humidity is always pretty high. Although generally it's like 1 degree, so doesn't matter. It's just cold. I wonder, does that also make, if it's cold and there's high humidity, does that make the wind worse because it's also droplets of water? I imagine then if there's like a heavy breeze, you'll get even colder faster. I don't know.
It'd hurt your face just being hit by like small little pieces of ice.
It's getting eroded away.
Well, we're back into the game. Looks like the Summer has rejoined. Got his PC sorted out. Yeah, it's 2-0 for Tyloo. We're gonna see Bren on some pistols. A little bit worried though, because Sully has some aggression. He has some confidence being built up. And then he does catch on to Wits and Jaw and takes Wits down to 59. It's already softened him up, but they're gonna leave slowly to defend the inner side by himself. You still have Summer to rotate in. Attacker there as well, both just holding this drop down. And there's a chance Tyloo can get the bomb down here, to be fair.
Yeah, the chances are there. They're taking it really slowly, but we're not seeing anybody start to push up on the A side, I think, understandably, versus this kind of buy. I like the change up from slowly as well, that he's playing back B. Previous round, he pushed up that ramp, got decimated. And now it's a much more passive hold up against those pistols. Molly down with 40 seconds. He's trying to really run the clock out. They're coming in through upper. And he's all alone. They're going to have to concede a bomb plant realistically. Here come the smokes. Here come the flashes. They know now what's going on. A little bit too late. Bomb's crossed. No, bomb hasn't crossed. It's only coming now. Oh, that's a bit risky. Luckily, still makes it there. Should be planted. And from that point, I mean, Brand have already got a good round. Now let's see how many more kills they can manage to clock up. They need to do some damage. The USP out for Attacker. I don't know about that one, buddy. Papi Chulo. Sneaky beaky. He's on the flank looking for some victims, and he's got at least one there. Maybe a second with low HP. Summer goes down, but the bomb's just being stuck. Nothing he can do about that. Oh, it wasn't actually. Somebody came off it to look for the kill. Was it? He obviously didn't have a kit, so he couldn't just stick it all the way down for 5 seconds. That was great damage though, Jason. I mean, overall, that round was so good for Bren.
Yeah, I mean, they get like big kills. Even like Poppy, just in terms of confidence to come around, get the 1D, get a second 1D on a Summer. Enough to close out. And I mean, obviously, close isn't going to win you rounds here for Bren. And we saw that happen on Mirage too. Like they had a 5-on-3 that they kind of peaked one by one into and eventually fell. Same thing coming out of the apartments multiple times. They don't need close. They need dominating, I almost feel like. It's just barely beating Tyloo. I don't think, even if you can take the map, I don't think you can really, oh my god. Well, that was definitely dominating for Pro. But I don't think you can barely beat Tyloo in this series if you're Bren. You got to have that dominant game. I think it might come down to, you know, eking out the rounds and you know, maybe winning 16-14 or something. But on Train, they need some pickups. They need some big plays. They need someone to step up for them.
That is what's been missing so far. So we look in towards the B site. We talked about Slowly's aggression, how well timed it generally is. It didn't pay off in the second round with just 1-for-1 trades, but now he's got a chance to catch them off in upper. The push is coming down the ramp. 4 players at least, maybe the 5th as well. He's been spotted though. Now he's in danger of the push from up behind. Caught with a molly out. It's a free kill to Derek. Slowly harassing them on the site, making sure they're lining up for Attacker. Gorgeous stuff. As Jazz left alone, the AWP recovered. He's in a molly, has to push to the open, but gets killed by it. Yeah, that harassment by Slowly made sure that they were on that side of Grade Train, so when Attacker peeked through, it was just easy pickings.
Like I was saying before, like their crossfires just seem to be like really spot on. They know how to get in the right position to make that work. This shot though, you didn't even see him. That's a really unfortunate. But again, like Attacker, like just the plays, just the game sense to always hit them from angles they're not expecting. John, unfortunately, the fire will burn him up. But that was 3 players surviving for Tyloo. Looking to build up some sort of bank now. Only some are on about 3K. We're seeing Bren with the buy up yet again. The utility is going to be so important. And a nice flashbang does force Dan King off the angle. They have 3 players committed towards Ivy. There's Crossfire already set up for Tyloo. And I'm hoping they have a flashbang. I'm hoping they have something for this. Or Dan King is just going to slaughter them.
They've got utility. He's dodged it at the start. That goes his smoke just to block them off. Nade, some damage done. No kill off the back of it, but Slowly, oh my god. And then Nade kept Wits back because he was 8 HP. He had to avoid it. Then Slowly is able to isolate the fights one at a time. As soon as Wits looks away from the angle, Slowly's in with yet another. And although you'll normally see him holding B, this time they left somebody there all by himself with a scout. And boy, oh boy, has it paid off. This was a pretty heavy gamble stack, and they've obviously read Bren's book. They know what's going on. As Derek's left all by himself. A lonely boy looking for a 1v4.
He's got the bomb. Okay.
He's dead now.
5-0. I mean, I don't want to call it, but I'm not trying to call it, but I'm a little bit worried we could see a 16-0.
Well, good one, Jason. You just ruined it now. It's not going to happen. When you say it's going to be 16-0, it's never 16-0. Just a guarantee. Unless it's 15-0, then you get a pretty good chance.
Is that the Mitchman guarantee?
It is. It's the Mitchman guarantee. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's early days. Bren must have something in store for us past what we're seeing at the moment. I mean, we've already seen pretty close rounds when it came down to just those pistols. I still have faith in them being able to potentially get up to 6 rounds. Like, considering the fact that they picked this map, I gotta have... I know in terms of predictions, we have to side with Tyloo 100% of the time. It would just be crazy to say, oh, well, they picked it, so they must be good. Like, no, that doesn't mean they'll win the map. This is their first real trial on train.
I mean, if that was the case, then whoever got first map pick in a series is like always going to win.
Why first?
Hmm?
Why first map pick?
Because then don't you get the final veto?
No, the second guy does.
Okay, well
Pick,
then you
ban,
want second map pick.
Oh no, wait. Ban, yeah, ban, pick, ban, and then second guy gets to choose of 2 maps.
Okay, so then you want second.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. If that's how it works,
Then you're
you
going to
get
win
choose.
2-1 every time. Yeah.
Yeah. If that was the case, we would only play... We just ban down to 1 map and play it. Just play best of 1. Be like, oh, well, if you pick a map, you're going to win it, so... You know, I wonder about map picks. I wonder with teams that have similar map pools, I don't think it makes a difference. I think it's like in football, home and away. People always say, like, oh, you're playing away, you've got disadvantage. Statistically, I think it's like the very slightest of disadvantages. You'd never notice it. And that's one way to do it. Wits' team killed, Slowly gets a double. A little bit greedy for more. But yeah, the CTs only lose 1 player, so they're not going to be terribly disappointed. I think I remember reading before, like, home and away makes effectively 0 difference in games. But people always say it does. Let me check the stats.
Watch The Last Dance. You like literally Michael Jordan talks about how when they had to play against Utah Jazz in the playoffs in their own, like after they lost game like 6 or something, they had to go back to Jazz's or something like that. Like they knew they struggled. Even his kids didn't go to the games there because they get yelled at so badly.
Like in baseball, for example, 52.6% of Major League Baseball regular season, it was 52.6% of home games won, and 47.4% away games won. So it's like you can chalk that up to just a statistical anomaly, like the 3%. That's standard deviation. So at least in
I
baseball,
don't think you can when the sample size is so large though. For that.
1,277 games. It's not that many.
I mean, it's more than the 30 you normally need for statistics.
Yeah, but you wouldn't expect it to be exactly 50-50 if it was an even chance.
So then you're agreeing with me that it is the effect, and
No,
you win
no.
more at home.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's look into the round because maybe we're gonna see the first round here picked up for Bren. 6-0 start. Now it's the 1-on-2 attacker left alone. Bro is on low HP. Witt's got the full health. He's got the bomb going down. Surely Bren will win this round. How did that barbecue get up there?
Yeah, I'm always wondering who's chilling up there. Those seats don't look too comfortable either. I guess people like to watch trains.
Oh, is he going up into heaven? He's expecting someone to be there. Obviously, gives a little bit of a overwatch of the site. Smoke goes down. If he sticks this and gets it, I'm going to be so tilted. You got 2 seconds left to jump onto it, and he's going to get taken down. Pro gets a triple kill. And finally, Bren do get themselves the first round. They're going to need more than this, though, especially T-side train. I mean, I'm not going to lie. If I had like a force field in front of me, I would watch. I would watch a paintball, game from there. Cook up some hamburgers, some hot dogs. Have a couple drinks. Get some sun. It's not very sunny on train.
Jason, you want to know something interesting? It's just a random thing. I was just looking into it there.
You looked up something else, didn't you?
In different games, the percentage is different. So baseball's essentially irrelevant because it's so small that if you were to do it another 1,200, it might flip the other way because there's a certain degree it has to be out by. But with NFL, for example, it's between 55 and 60% of home team wins. So that's really interesting. That I guess it's the pace of the game.
Well, look at baseball. Yeah, it's super slow, and the crowd doesn't really have the impact because it's you cheer when there's a home run, that's about it, or you cheer when there's a strikeout. You don't cheer when someone's going for a play normally.
Yeah.
You always do it after. Whereas in basketball, you're gonna be screaming defense the whole time and rooting for your team, even during free throws.
Mm-hmm.
If you're at an away game, you're gonna be screaming to make them miss. Well, speaking of missing, Summer's not going to. Now down to the 4-on-2, 4-on-1 Pro. Oh, that's your teammate.
Oh.
Pro left alone now, doesn't have the bomb. And, well, shouldn't really have a chance here in the 1-on-3. Gets shot from behind indirectly. Dan King spots him out, and Dan King won't get the kill to be somebody. But again, another swift round comes through, and Tyloo get themselves up to 7.
Also, in soccer, it's even more so.
Oh, what's that?
What do you mean? What's soccer? You are American.
You mean football?
What? What do you call American football? Just American football?
Football?
What? You call both football? Are you crazy?
No, I mean call it American. I mean, in Europe I call it American football, but
see, for
I don't
me,
use the word soccer here. I've been here long enough to not know, or to know not to do that.
Yeah, but see, for us in Ireland, we call it soccer.
Oh, really?
Dinko will say no, we don't, but that's because he's not from Ireland. We have football. We have our own football called Gaelic football.
Wait, so the UK calls it soccer.
No, they call it football, right?
No, but you're in the UK, right?
Do you want to die? Is that what this is, Jason? Yeah, we have our own kind of football. So, in school, we're not allowed to have soccer teams. They wouldn't let us because it was an English sport. It was a weird thing.
Who wants to wake up at 7 a.m. on weekends to go drive your kids to play soccer? I don't.
Oh well, for us, all the clubs are after school. No one's getting up at 7 a.m. here. What are you crazy? Although I think we used to for Gaelic football, but that's besides the point.
Some deagles for Bren. And not really too much invested gun-wise. Oh, nice shot. Poppy Chulo's been hitting some sick shots with the deagle in this map so far. And he's gonna pull 2 defenders over towards the inner site, which might allow Pro to get a bomb plant, but he's got to find Summer first. And actually, Danking, never mind. He's going to be sticking around. Even Poppy's going to back away. He wasn't able to get aggressive off that. Maybe look to rotate over towards Pop. Summer's just holding steady, and it's going to be pretty immovable. Oh, even Danking watching this angle. This is so tough.
I mean, Pro should be dead in this one. 10 seconds. The nade even finishes him off. That's one way to do it. 8-1. Now, Jason, I feel like this is it's just one of those games. Like I was saying, coming into this map, it feels like a formality. You're hoping that Bren pulls something out of the bag, but the reality is it has to be beyond just a situation of, oh yeah, well they actually know how to play train, because even if they do, even if we'd seen them play it 5 times and do decently versus, you know, their peers, you're versus Tyloo. This is not a map where you're going to see, and I think I definitely agree with Blau when he said that the likes of an Inferno might have been good. You could see Tyloo tripping up there. They did, I think, the last time they played versus Bren there in January, but there's some good openings. This is a start to the T-side round. They need to win this one, and they're doing so, they're doing so relatively successfully until Ja falls. A 4 versus 2 nonetheless, though, so a very difficult comeback for Tyloo. Slowly's been huge. He's been finding 1vx's all over the place. Multi-kill rounds like crazy. Let's see if he can do it again. They're only bringing the bomb through now.
And they're a little bit hesitant to see where the last player is going to be. It's Danking on the AWP. Pushing in hard scope. He's going to hear the bomb going. Not going to expect Wits to be there. And at least at all instantly, his position was already spotted out. So there should be a second round here for Bren. A hard fought round. Yeah, you can see they're all trailed on his angle. Jumps across, gets caught. And there we go. 8-2 in favor of Tyloo, but Bren have been able to finally take a round. They're not able to break the bank too fully out of Tyloo. I mean, they've been able to get the extremely close. I mean, we see the double up not coming through out of Summer and Danking. When you win this round, get yourself up to 3, you should be able to get to 4. Like, Tyloo should be on the save. And then, you know, 4 is pretty standard. Or, I mean, I guess you need maybe a little bit more than that, especially against Tyloo. Again, I don't feel like Bren's CT side was extremely strong on Mirage. I think it was more Tyloo not being as good. Oh, love the Max 7. I wonder if he's going to hold the angle. The up-close angle. The nade as well. Should catch Jaw. Uh-oh. You know. Oh, wait. Are they go? Okay, nice flash. I thought they were going to get kind of, you know, change up angles on each other or positions through the smoke.
No, not this time. We did see that yesterday, right? A couple times, actually. Yesterday was a bizarre day. It was in this game. It was Bren's game as well versus Mazalai. They were just slipping past each other. It's not often you see that either is a double op setup in SMG and a pistol. Certainly unusual. Oh, you're dead. Easy shot for Danking. He looks for more on the push up close, and Poppy Chulo is very lucky he got away with that one. Not every day that Danking is going to be missing a shot like that. Summer goes down, and really, if these guys can get near those ops to save them, I think that's what they've got to do. Jack coming up behind, though. Easy kill.
Oh, there we go. So signs of life within Bren. Again, the money's broken out of Tyloo. So Bren should be able to get to 4 from this. I think, you know, if you get yourself to like 6 rounds, got a very real chance. They're going to swap over, but again, it comes down to the op play in my eyes. Nice little flashbang again, the teamwork that we wanted to see out of, I guess, most teams in the region. And just, I mean, wow, nothing actually bought for Tyloo.
I like that.
But I don't think the round's necessarily over because they're all rushing through. Derek's got to hit some shots. And he gets 4 kills. There you go. I was getting a little bit afraid that they were going to rush up and get like 2 or 3 kills, pick up the AKs, and still win the round.
Yeah, they've lost Pro. He got 1, Derek got 3. It was a fairly decent little hold from them. And those are the kind of rounds you've got to play out if you're Tyloo on a buy like that. You try to rush forward, you try to do some damage. on the pistols. Use the numbers to your advantage because you definitely don't have a weaponry advantage. Although somebody makes it look like he does. Just want a heads-up duel versus Derek. Now an AK to be picked up, and he'll try to save this. But if Brent have got money, they can hunt him down. They can look for him. They know he's got no armor as well, so even just hitting him in the body should pretty much kill him because he won't be able to return fire. There you go.
I like that little off angle too. Catches them trying to peek towards the top of the dumpster. And so Bren, they take themselves 2 in a row. They get themselves up to 4. Still want to see more out of them though. They still have, 3 rounds left to play out. Still a decent chance they could pick up quite a few more. And if they want to have a hope to take it to a map 3, they're going to have to. Derek, is he going to charge straight out? I mean, there's no op on the other side. He will get some ground. I don't think they expect him to be this close already, even though smoke's come down. Summers will be off to the side, and he does get punished. Somebody with the flash through onto Derek. Recover the AK. They keep the man advantage. And it's a little bit of a split here. 2 towards Ivy. 1 up and towards Halls. And 1 down towards T main. It's kind of a shame because of how quickly, Derek went out mid. It didn't seem like there was a lot of backup. And the second he falls, it looks a lot like my matchmaking games where no one else, goes with you. You call for the rush and everyone else just sits back and baits. I mean, obviously not baiting here, but he didn't get the kills that they were hoping for to open up an outside push.
Yeah, see, it wasn't even necessarily the kill so much as even if he just gets into Olaf, if he manages to sneak down green train, he's in a pretty good position then to cause some havoc as they push Ivy. He can open up another angle. But without him lurking around there or Olaf, you're looking at a pretty rough round. A fairly two-dimensional push. Not about as two-dimensional as they get. They're just coming out of main. Summer's up on top of the train. There's one on side as well. They have decent angles to play off of. There's one for Summer. He's full blind though. Really good flash coming through for Ja. The attacker returns yet another. He's now got support. Drop down to the site. I don't know, Brown with 20 seconds. Can they really get this one done? Pro's now super low. So is Ja. And in just a couple seconds, it falls apart. Tyloo with a solid hold. Good setup. And despite that one flashbang connection from Ja, nothing really goes Bren's way.
Hey, luckily they still have money from the clean rounds they had before. They're going to go into the op for Ja. Interesting that actually he's going to be using it over Wits. I mean, we know Wits is the primary opper, though we have seen Ja use it when they go for doubles. I mean, Ja, he's had, again, some good shots before, thinking back to their game versus Mazalai. Maybe it's just more of a spawn. Oh, spots out 2 players. Of course, the angle's a little bit too tough, and he can't quite connect. Look how aggressive Tyler we're getting now. Summered attacker, I like this. Going into T-Con. No one's there to stop them. They're actually holding out towards T-Spawn, however. They might have read into this slightly. Oh, no. Okay.
There we go. Pompey with 1 at least, but he goes down right afterwards. The smoke, they'll allow the fallback. Summer's got tagged through the wall, did he? He's down to 12 health. He's sticking up aggressive. Mollied out. Oh, he made a step. He's dead. No, he gets away with this. He's got a safe spot in the mollies. Whoops.
Oh.
A little bit too hesitant, or a little bit too eager, rather, to move out. He managed. I don't know how he's still alive, dude. He was ticked off with a Molotov. They knew he was in there.
Saving
threw a
Private
second.
Summer right there. Somebody threw his body out into T-Con to change positions, and he falls instead.
This could cause problems. I mean, with Summer so low, he probably gets 1 at most. So a lot of pressure on the rest of the team with 35 seconds moving in towards the A site. Some are still undetected. Dan King's going to try and distract them as they come on out of Pop Dog. No, look, there's one. Oh, Dan King getting himself a double. That could make it possible. Slowly is in a great position to stop this bomb plant. 19 seconds left. Starts to move in towards team main. Moves back Brown. Stops. Oh, he can't get the bomb planter in time. And the shot right afterwards from Derek. If he got that bomb planter, things could have went their way. But it's just a second too late.
"30-degree window." I don't know what that means. I mean, I guess it's in relation to the op.
Yeah, I think it's a.
Is that the
scope.
degrees you can see while scoped? Okay.
Probably, yeah. Single scoped, I'd guess.
All right. I like it. They're coming up with new stuff. I like that. You know, they're improving the mini map every day. I mean, we got Molotovs now on it. Adding in some new names for Joni McDroneface. Just programming.
Just waiting for Dinko to actually, you know, tell us the real name of the drone. We'll get it by the end of the tournament.
I don't think we will at this rate.
No. It's been
He
a
just
letdown.
named it after himself.
We could call it Dinklage.
Is that where he got his name from?
I'm
I don't know how
not
he got
even
his
sure.
alias.
He was probably really surprised when he dinked someone for the first time.
I wonder where Blood got his alias from. I feel like I asked him
I have a
once, but I think
theory, but I
forgot.
don't want to say it.
Okay.
We'll
You know,
talk
while we're
after.
in break, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Last round of the first half. Somebody's going to go for the flank. The bomb is down, and Jaw's going to be dinked up. He's going to fall. He has the bomb. This push is not going to work out now. The AK picked up. The Molotov is well in hand. Trying to keep Wits away, and Wits will connect the shot. A high-pressure situation. He comes out on top. In the meantime, is taking down Dan King and locks down this outside control.
There we go, slowly. Only good for the one. Attacker on the Deagle for a 1v3. Chances are pretty damn low. The bomb is being planted now, so there's no chance of finding the player that's blissfully unaware, just planting that bomb. But, oh, he almost had a chance. Almost an opportunity. 9-6 is how we finish it. Bren with a decent T side. Look, there's nothing wrong with that. 6 rounds is fine. How are they going to fare a CT side, though? That's the real question.
They lost 6 straight, won 1, then lost 2 again.
Look at Wits. Wits has got 4 kills. It's going to have to go huge. Really, like, if they want a chance, Wits has to do well in the AWP.
Or maybe it's just going to be Jaw playing the AWP. I mean, we already saw them make that adaptation before. Again, maybe that was for the peak. But yeah, completely agree. You need to see him starting to step up. 4 kills is not going to be enough on a map like this when you need to have the op to depend on.
Too much Valorant.
Hey, I'm just
coming in.
I haven't said spike yet.
Somebody's at least found the opening with the classic. And we're looking at a Ja trying to ghost his way to success. Sitting down on the B side. I mean, with the USP, he didn't stand the best of chances. If he gets waterfalled on. There's 3 players outside this site, 1 up above Pop Dog. This could be a very convincing push to the B site. Still utility to play with as well. That's on Summer. He's got a smoke. You can take away the connector player. I'm just looking at where these guys are moving, though. Oh, the step, Ja. You've messed that one up. They know you're close. They know there's a player far. That's the info to play with as they come down. Has anyone communicated the step? You heard him. Ja somehow gets away with murder. No one was even aware of that.
Oh, he needs to hit the shots, Derek. Oh, and Poppy doesn't even get a single shot off there. Jaw's left alone in the 1-on-3. No kit. He has a flashbang. He's going to be listening and watching for an angle towards CT, and he's going to have to change things up. He's going back towards connector. And you got somebody in Summer there waiting. I don't know how I feel like he's going to be able to secure this. Or he's been spotted out. This should be Tyler getting a 10th round. Even the Goosh coming through. They're just going to chase him down. They want this kill, and somebody's going to secure it. That's 10-6.
Yeah, not really the pistol round that Brown wanted to give away. The fact is now, with Tyler on double digits and the CT side for Bren, I imagine this is going to be fairly clear cut. It's a force by now for Bren. That puts probably 12-6 on the board for Tyler. All they have to do is claim this one. A scout, presumably for Wits. The rest of the players just on pistols. Maybe double scout set. No. Okay, just a single. I've given a deagle to Ja. I don't know. We need to see Wits hit some 6 shots here if they're going to have a chance. This scout is the pivotal part on a map like Terrain. I mean, you'll often see the double scout setup. I'm surprised we don't. Quite surprised. But I guess Jazz not feeling it. Got a nice aggressive hold. Well, actually, just looking at where Ja is, he's playing aggressive on ramp on B. So if you're solo B, you don't want to have a scout. That's for sure. And he afforded the utility to just drop a smoke. I don't mind this. I think that's a good B hold. They've got to stack up on A. I like the strategy. I like the setup. Let's see if it works now. Because it's all well and good sitting in the right positions, but you've still got to shoot them in the head.
All they have is the flash and smoke for utility, no kit. There we go. Tyler making some moves on outside. Summer's gonna at least hear the scout shot towards connector, and well, like I said, he needs to hit heads. Doesn't seem to be going that way here for Bren. John Poppy left alone. Okay, John. Potential to get this kill. There you go. Hits the head. Gets a gun down, but Bren don't seem to, or sorry, Tyler don't even seem to really care. The attacker's still holding his angle. The ump will be picked up, but this will be around again for Ty Lu. They're just looking for exit frags. Maybe steal away an AK would be ideal, though I don't see Ty Lu ever pushing into them.
No, and even if they do, like, it's only ever going to be the SMG, right? That's why we saw the UMP pushing forward in the connector. So they've given away an ump. Well, that's not really going to be the biggest of deals to them. As we go 11-6, Bren have 3 weapons for the next round. The 2 Deagles, the UMP to be dropped over, or maybe the Deagle to be dropped over because Ja has armor. So he's probably going to do better with that ump. I'd maybe buy up a smoke if I was Ja. Play solo B with the UMP. Let the Deagles try to work the A site. There we go. He's got a smoke. I like it. Like you're thinking, Ja. And again, I feel like Bren have got a decent understanding of this map already. We saw it on the T side. We're definitely seeing it CT as well. Look, exactly. Ja, solo B, with a smoke, with the UMP and armor. Done everything right. Problem is, again, though, you're against Ty Lu. These pistols have to show up massively. There's the opening duel for Wits. Okay. Starting it off well. AK retrieved. He gets naded to hell, though. Good spray by attacker. Not able to transfer. Wits with another before eventually going down. That's great damage. I'm already happy with what Bren have been able to do, considering the round and how it started, considering the setup we've seen. But Derek brings it even further. Ja, able for another, and what is this? Ty Lu surely not about to lose this round. 2 Deagles, a UMP, and a P250. And now it's a 1v2. Slowly has to win. UMP does some damage to him, and he's up against Derek's Deagle. Derek's moving forward. He's managed to get out to the bomb site. That bomb has to be retrieved. He doesn't have sight on it, but he's about to. Over on the right side, he's been spotted out. Good headshot, but ooh, he even finishes it off. It was through the train initially with that Deagle. And the shot to the feet to finish him. What a round. I don't believe Bren have actually won that. And again, I want to commend the setup. A 4-man A stack. Zhao buying up the smoke, taking the UMP, playing solo on the ramp of B. And Wits did so well. I don't know how he managed so much from that position.
And also Derek with the Deagle shot right there. Allows Jaw to push out pretty freely out of pop. We're still into the buy up though to Ty Lu. So again, it's not going to get easier for Bren. They do have the op for Wits. He's going to go for the early peak. Molotov comes in. He's going to sit inside of it. That's going to be a whopping 56 damage now done. Jaw even being shot before he gets the incendiary down. Going to smoke it off now. And Summer throwing in a smoke over towards Pop. Actually from towards T-spawn, trying to fake somewhat of an outer play. Let's keep 3 players honest at the moment, and we've seen this set up here quite a few times, but again, it comes down to hitting the shots, and Jaw's only able to get 1. Wits now, even the body blocking his op shot, so he can't even see the player peeking around. Bomb should be going down here momentarily. Incendiary might buy some time. And that's a little bit of damage.
Wits in danger if he re-peeks towards oil, but Dan King's just tucking in now, ready to hold for the connector play. For anybody getting aggressive up close, Pro in danger. He peeks the angle, not ready for it. Dan King on 1. Wits comes down. What? Great headshot by Dan King. What a connection. And a 2v2 now. Derek pulling it all the way back as Summers left alone. They drop a smoke on the bomb. They're going to go for the defuse. Summers going to have trouble dealing with them. He's got to find the first kill onto the player that's not defusing, but he doesn't. Not be able to take him down above the smoke, and that is it. An 8th round for Bren. Oh, we could be in for a series here. And Bren are putting up one hell of a fight, and I gotta say, I don't have criticisms about their train so far. Their T side was decent. They managed to put up a good fight. Their force buy handled really well. That full buy right there, great performance by Derek, pulling it all the way back. even despite Dan King's huge play. Look at this shot.
That was...
Whew, it's nuts.
Yeah. That was like a 3K for him, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. And it seems like maybe there is a reason Bren decided to go towards Trey. Maybe their CT side is that strong. To be fair, on Mirage, it looked pretty good CT-wise. It was when they were attacking that they were struggling. Derek, oh, he might be overrun here. Flashbang comes through, sets him up for a second kill. Again, I mean, we might be harsh on Wits a bit with AWP, but his flashes have been pretty good on this map. They set up his teammates for some kills. It's on the Summer and somebody. They got the Deagles. I think Bren are going to have their cleanest round to date. Of course, just as I say that, it now means that somebody's going to get like 3 kills.
I do think it's very easy to just look at the scoreboard after game, especially if you identify the opera and go, "Ha, he's bad." But the thing is, you know, it's not necessarily always about getting the frags. There was a point where I remember a couple games for NIP back in the day where Exist was getting like 4 or 5 kills and they were winning. And everyone was like, "Oh, get rid of Exist. He's trash." Like, you go on HLTV, all the forums were just, "Exist, noob, get him out the team." It's like, you're so dumb. Like, without Exist there, they probably lose that game. If you put someone in that gets 15 kills. Because the rest of the team probably wouldn't. They wouldn't be set up the right way. That's the thing. I think, you know, obviously if you're Wits, if you're a primary operator, it's not necessarily you can fall back and say, "Oh, well, I was, you know, leading the team to success." Other ways, your opera probably shouldn't be the one that's coming through with the most utility usage. I do feel like it's very difficult for Wits in a lot of ways, though. One point that was made earlier I wanted to expand on was the fact that Wits finds a lot of opening duels. Okay, how does he do that? Posts on an angle, waits for the peak. Why does he get them? Because people don't use flashes in this. But why does he struggle so much in the mid rounds? Well, because, as we said, people don't use flashes in this level of Counter-Strike. And the issue is, his teammates are not setting him up for success in that sense. He's finding it much harder then to go in for those fights in more aggressive positions. Look at someone like Simple. He's out running around with an AWP, just shooting at everyone. The team are helping. He's getting his flashes. If he's going into a position like he's pushing from short on Dust 2 to mid, someone's going to flash through. He's going to have blinded opponents to peek into, or at least they'll use it to push players off the angle so he can post up. For Wits, it feels very much like he's just in a DM sometimes, having to go up against people with the AWP, and obviously your success rate is going to be a lot lower in that scenario.
Kind of similar to like Destroyer, as we were mentioning.
Very much so.
You know, peeking into Kaze, it's not going to be easy. If you don't have a team to help you out, then you shouldn't really be getting those kills most of the time, and you can't really be mad at him for not doing that, for not being able to. He's moving around 21. Nice little double drop down, but Derek, that was his 20th kill of the map so far. Eliminates them, and Tyler was starting to struggle and train. You know, I would have thought after Mirage, this should have been a relatively easy map for them. But Bren's CT side is starting to prove strong, and they don't even really need the effect of an AWP so far.
And they haven't needed it at all. And Derek is having a blowout series. I mean, at the moment, he's been responsible for a lot of rounds when it comes down to those light buys with the Deagles. The round directly afterwards, where they shut down the B, or they get the B retake, where he double opened it, trading back his team completely. Right there, they come down Pop Dog, easy pickings.
I mean, I feel like Tyler probably should have traded that kill, though.
Oh yeah, most definitely. But I think the fact that Derek's putting himself in these positions where he's punishing those mistakes from Tyler again and again. I mean, there's 3 rounds now where he single-handedly pulled them from having little chance into having a pretty significant advantage. Keeping them alive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, with these pistols, what do they do? Do they rush in her? They got some utility behind this, so they could set themselves up for a plant.
3 smokes, so it could be an A hit. Depends on... Oh, it could be Ivy. Okay. That's the last one I would have guessed, but we'll see how this one goes.
I mean, Derek, he's been on form, 20 kills. 2 towards Pop last time. This time he's going to be holding towards Ivy, and they actually just start to back away. I wonder what the call was, what the decision was to just say, all right, this isn't going to work. Maybe they're expecting some aggression out of Bren.
Yeah, I
They
think
wanted to get that early kill.
the smoke that got dropped by the CTs as well just made them bail out of there. Didn't want to participate in those sort of shenanigans. But they've shown presence, right? That's going to keep the 3 players towards the A side. The problem is they're still walking into a fairly decent stack on B, and Wits is here with the op. He's holding aggressively, ready for them to come through. There's another opening duel for the man himself. Most openings of the tournament, and he bails on out. Plays on the back of B. The smoke will, well, should stop them. The nade. Oh, that's going to do some damage. Slowly now, nice and squishy. Jat finds one even blind, and yeah, this round is hopefully over if logic is prevailing. Yeah.
Quad kill for Wits. All right. I mean, he had
money.
3 kills at one point, I think it was, that you mentioned. But he's definitely stepping up when they need him to. And that's kind of what we said. Like, we need, you know, maybe that standout player. And I think we've had a couple of rounds where it's changed who that person's been. Derek has done extremely well in a couple of rounds. So has Papachulo. Jaw as well, up to 17. And finally, Wits gets himself a quad kill. And Tai Lu now on the precipice of going down, losing their lead. And now I think there seems to be confidence in Wits' side. Look how aggressive he's gotten. Just burned a little bit of his health away. They slowly made their way in towards Olaf, now going in towards Green Train. Smoke's allowing them to get this extra ground. This is, I think, one of the first times we've seen them get this far up on the outer bomb site.
Summers at least opened it up, giving them a chance. Great shot by Slowly as Wits falls. A man advantage fades from Bren's control. Pros giving away his position. Drop the bomb, though. The rotates fully on their way. The push through the smoke catches him off guard as Papichulo puts it to a 1v2. Attacker, no info remaining. He's got to take his time clearing out these angles and getting back over towards that bomb. Time he gets there, smokes are going to be faded completely. And the CTs are going to have a really strong angle on it. Sees one, but he's not ready for the second player. Jumping up on top, here he goes for the bomb. Oh no, the little sneaky play to the middle of sight, but again, that second player, they weren't ready for Ja. 12-11. Bren take the lead now on their CT side. What a time to be alive.
Look at the money, too. I mean, they can lose out in like 1, maybe 2 rounds and be okay. That second shot out of Pro, I want to say it's a little bit lucky, but I mean, that was a small little thing that could have changed the tide, could change the outcome of that round. And we're going back to the pistols for Tai Lu. No double ops coming in. Wits gets the shot into attack, even while blinded up. He's get out early and gets punished, and they're going quickly in towards Ivy, and Derek's already waiting. The spray comes through. 2, 3 go down. And it looks like Bren are going to go up 2 here now on the CT side.
Here's the full buy coming through. If Tyler lose this, I think we're seeing a third map. The CT side from Bren so far has been solid as can be. I really didn't imagine that this would happen. You know, we talked in the pre-show about maybe Bren have got something prepared on train, but it's very difficult to side in their corner just because we don't know. And yet here they are. They're showing us that we should have believed from day one. The poll has just concluded. No doubt that's Tyloo having a discussion about how they want to approach this as they come into what could be their last chance at winning this map, at least without hitting overtime.
Well, Dan King's on the up, and I think he's out for revenge. He's going to go over towards Ivy. I imagine they're going to just, you know, run boost him over to the side. If Wits goes for the shot, could be a bit of punishment here. But Attacker takes down Papachulo. I think goes over towards Pop. He just rushes straight down. They're tired of losing. They're tired of gearing things up, and Wits is pushed up aggressively. He does get at least the 1 kill. I didn't even expect him to get that, to be fair, considering what the position slowly was. Tyloo maintained the man advantage. Derek, yeah, you can't go up there not with Attacker waiting. So leaving slowly over towards Ivy. You've got now somebody still pushed up. There's the Halls. I mean, they kind of have like 2 players outside. They're really depending on Jaw to hold inner. And Pro's having to watch kind of like 2 different angles here, which makes things very difficult for him, especially when we already had slowly get a kill in this position before. And now with Attacker backing him up, it seems like they do want to continue to make this push happen. Wait, the entire team's going to Ivy? No. Summers, he's got a smoke. I think that's going to go towards Pop again.
Here we go. Smoke on the left side. This gives away the pushes coming in. Pro's ready for it. Finger on the trigger. Takes down Attacker. Great trade by Slowly with a pre-fire around the corner. Now a 3v2. Derek waiting to push out of this smoke and Pop Dog. He's completely removed from play. He's got to make a move. Jazz by himself. But he sits there, he waits, and because of that 1-for-1 trades happen, 12 seconds left, they're going to go for the plant yet again. He can stop it! 9 seconds! They've got to get this down. The smoke wasn't in play in time. It's picked up by somebody. 4 seconds! He's going to get it done, right? Just about enough time. Derek comes over, knows where he is. The spam, but it's not connecting. Somebody goes up on top of the train. AWP in hand, sees Derek on there. Oh, good shot returned. He's chipping away at his health, but Derek's got to be careful. Just 1 bullet of this up and it'll all be over. Somebody on the long rotate going all the way down to Ivy. That should catch Derek off guard, and indeed it does. 12 for Tai Lu. God, that came close though.
Such a close round yet again. Like Tai Lu, they can't get any clean rounds on this T side. Big shout out to Bren with the play, and I can't believe he was pushing through the smoke like that. I can't believe he almost pulled off the clutch to get them up to 14. Obviously, Slowly with that refrag was amazing, but to see them kind of plant the same spot multiple times and be unsuccessful 2 times in a row, you had to assume Brem was going to win that. I would have been so frustrated if I was Tai Lu there. Especially when they had the smoke down before or towards Pop. Some of the aggression's being halted. Lack of utility for Tai Lu's side because of losing so many players in the last round alone. Dan King, you're not gonna be able to see through the smoke. He's gonna boost over. Oh, I like this. If they were there a little bit earlier on, they would have had Derek. But Derek actually might push up for the peak again. He was starting to make his way up there. The smoke's gonna fade though, so he's definitely not gonna peek into it. But it's a big 4-man play on the outer bomb site as Wits is still gonna maintain the connector. He actually peeks into the Molotovs. Doesn't even shoot. He's down to 26 health now.
Smoke on the left side, that's just to distract them and hopefully keep the players dedicated towards that part of the map. They've actually got 4 on A at the moment. As Tyler moved to the B side, Jazz spots them, molly down. Rotate on its way from Wits, who's going to be here with the AWP. And with 35 seconds left, there's got to be a big move by Tyler. Getting into this site is not going to be easy. Wits has moved position to play up on the site, conscious of a smoke going down to connector. Jazz spotting another. They should start a heavier rotate towards B, but they're not going to be here in time. The players on the side have to do all the work. Jazz 1-for-1s. Wits fires off. Oh no, somebody goes onto the ladder. I don't think he meant to do that. The bomb dropped in the open on the A side for the rotate, and that is it. A very swift conclusion to that round. The fake not quite selling in the way they wanted it to. I feel like B commitment would have been the play, but I understand, you know, they figured they dragged more rotates, having been spotted out twice. But now 14-12. As Bren close in on that victory, we could be seeing a map 3.
I think it's definitely in the cards. And if I have to even double check if I wrote this down correctly. Is that really Overpass as a 3rd map too? I mean, we saw Bren yesterday going to Overpass and finished off 19-17 against them for Mazalai. I mean, Tai Lu, they have won it 67% of the time, so 2 out of the 3 times they played it. Bren, however, 33%, and Tai Lu, well, they beat Vici twice on it, 16-6, 16-9. They lost to Tiger, 19-15. I played it fairly recently, but who knows? Like, I mean, I think again, we thought this was going to be a 2-0, especially after the first map. Like that second half turned so dominating. Brandon, you take a win here and you beat a top team. You also set yourselves up nicely to stay out of that bottom 2.
I mean, we gotta again give massive props to players like Derek, who's just setting up the team, leading the charge in terms of the fragging department. Jazz had some good rounds. He's got to have a better one here. Now stuck on the bomb site. Not by himself, though. Papichulo's made the rotate. Tyloo committing to B early on. They managed to find one-for-one trades, but they don't know about the players still tucked up on the site. Jazz has been found, dealt with quite quickly, pushing forward just after Wit spammed the smoke. Dan King takes him down, and I mean, Bren, they've not got a lot of money. Pro and Ja are quite low on cash, and I think they probably should just try and save these weapons.
We were talking about like inconsistency out of Bren, and I think we're kind of seeing it here. Like, I mean, you think back to Mirage, their CT side was all right, 8-7. Then they only take one round before Tyloo finish off the game. Here, I mean, they win themselves 7 rounds in a row on CT side before they lose their first. Did lose the pistol in the follow-up round, but ever since then, like, those rounds were so dominating. Nice job by Derek to get a kill and to take away some money from Tyloo's side. Can they close it out? That is something potentially I would worry for them. They're gonna buy up an op for Wits. They're gonna run out of money relatively soon.
Yeah,
Tie things up. I wonder if Bren's gonna have a decent buy.
I think we've got a 300 IQ play by Tyloo in the previous round. I think that was Derek's A go B. And it worked. Just avoid him.
Hey, if it wins you rounds.
And Derek's just, he's playing too good. Honestly, I would actively avoid him at this point or try to deal with him. You know he's playing Ivy. So either push up there at the start of the round and try to get him out. You post the op as they've done, and you can see they tried to do it, right? They had the round where they boosted the op of the smoke, then pushed up, but they got mollied out. Instead, it's going to be just a dead-on A hit. They've taken down Pro, and Papichulo, here's Derek's time to shine. Gets one from afar, tucks into Ivy. He's ready for somebody's push. Looks for that 1v1, and he's being offered it. Somebody goes down. My God, he just goes one after another, destroying them. Luckily, Ja was spotted in the smoke, so it is a 1v3 for Wits, but dude, Derek's just too consistent. What happened? Yesterday, this dude couldn't throw a flashbang. Like, he genuinely team flashed more than he flashed enemies. And yet here he is, absolutely shredding the best team in Asia. I can't process what, like, day to day, Bren have turned from a team that lose to the worst team in the tournament to genuine contenders against the best team in Asia. Explain. Please, someone.
I think the answer when you get back is that Tyloo just played to level their opponents.
In one way, true. I mean, look at all the 1v1s they just offered to Derek.
Oh,
but this...
Oh,
God. It's not
I mean, the thing is, obviously, Derek is popping off 30 kills in regulation. It's pretty ridiculous. Wits, you know, we got to give him a shout out. We talk, you know, negatively about him quite a bit, but he's definitely stepped up from, what, the 3 kills he had towards the end of the first half. He's up to 15. He's been getting in there. He's been definitely, like, you know, being more consistent with the op, which is something we wanted to see out of the opper for Bren Esports. He's been hitting a lot more shots, especially, like, high-pressure shots when they're up close. Now tied up at 14 apiece. Wits, they're going to get the op back to his hands. Derek, I give him the M4. Why does he have the FAMAS? You got to give your top fragger that gun. And if they lose this round, Tyloo's on 15, and they don't really have much money.
Do you remember there was a game in the first week, I can't remember which player it was, but someone had like 5 kills and they took an M4 or an AK while their teammate who had 20 something had a deagle. I was just looking at that like, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but why have you got the rifle? Like, you gotta accept when you're not having a good game or when your teammate's having a god tier game and give them the weapon. But apparently it's not how this works. Derek, great game so far. You're holding it down single-handedly. You're finding multi-kills every round. Here's a FAMAS. Let's see what he can do with it. He might have to use it, and he finds one from the side. Unfortunately, that's going to be it.
Well, they tried avoiding Derek, but he's like, surprise, I'm still here. But it's only the one. They still have Jaw here. Flashbang comes through. It's really nice. He got for a big stack towards the inner bomb site. I don't know if Tyloo are going to expect this because Dan King's going to be peeking with the bomb, but he gets the kill in a Jaw either way. 4-on-2. Papachulo now here. Wits rotating in. I mean, they already killed 3 players towards the B site. You would have to imagine they're going to rotate outer. Or are they just going to continue to push through? Dan King's by himself, and he's still peeking this angle. They have wits on an op. There was a chance he could have died towards upper, and they would have had to have wasted a smoke or a flash to pick it back up, but smoke's going down. It's all on Papachulo. Wits does not really be given in too well of an angle, but he gets the first kill in a slowly, but it might just be the fake.
Why is the bomb
Danking,
still
you got
B?
bomb, bro. Oh no.
What is going
gonna
on?
push. Danking has to spot him.
Okay, he got the kill, but what? Like what? Why?
If he dies, if Poppy
How?
wins that
Why?
fight, it's over.
What's the point? Why are you pushing A with 2 players and Danking staying with the bomb upper B by himself? I'm scratching my head, Tyloo. What are you doing? It works out, but again, as we said before, works out doesn't mean it's right. Bad plays sometimes win rounds, but geez, that was odd. The problem with the stack there for Bren is that they showed 2 players bottom ramp, right? Then you saw the peek from Derek 3 seconds later. There's no way the player had made it to upper from ramp. So they killed one lower ramp, then they killed Derek. They know there's another player. While they're waiting to deal with him, and we eventually saw the swing by Danking, all that time, the rotates were on their way. They eventually deal with the player upper, but now they know that those guys have rotated in, and they know there's at least one more on the B side that there should be, logically. So at no point are they really ever set up in a position where the CTs can catch them off guard with that stack. Tyloo constantly know the kind of odds that they're up against. Really nice shots by Wits there on both occasions to save over that AWP. But we need to see it do more.
That's something I've been criticizing him on, is not hitting those high pressure shots when they're up close. But he's definitely been proving me wrong here, and you got to give him the credit. I don't know. I feel like Blez should have no hair left. If he dies, that's it. And he almost did die. And now into the final round of regulation, Bren have nothing.
I think, honestly, if Danking had died in that situation, they lost the round, it would just be polite of Tyloo to forfeit the series. Yeah, just go back to the drawing board. Let Bren have it. Yeah, it's not going to hurt you that much. Be nice dudes. But no, at 15 to 14, chances are there for them to take this across the line. Hopefully Tyloo are awake after what was a scary previous round. Pro is literally floating. But now he starts to move on forward. We'll see what he can get done. He gets flashed. Both players actually got flashed. Yeah. And then down goes somebody. A little upgrade for Pro. Upper control. Firmly secured. Players on B are pincered. They've got to go up and deal with this guy. Pro moves and gets shot just as he does. And this could be the end of it now. 4 versus 2. Derek on a deagle. Derek gets it on a deagle. Of course he does. Because he's Derek. Pappy's nicked the AK. But Derek's got an op. With low HP, I think that's a reasonable thing. They don't have a... So they've no smoke. They have a molly for upper. Or lower, I guess.
And again, Tyloo have a smoke to block it off if needed. And a flash. Time's taken away. 20 seconds left to go. Derek has the kit. He's going to be sticking it. Need to peek out on this one. They're going to spot him out. He's still holding on to it. He does get killed off in the nick of time. There had to have been 0.01 seconds left. And Tyloo will clutch it out at the very end. But you know what, Mitch? They shouldn't feel good about that victory. Not at all. 16-14 after such a dominating first map. Bren, they showed some signs of life. They pushed one of the best team in Asia almost to overtime on train and into a third map. They have to feel proud of themselves, but obviously disappointed they didn't close it out.
Yeah, look, with Derek playing the way he was, I don't think it's that much of a surprise. Another weird couple last rounds, you know? No one's given him the rifle. It's kind of like, I can afford an M4, so that's not my problem, is it? Like, I really feel like some of these teams need to just take a look. It's not that they're bad players. So you have to understand when someone on your team is popping off, hitting heads like mad, give them the rifle, you know? Take that one round with a deagle.
I mean, I will say this, though. The round that we're talking about where he had a FAMAS, I don't think he would have gotten more than one anyways because he was like triple peaked. Yeah. But I mean, I agree, obviously, with the mindset behind that, what you're saying, Mitch. But let's hear what Bled and Dinko have to say about that game. First of all, I want to talk about that one play to Danking. Alone, inside of halls. His 2 teammates have gone out into the A site. He has bomb. Why? Okay. Well, I don't think Bled wants to talk about it. Dinko, why?
I think what's going on in this Tyloo team is that when they play against these opponents where they should be beating them very easily, some of the decisions made just seem to go out the window. I don't really know what's going on. Sometimes Tyloo, when they come into these situations, they can be one of the best looking teams, make all the right calls, and then when they're going up against Bren, a team that's one of the lower tier teams in this entire tournament, Tyloo go out the window and it's all about aim and no thoughts go into any of their plays, and it's very questionable. Of course, we have to go all the rounds. And at this point, Tyloo, well, I agree with you, Jason. They're not going to be happy with this whatsoever.
Yeah, not a clean win at all. And blah, I mean, there was massive frustrations going on in this map. I mean, Tyloo, they look so clean. Look at that, 8-1, and yet it went the full rounds. We don't even know necessarily what was going wrong with the Tyloo camp. I know you did mention, and something that stuck in my head was they seemed to play at the level of their opponents, but there was just so many sloppy things happening. And obviously, Derek popping off was a big factor for Bren.
Yeah, what worries me with Tyloo is, look, they're not a brand, they're not a lucid dream, they're not battling for survival here. They're battling to qualify for the major. That's the level they're keeping themselves at, and it's just weird, right? You see Danking with a few missed shots. He doesn't miss those. He doesn't miss those, and he shouldn't be as well. Some of the rounds would just get completely shut down as well. Again, I don't want to take everything away from Bren. Like I think the latter half of that first half, they did a very good job neutering somebody towards that IV area. His CT side presence towards IV is so annoying. I saw him basically being unplayable against Vici, and he pushes out IV. Like, the T's have to expend utility to take IV away from the CTs, and then they have to work all the way inside towards the outer bomb side. But they did a pretty good job later on to kind of neutralize somebody and get this early man advantages. They were pop flashing with their teammates. Even on the CD side, it wasn't them playing very, very passively. They were going for the mid-round aggression. They were flashing the teammates and basic fundamental good CD side. But that's Bren playing at their best. Again, Wits, first half, nowhere to be found. Kind of woke up the second half as well. As a primary opera, as a dedicated opera for your team, you need to be doing more, especially if you're going to be playing maps like Train, right? Now, Derek having a great game really helped make things very close. But if that didn't happen, I think Bren would have lost a little bit more convincingly. But yeah, I don't want to harp too much on Bren. They tried. They came a little short. Going to be very disappointing the way that ended, considering it looked like it was going to go to map number 3. For Tyloo, you can't keep playing at this level, and like, if you're going to put Train in, you're going to have an 8-1 lead against Bren, and you bring it to a 16-14. I'm sorry, like, it's not good enough. It is not good enough. And these are the mistakes which you're going to be building up. You're going to have these tendencies which you have against teams like Bren, and then you're going to qualify, go for a Pro League, or go for the majors, face off against, let's say, a G2 or an Astralis or Fnatic, doesn't matter who. You're going to get completely crapped on. You're going to get punished for these small little mistakes and some of the loose style we've seen coming out from Tyloo. That is something you need to start fixing right now, and not wait for them, not wait till you're all the way in EU or NA, whatever, playing some of these bigger events before you fix them. So you need to address these problems right now. I don't know when that's going to happen. I can feel the frustration coming out from you and Mitch as well when you guys were casting that second map.
It's just so weird, right? I mean, we're used to seeing in the Western Hemisphere, just like when a team's better than another team, they typically don't let games get that close. But it's also hard at some points, I guess. But let's take a look, though, at the MVP of that map, and it's got to be going the way of Slowly. 26 kills, 6 multi-kill rounds. I mean, to be fair, I feel like almost Derek deserved the MVP of the entire thing. I mean, I understand they lost the map, but with 32 kills against a team like Tyloo, I mean, you can see there, like, he put on a hell of a performance here, Dinko.
Yeah, I said yesterday, Derek is kind of like the X factor for Bren. If he can show up, they can win a lot of rounds. But he shows up, and it's still not enough, unfortunately. 32 kills, impressive performance, but it's Slowly, I think, probably going to be the MVP of this. And well, he was again. This, I think, will be his third one. He's just incredible. He's kept this consistent level up throughout this entire tournament. When somebody's been quiet, it's actually Slowly stepping up. I think somebody has been quite underwhelming in this tournament so far. He's not really performing the way we'd expect or want from him. But luckily, in these close situations, in these scary maps for Tyloo, Slowly has been showing up. And his individual performance on Train seems to be consistent. So anytime we get to see Tyloo on Train, I'm going to keep looking at Slowly, because he's been very, very impressive. He's a player on the T side that can pull a lot of rounds back for Tyloo. He's been getting those multi-kills, moving in on his own. So yeah, I think Slowly is actually a player to keep an eye on. I think he's come into this team and probably not been given the best role based on him not being as known as the other players. And I think when he gets more comfortable and starts to really get into this team, Slowly is going to be one of the best players in China from what I've seen so far.
Just want to add on what Dinko said. I think that the little bit of a glimmer of good things or hope for Tyloo, despite these mixed results, would be the fact that slowly an Attacker have kind of come into their own. Attacker, obviously, we always knew what he could do, but him waking up recently has been a very good sign for them. And slowly, I mean, he's really showing what this guy can do. I haven't seen him make too many mistakes. He's just been the solid, reliable player, and I feel that's the foundation what just Tyloo team is needed for a while. You have the explosiveness of Attacker. You have Summer, who can be very, very, impactful as well. You have Dankin. We know what this guy can do. He's been quiet, but we know what he can do with AWP. And then you have just this walking, I don't know, amalgamation of madness and insanity that is somebody. And you need something stable in that lineup. And I think slowly is the perfect fit. He's really impressed me. I'm very happy to see him performing at this level right now.
Well, we're obviously going to see them perform later on. Not in today's match, unfortunately. They'll have matches later on in the week. We will be heading to a break. It's about 20 minutes time as we get things ready with D13 up against Beyond. You're definitely not going to want to miss this one. I'm waiting for Annihilation to see what he can do. Annihilation against Olivia. That's going to be a sick matchup. We'll see you guys soon.
Coming up next, D13 versus Beyond Esports.
you know what that mean. Here come a king. Bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near. Hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps. That's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance. Got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. Here we are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry, war cry.
Welcome back to Perfect World Asia League 2020. This is the Asia Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL. And we're going to be getting underway now with our second game of the day. It's going to be Beyond in a close match, potentially against D13. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by Mitch to my left-hand side, to your right. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's kind of backwards for me. We got Blad, we got Dinko. They're both below me. That I know for sure. And we're going to be kicking things off with this next game. So, Mitch, let's start things off talking about these two teams. For me, D13 is going to be it's going to have to be the first one we talk about because there's a certain player on the team that really stands out. Annihilation, well, not even just one player, there's 3 players that stand out, but Annihilation on the AWP seems to be hitting some of the flashiest and craziest shots we've seen so far in this tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. In terms of operas, I think he's probably stood out as the flashiest, as you're saying. One of the most enjoyable to watch, that's for sure. You've got a player like Score on that lineup as well. In terms of rifling, this guy has been absolutely insane. And the thing about this team, about D13, is yes, they come in at a slightly lower level than teams like maybe Beyond, but I feel like they can really push to get up there. They're one of the teams I look at that don't really need those roster changes. They've got decent structure. They've got a somewhat decent map pool. I think they could actually go quite far in this. Taking out Beyond is one of the big hurdles for them, though.
And I know, Blay, you were talking about, I mean, this is a very, very young team. If I'm not mistaken, you said Score was like 18 years of age and still being able to play at a really decent level. Like, how far do you think, these players can go within the roster? Do you think they stop within Mongolian-only teams? Or do you think we're going to see them come out into some other international rosters?
I don't know much about the English speaking capabilities of these players. Most famous, remember how Machine Gun, when he moved to NA to play for Splice, his English wasn't that great either. So I think Urkas obviously being the outlier. I think Dobu can speak pretty good English as well. So I think that's going to be the main thing stopping this players from maybe going for an international lineup or all Asian lineup. But I feel like there's enough talent just in the Mongolian scene for them to really, like I said earlier, my dream team right now for Mongolia would be Urkas, Dobu, and those 3 young guns. I think it would be very exciting for me personally. Annihilation is just 21, scored and rate is 17 and 18. So they're super young, super talented, high skill ceiling. I don't think this team as a whole is gonna, even if you give it a few months, I think they can contend to be maybe a top 5 team, but they need a little bit of more international experience coming in. But keeping that aside, that's for the future. I'm still excited to see what this team have in store for us, because I feel like we haven't seen too much from them yet. We don't really know what the map pool truly is like. We don't know how they perform and test it against some of the better teams out there. I mean, yeah, we've had recent results, but I feel like as we see them play day by day, they seem to be getting better and better. Some of these young stars, they seem to be really stepping up. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, even with this particular configuration of players.
Let's then look at their opponents. Then it's going to be Beyond, and this team really came out of the gate swinging. A team that we've seen some really good plays out of. One of the few teams we see really work well together. The flashes in to allow other teammates to get kills. And Olivia, for me, is a player that's definitely going to be stepping out. Then again, I talk about that, but we had QQ God yesterday. He definitely did put his foot on the gas and really showed no signs of stopping. This team has a lot of potential. 3-1. They're definitely and clearly going to be one of the leaders going into the playoffs if they continue at this pace. I just wonder, where's the limit going to be for them, Dinko?
Well, currently in first place, obviously a very good result from them. Olivia is in the top 3 rated players of the tournament, and he's also played 9 maps, posted a 1.27 rating. The only players above him are Kaze and Score. So we've got number 2 and 3 rated players in the tournament going up against each other. This should be fun to watch. Olivia is also the clutch leader in this tournament, so a lot of big plays coming from him. But again, like you said, QQ stepping up yesterday. It's definitely good to see. I think QQ can definitely be like the X factor for this Beyond team. They're very, very good on Mirage. They've got a good map pool. They can play Train as well, which is going to be a true test for D13 a little bit later on today. I think Beyond, coming into this event, they immediately impressed us with their first performance, and they've continued to look pretty solid throughout. There are a couple of questionable things, I think, up against Lucid Dream and all that, but for the most part, Beyond have looked like a pretty solid force. So this is going to be one of the first tests for D13 in this tournament, because they've played 3 games, they posted great ratings, but the 2 teams they played are Lucid Dream, which are in 8th place right now, and Mazalai, who are in 9th place. So they're the teams they've actually beaten. Then they played Tyloo and got wrecked 2-0. So I think this is another test for them. I think this should be a good matchup to see where they're really at.
Well, let's also take a look at 2 of the players we have standing out between the 2 teams. It's going to be Olivia up against Annihilation. And for good reason. I think this will probably be the sickest op matchup in my head. I mean, I think I've seen some flashy stuff at Olivia. Again, not quite as flashy as Annihilation has, thinking back to Train and his 1v3 clutch and of course his ace. But these are two oppers who can really put the hurt on it. And if you look at just statistics overall within the past 3 months, they're pretty damn similar, Mitch.
Oh yeah, they're neck and neck. I feel like this is definitely going to be one of the most enjoyable games to watch just because of this Alping duel alone. Like Dinka was saying, Olivia is one of the highest rated players in this tournament. Annihilation, sure, hasn't quite been up there in terms of the ratings. I think score steals the show a little bit there, but just the fact that he's so consistently going to be able to pull out those Alping duels, maybe pull the team ahead in those early fights. I do think that for D13, the next step to success in proving themselves is taking down a team like Beyond. If they can do it here, they've established themselves as a force to be reckoned with within the standings coming into playoffs. I would be surprised at this stage if we don't see D13 playoffs. So really, these kind of games come down to where the seeding's going to be. They're currently sat in 5th, but I think it's quite likely that a team like Invictus is going to overtake them. So they need to take down someone like Beyond or Tiger if they're going to be able to slot in top 4 and play some of the lower teams.
Well, we're just a few minutes out until we get underway with the first map. And speaking of maps, we need to find out what maps we're actually going to be playing in the series. I know we talked about Train. I would love to see it, but you know, it ain't going to happen. But there is an O map in here, Vertigo, picked by D13.
It's 2 O's. It's a double O.
It's a double O. Usually only get one O.
Well, I like 2 O's. But Vertigo getting picked, that's a surprising turn of events. Actually, it's a double O right there. Because Vertigo is a map that both the teams have only played once in the past 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. Beyond, they lost to Tyloo, I think it was, 16-11 or 16-12. And the same for D13, who lost Invictus. So them going for Vertigo means they probably have something in store for us here. What's surprising is Mirage wasn't banned out by D13, yet Beyond didn't go for it. In my eyes, and I think most people agree with me on this, Beyond are by far probably the best team in Mirage in Asia. They might lose a map here and there to maybe a Tyloo or the likes, but I still like what they do on that map. The fact they didn't pick Mirage means that maybe it might be a little wary of what D13 have in store for us here. But yeah, I'm excited. This is a very interesting map pick ban phase we've seen from the two teams.
Well, you know what? The game's about to get ready. I think they're about to kick off the pistol round here. So Mitch and I are going to go shut up. We want to hear you two talking about this next exciting match going away. So Dinko and Blair, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, it's time to get into this. I think D13, this is the true test for them overall. I think they have looked a little rough, and when you're going up against the tougher teams, you know, Tyloo have been their first real test, I think, in the tournament. They got banged out, right? But that's the top team. That's the team you've got eyes on. So D13 taking on Beyond, I think this is more of their level. We've seen them play back in Rio, and well, they did take a map off of them, but for the most part, in the maps that Beyond won, it was rather convincing. So Vertigo's going to be exciting, but immediately Annihilation's off to a good start, gets rid of Olivia.
Well, we were talking about the head-to-head between Olivia and Annihilation already. Annihilation coming out on top very early indeed. I'm still not very convinced about his map pick from Beyond, Dinko. Like you pointed out, they played each other once on his map for the Road to Rio, the ESL Road to Rio, the previous RMR, which D13 won, albeit it was a pretty close affair. And considering that Vertigo was picked by D13, you would imagine they have something in store for us here. So Beyond are the better team. I don't think we have any doubt about that. But just looking at the first 2 maps, if it doesn't go to map number 3, I feel like this could be a very good opportunity for the side of the Mongolian side for D13 to maybe pull off. KNTZ left alone in a 1v5, there's nothing he can do. Annihilation just wreaking havoc in the pistol round. 3 quick kills. The first one on Olivia the moment they came out of T-Ramp. And yeah, D13 off to a very good start here in Inferno. Their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is definitely exciting. And D13, I mean, Annihilation, we want to see him show up. And the last time these guys played, Annihilation did alongside Score. They seem to be the 2 reliable pillars for this D13 side. So that's what we want to see over here for Beyond. The last time these 2 guys played, QQ dropped 80 kills in the series. So that's going to be interesting to see if he can show up again in this matchup. He has steadily been getting better as the tournament has gone on. Tamir tossing the nade down in towards Banana. Doesn't actually do a whole lot at all, really. 5 HP damage done to QQ, and he's going to get a Deagle headshot. Finally going down, the double from Tamir is dead. The MP9's delivering death and dishing it out in towards Banana. Now we've got ourselves man advantage in play for D13.
I feel like Tamir has, he tends to obviously get a little, not necessarily struggle, but you know, when you have opponents like the players you have, that is just unreasonable. That SK was blinded. Maybe the flash was a little too deep. So despite having an initial man advantage, it has been dragged back here by the thigh side. They do have the pistols to work with. Deagle up close, nice flashbang. Annihilation blinded. He's going to go for the pre-fire, giving away his position, and it's all gone wrong, Dinko. We're talking about what a good start they had, and now it's all on Tamir. He's got to get the ace and the clutch to pull this one back.
This round from start to finish, I think, was just played really badly by D13. The initial banana hold not really working out. Getting the double kill, luckily Tamir is able to make it winnable. And they had the man advantage back in their favor, but that peek down in towards middle from score is not needed, really. I know they have the flash buying available. You can't really do much about getting 1D'd while the flash is blinded STK, but the peak overall, it's just not needed, really. They had the man advantage, they had the better weapons, and it all just crumbles.
It all crumbles. I just want to touch upon the fact that Tamir is a player who tends to get overshadowed by the 3 young guns he has, but he has really been very, very solid indeed for his team. That was a great flash, by the way, on the Annihilation. He had to start going for the pre-fire, and even though he didn't get taken in while blinded, that just gave away his position. And that was a crossfire. I felt like Beyond just gets shredded with the 2 CTs there, but great play coming out of Beyond despite losing the man early on. And with that, D13, they just have to go for the full eco. And might even be seeing a double eco coming out from D13 in this in the next couple of rounds.
It's always annoying when you win the pistol round and then go on to lose to Deagles. It isn't even that second round force buy that contains the AK-47s. It's just the Deagles in play. And QQ, I mean, he gets off to a really good start in towards Banana. He's just taking the straight up aim duels and he wins them. So that's a good start. That's what we want to see from Beyond. We want to see this individual showing up. Annihilation with his Deagle, confident, peeking down in towards middle. No one taking the fight with him though. Now he'll go back to short, playing a little bit more passively. Beyond looking to take Banana, great stuff. QQ again, just opening things up. Rit going down, no trade yet. Tamir with the flashbang, looking to hold on. His teammates are very far away. All my rolls. Trying to take a little bit of a fight. He was up on top of the sandbags. Does come out with high HP still, so you'll not be too worried about that. Score has rotated over towards this B-bomb side. Now the push comes in, the utility's up. Score just trying to chip some shots down, but it's not going to work for him. Tamir swings into the open, wildly spraying on the CZ. It doesn't make any rewards. Annihilation through the smoke. Trying to time some damage together, but it's not happening. Olivia overruns his teammate, and it has to be D13 just saving a couple of Deagles, hoping for some exit kills here. As Beyond run them down, the MP9's taking cash, and it's going to be 1-1, now 2-1 for Beyond, as they will go into the lead.
I really enjoy watching Beyond this T side especially. It's like it's kind of like a hive mind thing they have going for them. The way they work together as a unit. Oh, okay, hold on, Mr. Cap making a little bit more expensive. That's nice. But they will just lose the MP9s, and I think there's a Magnum in the buy over there. So yeah, all things considered, it is going to be a double eco coming out from D13, another opportunity for Beyond to get a pretty comfortable round here. But yeah, I just want to talk about how Beyond, the difference between Beyond and many of the teams you see in Southeast Asia, in Asia for that matter, right? You know how gifted some of these individual players can be. Like we said, how QQ can be this X factor. We know what Olivia can do. We know what Kenty, STK, and Meryl's can also do when they're really feeling it. But it's just the way they work in tandem. Like it sounds very basic. Like you expect, like, oh, it's Counter-Strike. Of course, they're going to supposed to work together as a team. But that is something which has been a major complaint for Echo when it comes to watching some of the T sides from a lot of these teams. And I feel like Beyond, they do a very good job trying to like just have this Zerg rush sort of mentality when it comes to the T side. They just work together. The trades are always in point. They keep it simple. They're able to they have the roles figured out as well. There's no panic. Rarely do I see panic in the way they approach some of these rounds. And always there's going to be someone marking the flank. There's going to be someone making sure that there's no cheeky push coming in from maybe the CTs. It's really lovely to watch. And I just feel like it's such a tragedy that they're not able to just crack that top 3, top 4 barrier, against the likes of a Tiger, a Tyloo, a Vici, or an Invictus for that matter. But I think they're right beneath them, like a top 5 team right now in Asia.
Whoa, that's unfortunate. Tamir does get taken down. Beyond just taking the time, not making any mistakes. There's a couple of teams in this tournament that we would see kind of just run Ranstam and consider that round done and lose a couple of players needlessly. So good to see it Beyond playing percentage Counter-Strike. And D13, here comes their buy. AWP into the hands of Annihilation. This is what we've been waiting to see. No AWP for Olivia. I don't really know if we're going to see it much from Beyond here on the T side. We know Olivia's very solid on it, but he's also a very proficient rifler, so not exactly needed to get into his hands. Annihilation looking for that peek down towards mid. He's been very confident in taking these opening fights towards this position, but not this time. And well, STK, he's going to go down, score with a double kill. He lines up STK and QQ. This is such a start to the round. Finally, he will go down. Mayrolls is able to trade back in 2v4. This is definitely looking good for D13.
It is indeed. Mr. Cat replies back. Olivia turns around, but finds two CTs waiting for him. Nice hold from D13. They're just losing score. And that too after he did pick up a double kill there. And yeah, this is what we've been waiting for, the buy rounds. Just the sheer individual brilliance. And I know we talk a lot about Annihilation, because let's be real, Dinko, there's nothing more satisfying to watch in almost the entirety of esports than a very flashy star opera just pop off, right? There's something beautiful about it. Like,
yeah.
Why is it, you know, Kenny S, JW, Device, Guardian, Simple, all these players, why are they so famed and legendary? I'm not taking anything away from the riflers, but there's something beautiful watching an opera, and Annihilation is one of those. He's not at the level of the names I just mentioned there, but he is being very impressive and very fun to watch. But we can't forget that Score is actually the MVP of this team. He has been consistently, he's not the flashiest of players, but he's going to keep giving you this multi-kill rounds, basically net you safe rounds. And I think he has just been phenomenal so far for this team.
He's been absolutely brilliant. He's the second highest rated player in this tournament, 1.3 at rating across 7 maps. Like, that's so impressive. Tamir burns away QQ. And also, just to highlight how difficult it is there to take that top spot, it's Kaze currently in top. So, you know, he's the best player in Asia at the moment.
Best
he's
opera
playing
as well.
in Asia.
Best opera as well, by default.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, man. I was wanting to see a world where we'd probably see Kazi and Benta together. That would have been good. But you know what? That would have been a good team. But at least Benta's moved on to much greener pastures over at Genji, where he's doing a pretty good job. But right now, D13 are doing a pretty decent job here in the buy rounds. They've taken the initial kill. QQ's been taken down, but it's B bomb site. They're trying to it's a bit of a ruse here from Beyond. They have a couple of players, KNTZ and Meryl, to have a smoke and a flash remaining. And they're going to try and sell something, draw the rotation, which has taken place. There are 3 players waiting at B right now, but if they can get a couple of openings, the bomb actually might head on back here. But there's no time. There's no time remaining, Dinko. This has gone all wrong. 1 player remains, and it's all on Olivia to make something happen. Goes for the spray, but it's a brilliant shutdown from D13. Don't lose a single player. That was a high-risk play from Beyond, and nothing goes their way.
Well, that's a good early sign from D13 that these rounds be looking good for them at the start. You've seen Tamir getting that kill with a Molotov, Rip being able to follow up. We know the defense of each bomb site has actually been very strong so far at the start of this game, so there's no weakness just yet from D13 being shown. And that's actually been a bit of an issue for a lot of teams in this tournament so far, is that they can look good on one bomb site and a little flat on the other. And I think B has certainly been the more questionable site for a lot of teams so far. You know, you've been seeing a few questionable setups in terms of how they take banana control, how they re-aggress in banana if they lose it early on. So good stuff from D13. And it's nice to see coming in from a young roster where you would expect more mistakes to come through, but Score holding up towards top middle. He's going to be overrun. A good flashbang from Olivia allows QQ to take that kill on Annihilation. Well, luckily he's not alone. Tamir's kind of annoyed that they haven't rounded the corner chasing after that AWP. Instead, Beyond used the discipline. And they're going to turn back to Banana, where Rit is currently waiting all the way down and looking to line them up. He's overrun. Just too many players coming into his position. And STK trades efficiently.
Smoke going to be blooming. Tamir is waiting for the flash from his teammate. Oh, yeah. Oh, what? Oh, no. If there was a flash there, I feel like Tamir could have got another kill, but at least Annihilation getting the kill through the smoke. makes it a little bit more viable, this retake. It's not going to be easy, though. Annihilation with the AWP. He's not going to switch up. He's not going to swap out for a rifle. He's going to be scoped in, walking on up QQ. Going to be the first point of contact. Annihilation finds him before QQ is able to find anything. Now, KND's position has been spotted. Annihilation, he gets the tag. He does get the tag, but unfortunately, it's to a pretty big chunk of cement, and unfortunately doesn't get the kill. And with that, beyond this strike back, fortunately for D13, the couple of rounds they've won were pretty convincing, so a buy is going to be coming in again.
He's so quick. He really is so quick on the trigger. Annihilation just hitting so many shots here. I mean, a little bit unfortunate if that flashbang doesn't come in, because definitely see a world in which he does much more from that spot. Annihilation back in the middle, he's been confident, and well, this time getting tagged up down to 15 HP. Luckily, he gets away with his life. That's becoming a little still.
No!
Okay, Olivia, they line up. 1 bullet, 2 kills, and the B-bomb side's gone. That's the round 1. Immediately, 1 shot fired from Olivia's ult, but we've already got the round done. Oh, that's unfortunate.
1 bullet, 1 round. You don't see that often. Just the sheer timing. They were setting up for their utility, the crouch down. And Olivia, the moment he gets the kill, he knows. He's like, all right, I got 2. Even if there's 1 player over there, it's fine. We can just steamroll him, just Zerg rush him. But beyond, they get to 5 rounds here. And of course, a save going to be called. At least the AWP will be saved for Annihilation. That's why you want to ensure that, like, that particular angle, right, when it comes to the logs, you want to make sure that's not easily taken by the T's early on. You can set up for the smokes and everything, but you need to use up a little bit of utility, or maybe, rattle up a few bullets. Make it uncomfortable for the T's to set up to go for a shot like that. And maybe they've done it earlier in the past, but everything just not aligning at all for them. And for of course, for Olivia, the stars align, and even the bodies do.
And now beyond, well, that's a round that they didn't even really have to fight for, really. I mean, they just send Olivia up towards top logs. Job done. Good for the money. Not so good for D13s. They do immediately save those 3 players over, but you can see the effect that it's had upon them. Rit with 1.4k, 0.7k for Tamir, but Annihilation, he knows there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. They're all setting him up to do the damage. He's taking down the first player in the form of Olivia. Gets the revenge for the team. But now, into the 5 versus 4. Man advantage favoring D13, but the round still favored heavily in favor of Beyond right now. Look at the economy they got. They got all the rifles, UMP utility still available. This double ult now picked up. That changes things a little bit.
It was a pretty big retrieval with the AWP. Of course, Tamir has got no Kevlar. It's gonna be the glass cannon here. This A bomb site could be a problem. But this is perfect. This is actually perfect for D13. You have the 2 save rifles over towards B. Sorry, over towards A. You have the CZ up close towards the balcony area. But instead, they're going to be heading back towards the B bomb site. This is where I want Annihilation to fall by. You got 38 seconds, bud. You have Incendiary. Use it right now. Use it right now. There we go. Tosses it in. That's perfectly done. 2 ops, though. I'm not too convinced about this. And it's going to burn away a few seconds, but Beyond do have the time to work with. Instead being used up, but as a second Molotov coming out from Tamir, that was picked up, I believe, from Olivia, and they have to march on through now. 17 seconds remaining. Tamir going for the boost. Annihilation scoped in. I don't know if you've heard of scope. He spots a player out, catches QQ. 3v5 right now. The wallbang comes in. Look at the damage being dealt on SDK. They're not able to get the bomb down, and KNDZ finally gets it down, but he's trapped. Megan Merrill's left alone. The ops, my god, a 4K for Annihilation. Did he even take a second to just stop and breathe? Because all I could hear was an op just booming non-stop throughout the entire round.
This is one of the best performances from immediately on the onset from Annihilation. This is unbelievable. He's hitting everything. He's confident. He's taking these fights. His teammates are setting him up massively. I feel like he's in every situation. This is just a fantastic, disgusting round from Annihilation. Now 5-4. Beyond, no, they have an AWPer to go up against right now. And it's not going to be easy. It's 10-4 right now, heading into round number 10. Unbelievable stuff. And he's going to peek down in towards middle again. Flashbang. Olivia this time waiting for him. So Annihilation, this is where we get to see his true caliber, whether or not he's going to make these mistakes and really go into the hands of Beyond. Rit has just taken a player down through the smoke. QQ, who is finding a little bit of success towards B early on, just pushing through Banana as the front man, is down early on. So you don't really like to see that if you're Beyond.
Well, it's kind of interesting, like, how, well, it's still early in the game, but the dual op setup, it's kind of reminiscent of the way certain teams used to play the CD side Inferno a few years ago, right? It's very hard to describe. It's very different from the meta we see currently or in the past, year and a half, 2 years in international CS. The way Raid Annihilation getting his early picks and Beyond not able to really counter it. But here we go. Hit again going to be coming towards B. This time they have a lot more time to work with the Raid with an AWP. Tamir joining the party as well. Raid standing in the flames. That's another kill. He doesn't care if he's on fire. He's a firewalker, Dinko. And it's going to be all on Olivia. 1v3. He's going to get the bomb down. And to win this one, he's got to get 3 more kills.
Well, Olivia now into the 1 versus 3. You'll walk back over towards Ruins and a bit of an angle to hold. But the issue is 2 players around the corner, one of them being Annihilation. Missed shot. That's even more of a problem now as they start to run in towards his position. It's a fast flick to the right side. A quick shot again, landing on Mr. Cap. Now the 1 versus 1. AWPer against AWPer. Annihilation somehow hitting the shot, but it's not death. And Olivia, he's going to pull it off. A huge clutch as he delivers 6 rounds for Beyond Esports.
That is insane! He misses the shot, Dinko, but boy, oh boy, does it make up for it. Boy, oh boy. There we go. This is why we talk about Olivia. Now, we've been talking for singing praises of Annihilation and score and rate, but when he shows up, Olivia, he makes it look so brilliant.
Well, we did talk about the fact we want to see this alt battle come through, and my god, it is delivering so far. Olivia just destroying them. Annihilation actually hits the fast flick up towards the coffins. He does damage, but not enough for the kill. And this time, opens things up with a kill onto May Rolls. Man advantage in play for D13. And we've already seen that Annihilation can deliver in these kind of rounds, where he's got the pressure on his shoulders to be the player that has to set them up for success. And he's got that opening kill.
The wallbang Annihilation got onto Olivia there. From my POV, from our POV rather, he wasn't even looking towards Olivia. The barrel, it felt like it was pointing into the side. How fast is this kid? Oh.
I don't know why he was looking the other way anyway. I was kind of questioning that.
Style points, Dinko, style points.
Yeah, that's it. That's for sure. Well, ATZ, Molotov coming in towards his position. So he's forced away. Tamir, he's going to hear the footsteps around the corner. He's going to get the timing. Oh, God, it doesn't even matter. Score's just got a double kill. 3 overall in the round for him. And now it's QQ. A 1 versus 4 in total. And Tamir will get his reward for the push. How many times are we going to see that, boy? That's 2 already added up to the tally.
Yep. Imagine the freedom you have, like, with how you can vary your setup in the CT side, especially in a map like Inferno. When you have someone like Annihilation towards B, and then you have Score over at A. And, again, taking nothing away from Tamir or Mr. Cap or Raid, all of them are solid. Raid especially, one of the other youngsters, young stars, I'd rather say, in this lineup. It just... so clean, my word, Olivia. How does he even land that flick? 17 HP. It is, of course, the forced buy here from Beyond. It's not just a little bit of an upgrade. It's a full investment. So they want to do a bit of damage. Annihilation spots a foot, but he will not land the shot. And Beyond just pretty much posturing towards his A-bomb side, and they're ready to just jump on out. Flashbang in hand. 2 flashes, 1 on QQ and 1 on SDK. And they're going to be popping it right about now.
Well, Mr. Cap down in the pit. Always going to be overrun. May Rolls with the P250 gets rid of him. Now 4 versus 4, Score looking for the spray. QQ gets rid of him on the Tech 9. Not like this, surely. Back to back, low by wind, but Annihilation, he just hides inside the site. He's a nuisance as he stops the bomb from being planted, but it's all onto Rit. A 1 versus 3 retake of this A bomb site, and he is shut down. Beyond Esports, they can show that they'll come back right into things with their low buy with a couple of pistols. And well, we have a scrappy game in our hands here.
Yeah, that was a very, very iffy hole towards an A bomb site. Like, just the one flash, and the player at pit was completely blinded, gets over with the P to 50. No one making sure that he's, you know, like he's protected, is covered from the site. Like, the T's had to cross on over. There was no smoke either for pit, and somehow they managed to win it. That is absolutely abysmal, I might say. And despite the rounds being exciting, Dinko, yeah, we've seen some very massive hero moments from both the sides, but let's be real, Beyond have looked the better team so far on their map pick.
So far, in terms of the gun rounds, Beyond have looked better. I think the majority of the rounds that D13 have been able to pick up are off the back of individuals, right? And they've shown it's inconsistent. They haven't been able to win consecutive rounds over and over again and string them together. So this is looking like Beyond. It feels like at a certain point they might just grab control of this first half. So onto D13 to make sure that they continue to make it uncomfortable for them. Well, Annihilation Knight's a little slow coming out of the cubby. We're going to check it anyway, but 2 kills coming in immediately here for Beyond. They have the A bomb site. The stack really paying off for 3 players there. I hate it. I hate it when teams go for just default setups on USPs. You're never going to win anything.
I agree. I think we've mentioned this, like, brought this up like 4 or 5 times already.
I know.
And still they do it.
We'll just link every D13 player this VOD at this exact time.
But then they'd probably reply back, yeah, but, you know, they come, they do double tap, 2 double tap, 2 double tap, 2 double tap, 2 double tap. Easy. Yes.
Yeah, probably. I'll just reply with a VOD link where it's worked like 10 times. Well, SDK. He's down right now, it's just Tamir. And he's gone as well. Another round picked up for Beyond. They've won the half already by a minimum of 1. Of course, in this current situation, you'd kind of be expecting him to win a little more than that, but nonetheless, it's D13 that come into it with a purchase. I believe they've got that double op set up out immediately, and they're going to have a FAMAS in the hands of Rit and an MP9 for Tamir. I mean, it's not the best buy coming in from D13, that's for sure, but it is a rather decent one.
Well, looking for the initial picks. They've been really good at getting the picks with AWP towards Banana and towards mid, but Beyond seem to have wisened up to that fact. I couldn't be facing towards Banana. Use a little bit of utility, and they're making pretty quick pace towards A. This could actually catch the CDs off guard before the rotation even really takes place. Tamir all the way towards Speedway. He's still a distance away. Slowly made his way towards Arch now. This tossing is a flash. Annihilation catches Olivia. That was a little sloppy there. That was very sloppy from the T side. And then Tamir comes jumping around like a madman. AK-47 in hand, but not able to rattle off a bullet in time. So after the initial skirmish, Beyond do get 1 back, but it's still 2v4. Definitely, firmly favoring the Mongolian side for now.
Scores is patiently waiting for this play. NTC goes around the corner without any utility, obviously wanting to sneak up on this B-bomb site. And while Score is completely ready to take him away. And that's a nice shot from the AWP on the back lines. Mayro's trying to move forward with the AWP, and he is shut down as well. Score getting rid of him. That's going to be a 6th round picked up for D13. And now we go into the last round of the half. This has been a close affair, back and forth, scrappy Counter-Strike. But now this half, well, it has already been won by Beyond. But if 7 rounds are posted, that's as close as you can get it from D13.
Yep, Tamir with the hero play. I was talking about how he's pretty far away, but he has the MP9 and decides that the best way try and bring that one back for his side. Just try and be as disruptive as possible. That's exactly what he does. So, mentioned Dinko. Beyond at least have the 1-round lead. Can they make it 2 is a question. They of course have the money for the buy. But for D13 to have everything to work with here. They have the double ops, they have the rifles and every one of the players. And they're playing this banana hole pretty aggressively. This is where it gets a little worrisome, especially Amir. Great flashbang, but that is brilliant. QK, I think, was playing the anti-flash, but Score replies back immediately. Fast flick on the Merrills. The second one doesn't connect, but at least has kept them at bay for now. And he's holding it all on his own. No rotation taking place yet from the CTs. They have still having 3 players playing towards a Score. This position is good. He can find one and get back to safety. But he's going to get run down. They're going to come hunting after him. Molotov raining in. He doesn't have many places to go. He sees the flames right in front of him, smokes it off. They know exactly where he is. And now he's going to get hunted down, Dinko.
Well, he's under pressure here. Score. He's going to go for the wild no-scope, but he's taken down through the smoke. And now 4 versus 3. An advantage in play for Beyond as they move forward. Looking for the spray, but STK chimes through. And last round of the half, E13 having to attempt this retake, no matter how impossible it may seem. It looks like a 9th round almost confirmed here for Beyond. KTZ's positioning. Sitting by. He's going to spray, shuts down Mr. Cap, and now it's just Annihilation, cleaned up by QQ. 9-6 at the half, Beyond lead the way by 3. Pretty entertaining half for Counter-Strike, though.
Yeah, this is actually fun. We did have a player drop out of the server. I do believe that was Score. So he should... Oh, there we go. His joint's back as well. Pretty even ping as well. I do believe they're playing in the... you know, one team's based in Mongolia, others in Thailand, so they are playing in the Hong Kong servers, which is the fairest server for both the sides. But yeah, Beyond going to be pretty happy with the way this one played out. I had my doubts as to why they went for the Mirage pick. Sorry, they didn't go for the Mirage pick rather, but they're showing. You know, 9 rounds on the T side is something you really can't scoff at, Dinko. But one thing we've noticed from most of these teams is that apart from maybe Tyloo and Vici, the CD sides, it kind of tends to just combust internally at times, and that's always a worrying factor, especially for Beyond.
Yeah, when you take a look at Inferno, it's generally looked at as a CT-sided map. A little bit more balanced now, this version, of course. We do see a lot more T-rounds picked up. Beyond can't afford to just drop the ball completely here. They would love a pistol win. Well, STK swinging into the open, Annihilation with a headshot. B250 dropping STK. KNTZ, he's good for a headshot. Olivia replying, and Mr. Cap and Score, they'll fight back. The Glocks making it work. A man advantage in play for D13 as they get that bomb planted on this A site. KNTC is available, and he's also got a kit blast, so take note of this. Alongside the Kevlar and a smoke, Mayroll finding a headshot. Now it's a 2 versus 2. No longer an advantage, siding with D13. The position, okay, is strong for Mr. Cap, but now he's alone. There's a smoke available to smoke off his teammate for the defuse. And Mayrolls, he's going to be sticking it. There's the 10 seconds. KNTC now the last remaining player, and Mr. Cap, he's going to win it. Surely at this point, there's absolutely... Okay, he's got a kit. That's fine. KTZ had time anyway. He pulls off the round. My God, that's ridiculous.
That smoke. I mean, it's so weird. It's a 1v2. They throw the smoke, and Mr. Cap uses it to kill the diffuser, but then KNTZ uses it to kill the final guy. So was that a bad smoke or a good smoke? I don't know, Dinko. It depends on your perspective.
That was very... I mean, they had the barrel lined up. I thought the smoke was going to hit off the barrel, go to the site. Would have been absolutely perfect, right? You could just diffuse inside the smoke, not really being spotted. You could also have eyes on the pit player. But KNTZ, I mean, it's a smoke of two-faced smoke, really. It allows death to go his way and kill to come his way too. It's a trade-off.
I feel like if it... I don't blame him for the smoke, but if you immediately cross into the bomb site using the smoke, I think that would have been a better idea. They tap the bomb, and they wait for him to go for the peak together, right? I feel like that would be a better play. But hey, it's could've, would've, should've. That's something which can be a very slippery slope. And at least the result is Beyond, they do win the round. They win their first pistol round, the first one being won by D13 earlier. And with that, Beyond get a double digits. It's going to be the anti-eco here. It is just a light buy from D13. They got the bomb down, but they opt to go with the Deagles, the Tech 9. We do have Mr. Cap with the Kevlar. Apart from that, one flashbang and a bunch of pistols. Okay, Score has some Kevlar as well. But the scary thing is we know how how sharp these guys are with the pistol. So the two players towards the B bomb side, it's not going to be that easy. STK and Merrills, they still have quite a bit of work to do.
They really do indeed. Merrills looks to hold on from the back lines. He's got the new box position lined up. SDK peeking out into the open. Brilliant hold so far from Beyond. Absolutely no issues there. A single kill going in favor of D13. And that is exactly what you want to see.
Very, very clean hold there. They had the one flashbang. I like what they did with the flash. They popped towards CD spawn, even blinded Merrills all the way at the back. But STK doing good work up close. MP9 survives in 2 HP, gets a couple of kills. And it's going to be kind of a... Ooh, nice little transfer there. It's going to be a little bit of a bonus round here for the Thai side. They do have the 2 MP9 still in play, a couple of M4s and a FMAS. A lot of utility, though, to work with. And for D13, they went for the Eco. And okay, all right, that is unreasonable from Olivia. And the nade couldn't even find the final kill. No score. Will just hop his way to safety. But KNTZ is there to shut it down. That was such a quick round, Dinko. Score annihilation left, but Score, he's bleeding out. He's hemorrhaging internally, and it's going to be all an annihilation. We've been singing praises of this young guy, but this might be a little bit too much, even to ask from him.
Yeah, this just isn't going to happen. Especially being spotted. Annihilation going down now. Just Score. He'll do his best, but 2 players on the other end of the boiler door. Now 12-6. This is the perfect start coming into the second half. Beyond, win the pistol, albeit very scrappy, but nonetheless win the pistol. Come into the next round, cleanly pick it up. Don't lose a single player. First gun round rolls in, and they destroy in that one as well. The money is so good on the CT side. 12-6. This could have been a close half. Still can be. But it's much more difficult now for D13 now. They've got off to an awful start in their second half.
I just want to point out, in that round, Beyond had 2 SMGs, 2 MP9s, and they had a FAMAS along with the 2 M4s. Right now, they have 4 AKs. That was the fastest Amazon delivery service I've ever witnessed on Inferno, and they're going to punish them for this. Magic cross on over, though, but QQ replies back. He's aware there are a couple of players nearby. Timing is terrible, but SDK is going to get found out. The CZ's up close. Score and rate. They upgrade their weapons, but still Merrills floating around. It's going to clothesline Score. He knows there's another player nearby, but... Rate, if he crosses on over, is he going to cross on over? No, he's not. Bombs drop. It's all on Tamir now. They're making this expensive, Dinko. And Tamir, he's got no Kevlar, but if he can isolate these fights, find 1 kill, if he finds KNTZ, this is very, very winnable for Tamir, but unfortunately, he repositions his crosshair at the worst time possible. A much more expensive round for Beyond, but honestly, how many players have they lost the past 3 rounds? They're going to be pretty happy with the way this one's played out as well.
Yeah, well, 13-6. D13 will go into this next round with the AK-47s. All the utility they need. If they lose this round, we're probably looking at the last 2 rounds of Inferno coming up. And that's kind of sad to say, considering how close the first half was and how close this second could have been. But beyond CT side, all the worries we had seem to be answered, and all my worries are gone personally. Well, QQ has taken down the first player. It's Mr. Cap that bites the dust, and now they can just fall back. And this is what I like to see. No re-aggression, no needless kills going in favor of the T side. You don't get the opening, and they just slow it down, but Merrills is going to be under pressure. Score's just charging through. He's had enough, and they're going to overrun the B-bomb site. Big gap in the CT smoke, but they've already lost a player here. And Beyond played perfectly, but D13 realized, well, we have to fight back. It's fight or flight at this point. They take the fight to the B-bomb site. Has to be the retake. Score aggression. Oh my god, somehow able to take down Merrills. QQ able to reply though. And now a 3 versus 3. We'll be looking for this way back into this retake. Utility's gone down towards the coffin, so that smoke does buy a little bit of time for the T side. And Tamir gets aggressive, but it's not going to work out for him. KNTZ quick on the headshot. Another Molotov forces right into the open. Annihilation elevated, looking for the lineup of 2 players, and that's exactly what he's going to go and get. 2 kills come his way, and right with a double as well. I love the way D13 just upped the gear, realize our backs are against the rope. We just need to run over the top of it.
I love that. I really do. I agree with you. They knew where the CTs were. They were playing up close towards the top banana. Immediately, they smoke up their own Molotov, catches a CT towards CT spawn completely off guard with a smoke in hand. He was in fact very lucky to stay alive there. And obviously the player in the side as well, completely overrun, not knowing which target to really isolate. And then he got a little close here. A little bit of unneeded venturism from Tamir getting punished. But they're able to close it out, the two youngsters of Raid and Annihilation. Again, the opening kill going the way of the T's. Of course, the AWP will be picked up from Olivia. SDK, quick little swap up there. Merrills. I like this. I like this from D13. It kind of for a moment felt like that almost given up on this map, but then suddenly waking up and showing they still have some signs of life.
Well, opening kill is theirs. May rolls. Has an opportunity, but it's QQ that's actually going to get the kill back for Beyond. And that's all for that mid-aggression. Down into Banana, he had no idea about his position. And instead of committing, he actually just falls away. So great stuff from Beyond. They still managed to pull the kill back, but they've lost this B bomb site. Now the retake once more. Oh, Score!
What?
How? How does STK not take that kill? Score is so lucky as he turns around. A little bit of damage being dished out, but he just turns around and kills STK somehow. Right with a headshot. There has to be the safe call now, surely from Beyond. That could have been, that should have been that retake. I mean, at least the first steps to it, because Score was completely unguarded. He was unaware of that Ruins peak. Ah, that's just unfortunate. That's one where you just kind of kick yourself and throw your mouse across the room and smash your monitor.
Good reaction from Score though, just like instant headshot.
Yeah.
It just flicks around. And it was also miscommunication, like massive miscoms from D13. Why was Score left alone in that position? No one covering him. Or at least information that conveyed to him that, hey, there are a couple of CDs towards coffins. They're going to peek any moment right now. That's a little bit of lapse in communication, but lapse in the aim as well coming out from... Yeah, it wasn't like an instant. It's like he had enough time to just like readjust his aim and get the kill. But yeah. Good little mini resurgence from D13. Moment there. If it was 13-6, we look like Beyond just going to run away with this and take this to a very, finish off this map and take us to map number 2, which is going to be Vertigo, but not quite there yet. For Beyond, they have the AK and the AWP still saved. Meryl's dropping the AWP over to his teammate. Olivia purchasing himself a little bit of Kevlar and S2K and KNTZ around $2,000 mark. I feel like they're of course going to be going for the buy into the next round, but it will still be a rough buy. And if I'm Beyond, I go for if you this is assuming they lose this round or they don't do much damage here. But if they lose this round, I go for the double eco. I just go for a few more upgraded pistols in the next round. You have a 5-round lead. There's no need to like play very safe here. But Olivia, cheeky little play there alongside his teammate, and that's Tamir, the in-game leader, taken out very, very early into the round. And with that, I wouldn't be surprised to see Olivia just rotate all the way back towards the B bomb site. But no, he's going to be holding on towards A. Just him and his captain. Well, for the other 3 players, the AK-47 and the CZ and the USP stacked up towards his B bomb site. I wish they just went for a full stack think. I think that would be more... That would be increasing the chances a little bit more.
Well, we'll see if Bjorn can turn this into a round win. They have got that advantage, but Olivia, he's going to be under pressure, and while he's missing shots, he will go back and somehow still alive. The Molotov finally forces him out of position. He's done so much work. Delivers a real chance, and now KNTZ's position. He needs to go huge for the P250. They're not going to check it, but he's given away his spot. Luckily, the rest of the cavalry arrive, and it's right through the smokes that they charge. It's like the scene from Lord of the Rings at the end, where they all come off the ship, and well, now Annihilation, a 1 versus 3, he can be trying his best, but he's under so much pressure. 1 kill towards Graveyard, now 2 remain in the site. KNTZ recovers the AWP off Olivia's cold, dead corpse, and delivers the 14th round for Beyond.
How do you lose that? How do you lose that? Why don't you check? It's so simple, Denko. You check motor box, you get the kill, you plan safe, you play the post plan. How? And as well, the timing on the CD just pushed into the smoke. Like you said, it was like the Is it a ghost army? I forget.
Yeah, the Ghost Army.
Yeah.
Return of the King.
That's a really OP army, by the way. Ah, nice move from Tamir, but Olivia's like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna pluck you from the air.
Yeah, but you can only use it once.
Technically, Aragon he could have said, nah, you guys gonna be my personal army, but, you know, Aragon being a nice guy and all that, he's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Well, King Tizzy looking for the lineup, gets one. Overrun though, and Ritz somehow gets a double, so a chance here for D13 again. But QQ's position, they have no idea, and he can just slither on in, but that flashbang, that's gonna hold him back. And now they might just be aware with that flash coming in, but Mayroll's coming from the other side. The Molotov going down, QQ, it's mid-noise, standing in the fire, needs to get out, and he's gonna burn. Goes down, but Mayroll slithers in. Now Score up inside the middle, coming around long. They might not be expecting him to be so aggressive, but they turn. STK still gonna fall. Annihilation gets the job done. And it's a 9th round for D13.
I think Score spotted QQ crossing over from mid to short, which is why they were going for the default plan, and immediately they ran inside towards the bomb site. So I think that could be what happened there. But yeah, good way for D13 to bounce back into this one. It was a very desperate buy. They lost that one. The money would have been pretty much done for, and the money's still looking pretty grim. Score's got a little bit of cash. But fortunate for them, Beyond's money is way worse than theirs. P250, CZ, the only investment alongside a Kevlar in the hands of Olivia coming in for Beyond. But hate to sound like a naysayer, Dinka, but it just seems like D13 are just delaying the inevitable at this point.
Feels like a lot of teams have been doing that over the past couple of days. So we get to certain points like 15-3, and then suddenly it's 15-12, and then they just win. I mean, every team, obviously, a competitor has to keep going until you can't no more. So I respect it. And maybe, who knows, what D13 may be able to do here on Inferno. They might surprise us all, Blair. Highly unlikely, but yet still possible.
Yeah, I would never really count them out, but this flank is massive. This flank from Tamir, he times it right. They try to distract towards Banana, and Tamir is just like, alright, it's no towards CD, let's try A then. Slowly creeping up, hasn't spotted anyone for now. There should be a call from the rotate back towards A. He hasn't seen anyone yet. The one corner he hasn't checked, though, that is where KNTZ is. Now, if he had a rifle, might have fancied his chances, but... Oh, no. What? Oh, okay. He finds one. He just finds one, Dinko. That a little scary there for a moment.
Well, 4v4. Annihilation. Still alive. That's all that matters. Score. A little risky. You don't really want to give away an AK. And go into the lines then, though. Takes one. And there he is. I'm not a big fan of that. Now they have an AK, but Rit's going to try and get rid of it. And I don't think he'll be able to do so. Look at his money. This isn't it's not in a good spot at all. Score does, of course, have extra cash, so you can see the reasoning why he thinks it's okay to go for that push. But then again, you're just giving free cash to the CT side and an AK-47. So I'm not the biggest fan of that play.
Yeah, and this is a round where I suggested Beyond just go for upgraded pistols and not really go for full investment. And looks like they're going to be listening to reason, Dinko. I'm shocked. At the same time, I'm happy about this. But the thing is, this like slight little upgrade they have going for them would have lacked the bite if not for the AK-47 safe, like you mentioned. And that's an extra little bit of arsenal handed over to Beyond for no reason, like I said. It just wasn't worth it. Of course, the T's don't know what we do when it comes to the buy, but they should have an inkling. They should know that the money isn't really great right now for Beyond. I mean, that's one of the fundamentals as a team, as an in-game leader, or maybe even as a coach. You got to keep track of your opponent's money. I know it can get a little crazy in this current day of modern Counter-Strike, but it is still a requirement. QQ, is he going to check the close? He's going to complete fire. He made a footstep, though, and he goes to the pre-fire, but Mr. Cap able to recover in time. And information conveyed that he's taken a bit of damage. You can see the hunt already on as SDK waiting at the edge of the smoke, looking to pounce as KNTZ finds Mr. Cap. He won't survive. And a push comes in from Mayrolls. He finds a kill, actually. And SDK sitting on the coffin, I think is going to get taken down, leaving it all on KNTZ and Olivia. They have the AKs, Dinko, and they're going to go for the spray, but Olivia, well, kind of whiffs that one. Of course, the aim punch being quite a problem. And D13, once again, they survive the scare. KNTZ might be looking for some exits, but it is going to be round of 11 for D13.
(14-11). I'm glad that D13 have been able to come back into this half, because at the start of the second, we were really looking at Beyond, ramping the scoreline up, looking much, much better. In the second half, more convincing. Well, KNTZ just lining them up towards the end. Would it be his 30th kill if he was able to take down Tamir? It doesn't go his way. 14-11. Money's available here to Beyond, and this is where they'll get that buy-in. Now they'll be looking for 15. Map point.
This is still doable for D13. I know I said it's a little unfortunate. It's SDK. Yeah, I did mention how it's it feels like it's delaying the inevitable, but 14-11, this is very doable. You can keep whittling away the economy for the CT side, forcing them to go for, you know, alternate eco rounds or like light buy rounds. You play it safe, you play it smart. All of a sudden, you could be the team on 15 before even Beyond get to it, but that's all ifs and buts, Denko. We still have quite a ways to go. Swift Rise, KNTZ, 23%, 23.5% accuracy. Of course, a lot of spamming involved. I wonder what... I feel like Annihilation would have the worst accuracy for an Opera, because he literally goes for every shot possible.
And he hits most of them as well, which is the impressive part.
That is true.
And I go for every shot, Blair, and I hit about 3% of them.
I feel you, but which is why I have my, you know, I have my screen capture ready and running to just capture that one moment of brilliance, and I delete the rest 90% of the recorded footage. Mayrolls, QQ actually getting the kill. SDK gets taken down. They don't know where Mayrolls' position is. They won't be expecting him here. Oh no, oh no. Mayrolls gonna strike. 1, 2, almost gets the third, but the nade's there. Tamir is gonna fall. It's all on score, but I take his name, and Olivia immediately finds a kill. 15-11, map point. 4 map points for Beyond. That was a little rough there. The moment they got SDK, because he was standing in front of the triple boxes, they probably thought, all right, you know, he's probably the only guy there, and that was a big assumption. And we all know what assumption can do, Dinko. It can make an ass of you and me. I hated that phrase, but this time around it works out. What? Did Olivia even see him there?
Just stupid. Well, 15-11. Last round most likely coming up, but who am I to say the word likely in these games? 3 MAC-10s. 1 Galil. And a rush through the apartments. KNTZ looking for the spray down. He'll get his 30th kill. And Olivia, it's time to shine. Well, he strikes on the 2 players. And now Annihilation, the last remaining player. This is over. Finally, a team that are actually able to close it once they hit 15. Or maybe I spoke too soon. Annihilation, we'll see what he can do here as he comes out of the balcony. His teammates' corpses decorate the balcony itself, and Annihilation will find 1, goes back in for a little bit more. But it's 16-11 as Beyond Esports will take map number 1. Up next will be Vertigo. I think that's with D13. We've got to see something out of them. But overall, I mean, signs of life from D13. I think this is what we expect, the individuals showing up. But when it comes down to the team play, Beyond are just superior.
Yeah, you can just see, especially on the T side. For me, it was more the T side from Beyond, which was so very convincing. The way they worked together as a unit, and the way they just, well, played very clean Counter-Strike. I don't know about you, Jason. Jason and Mitch. I feel like it was a pretty entertaining game, despite Beyond clearly being the better team here.
I think I got to agree with that.
I was waiting to see if Mitch's mic was working. He likes to keep it muted. Sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
Thanks, man. No, it's true. I make mistakes. I do with Dinko sometimes, but yeah,
It's called
we're
a
looking at
Mitch.
no. We're looking at a lot of mistakes there by D13, but far less than what we're used to, which is a breath of fresh air, considering the series we had yesterday. I think this one delivered. We had the opping battles. We had Beyond coming out as the better team. It was certainly tangible, but I'm not 100% sure now. Moving on to the next map of Vertigo, I don't really know what to expect, to be honest. Like, both of these teams have such a small sample size. I'm not sure why D13 picked this. I feel like it could either be, it's somewhat of an even ground because the other team haven't played it. Maybe they've done a little bit of research and been scrimming on it. But also, maybe they just thought, let's take a risk. Let's take a gamble. See how it turns off. Try and catch Beyond off guard, because coming into this series, I really doubt Beyond were ready for this next map.
I'm not gonna lie, Annihilation made me happy. Some of the op plays, him and Olivia together. I mean, yeah, a couple of missed shots, especially like towards the A side, one of the holds for Olivia. But you could just see it was like a bloodbath between the two, almost like focusing on each other alone. But KNTZ, like, he finished off with 30 kills in that game. He popped off insanely. And the crazy thing is, like, him, Olivia, Myrals even having some pretty good games. On the other side, it was like a group of three as well. Annihilation score and rate, like we always talk about. But it seems like KNTZ just hit a whole nother level here. And I mean, it came close, right? I know Blow was saying, yeah, he doesn't think there's a chance here. D13 just delaying the inevitable. I mean, it came down to a couple of rounds, but in general, when it came down to who was the better team and who was playing better together, obviously it had to be Beyond. And I think there's a reason for that, because they've been looking fantastic the entire event so far. Vertigo, that's going to be, I don't even know what to think about that map when it comes to these two teams. I'm trying to take a look at their Vertigo like map stats, and what I can tell you is D13's played it once and Beyond's played it once, and that's pretty much it. So if if D13's going to bring it to the table here, there has to be a reason, right? You would have to imagine there's a reason.
Yeah.
I feel like when it comes to Vertigo, what's going to make it a little bit interesting is like the teams have played against. I'm going to bring up your transitive property over here.
No, it
Jason.
doesn't work like that.
No, I'm going to bring it up. Tyloo beat D13 16-11, and then Invictus beat Beyond 16-12. Invictus have beaten Tyloo, and Invictus beat Beyond.
God.
So that means that
they're both going to lose. Wait, that didn't really play out the way I thought it would. But yeah, I agree with you though. Like, I think Vertigo is a big question mark. I think it's going to be way more scrappier from both the sides. At least from Beyond. Beyond looked like the cleaner team in Inferno, right? But I think Vertigo is going to be a little bit more scrappy. But that's where I feel like D13 could shine, and maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe they're trying to catch Beyond looking a little confused. Because one thing Beyond really look good at, or in rather, would be the way to work together as a unit, especially in the T side, for example. The spacing, the trading is so on point. And on a map which you don't play that often, maybe that's where someone like Annihilation, someone like Score, can kind of like poke and prod and make things very uncomfortable for the Thai side. Maybe that's what they're looking for here.
Think about Vertigo. Think about the opping potential on that map. It should be insane. But before we get to that, I mean, we need to take a look at the MVP, and I'm pretty sure all of us here and all of you out there can guess who it's going to be. It's got to be KNTZ. I mean, he dropped 30 frags in that map. He's definitely deserving of it. The multi-kill rounds as well. I mean, it's not very often we see him. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily not very often. We see him play well pretty consistently, but we haven't really seen him pop off to this kind of level within his team. And we kind of have that like competition between like KNTZ, Olivia, and then the last slot, like Myrals, QQ, and STK have all traded around who's like the third fragger up against that core of Annihilation, Score, and Rate. So it's really cool to see like these three, I guess 2v3 kind of bowed out the entire time. But Vertigo, like Mitch, I mean, give us some thoughts here. How do you think this is going to go?
Well, on a point that you made there, I think it's immensely valid. Inferno for Oppers is never really a playground. It's not somewhere that you're going to see Oppers dominate. And yet we still saw some really great gameplay from Olivia and Annihilation. Now, we move on to Vertigo, a map that originally Oppers would avoid even picking up that scope weapon on the T side when this map first came out. But it's changed so much since then. There's so many more opportunities to use that we see it be present on both sides. I think we're in for one hell of a game when it comes down to scope duels. Combine that with players like KNTZ stepping it up. I imagine Score, Rate, we'll see a little bit more from them, hopefully, because now they've got an opponent that are out of their comfort zone. I mean, there's no way Beyond we're ready for a Vertigo pick. I think you'd have to be a lunatic to come into this series and imagine that map was going to come out. I thought maybe it goes down to second round bans, right? You just allow it to float through because you're like, no, they're not going to pick it against us. And then you're sat here like, oh, Why'd they do that? I have no idea. I think Beyond might even be a little bit scared. Maybe D13 have got a lot of preparation. Maybe this is a map that they're looking to add to their map pool. So I'm excited. I think this is where we could see the structure of Beyond actually be threatened and potentially a map go D13's way.
Well, you know what, Vertigo will be coming up here momentarily. You know what, Dinko, I'm gonna let you get this one in before we go to break. I want to give you a
So
chance.
just a real quick one. I think obviously Vertigo, we've seen Tai Lu and D13 play there. I think D13 did a decent job. Probably surprised themselves and like, here, we can play this map. Why don't we try it against Beyond? So I think that's the only reason we're going to see this map. I think Annihilation is going to be exciting to watch.
Okay, well, we'll be back after a short break here to get underway with our second game between D13 and Beyond. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes' time.
Vertigo 地图往事。Vertigo 是竞技比赛地图池中的新秀，如同它的中文名字“殒命大厦”。许多新手玩家都曾有过坠落的回忆。为了能够让大家更放心地游玩这张地图，如今已经为它安上了护栏，使其安全性大增。双方的出生点分别在上下两层，常有出乎意料的操作出现。Duprey 和 Glaive 就曾在地图边缘使出一招空中飞人直达 B 区，令人惊叹。B 区的转角结构也经常成为选手们秀身法的绝佳场地。在2019 DreamHack 马尔默的比赛中 ，Z 网面对对方集体 Rush B 的猛烈攻势，凭借地形优势，使出一招秦王绕柱，仅凭一把 USP， 成功守住了 B 点。B 区如此精彩 ，A 区当然也不甘示弱。同一场比赛中 ，Device 用一手攻速流沙鹰，轻取残局，攻破了 Vitality 的防御，同样在 A 区留下了让人惊叹的瞬间。
Everywhere and Device now has the M4. This could turn. Deagle out as well. Good frag, and he's got another one.
That's an ace. He actually aced them in the second.
A 爆点结构巧妙，攻守平衡。Nick 的新人 Now 就在今年4月的比赛上，在 A 点测到精准点射，枪枪爆头，让人不得不感叹后生可畏。我们的亚洲选手们又会交出怎样的答卷呢？让我们共同期待吧。
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer, we're in motion. We're a beacon in the dark.
Welcome back to PAL 2020 Summer. My name is Dinko. I'm joined by Blur. I'm ready to get into the second map. It's D13 looking to try and come back on Vertigo. It is their map pick. Beyond took away Inferno. It was close up to a certain point, and then I felt like it was Beyond just kind of grabbing control of that first map. But coming into Vertigo, it's a bit more of a surprising pick, really.
It is a surprising pick, and I can see how we could hypothesize why Vertigo was picked by D13, right? They probably have something planned for Beyond. They probably saw the game that they had against Invictus, and we saw D13 show some signs of life against Tyloo, although it was a 16-11 loss. But we have to, well, this is me donning my analyst hat, Tinker. We have to work with what we have, and what we have is Beyond are the better team. Can they play Vertigo? Yes, they can. They keep floating it. It's just the fact that in Asia, most teams don't pick Vertigo, so Beyond have the freedom where they just float it, and someone else bans it for them. It's not their fault. They don't really get to play that often. So based on what we saw in Inferno, based on what we've seen from Beyond in the recent past, I still have to say Beyond should take this map unless maybe Annihilation rate and score and the entire team basically show up and show us what they're really made of.
I think I'm going to agree as well. I think this should still be 2-0. But the best chance to win a map is here in Vertigo right now for D13. We take a look at what Annihilation was actually able to do. He could go head-to-head against Dan King on this map. It was looking really good on that T side, AWPing, going up that ramp, taking those immediate fights on towards the A bomb site. That was very exciting to watch. So I hope that he keeps that up, and I really hope for his sake that Beyond don't figure out how to shut him down early on. If they have a good ramp hold and they're good at that initial handling that initial aggression, well, that's when I feel like D13 are going to be struggling a little bit. If they don't get those opening kills, if they aren't able to get off to a good start in the rounds, I don't know how well they're going to be able to work their way in and break down the system, because that's something Beyond have, actually. It's a good tactical Counter-Strike at times, and also they've got so much individual skill as well. We've seen the depth on the team. It can be Olivia showing up being the star player. The last map, it was Kane to Z. We see QQ as well. It's just incredible that we have so many players that can step up for this team alongside that system. So yeah, it's going to be rough here for D13 if they don't show us what they've got here in Vertigo. And from what we've seen on against Tyloo, I didn't see a whole lot as to why I would be confident enough to pick this map.
Yeah, and it's also even against Tyler, we saw these hero moments of annihilation, right? Like hitting a lot of nutty op shots and whatnot on his CT side. But if you don't get rounds going your way, you won't have the money for the AWP. It's never going to be that easy. We even saw the double op setup come out from there a couple of times here and there. I feel like for me, more it's going to be Beyond's T side. It's going to be very interesting to watch. Their team as T side is not just about a player just jumping in and getting opening kills or opening up a site single-handedly, although that does tend to happen at times. Like we saw Olivia get a double kill with the one bullet towards a B bomb site, towards Banana on Inferno. But I feel like overall, for Beyond, we're going to be seeing not just, 90% A takes. It's going to be a little bit of mid-presence. It's going to be a little bit of a ruse towards the B bomb side. They're going to have a player marking the flank from D13. And for D13, one thing I noticed against Tyloo, we didn't see too many flanks coming from them. We didn't see them trying to be a little bit more adventurous on the CT side. So I feel like Beyond's T side is where they're going to kind of seal the deal, so to speak. The CT side might get a little scrappy, because you don't play Vertigo that much, you don't really have the protocols in place. But I feel like if Beyond get to, let's say, 11 rounds on the T side, or even 10 rounds, I think they've pretty much done their job here on this map.
Well, D13 looking to fight back here on Vertigo. It's the Pisteron coming right up. They'll be on the T side. I think that's where we've seen them do quite a bit of work. So we'll see if they can get off to the good start. I feel like it's almost paramount that they get off to a good start here. Annihilation, I want to see him out of the gate, shoot away, fire in all cylinders, score as well. They seem to be the two consistent stars. If they don't show up, we're going to be seeing a rough time here for D13. Beyond, well, they got a little bit of utility. STK purchasing up a smoke, a nade, and a flashbang. The rest with Kevlar over here for Beyond.
Smoke, nade, and a flashbang. Just keeping it in their arsenal for a potential retake, maybe towards A, where, well, let's be honest, that's where we've been seeing all the action. That makes me sad, Dinko. Like, we've seen the changes towards mid, we've seen the changes towards B, but still, the A bombs is just so lucrative as a nice nade sailing in. Raid drops to 60 points of health. There's a lot of utility, like you said. And STK spotting out a player. He's going to use a smoke right now. He's going to be saving it for a potential retake is a question. I like this from Beyond. They're not really taking the fight. They're like, yeah, that's fine. You guys can take over ramp if you want. A lot of time to work with there for D13. And despite Raid having taken a bit of damage, they still have all 5 players alive as they're heading towards his A bomb site.
Well, the Molotov going down to the back of the site. Olivia is going to be sitting back here with his teammates. He hears the bomb plant coming through. Bomb plant does arrive for D13. Still 5 versus 5 retake. You know, usually in Counter-Strike this is strange to see, but on the A-bomb side, Vertigo is quite commonplace. We see the smokes come up and it's very difficult to get rid of anybody. Rit's position, living life on the edge. We'll see if he can do some damage or dish it out, but the kills keep coming through for the T side. I love this. They're not passive in the post plant. Instead, they take the fight. And while 3 kills suddenly come in from STK and KNTZ, and now it's just Tamir, the last remaining player, hiding behind the sandbags, buying so much time. There's still a kit alive. They're looking for the lineup. He's going to get it, and a double kill pulled in for Tamir. He'll win the pistol and save D13. That round was looking good for them at the start, but then crumbled in the middle. But it happens to be a brilliant ending.
4K from the captain as well. The player you wouldn't expect to be, clutching out too many of those rounds. But yeah, great start for D13. They were telegraphing where they're going to be heading towards. Beyond, not able to keep the bomb plant from not happening. And yeah, good round at the end. Clutch coming in. It's going to be pretty happy start for D13. Like we said, this map is a big question mark for both the teams. We're not very so sure which way it's going to go. Still going to be favoring Beyond, but for D13, this is a test to not just like, ranking points and all of that thing. It's also to kind of know where they really stack up against some of the better teams in the region, right? We've seen what they can do against some of the lower tier teams, Lucid Dream and all of that, but Beyond are a whole different league compared to them. Apart from Beyond, of course, there's Tai Lu, there's Vici, there's Invictus, and there's Tiger. But I think Beyond are kind of like the gatekeeper, so to speak, for a team to kind of make a mark in the Asian scene. And so far, E13, they're just showing signs of life. It's except the fact that they still haven't found any success yet so far in this series. But yeah, pistol run going the way. Anti-eco, or anti-force by rather, they've got a 1 kill. STK using that smoke cheekily, but it's gonna dissipate. And that means, he might just get peeked out here. It's all about timing, Dinko. He's playing up close. A flashback. It's perfect. It is brilliant. It is just genius. And SDK finds 2. He will get traded, but the damage is done. They spotted the bomb out as well. And 35 seconds on the clock. They're going to be heading on back, but guess who's waiting? Hello. Good night. Olivia finds another one. AK-47 in hand. He goes to the peak. Brilliant headshot. And Score, who is all the way to the B bomb side, coming in for the late flank, but there's nothing he can do at this point. 24 seconds. He can't even make a run for it. And that's going to be the second round going the way of Beyond. What a perfectly timed flashbang for SDK there.
Well, May rolls. It's going to fall. Score just fleeing the scene. The SDK delivering for the team. 2 kills as well. And now the round picked up for Beyond. Now, we had this sort of similar scenario play out on Inferno. 4 spy wins were quite evident. Well, 1-1. That's not the start D13 would be looking for now. They've won the pistol. Okay, good chance to get off to a good start, but this is just fantastic. KNTZ flashes STK and delivers the damage. Now 1-1. Scoreline evened up. And Force Spy coming back in from D13. They'll have everything they could want here. Mac 10, Tech 9, CZs, utility. That's not a bad Force Spy by any means. So we'll see if they can make it work as they run straight up towards the A-bomb side. Sandbags player, how does Annihilation not see him there? STK gets a double kill, just lines them up, and now the rest of the players looking to continue their A assault, but it's just being stopped. Barriers are put up. No A-bomb site being taken today. 2-1 for Beyond. They did lose 2 players, but nonetheless, it's cleaned up and a rifle recovered as well.
Yeah, just losing the Galil and that MP9, I believe. They're going to be pretty happy with that one because D13 had gone for the Force Buy, and now just going to be some Glocks. Maybe a Deagle, maybe P250, but for Beyond, they have everything to work with here. And that's the one thing I enjoy about Beyond is it's a fresh approach compared to someone like Tai Lu, who clearly are the best team in Asia right now, but still, even Tai Lu, right, when we see the aggression coming out from them on a CD side, it's ill-timed, or it's unnecessary, or it's more like, well, why are you doing this? Like, there's no need to go for it. Even if they win it, it's frustrating for me to watch. For Beyond, everything has a plan. Everything has a plan. Everything has a game plan, and you're trying to work around it. The aggression is perfectly timed. It's never dry peaks. The flanks are well read. I just enjoy watching them. And right now, though, D13 finding a little bit of initial success. The Deagle, the only Deagle in this particular round from Score, getting an opening kill. Now, Merrill, I was talking about aggression, Dinko. Well, he does find one, finds another. He knows it might be a third player underneath the stairs, but whatever danger there was for a few seconds has very quickly dissipated due to Mr. Merrills.
Molotov down the middle. Mayrolls shutting out Rit and Tamir going down to STK. STK's been really good at these multi-kills. Mayrolls going to have the MVP. So early on, Beyond, pretty good stuff. Now comes the issue for them. It's going to be a little bit of a buy. I don't even want to call this a full buy because there are a couple of players that don't really have enough. They'll be getting the Galils out. They'll not have those AKs. They'll not have that AWP. And that's what you were talking about before, Blair. You know, if we're relying on Annihilation carrying them through here on Vertigo, if they don't win those rounds early on, they're not going to have that economy. They're not going to have that AWP in their hands as often as possible. And if they lose this round, they're going to be down for around 2 more. So we're looking at 5 rounds picked up for Beyond. That's when that scoreline starts to become pretty scary already.
Yep, it is starting to get a little scary already. Although, one thing I do enjoy about D13 are they are very tenacious. I think I enjoyed that about them. It's almost like they're just enjoying playing Counter-Strike. It's almost like, hey, you know what? We're not the best team here. We're not even like the best team from Mongolia right now, but we're having fun. We're seeing where we really stand and stack against some of the top teams. And that's why you won't really hear me being too critical of this particular team compared to, let's say, a Lucid Dream or a Beyond or even Mars-like, because they've been around for a while now, the Asian scene, right? And there is a little bit of leeway I'm going to give them if you're comparatively new. But if you've been around for a while and, you know, and yet you haven't really shown much, then, you know, criticism I feel is very valid, as Olivia almost getting the kill on the Tamir. But QQ's going to get the kill. 4v3 retake. Olivia pretty low. The CTs have a lot of utility work, but Ray with a brilliant shot into QQ. Catch them on the top of the smoke. Now 3v3 will be favoring. Oh no, that's terrible. What was that flash from Olivia? Comms really not working out. Raid finds another one, this time through the smoke as well, and Olivia's gonna get the hell out of there. And that was a strange round from Beyond. We talk about how good they are with the comms, but I felt like that retake just kind of got... They self-sabotaged themselves.
Yeah, that's a little rough from Beyond. And now we go into this round where D13, and it's another one of those plays where the individual really steps up. I think Rit does a fantastic job. He's cutting them apart one by one now, of course. He has quite a few fights he can take and just fall back behind the cover again. I think the way he's played that is really one of the only ways you can actually play that B-bomb site in the post-plant aggressively, because there isn't a lot of cover on that B-bomb site, so you have to play very passive. For the most part, you concede a lot of the control, so generally you're letting the CTs back onto the bomb site. It's just making sure that they don't take that bomb defusal. So that's an interesting way of playing it. I think Rit has to step up massively, especially because it's such a claustrophobic position. You can be pushed out from multiple different angles, so he plays that one to perfection with the smokes.
Well, with a timeout getting called here. I think that was by Beyond, I guess. But interestingly enough, I found it curious how Olivia could have gone for an AWP, and instead they opted to go for the rifles, because I do feel like they enjoy playing it this way. Fast hit coming in towards A. KNTZ completely blinded, but fortunate not to be peaked. Now QQ behind the sandbags, he's gonna get Molotov off, but he's gonna find a narrow little window of an opportunity to try and make his escape. Tamir trying to hunt him down, tickling him down with 34 HP AK-47. But he will stay alive. They're going to be having a little bit of a cheeky boost coming out here. It's all about timing. And Tamir head spotted out, bomb spotted as well. KNTZ is going to drop him, and they get the man advantage early. The skirmish towards A, but Annihilation use the edge at the bottom of the smoke, gets a return kill, and this is just, well, almost like a war of attrition, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, Mr. Cap is already around the corner here. At least he was looking like he's going to go around. Annihilation takes down QQ, and that's the defense really crumbling now as they've lost the man advantage. D13 will seize control of the A bomb site. Plant that bomb safely. It has to be the retake from Beyond. Olivia Has STK in front of him. Mayrolls coming in from the boost area. Good post plant positions held for D13. Beyond trying to scrap themselves together to get back into the site, but it's not working. Mayrolls gets 1 kill, but still they have to fight with a deficit, and the time is really ticking. Score instead of playing passive, they all triple peak, and there's just no way Olivia is going to win that one. And I'm a big fan of how D13 play these post plants. Instead of sitting back and playing passively, they're so proactive. They're always changing up, and that makes it very difficult for Beyond to try and figure out what they can do into the retake. Because information you've gathered, okay, there's a player short, expires very quickly. That's old info almost immediately because they change positions.
I agree with 100%. I feel like that's just a very heads-up post plans coming out from Rita. This is a classic matchmaking tactic. Rush mid with the USP. Score finds a kill, but KNTZ, okay, there's an AK-47 retrieved. That could be a problem. The thing is, this A bomb site is definitely proof. Do they have the bomb there? No, alright, a bomb's gonna be planted. Alright, I got worried there for a second seeing all the CT just stacked together towards T-spawn, but this A bomb site is proving to be a little bit of a problem for Beyond. They're relying on the retakes, and unfortunately, the retakes aren't working out. Like you said, D13 being so proactive in his post plans, it's very hard to really counter that when you're retaking. And on top of that, you have the players just popping off, so it's always going to be hard. And everyone's having a pretty decent game here. Raid, Tamir, Annihilation, Mr. Cap, everyone on 4 kills. Score was on 4 as well, but now I do believe he is on 5 now. But yeah, everyone looking good. Oh, they're trying to get the damage in. There's actually a lot of damage dealt, Dingo. Annihilation will be lucky to survive. Taking away 3 rifles and even retrieve 1 AK-47. So for Beyond, kind of a little bit of a moral victory there. But D13, they have the lead.
They do. First time since the pistol round. SDK, Mr. Utility file. Why a bit of utility used up. Quick play towards A. Absolutely no slowing down here for D13. This is exactly what I was talking about. They love to get Annihilation into those positions where he can take the early fights. And Tamir, God, that's needlessly aggressive over the top of the sandbags. There's 2 smokes down, and they're just running right through them one by one. They're the easiest kills you'll ever pick up as a CT defender. So now Annihilation, he's got a lot of work to do, and just unfair to ask it of him, really. So Cap, now the last remaining player, takes a lot of damage. Bullets continue to sprinkle in towards his position, and it's 4-4, evened up.
4-4 even up. AWP picked up, tossed over to Mr. Olivia as well. Is this the first time we're going to be seeing an op-out for Beyond? Feels like it. And yeah, I agree with you. This was them trying to basically they would have done 2 rounds in a row and thinking, you know, it's going to work out again. Unfortunately, Beyond keep the stack over there. Smokes keeping the T's at bay. Lack of flashbangs as well. Now we see a little bit of a switch up from the T's. They're trying to rest to mid-control. Mr. Cap showing presence towards these stairs as well. And the CTs finally. Smoke's being used up, forcing the T's to take a little bit more time before they can claim any territory towards A. So they're switching it up this time for a change. Nothing towards A. It's going to be mid to B flank. The pincer play coming in. Olivia, Molotov will force him back from his position. Hit coming into its B. It's going to come down to STK. Make something happen. It's going to find Raid through the smoke. Mayor rolls, goes for the spray. Spray transfer not good enough though, but Olivia replies back. AWP in hand. He's going to push on out as a question. He just goes for the no-scope through the smoke. And sticking around for a little bit too long there. Tamir finds another kill. And suddenly it's a 1v2. QQ left alone. He's flanking in from behind. He's making a bit of noise as well. And I think Annihilation, he knows exactly where he's going to be coming in from.
Flash goes around the corner. That's going to force a few players back, and now QQ needs to line them up. They're going to give him 1v1 fights, but he's not ready for that second player around the corner of the generators, expecting a double peek from the opposite sides. And that delivers another round for D13. These are coming close, certainly are, and Beyond just not winning them at the moment. Now their money, it's in a questionable place right now. You know, a couple of players could get pistols out. I think that'll be the call. So D13 finally get some room to breathe, to let this economy grow and get into things. Tamir has been rather impressive across the series, I feel. more so than he probably has been in the tournament.
Oh yeah, indeed. I feel like, you know, we look at the in-game leader, Tamir, the oldest player in his lineup, and you're like, all right, you know, maybe Tamir might be the weak link. 100% not. He's been very clutch in some of these rounds. I feel like Mr. Cap might be a little bit of a weak link, but I still feel it's very early days for this team. I still want to see what they can do before I start like passing judgment, like how Bren probably need to swap out maybe Wits or Ja. And maybe, you know, have an upgrade. And there are players available definitely for both, you know, for even for Bren. If you look at to the Filipino side, they have players like Dubstep, Dispenser, some pretty well-known players in the region. And for Mongolia, it's like every nook and cranny you go towards is some crazy young 15-year-old rifler ready and waiting. Double peek comes in. Towards short. Well, they don't peek together, and Score's going to have a very comfortable time there. Uh-oh. Annihilation. A little bit of a TK there.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh, that near coming as well. May rolls, last remaining player. And Annihilation is completely ready for him. 6 rounds, 4 D13. Around, they shouldn't have had too many issues in picking up, and they win it cleanly. And then losing a player or two, one of them from their own teammate. So, Buy comes in from Beyond. They'll have to open the hands of Olivia, and I feel like Olivia has been quiet. He hasn't been bad. He just hasn't really been up to that star player role we know he can reach.
Alright, now the stars definitely are on the side of D13. Fast play towards B. Meryl's pretty much a one and done spot. Right? Oh, gets spotted out. Crouch beneath. Meryl's is going to make his escape. He will. That's very, very lucky. Flashbang's good. Now they know there are 2 players here. It's Olivia and Meryl's, and I think Beyond kind of smelled this hit towards B might be coming in. Now that they do know the 2 players, are they going to be sticking around is a question. Smoke's going to be raining in. Oh, that's a quick, nice flick from Olivia. Finds Wraith, but the smokes just come pouring in. Flash is popping as well, and his B bombs is going to be wrested away from Beyond. However, for Beyond, they do have the 1-man advantage. Olivia, this... I wouldn't be jumping there, buddy, if I was you.
Well, Spray comes in. Tamir getting a double kill. QQ replying. Now it's Score and Annihilation. A 2 versus 3. CT side with the man advantage. Score around the corner. Blinded but sprays. Catches out Olivia. QQ replies with a headshot, and now it's Annihilation. The flight from Kane to Z. Annihilation was never ready for that. Completely preoccupied by the player that was known towards CT spawn. And the round does go in favor of Beyond. Finally, a retake being won here. They haven't won one of those in a while.
I really feel like Tamir, like, I mean, we just mentioned, right? Oh, that's such a fast flick. He's so underrated. The amount of double kills he gets in these sort of situations when, you know, there's like a post plant, just pushing into enemy territory. And this was, I felt like both the CTs came in from the same position, and Annihilation wins this. Like, he wins it 10 out of 10 times. But then a good flank coming in from KNTZ. The Star of Inferno. Yeah, they get to 5. That is unfortunate.
Well, Tamir has been picked off a few times now early on into the rounds. He's been very hyper-aggressive, trying to make that early space for his team. Allow the Stars to have a map to play with. I mean, you have to respect the selfless playstyle, you know, just running is that straight-up entry fragger, but for the most part, he has been dying. Pushing out in towards middle. D13 looking to take a bit of control. Boost coming up from Score, clearing out construction. Beyond, now that they've got this man advantage, you can see how passive they are across the board on the CT side. No one's re-aggressing, and this is what I like to see.
Molotov gonna be a little late though. Wraith's gonna come dropping down, but oh, Olivia misses the shot. Wraith gonna keep hunting him, but Score is just scoring all the kills. Annihilation chimes into one of his own as well. This B bomb, so it doesn't matter where they go. It seems like D13, if they make up their mind, they're good to like take either of these 2 sides. But KNTs are getting a kill. Well, I was about to say they might have a little bit of a slim chance to kill, but in me, the D13, they shut me up and they shut Beyond down. 7-5. This is different. Now, if you get if it's a 7-5 scoreline in EU and Vertigo, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, that's expected. That's how it normally is. But how many times have you seen Dinko where in Asian Vertigo, it's basically, well, the CET is winning the half most of the times.
Yeah, it's topsy turvy, I think, in this region. Like a lot of the halves don't make sense in terms of all the statistics from HLTV from the other regions. Say a map is CT sided. Actually, for Asia, most of the teams are good on the T side. It's kind of funny to look at that way. I guess it's just a different play style. And when they bring their playstyle, when the Asian teams actually like qualify for bigger events and they go and play internationally, you can see how uneasy they make the other teams. You know, the international roles just wonder what's going on. I remember casting MVP PK playing against Liquid in ESL 1 Cologne's opening match, and Liquid are coming into that event as #1 team in the world, winning all the events at the time. And MVP really scared them at that opening game, so it's definitely exciting to watch some of these Asian teams. And well, there's the lineup of kills. B13 getting an 8th round.
Well, if I had any doubts about D13 on Vertigo, they have very swiftly been kind of swept away in this half. I feel like they have a very good chance here of taking the map number 3. Of course, Beyond's T-side, something which I personally do enjoy watching, and we still haven't seen that from them yet. And they can still make this a little bit more competitive, you know? Maybe a couple of rounds, maybe if they can convert this buy round in particular. But I also enjoy how D13 keep all the bases covered. Like, you know, you rarely see any flank coming in from the CDs which worked on out. We saw a couple from KNTZ, but apart from that, it's not really worked on out. Tamir, a little bit of nifty footwork. Flashbang's going to be high, and he hops on top and just rips Meryl's head clean off his shoulders. QQ is going to walk past. There's a guy behind. Wait, what? Oh no, this, oh,
Tamir and Smokes, this is unbelievable. There we go. D13, the 9th round surely confirmed now as Tamir is not slowing down. There's been times where he gets picked off. I discussed it in the previous round, but when it works so well for him. 3 kills, and the job done. As QQ on the B-bomb site, completely far removed from any of the action. And Tamir still lurking for his final victim. But QQ sits alive with the M4A4 in his hands. Maybe a 9th round for D13 Blood. And now we're starting to look at a scary half from Beyond.
Well, Tamir does finally fall, but I feel like a little bit too late there. And it is going to be very, very hard here for QQ to save his gun. Annihilation ensures that he will fall. And yet, Tamir, he's been having a hell of a game. Top frag, well, not top score is right there above, but he's been so impactful. Almost every time he gets a kill, or double kill for that matter, it's almost a guaranteed round for D13. The 9-5. I'm just surprised that Tamir got that first kill. Like, he jumps on top. There's enough time for the first player to like get the kill, get the frag there. But yeah,
from what we've seen here, I mean, obviously a pretty convincing lead so far on Vertigo, but I'm not seeing anything that makes me think D13 are good on Vertigo. I think this is just straight up, you've got individuals and you're popping off through smokes. This is not thought out, this is not methodical Counter-Strike, there's no good executes. They know the wall of smokes on A, and they know how to just push through them. And Tamir goes down this time, Score goes down as well, and this is the inconsistencies of this playstyle, but it's got them enough rounds at the half. QQ lining them up, gets a 3k in the round, and now it's just Annihilation. Looking to pull off the ace clutch. Now all 5 kills would be an incredible feat, and so far, he's only managed 2, and that's all that he will get. Good round from QQ, delivers 2 deadly kills up towards the ramp, and now that's going to be, or 3 should I say, and that's going to be a 6th round picked up for Beyond. Could have been worse, could have been much better, but nonetheless, D13 in the lead on that map pick.
yeah, exactly. Like, this is way different than Inferno, and we did say this could be. Initially, we said it was going to be a much more closer affair, but after seeing Inferno, we we're like, it's probably going to go 2-0. But yeah, D13 showing up to play here. Average ADR and headshot percentage. Stats. I wish we could have more stats in Counter-Strike. I feel like there's a lot of room where we haven't really touched upon, like detailed, you know, like heat maps and stuff like that, which could really tell a very good story in these live games. But hold on, here comes a Glock train, Dinko. First kill going the way of the teams, but there are 5 CDs waiting here, Dinko. They've all gone for the stack. Mr. Cap Annihilation, they find a couple. KNTZ, there's nothing he can do. 44 HP. And they're all going to pounce on him together. Annihilation annihilates him. 10-6. They just got completely slaughtered there in the B hit.
Well, D13, a pistol win is certainly the way to go. They've won both pistols now. The issue was they lost the second round force buy against Beyond in the first half. Beyond don't get a bomb plant, so they won't have money. So it's not going to be a good force buy here. So they go for the Glocks instead. They want to get the rifles out as soon as possible, knowing that they don't really have rounds to play with now with D13 up to 10. Good position from Mr. Cap. You know, there's a world in which he goes down there, but I like it. I mean, he's confident, he's getting 2 kills, he's overrun by the Glocks. And the rest of his team, it's available, but a good bit of damage being done here from the T side. Luckily, score is available, but now it's a 1 versus 2, Blair. How has this happened? It was looking good up until a point, but just not enough damage being done from the defense. Now KNTZ has an MP9 to play with. Rit coming around the corner. Oh, he's going to take the fight. KNTZ has no armor, so that in punch, the rapid fire of the MP9 delivers an 11th round for D13, but one that wasn't clean, nor was it healthy for their economy.
Oh, indeed, it really wasn't that healthy at all. That's a round they should have won, losing 1 player max, but coming down to the 2v3. Beyond, a little bit of extra cash, meaning a little bit of extra utility. Look at KNTZ, he's got a full set of utility, got an AK-47 as well, AKs and armor and helmets on every one of the 5 players. Pass it towards B. Tamir with the MP9 trying to be a problem. Smokes, he's so good at playing around his smokes. Mr. Cap from above as well, raining down death and hellfire. And Tamir, how is he still alive? How is he just running around like that? And him just being alive there just gives so much room for Mr. Cap to work with. He picks up a double. They've done the job. This was the full buy from Beyond, and it's been stopped in its tracks. Score, reaggressing out. And MP9 at that range still wins the duel as Mr. Cap, 3rd kill for him. And it's all on Olivia, and there's nothing he can do. Score, MP9, AK-47, M4, doesn't matter. It's still going to win this duel. It's 12-6. D13, they want to close this on fast, Dinko. They want to take it to map number 3 pronto.
I mean, we thought that Beyond could have had the skill set here and the means to pick up Vertigo, but they have been outclassed, and D13 clearly making the right call going for this Vertigo pick up against Beyond. It might just be a good matchup for them. I think Beyond are going to learn quite a bit about they should be approaching Vertigo here. They're just getting caught out by sheer ability of these D13 players. Well, scored. Scoped in, nearly the collateral. They do line up, and he does hit the shot. But not enough damage being done to take a single kill.
Wait, did that, like, clip the edge of the wall or something?
I don't know if he hit them in the legs, and they both got leg shotted. I think that's might have been what happened.
Yeah, I guess that's the case. And I did see the player just crouch around the corner as well. Well, 1 kill. It's a little bit of an investment from Beyond. They have the Deagles, they have the armor as well, but at that range, Mr. Cap and his teammate, they're gonna have a pretty comfortable time here. AK-47 comes out, he goes to the spray. Mr. Cap, 1, 2, should be falling off. Wary. That's smoke with Olivia. If they get the bomb down, this is a big win. And Tamir realizes that, and bomb will still be going down. 2v2. AK in the hands of Merrills. Olivia with the Deagle and the Kevlar. This is extremely winnable indeed. Raid and Annihilation coming in. Merrill finds Raid. It's all an Annihilation. How have they managed to take this one away from them? I don't know. But Annihilation is still alive, and I believe in him. But, well, my belief was misplaced, Dinko. Beyond win the first round off the back of just, well, Deagles.
Of course they do, Blah. That makes sense completely. And D13, well, they've got some Deagles as well here. I think QQ is definitely starting to be a little bit more consistently solid within this tournament. Going into PAL 2020, he looked a little slow. That's because I feel like in their initial matchups, they didn't really have to sweat it too much. In the games that have mattered, he has showed up when called upon. Just 2 Deagles in play here for D13. Rit and Mr. Cap with them. Kane Tizzy already up towards the top of the ramp. He'll be clearing the corners. No one really close by though on the CT side, and now getting quite proactive. Look at Rit's position here.
The fact that they did lose so many guns against those Glocks, meaning, you know, the full eco. Raid does find one. Mr. Cap with another of his own, and now it's all Mr. Cap. 1v3, AK picked up. He can find STK, but Olivia is pretty solid with AWP, and all of a sudden, Dinko, things aren't looking too bad for Beyond, at least money-wise. Money-wise, it's good. And remember, CD side, Counter-Strike. It's about winning rounds, keeping as many players alive as possible before you build, you know, so you can build up a little bit of an economy. Right now, D13, they have they're scraping at the bottom of the war chest. They've used up everything they had. And even then, it might not be enough. Utility is decent. It's not terrible. It's decent, but if this round, you know, goes down to like 30 seconds remaining, they might run out of utility. Contact play coming in. Mr. Cap spots a couple of players out. He's got smoke to keep them at bay for a few seconds, and Molotow's going to be pushing him out from that position, and Meryl's trying to use that particular opportunity to push on through to the B bomb site. A lot of utility being thrown in here. You see the rotation already taking place. It's just one player towards that A bomb site.
Flash goes around the corner. On the push up, it's Rit finding a headshot. QQ going down early on. Man advantage collective for D13. Beyond looking to try and patch up a hole as they move forward. Rit sprays through. Of course, with the metal, doesn't really do a whole lot of damage now, especially with his M4A4. Now around the corner they go. Annihilation with a headshot through the smoke. Good timing, Rit. Oh, he nearly lines up 3. He gets 1 kill. Annihilation still available. Pops on up. A whack-a-mole, but this one fights back. And there's 13 to hit on the board. 3 away from victory. D13 just need to keep this up.
The timing and the peat from Rait. It doesn't just get the kill. It even dinks the second player down. And of course pushes into the smoke to finish off the second kill. Like, good round from D13. And when you have this lead, like a 12-8 or 12 or a 13-8 lead, that gives you that little bit of a freedom, a little bit of confidence. Hey, you know what? We can make a couple of mistakes here and there. We're the one that's not pressured. It's their opponents who are feeling the pressure, and that's something they can use to their advantage. Score pushing in mid, finding QQ. Trade takes place towards B, but not before the nade does quite a bit of damage under SDK. Tamir now again with the MP9 Dingo. Is he going to pull this one off again?
Well, Tamir, he has been fantastic playing with these smokes, and he goes through with the underhanded flash. He'll be looking forward, jumping up, spots the head of May rolls, and of course he'll take him down. Olivia tries to reply. He gets 1 on the AK, but it's a 2 versus 2. Still this big wrap. Oh, Olivia, full reload. Flicks out to the left side, catches out score, now Annihilation. A 1 versus 1 up against KNTZ. He gets the info that Annihilation is on this B bomb site. Well, that's exactly where KNTZ is going. It's a game of the mind. Annihilation with the info that, well, he knows I was B, so surely that means he just goes to the A bomb site, but Annihilation doesn't fall for that. He reads it well. He'll stick around this B bomb site, aware of the possibility of the A hit, but now he's in the middle, so he can rotate between both bomb sites relatively quickly. The issue here is for Kane to Z, he's close to construction where he can peer down in towards the site. No, the timing, they cross over, he doesn't spot him, there we go. The back spotted, Annihilation will win the clutch. A 1 versus 2 going his way. And Kane to Z, I think he got in his head a little bit, his own head. Too much there, overthought that process.
To be young once again, Dinko, just to be like unscoped and from the off, checking like 5 angles, and then just having the confidence that he's just gonna land the flick fast scope shot. Talk more about myself, not for you.
I think Annihilation is older than me.
I think. Oh yeah, he's
Like
actually
2 years.
21. Yeah. Well, are you that good, Dinko?
Absolutely not. So I think it's more of a talent thing than being young.
Age.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just useless, player.
We're all useless, Dinko. It's fine. Don't be alarmed.
That's why we're on
Mitch
the
is
camera.
useless.
That's why we're
Yeah,
here.
exactly. We're just a bunch of people who talk a little too much and make people laugh, and sometimes we make some of the plays look good. Mayoral's left alone. Well,
They laugh
we do
at us,
try.
player. They laugh at us, and that is for sure.
Laugh at us more like, yeah. I know Jason can't really make people laugh, but that's fine. You're gonna laugh at him.
I mean, it's like he does make some funny jokes sometimes, whether at the expense of Mitch. I mean, any joke, insulting Mitch is hilarious.
Yeah, that's true. I can't really take that one away, honestly. That 15-8, D13. Wow. I won't lie. I did not expect this showing from them. I thought it'd be way more scrappier affair, but they're showing that they're very, very well prepped coming into this particular matchup, especially the first half. I feel like that's where kind of almost ran away with it. But then even the second half, the way they're able to just neutralize whatever Beyond is throwing at them. Nothing but credit to them. As how many rounds did Beyond get in the second half? Like 2 rounds? That's about it. One was a miracle round as well.
Very underwhelming performance here on Vertigo. Absolutely nothing being shown to us by Beyond. And it's even more ridiculous that how many smokes have been pushed here from D13 throughout this entire map. I feel like we've seen most of their kills come off the back of these crazy plays. Just losing track of them, and that's the perfect way to end it. Olivia trying to jump out of the fire, but he just drops back into the flames. 16-8. At least it's over and done with. D13 pick up Vertigo very, very convincingly. We now head on to the third map, where Beyond will be trying to pull things back because they just looked completely lost on the skyscrapers.
Yeah, I think the final map is going to be an overpass. That should be fun to watch at D13. I'm impressed. I won't lie. That was a very clean showing from them. Aggressive, very hyper-aggressive, in your face. It wasn't like unnecessary aggression. It was more like Beyond just were never comfortable. The number of flanks coming in. Tamir, his plays through the smoke, Raid being hyper-aggressive, and just a very well-played Vertigo map. So now we know why they picked it. Jason, Mitch, here we have your answer.
Yeah, we do. Thanks. Is there another question you'd like to ask us?
You muted
on
Discord.
TeamSpeak.
You muted on TeamSpeak. Jason.
Don't worry, I didn't say anything of value. I
I'm
said
not
I'm
the
gonna
only
pull
one.
myself
I'm
a
not the only
dinko.
one.
God damn it.
Well, if you read my lips, I'm gonna pull a dinko here.
Pull a Mitch. It's a Mitch. Why is it now a dingo? Mitch.
Well, because people want to hear my voice, so that's why it's not a Mitch.
Oh.
What was
Okay,
that you said,
that's a
Blah,
compliment
about
in a roundabout
Jason
way. I'll
making
take
funny
it.
jokes?
That was pretty funny.
That was ruthless. That was rude, Jason, but I like it. I laughed.
Of course you do. I know you do.
All right, I'm
Just
gonna
like
head
I
out,
liked-
boys.
Okay. All right. See you later, man. We'll split your day right
Let
between
the
us.
door hit you
Easy.
on the way out.
But it was. I mean, yeah. Speaking of that, exactly, Dinko. I mean, pretty much for Beyond now. That was a swift showing to the door. They definitely struggled quite a bit in this map. I mean, you just see like the kills alone. And for me also, it's nice to see Tamiri like kind of step up. Like we talk about the core 3 of Score, Annihilation, and Rate. But Rate was, kind of bottom fragging there a bit. And on the other side of the coin, we talked about Olivia and KNTZ. Well, KNTZ goes and drops 30 kills in the first game, and then he bottoms frags in the second map. So it's unfortunate. But clearly, D13 were prepared for a map like this. And like you said, Blow, now we know why they picked it. And they have Nuke as their third and final map. I'm still not really sure which way this is going to go. I feel like it almost comes down to who's going to show up. Because as we saw from the difference of map 1 and 2, it can change who's going to win. It can change that outcome.
I'm still gonna go with Beyond. I feel like Beyond's nuke is actually good. Like for Vertigo is a big question mark, right? But when we know how we know what they can do in nuke. They are probably one of the fewer teams who like picking it. We'll never see them playing nuke against some of the top dogs, like for example, Tyloo, because they always will be banning it out. But from what I've seen from Beyond and nuke, it is very solid. From D13, the last nuke was against Marzalai. No, it wasn't against Marzalai. It was the Lucid Dream. That was the dirtiest nuke I've seen in a while, and I don't mean that in a good way. That was just ugly. And if they're gonna be playing that against Beyond, I feel like it should be 2-1 to the Thai team. But yeah, at least for map 2 though, this was very, very convincing, right? It wasn't even a close affair. D30 just ran away with it. Everyone stepping up. I mean, look at the kill spread. Rate 16, the lowest fragger. Top fragger was 21. Annihilation. Everyone put in the numbers. Everyone was pulling their own weight, and that was a very good showing indeed.
I'm curious if Mitch actually left. Is he still here?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Okay.
So when I look at the nuke, right?
Damn it.
The thing that screw you, Jason. The thing that that scares me a little bit for D13 is, with the exception of the game that we saw versus Tiger, they're not very solid over on the CT side. Like they tend to be very on and off. I don't think they've got a reliable performance. I'm talking about against pretty bad teams. When they come up against the likes of a Beyond, who you got to realize from the previous map to this one, it's a massive difference. They're coming from Vertigo. They have no idea how to play this map, or at least they barely ever do. It's definitely out of their comfort zone. Now you're moving on to Nuke. They play it quite a bit. They play against decent level teams. You're probably going to see like players like KNTZ, he drops off massively from map to map. But when you're not that comfortable with the map, you can't perform in the same way. I think it's going to make a huge difference now moving on to onto Nuke. I would be surprised if D13 can even make it that close. Like if we see
What?
OTs or anything, I'd be blown away.
Where's the belief?
I've spent all my faith on Lucid Dream, and I know they did it versus D13. I was proud in that moment, but I've just lost faith at this point.
See, I don't know if I fully agree with that. I mean, you had your crazy Lucid Dream backing earlier on. I'm gonna give my backing. I mean, I think my heart's still gonna my mind's still gonna tell me Beyond, but my heart's gonna be telling me D13. Like, I want to see them succeed.
All right.
I think there's definitely some things are obviously still lacking, but that natural talent that a player has, I think there's always like I think a lot of talk about like natural talent versus hard work, right? And obviously the best out of these options is having someone with natural talent and is a hard worker. But I feel like still natural talent generally ekes out someone who's going to grind away at the game, and if they're able to focus on like their team play a little bit, maybe have, I want to say, as Blair's been talking about, like get Ericast on the team or something, or like have someone who's more experienced and give that information to them and help them grow as a team. And I think they could easily be one of the top teams in Asia in total, not just of their own region. I want to have faith. My heart is going for D13. My brain's going for Beyond. But I don't know about you guys. I know, Mitch.
Don't ever listen to your heart, Jason. It lies. Listen to your head.
Well,
If
I listened to my head and not my heart, we never would have cast it together back in Kuala Lumpur back in the day. So
that's true. That's also true.
Yeah.
It's a wild time.
But anyways, we're going to head to a break here, give the casters a break, give us all a break here, and give the players a break, more importantly, as we move into our third and final map here of our second series. It's Nuke, and we'll see you guys soon.
Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台。在2015年全星赛上 ，Simple 又一杆轻狙，以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过T方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PAL 2020 Summer. My name is Dinko, joined by Blair. We head on to map number 3. It's time to get on to the nuke. And what we take ourselves here, and really it's a weird fashion that we got ourselves onto this final map. This Vertigo, it was a very, very convincing win from D13, although it looked pretty lackluster on Inferno. I feel like it was more the weaknesses of Beyond that delivered D13 the win on the second map, in comparison to them actually being a solid team on Vertigo. I don't know if you agree with that, Blair.
I think it's a combination of both, maybe. The D30, they really knew what they were doing, right? Like the way they were holding off the B bomb side, even it takes, both sides were looking very good. And also the hyper-aggressive plays they had. Initially, it was very back and forth, and once it started getting a few rounds together, and then whenever, let's say, a buy round comes in, a big round comes in from Beyond, immediately we have this hyper-aggressive play through the smokes coming in from Tamir. We have these big pop-off moments coming from Annihilation. In fact, everyone's stepping up, even Mr. Cap having a pretty good time over the B bomb side. So it was a good show from D13, but also I feel like for Beyond, yeah, they didn't really have the protocols. They were looking a little bit lost here and there. They lose members early on. They go for some of the cheeky peaks coming out. They answer back D13 here and there, but immediately D13 are able to adapt and come with something completely fresh and new. And Beyond, well, to be honest, they just weren't prepared for it. And it's good to see. It's good to see teams like D13 who are the kind of the underdogs, not very well known, and they take the opportunity that they're not that well known to go with these sort of, kind of like surprising map picks, which surprises everyone, and they show that it can really play on it. I'm very happy to see these sort of picks coming in, these sort of punish picks coming in from the underdog teams.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. At least you confirm yourself a map win, and now sets you up with an opportunity when you head on to the third map, because map 3 and best of 3s generally, bar any mistakes in the veto, ends up on a map where both teams are relatively comfortable. It's not going to be their main map where they're very, very comfortable in terms of being able to pick it. It's one they float and let stay around towards the end. So coming into to Nuke, I can definitely see a world in which it's a close affair, although I do have to side with Beyond taking this. I think they are going to be the team walking away with a series win. I predicted a 2-0 potentially coming through, but I was never going to be surprised if we head on to map number 3. But now I have to favor Beyond. I have to see them win this. Otherwise, I don't know what's going on.
You have to favor them, right? They are one of the few teams in the entire region who have a pretty deep map pool. They're still, I feel like, the best team on Mirage in Asia. I feel like VG are the best team on Nuke, but I think Beyond are right there, the second or third best team. And for D13 to get this win, I think it's going to be if they manage to pull it off, it's going to be massive. It's going to be a big affirmation of the fact that they have almost arrived in the Asian scene. But still, they need to get 16 rounds to do that. And round number 1 getting played off here. Rate spotting a number of players. You can see the pace being set here by Beyond. And you can clearly see, I know it's just a pistol round, but the approach from Beyond here, so convincing. They have the game plan in mind. Look at the way they're executing it. Just quickly heading up towards upper, catching the CDs, rotating back towards vent. The decision making is quick. The trading game is really on point. Although Tamir, 3 players dead in a second. This is so different from what we saw from Beyond on Vertigo. There they were like, you know, poking and prodding. They weren't playing like the favorites there. Here though, they have a game plan. They're like, all right, boys, we're running this and it's going to work. They hit the shots, convincing round, and a very, very clean pistol to start off map number 3.
It's a good job done for Beyond. That's exactly the start they would be looking for coming into the final map. Over here for D13, they're onto the Deagles. It's like a scout in the hands of Annihilation. Now, we do know that these players can certainly show up in these kind of rounds. And well, Annihilation through the smoke, landing a shot onto KTZ, but Beyond are not wasting any time. Quickly down towards Secret, but Tamir, he's going to buy plenty of time for this side with that smoke going down. You can see Beyond don't want to run through that. If you run through a smoke into the willing arms of a Deagle, you can just body shot. At least 2 of you go down there. So definitely the right decision to slow things down. But that second follow-up smoke, that puts pressure here onto Beyond. They realize, well, we can't really sit in secret, all 5 of us, for too long. We can see too much map control. The rotations will come through. It'd be very difficult. So they fight back, but Score dives on in, gets info at least that there are still multiple players down towards the secret stairs. Other than that, he goes down, and now Rit looking to hold on. Good shot. Tamir as well on the Deagle delivering. Well, he's still alive, but not much more than that 1 kill. But it's Annihilation that finishes off his early prey. QQ hitting the deck. KTZ still low on 30. It's on to Olivia. Feel like to step up here, and he's been tagged. KTZ gets the headshot back in, but the bomb, it's on the floor in the middle of the bomb site, and it's being watched by 2 players.
It's not going to be easy to get it back. And like you said, Olivia tag, KTZ equally low as well. 31 HP was 28. They're going to keep re-aggressing. I don't really want them to go for this. Mr. Cat's going to find Olivia. Annihilation. Scout in hand. We know how good he is with almost any weapon, but especially with a scoped rifle. He needs 1 shot, 1 tag, and he's going to find that. That's a huge win coming in. Double for Annihilation. 1 apiece for Raid, Tamir, and Mr. Cap. And then Beyond. We spoke about how convincing the pistol round was, but that was far from convincing, Dinko.
It certainly is. Pretty damn scary that D13 have been able to pull this off immediately. And we've seen quite a few forced buy wins across the board, not just from one specific team, but from the entirety of the series. Back in Vertigo, we've seen it happen. Now, well, Beyond onto the pistols. They're going to be charging down towards ramp. Rit, oh, I hate when players play close in these kind of rounds. He's overrun by the Tech 9, and, well, he can't really get out of it. Now they're pushing to the B-bomb site. It's just not stopping. They've taken the control of the site. Score has rotated down. He's going to find an opportunity onto Mayrolls, but he's unable to take him down. The nade might finish him off, but the answer is no to that. And KTZ now with an AK.
Madness. The madness, Dinko. The clouds of madness are slowly closing in. Force buy win back-to-back. Nice tag from Annihilation there. And it's going to be Mr. Cap with the wall bank finding STK, but 2v3. Bomb, 20 seconds remaining. Make that 16 seconds. They have... Don't see a kit anywhere nearby. Annihilation finds Mayrolls as well. Mr. Cap spraying desperately, finding QQ. And he's taking the bomb, but they don't have time. They have to go for it. KTZ is going to almost line them up, gets both the kills. And that is going to be Beyond, sealing another round back. AK will survive as well, and D13, well, it's back to echoing days. Oh, no.
Well, I mean, I think that all spawns off the fact that they have 1 player playing close down in towards ramp against a possible force buy. And not even with a Molotov to slow them, it was a smoke. They're just going to run right through that. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. I think the positioning towards ramp has really let them down. And there was no real fallback plan either. It's not like they had a player in hell ready for it. It's just unfortunate, really. They get overrun, concede the bomb site, and their force buy not really working out here. So it's crazy back and forth. It's going to favor Beyond at the moment. The back and forth in terms of jostling for the economy game, it's always going to favor that T side eventually. It's just expensive to be a CT side player. A bit of damage done from Mr. Cap and now Annihilation as well. 2v3. Still not looking great for the round win, so they're going to scour the battlefield and take the spoils of war. Probably just save those into the next.
Yeah, I mean, AK-47, definitely going to be an upgrade over any other weapon the CDs might possess, apart from maybe AWP Annihilation, though. I'm playing up close. He wants a little bit of extra money, and he's going to find it. QQ's going to fall. $600, thank you very much. You don't want to run into this Macton and give him more cash. We are going to be seeing an AWP coming on the hands of Annihilation. We know it's going to happen eventually. $600 might have just done it. Going to be seeing the big green zoom bagger coming out for him. Although, if he does go for it, Denko, it's going to be a glass cannon. And the rest of his team won't really have the money. So, I feel like it should be a double eco here.
They have to. You can't afford to lose control of this economy so early on into a game. Because if you do that, you finally get your buy-in, you lose that, well, you're looking at Beyond just taking a super one-sided T-half here on Nuke, and you're on the final map. You want to be able to compete in as many rounds as possible. You know what Beyond can do once they get a huge lead. We've seen it on Inferno. It was almost impossible to come back, even with the big effort from D13. Tamir does take down Olivia. May rolls for the headshot. Now 4 versus 4.
Well, that AK-47, that's the problem. You can find out where that is. Try and play and avoid it, kind of neutralize it. I can work on out. Nice Molotov from SDK. Gonna make life a little bit more rough for the two CDs playing towards Garage. It's Annihilation with a Deagle. It's been spotted. Out! Ouch! Okay, Score is gonna strike as well. They're just getting slaughtered. And the AK-47 from behind. If he gets another kill, it's gonna be massive. They just get destroyed, Dinko. You don't lose around like that. You don't lose around like that. You have the guns, you have the weaponry, you have the utility, and they just get completely wrecked. The saved AK-47 even finding just only 1 kill. I did say this should be the cleaner win coming from Beyond, but we saw an easy win for Beyond Inferno, an easier win for D13 Vertigo. This one, it looks like it's going to be easy for no one. It's going to be one of those games, Denko. It's going to be a classic game of Asian Counter-Strike. Strap yourself in.
I'm ready. Got the tinfoil hat out and everything.
Are we having meds ready as well? Because some of these games can be anxiety-inducing. Pass it coming up towards upper. Tamir gets caught out in the smoke, and Mr. Cap replies back. He finds 2. How does he find 2? I don't know.
I feel so bad for the Observer right now, Blair. There's just so much action happening all across the map. Olivia into a 1 versus 2 with the Mac-10, sprinting through the ramp room back towards the lower site. Beyond, this isn't looking good for the chances, I have to say. A Mac-10 to win this. Now, Olivia is an incredible player, but this is a huge task. It will take their time now dropping together and not making any secret about where they're coming from. Both players dropping into the vent, the footsteps made, but this Mac-10 needs to take the rifle down first, I feel like. Even then, you've still got to deal with Annihilation. It's very quick, and even with the deagle, he's able to overrun Olivia. And that's a round. Faked up. And the Observer, indeed, had a rough time there for sure. Much respect.
This is just pure chaos. This these 6 rounds we've witnessed so far. Apart from the first round, which is very clean from Beyond. That upper take, they get 2 opening kills, and then somehow Mr. Cap replies back for 2. No one spotting towards Heavens. Beyond, don't do this to me. I was praising your nuke. I was like, yeah, they know what to do, but it's just scrappy as hell. Now, they've gone for a little bit of a light investment, just keeping the money a little even amongst every one of them, as they will be going for a full-fledged buy in round number 8. But now, Galil, Eagles, Tech 9s, a hit gun be coming in towards upper again. Mr. Cap, completely blinded. And how does he find 3? How does he find 3? How does he find 3? I don't know. They do finally find him. He was so blind. He was so blind.
I love it. I love it. Blair's descending into madness. Luckily, this is only our only game today, casting Blair, because who knows where he might be. But this is something. This is quite something right now. Mr. Cap delivery, 10 and 4. He's had a pretty good start into this map. Well, 4-3, we thought at a certain point, okay, beyond winning that force buy after losing the second round, surely now they go on a bit of a run on this T side. D13 say no, they get right back into things, and this is chaos. Beyond have the rifles in play again, and not even on every single player. You have a UMP available for Olivia. The utility really isn't there for the T side, but they know if they win this, well, continue to fight. But the issue now becomes, look at D13's reserve cash. 5.8k in the bank for Annihilation, 3k for Rip, 4.2k for Score. They've got money. So they not only have to win this round, Blair, but Beyond need to win this convincingly and limit the casualties, because they'll be going into this next round limping.
Oh yeah, they will.
Oh my god, what are you doing? What?
That is, no.
I make that play. And while it went down towards the lower vent, KTZ has taken a lot of damage, but he hasn't dropped. Instead, he hides behind the vent, and the spray eventually, shall I say, comes through from Tamir. It gets rid of May rolls. Olivia on the UMP Annihilation cleanup. QQ now. It's Olivia sprinting in, trying to stop the defuse. I don't think he's going to get there on time. He will. He gets around the corner. Now 1 versus 1. The Molotov deploys down towards Decon, and Annihilation. The smoke's up. He knows Olivia's moved forward, but he's running out of ammo. He's on the AK now instead. He taps and wraps, and there it is. Olivia. He will go down. It's Annihilation ready for it, and a 5th round picked up. Oh, this is just chaos. It's D13 that are controlling the chaos to an extent.
I don't know.
Mr. Cap.
What?
He doesn't even get a single kill either.
It's pure chaos. And then, of course, Merrill gets the bomb down. Doesn't check that there was a player playing towards the cubby area, towards the red, next to the bomb site. The only thing that went right there was Annihilation getting the clutch in the end. Apart from that, everything was just pure, absolute chaos. 5v3 Denko. And if you look at the money as well for D30, it's not that great either. Annihilation's got 5,600. Apart from that, the rest of them just, barely there. And for Beyond, well, I'm going to keep buying up at this point. However, at some point, they need to crack this defense.
Well, Beyond sending May rolls quickly in. He's been spotted. Tamir playing the shoulder peek angle with a smoke at the ready. As soon as he gets that info, tosses the smoke down in front of him. And now he can play in behind it. Until he comes through. Good flashbang. Rit sprays away, gets 1. Olivia goes down and QQ replies. Now 4 versus 4 in play. And well, May rolls, he's had enough. The head torn off the shoulders of Tamir. He clears the event, or at least he thinks he's done so. There is a player currently waiting, and Score comes around. There it is. KTZ finding a quick headshot. This is the crosshair perfectly. Now Annihilation and Mr. Cap. Probably going to have to be the save call here. There's absolutely no way they get back into this lower site. So they'll carry the AWP into the next round. Or at least attempt to do so. And they should be able to get it done. So we're looking at 5-4, Beyond finally get it done. And I think it's just coming down to actually being able to find those headshots as they enter the lower site, winning those aim duels and not falling themselves. Too often have they, got 1 kill, but immediately lost 1 or 2 players. They've always been hemorrhaging a little too much. Now that they find those cleanly, they finally turn another round in their favor.
Yep, Beyond. It's kind of crazy how actually competitive this half has been. It's 5-4, but looking at it, it just feels like, honestly, if you just see the first 30 seconds of every round without seeing how it plays out, or like the first 45 seconds, I wouldn't fault you for saying, oh, Beyond are probably 8-0 or D13 are up 8-0. It's just been that chaotic so far. But yeah, still have a few more rounds remaining in this first half for Beyond. they win this one, they break the money. They break the economy of D13. And with that, they can start trying to build up a lead. This T side. Playing it passive, waiting for the aggression. And one thing with D13 we haven't seen much yet so far has been like crazy aggression. It's been pretty passive overall. KNTZ opening it up. No one's checking above. Mr. Cap, he just finds one this time around. The panic score just finds two. How does he find two? Why is there so much chaos and panic as to check the angles? Everyone's looking everywhere, Denko. Like literally, everyone's looking everywhere. And Annihilation, he won't miss us. I don't even know where score was there.
I like that creature from Pan's Labyrinth with the eyes and the hands. Just looking everywhere, dude. Well, yeah, this is something. Beyond, well, they're looking really uninspiring, to be honest. But it is pretty chaotic. 6-4.
I don't know how he just gets 2 kills there, dude.
They don't really, they don't spot him out and they don't neutralize his position, unfortunately. Now we get into round number 11. It's a Galil for my rolls. How many times have we, oh my, that's just funny. Well, how many times have we seen Beyond in this situation where they don't have much utility, they don't have great rifles, they haven't been able to get the AWP out? It feels like they've always just been kind of living off scraps.
Yeah, I think that's the best description, right?
One.
Another one, give him a free kill. Well, Meryl's replies back. This is where Raid falls back. This is a fight you don't want to take. You've done your job, you get 2 kills. I don't want Annihilation to go for the peak there. Just play towards ramp. I like the aggression out. They think it's towards Evan. Tamir. Oh. Mr. Cap, spotted out. Spotted out. KNTZ knows. He's got a lot of people to shoot at. Olivia's going to find Mr. Cap. Score. Getting a quick trade. 3v2. Favoring the CTs, but HP definitely favoring the T's. A score and rate left right now. The 2-star plays. They peek together, and it's all on Olivia Dinko. He can line this one up. They're both very low, but Rate survives. 12 HP, and the clutch will go the way of the Mongolians.
Well, another clutch, another round for D13. It's not been clean, but they are winning the important rounds here. And Beyond, they've had opportunities. They certainly have. And they're in a situation now where I wouldn't even like to see a buy come in here, because I want to see what Beyond can do when they have everything to play with, when they have full utility, when they have that AWP for Olivia. But they're also in that position where I can understand their perspective coming into this next round, where they probably feel like they have to buy because now they need round wins. And the AKs are coming out, and this has just been that ridiculous back and forth. And luckily, D13 have been able to win the majority of the rounds. But when you take a look at their economy, you could definitely see the story that's being painted right now. We've got this crazy back and forth that's just barely being edged out by the CT side.
Yeah, they're keeping the money very honest. Even the 74 Beyond can break this economy. They can still even end this half with the... Well, they can only get a 1-round lead, but still in the realms of possibility. It is just reminiscent of the other game we saw between D13 and another Thai team. That was Lucid Dream matchup, Tinko. If you remember that nuke, that was... We said that was one of the weirdest nuke games we've seen. And this one's definitely competing with that one at the moment.
Well, an AK has been recovered again, but a man advantage in play for Beyond, thanks to KNTZ. Now the outside push. Well, it seems to be just the one player over there. The play is slow for Beyond. You have so much time to play with here as well. And that man advantage, but if KNTZ decides to go towards outside, Score is here. And I don't know if he's going to be expecting this.
Yeah, the thing is, if I'm KNTZ, I don't move. I'm the guy gathering information, right? I just don't move. I just hold on. No, annihilation. What a nice little flick there to May rolls. And KNTZ's got to go for the play. Score finds him. Suddenly, it's turned around again. Turns on its head, but Olivia with the right call, heading straight for the lower bomb side. Bomb's going to be planted where Decon, Ray trying to prevent the bomb planter from making his escape. He knows where Olivia is. Olivia, a deadly opponent indeed, decapitates Ray. And now it's a 2v2. Annihilation with the op trained in. The timing works out wonderfully for Olivia, though. And we have Score sneaking in from the ramps. He spots out STK, but STK is quicker on the trigger, leaving it all on Annihilation. And I think they know. Olivia knows.
They can't win this now at this point either. Time is too far gone. So Annihilation, actually, he's going to try and stick around. And not getting anything done. But if he can get behind this box, he should be able to survive. That's not bad from Annihilation, actually, being able to save this AWP in that situation. I thought he was dead to rights. But getting away with that AWP, that's almost a win in his eyes, because there was absolutely no way he was winning that clutch. If he loses the AWP, they don't have the money to buy it up. But now that they still have that AWP, you can actually warrant a force buy around this AWP, because we know Annihilation is good enough to set them up for round wins on his own. We've seen it on Inferno. We've seen the team love to get Annihilation into these positions where he can deliver important frags. So we'll see if they can do that here. He's got the AWP, they've got the CZs around him. They have actually left some reserve cash left over on quite a few of the players as well. So E13 looking for an 8th round. However unlikely it may be.
It's unlikely.
Okay.
Oh, wait, why there's no one here? Why there's no one here? Look at the damage being dealt. Annihilation, though he won't survive. That was a kill they needed, leaving it all on Score. So, got a little scary, Dinko. Annihilation, AWP, you keep pushing him one by one. He's gonna hit every one of those shots, and it's all on Score. Off angle from QQ. 67 for Beyond.
Yeah,
and they have finally...
There's a world in which that play works for Rit as well. There's a world in which he gets more than one in that position. He doesn't get a single kill, unfortunately. That's one of those scenarios where you just see so many players in front of you, and instead of taking one kill and committing to one fight, you try and kill 3 of them. And he doesn't get anything from it, but that aggression, I don't know how they didn't hear it.
Tunnel vision? Well, it's not really vision. Tunnel geared? I don't know how audio would sound inside of a tunnel. I guess it'd be very echoey and confusing. So I'm just giving excuses at this point. Tamir in the smoke. Not so lucky this time around. And Beyond, they know it's just the pistols. They know they don't really have the weapons and utility to work with. So they're taking this one slow, which is the right approach. Take it slow. Work in pairs. Just try and catch them off guard if they're going to be setting up on the side. Try and prevent yourself from getting taken down like that. Annihilation up close USP at that range. At least they haven't given away the AK-47, so that's a win. But Beyond, they're scared, Dinko.
Well, it's a scary scenario for D13, really. You know, they've been in this position where they've been edging out these rounds, just about getting them under their belt. But now we get into a scenario where Beyond finally have broken down that economy. It felt like it was inevitable at one point, but I started to believe otherwise, because every single collector is going in favor of D13. But Beyond eventually, they break them. Oh no, how has Rick got that kill and he's still not dead? He's still alive. Score with the USP. Oh my god, it's just happened here. What is happening, Beyond? This is unbelievable. The pistol's just taking them away. No trade onto Ray. He has an AK, but he's finally dealt with. But May rolls 12 seconds. There's absolutely no time to make a mistake. Luckily, Score only has a USP, but he's going to peek into the open. Gets him off the bomb plant. Now just dancing around the site through the smoke. He goes 1 second left on it. There's the kill. Surely, no way. Score, what a play. Hides inside of the smoke in my rolls. He is going to be so depressed about that. Beyond Esports. How have they lost that play? What is going on?
I don't know. How do you lose a round like that? It was just USPs.
I remember every time we see Beyond play this map, something crazy just happens on Nuke. It's unbelievable.
It's a 1 P250, Dinko. It was a 1 P250 and 4 USPs.
I love this from Score. It's amazing.
It's genius. I mean, Beyond deserved to lose that round.
Well, here we are.
Uh-huh.
Last round of the half at least. Well, QQ going for the spam through the hut, trying to see what's on the other side of it. Rit just down in towards the ramp. Now Annihilation scoped in towards outside. KNTZ is currently over that side of the map. QQ and Olivia taking quite a bit of damage as Rit continues to throw shots down in towards the lobby area. Oh, that's perfect. That's the best aggression you can get going. Mr. Cap times that perfectly, Blair.
But QQ should have heard a flash. He should have been ready for that. He should have heard a flash and be like, alright, they're probably going to regress there. Oh.
I feel like
Beyond.
I feel like Beyond haven't been ready for the aggression on the CT side at all in this half, right? We've seen how many times, even in that one round where unfortunately they don't get anything off the CZ, but when they push behind ramp, Beyond were not ready for that at all. Now QQ is with Lobby not ready for it. Tamir and Score getting 3 kills between them in quick succession, and now it's just K and TZ. It's going to be 9 rounds at the half here for D13. Surely, at this point, with Score getting aggressive down in towards Decon, KTZ actually has a small opportunity to turn these into 1 versus 1 fights, but Score's kind of come away, gets back inside of the site. Now, KTZ's chances of winning this round very slim indeed, and Score with the headshot secures the 9th round for D13. Probably one of the scrappiest rounds of Counter-Strike I've casted in a very long time, Blair.
Yeah, it looks like normal services have resumed. The rounds don't make sense. Some of the plays don't make sense. The anti-ecos are non-existent. But one thing for sure, that's the thing. That's what I was confused about from QQ right there in the replay. Like they heard a flash. They should have noticed CT was pushing in and just running out, like walking out with a nade in hand. Some confusing decisions being made individually speaking, but yeah, D13 coming out on top here. Now, they've shown what they can do on the CT side, although some of those rounds are so ludicrous, Dinko. Those pistol wins where it just makes no sense to me. But for Beyond, CT side nuke. It's a map that you're comfortable with. What do you have? What do you have? I think that is the question that we have in our minds. They won the T-pistol round, a very clean, convincing round as well. Can they recreate that magic here, Dinko? I think that's the question we're going to be having on our lips. And can they stop losing rounds to pistols?
Please. Sincerely, Blair and Dinko. Well, it is going to be Olivia. And towards Mini with the USP ready for the door. It's going to blow it open. Flashbang, smoke. They all come through. Now they dive to the vent, or at least attempt to do so. They're going to take 1 casualty. Mayrolls gets 1 as well. Second picked up for him, and that's the bomb at the bottom of the vent. Mayrolls is perfectly positioned to deal with that vent dive. And look at the corpses. They just completely litter the floor of the vent. And that's a pistol that Yon desperately needed.
The pistols have been clean. They've won both the pistols on this map very, very convincingly. Let's see, Olivia just tapping through the smoke, and of course Meryl's this perfect position. They just drop it 1 by 1 like lemmings to their death, and Tamir unable to get up to any of his usual shenanigans this time around. For D13, no bomb planted. It's going to be just the pistols. Let's take a look here. A Deagle and a Hands of Raid. That is the only investment. Nothing else apart from that, and I don't really see Beyond losing this one. I know we've lost a couple to just default pistols, but this one should be impossible. We have the MP9s, MP7, the sole M4 in the hands of Meryl's, who has a little bit of extra cash from the previous round. So yeah, all things considered, Beyond should be getting round number 8 here. I's going to be coming in for D13, I assume, Dinko, but it should be comparatively pretty light. It's going to be some AKs, maybe a MAC-10, maybe a UMP, maybe having to rely on the utility. But that's a good opportunity for Beyond to try and kind of wrest control of the game.
Well, Kane to Z gets rid of Mr. Cap. Now Annihilation, just the last remaining player. Obviously not much, if anything, expected here from Annihilation. It's just a matter of time before he goes down. He's really trying to find at least something, hoping Beyond get aggressive. It's not going to happen for him. An 8th round picked up for Beyond Esports. We are 1 away from tying things up. D13, when we take a look at what they'll have here, it'll be AKs across the board. A little bit of lack of utility, but enough to compete in this round, especially because Beyond are going into this with the SMGs in play in vast majority, right? It's a bit of a bonus round coming across the board here for Beyond. They win this, obviously it's huge for their economy. It's actually kind of unlikely that they do, due to the fact of how many SMGs they have in play. They just have one rifle player.
Yeah, but if you look at the lack of utility for the Ts, if you can't use the utility that CTs have, to just keep them at bay for a bit and kind of like counter whatever you execute that D13 going to be throwing their way, you can try and win it just based off the utility. Play up close in your face, use your use those MP9s and the MP7 as well. Highly underrated SMG. I personally am a big favorite of it. It's a laser gun, Dinka. It's a little bit more expensive, yeah, but it's worth it.
But especially if you have no armor, right? You can aim punch so quickly with that thing as well. It's very difficult to fire against it. Very rapid fire it, especially in the close quarters, can take down rifles very, very efficiently. Almost just over a minute in play. E13 spread across the map, still playing their default, not wanting to run into anything just yet. Trying to draw out a little bit of utility from the CT side, though there isn't much left now for D13. Just 2 smokes and 1 flashbang. Olivia hears the footsteps. He's going to walk in behind. Score! How many times do we see him just randomly do these 180s and immediately able to pick up headshots? It's just crumbled. Nothing coming in for Beyond. All of the SMGs toppled without a single kill. Mayrol saving back in the lobby with the M4.
Look at how low they are, and obviously Merrill has no idea that 3 players are below 50 HP. In fact, Tamir 27, Mr. Captain 17. And he could do quite a bit of damage here to stealing away a few guns, but yeah, Beyond not able to hold off that onslaught. Oh, it made that a little bit more expensive, but yeah, D13, they keep majority of the players alive, just losing the 1 player there. And for Beyond, it was kind of the bonus round, Dinko, but
with the current economy system, bonus rounds are not really bonus rounds. Like, they're not as what they used to be, that's for sure.
True.
They do affect you economically because you can still see it. Meryl's coming into this next one because he died there, unfortunately. He's stuck on an MP7. There's not much utility available for the CT side, but they do get a buy-in nonetheless.
I can make it work. Open hands of Olivia for D13. A solid round there. I was a little worried that the lack of utility could prove to be a hindrance, but they kind of went for almost a quasi contact play towards upper. But it's actually interesting how D13, the way that they went towards upper, although it was coming in from mini and from from the lobby area as well, they seem to have the protocols right. Everyone knew which direction they're supposed to be spotting towards, which angle they're going to be clearing. On the other hand, for Beyond, when you look to the T side, the way they're taking upper was just so messy. Everyone's looking every direction. There's so many holes in the way they were clearing out the angles, allowing so many rounds of players like Score just getting multi-kills without getting traded. So, honestly, I mean, what? What? Okay. All right, that's reasonable.
Well, smoke goes down. 40 seconds in play. Beyond with the man advantage. Mr. Cap down in the lobby. Holding for the aggression again, coming in from Mayrolls around the corner, and oh, he walks around. That's the perfect timing for Mayrolls. MP7 gets rid of Mr. Cap, and now the quick push from D13 trying to get in towards the A bomb site. Annihilation had a utility in his hand while his teammate was peaked, and KTC takes the rest of the squad down. 10-9, 1 round away from tying things up. D13 will have money on the vast majority of players. They can buy into this. Then again, it's not going to be the best of buys, as I've been saying for what feels like this entire game. It feels like we've had like 3 gun rounds, maybe, full buys from both teams.
Yeah, no one's really had the cash. That's how topsy-turvy the game has been. And even for D13, the rounds are strung together on a CT side. How many times did it come down to a 1v1 or a 2v1? And this is pretty much the same story over here as well. For in the second half, op in play, Olivia. Unfortunately, doesn't find anyone this time. Tamir is going to just like hold W, just push on up. He spots a player towards Decon, and he's just going to keep pushing on up. He's making a lot of noise, he doesn't care. But him being pushed up this deep towards ramp, that's being a problem for the CDs. They're paranoid. There's a player down there, but then QQ decides to finally take matters into his own hands. Gets the quick kill leaving on score and rate. The two young players, 17 and 18 years of age. Can they pull this one back for a team? Man down. STK, KNTZ, QQ. All alive. They have kits, they have utility, they have the armor as well, and they're gonna double peek KNTZ, get the kill. Wait, there's someone above! There's someone above! They're not worried about it! And STK, that's just unfortunate rate. There was nowhere for him to go, Dinko. It was a ladder of death. He drops down his QQ, who goes up, it is STK.
Evened up, finally. Scoreline's even again. It feels like Beyond have been chipping their way back in here. May Rolls has been a relatively strong part of that, I feel, in the last couple of rounds at least. And STK, well, I mean, he was dead anyway, whoever in the play of the event now. I mean, what do you want to get knifed or do you want to get killed by STK? I think I would choose the death by STK. At least keep my honor, Blair.
Yeah, honestly at this point, considering how many knives we see, I feel like getting knifed. It's lost that the ignominy which was associated with it a while ago.
True.
I think, you know, nowadays you see a lot of tactical knives coming in. A little bit of 1v1 there. Olivia and Annihilation. Pretty equal, pretty even. If you think about it. And of course, this is in this particular map. Full eco out now. Scores all tied up. 10-all. Again, we have a couple of deagles for score and rate. So rattling off a couple of bullet speed if we miss a cap. And this should be, yeah, this should be very easy around here. As long as they don't face, as long as they don't give free kills over, it should be fine. A little bit of ruse towards outer, as the couple of players are going to be slowly creeping up towards ramp, but don't see anything, don't see this one going away with D13. Olivia in a very good position to pick up a very comfortable double kill here, and yeah, this is a pretty good round for Beyond. They keep all 5 alive. That means the money is starting to blossom a little bit. It's starting to look a little bit more decent. But now another buy is going to come in with D13. Only won 1 round so far on this T side, Dinko. That's I know it's still early, but it's a little worrying. It seems very different from what we saw from them on the CT side.
Yeah, it's I feel like over on the CT side though for D13, a lot of the rounds were picked up very scrappily down to the clutches, the 1v1s. There is a world in which Beyond picked those rounds up, so it's not like D13 have been clean and clinical on this map either, especially in that first half. So yeah, I feel like this game in general, I feel like it could be much more favorable to the Beyond side. They could be up by a few more rounds than they are currently. I think they have looked slightly better on average and in some scenarios. But obviously D13 that first half, a lot of crazy plays from Beyond that allowed them some kills that shouldn't have gone their way.
Oh, whether this one goes their way remains to be seen. Now, Olivia's position here, he's gathering all the information. All right, there's a smoke wall, but there's no one there. No footsteps. That means it's all a ruse. It's either going to be an upper hit straight up, or it's going to be a play towards Ram. The upper hit looks like the play, and KNTZ is to get playing the anti-flash. Molotov going to be flushing out KNTZ. He's blinded, he's burning. Olivia, meanwhile, getting a trade. KNTZ is stuck in the corner. No one's actually getting spotted out, but now getting another kill. They're going to be heading towards this upper bomb side, but it's still the player remaining. KNTZ, it's all on him, Dinko, and there's nothing he can do. That was like just complete, like, it's like watching a surgeon just cut through a body with his knife, with his blade. They just got picked apart. The upper hole just fell apart so very cleanly. I gotta say, D13, they seem to know what they're doing on the T side as well.
Well, Rick gets rid of Olivia, and D13 do pick it up. I mean, I was just discussing for the fact that D13 did look scrappy within that first half. And I'm going to be honest as well, I think I do agree, for the most part, that D13 do look like they have an idea of what they're doing here on the T side. I think, for the most part, D13 have actually looked pretty solid on the T sides when we've seen them play across any map. So let's see if they can keep this up. If they can, well, Beyond are going to have to bring their A game, because they haven't really given themselves the best opportunities in the past here on Nuke. Going to be the all in the hands of May Rolls, the rest on M4s. Very limited utility and just 1 kit in play as well. If D13 manage to pick up this round, the money's going to be gone for Beyond, and D13 will have a situation where they can actually start to take a bit of a convincing lead on this map.
Yeah, that is something that Beyond would be looking to avoid. Again, you got to point out, for Beyond, it's about, you know, it's about beating the teams above them. These are the games they should be winning way more comfortably. As QQ times it to perfection, he finds one. Got to come pre-firing around the corner. Second kill for him. The bombs drop at his feet. It's a perfect Molotov, and Mr. Cap can't do anything. And his teammate drops out into the flames. SDK again. That ladder is such a problem for him. This time it was his teammate's Molotov and an enemy above. But it's all down to score right now. He knows where the bomb is, but the flames, that's going to be a problem. What's he going to do here, Dinko? Is there a way? Is there a solution to this particular conundrum?
I think probably... Oh, that could have been suicide. That maybe would have worked. And what? Score drops down towards the bottom of the vent. STK is waiting for him. And it's 12 rounds picked up for Beyond. That's a very important round for them to win, Blur. You know, if they lose that one, like I said, the scenario is D13 probably head into the lead with a bit more of a convincing lead. But now that they lose that, it's Beyond who hang on in by the skin of their teeth. I don't know, many normal people don't have skin on their teeth, Blur.
Well, I've seen people with like really
huge gums.
Yeah, huge gums. Yeah. Does that kind of skin? Like, is gum skin?
Yeah, it can count. Yeah, sure. It's like flesh, so that counts. Maybe we should rephrase it to flesh on your teeth.
Flesh on your teeth.
That sounds much better.
That's me after having munched on a bucket of KFC, but
did that yesterday.
They've closed the KFC here like recently because of the COVID thing, so
that's unfortunate, Blur. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. And well, we'll see. Olivia, he goes down. Tamir gets rid of him, and it's a man advantage picked up for D13.
Quick pace, perfect flashbang, score, will score a kill. And now Merrill from behind is trying desperately to get a trade, and he might just have an opportunity to do this as SDK. He's actually got a flank and found both Wraith and Mr. Cap, and he's going to peek on out. Perfect timing. Merrill's like an assassin, sneaking in from behind as well. SDK's pretty much done this all by his lonesome, and in the end, it's going to be all an annihilation. 1v2, bomb on his back. QQ and Meryl's to find. He knows where Meryl's is. He's just got the kill on his teammate, and QQ just crouching and continuing to fire. A little bit of unnecessary bullets being expended there. But considering D13 got his 2 opening kills, that was a huge round from SDK. Getting the flank, dropping the bomb, and getting 3k.
Well, Beyond now 3 away from victory. D13 with a bit of a decision to make in terms of where they go with this economy. Do they invest into this next round and go for it, or do they let it slide to 14? I think that is the right call. This is the one I would go with. But 14 rounds on the board for Beyond, and hope you can fight back when you get the full buyout. Annihilation does have a hero AK. Now, we're used to seeing him do stuff with the ult, and really being that hero with the AWP, but now we have an opportunity to see what he can do with the AK instead. So it seems like for me, right now, like we would agree personally that Score is probably the most talented player overall in terms of being the star. He's versatile, he can pick up the rifles, he's very good with those, and he can also AWP a little bit. So for me, he's definitely the star of the team. But Annihilation, very flashy AWPer, exciting to watch, but the system that D13 have seemed to be based around Annihilation being their star player. So it seems like they personally feel like Annihilation is their star.
It could be, and I also feel like Score, sometimes when you have a player who has, high potential, the ability to take individual decisions, you sometimes let them run free, right? You build a system around the other players, and then you just allow Score to do what he wants, which is necessarily not the case here. He does still work with the team, but let's hold on to that thought for the time being. It's a little bit of a, not really a forced buy, so to speak. Oh, QQ need to get out there in time, and he's gonna find nothing. Score! A kill. 4v2, Dinko. This is not the buy. This is not the round they lose. As Merrill is trying to go for the wall bang, announcing his presence, all the bullets just whizzing past Score. And this should be the call for the save. Yep, it has gone on out. What a round for D13 to win. That is just insane how they managed to steal that one away from Beyond. And at this point, I've lost track of both the sides losing rounds that they have absolutely zero business losing. How do you throw this round away? Like, it's 13-11. You've broken the money. It's such a light buy. You have everything to work with, and you lose a round and you lose 4 players. Come on. Come on, Beyond.
Well, that's not the kind of rounds Beyond should be losing, especially because we not only consider Beyond one of the better teams, but we consider them a team that could be in contention to win this RMR event, or at least compete for the top 3 or 4 spots. Now, if you're losing rounds like this, I just don't see this working or flying against some of the better teams within this tournament. If you go up against Vici and do this kind of stuff, they're gonna wreck you over and over again. It's definitely strange to see. And Beyond kind of are inconsistent in that respect, where they can be brilliant and then just not so great. I think it's the term I'll go with in the next round. So it's really hard to call where they're at right now.
It is, and it reminds me of the point we made earlier about, you know, Ren trying to battle to be the second best team in SCA, and then they lose to Mazala, and we're just questioning it. We're like, listen, you want to be the second best team in SCA, you want to crack the top 5 overall Asia, you got to win these games against Mazala, teams like Mazala, and that is the exact same thing I could say of Beyond against D13. Obviously, Beyond and D13, both the teams an upgrade over Lucid, over Bren, Lucid, and Mazala, and well, auto shotty. Love it, Dinko, but he just finds one.
Yeah, definitely have the potential to get a little bit more done, but D13 are cutting through them. 1 kill from QQ, but it's now only Olivia. It's been quietly solid throughout this map. 21-18. Westside quietly. I mean, I don't really remember him doing a whole lot. It's just kind of kills here and there, and he's obviously delivered enough impact for the team. But it's not the flashy Olivia we know and we love from Inferno even. So he's going to run on in. He's done the first damage, and now a second kill as well. Now Annihilation's only 18 HP. He can win this round. Olivia runs out of ammo, moves forward with the USP, and oh no! Just not enough bullets available in the SMG, and Olivia, he's going to lose the round. Oh, that is heartbreaking. That's such a round that could have went their way. Oh, blah. That is heartbreaking for Olivia.
It was a forced buy as well, right? It wasn't just an eco where they win the round. It's like, yeah, you know, we got more than we expected. They're broken, Dinko. The money is broken. And at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the mines have been smashed as well. D13. Fortunate to win that round, but at the same time, I'll knock them. They've definitely made a match of this score. To get himself the opening headshot, and Meryl's going to fall. It's pretty much a full eco here. 5-7 CZ, and Olivia with the 5-7 and the Kevlar. That's about it. Score all the way at the back of the bomb site. And he's going to have no trouble winning these duels. There we go. QQ's going to get immediately dispatched off, and score's tied up. And it will be... Ooh, Tamir making that look a little messy, but he should, just dance around with his food. And it should be flawless round here coming in. 14-13. D13, 2 rounds away from taking the series and pulling off what I guess every one of us should call it an upset. We did not see this happening. We did not assume that Beyond would be staring down a loss here in this matchup. In fact, at one point, we were even saying it's going to be 2-0 for Beyond. And if you've been watching Counter-Strike for a while, or any of the Asian teams have any inkling about the way they play, it's just purely logical to, you know, hedge your bets on Beyond. But this is just been a flat showing, a rough showing from both the teams. But D13, they seem to just thrive in these chaotic rounds, and some seemingly just come out on top.
Yeah, the thing is, well, obviously I want to give a fair shout to Jason. He did predict it with his heart, you know, and always go with your heart. It's Disney movies have taught us one thing, and it's to follow your heart. So 14-13, 2 rounds away from victory. We'll see if D13 complete the fairy tale story, or will Beyond finish it with what real fairy tales are like. And they all have miserable endings, Blair. And they're far more interesting to me.
Look at that. The average HP left at the end of the round, 19-27. And imagine a team with the 27 HP remaining would be the one winning, but no! It's even 19 HP. You don't even need health anymore. It's just absolute madness. And here we go, QQ spots to play around with Tamir. What?
That is nuts. Great headshot from Tamir. He just flicks the left side. He's taking a lot of damage, but he is still alive, and he's got the kill. Uh-oh. This is not good for Beyond. This is not the start they've been looking for whatsoever. Mayrolls back on the ramp. Now the pressure comes in. It's Olivia with 1 kill for the CT side. The lineup is there for Mayrolls. He gets 1 on the score. The follow-up kill should be there, but somehow Rit is surviving. 1 HP.
One HP. Mr. Cap. Fall all on straight. There's nothing you can do there. Annihilation got taken down earlier in that hot area, and yeah, Beyond, they strike back. It is not done yet, Dinko. Do you smell it on the horizon? I don't want to use the phrase. I don't really want to use the words, but can you smell it on the horizon? Because I sure can.
A good overtime smell coming my way, Blair. I was gonna say, you know, if you fear it, I don't. I'm ready for it.
All the rounds, all the maps, all the games.
Well, that's nice. We didn't get to see that from Olivia's POV, but I mean, Tamir's just standing in the open with a smoke and Molotov or something in his hand, so a little bit unfortunate. And yeah, just a round that's kind of disjointed from D13. There was never really an idea, I don't think, in that round. They went towards outside. There was 1 kill from Tamir. Fantastic stuff. You got the man advantage. But now what are you doing? Going 1 by 1 in towards ramp. Fair enough. I think actually their approach towards ramp was okay. I think Mayrolls just had a good position. But once he does that initial damage, where's the utility being used? Where's the reply? There just isn't any. And at that point, you've already lost 2 players. And you've also taken a lot of damage on board. And no real map control gain is immediately Tamir give up all that map control that he fought for. So that round was just terrible from D13. And well, Scorch is going to dive off. That's quick, and that's a good opening kill. But Olivia trades back, and there's players down in towards the lower bomb site. Now, this is an idea I can get behind.
This is an idea indeed. Almost breaking my phone there. But Olivia, Molotov to the right, smoke to the left. He's got to hold on. Hold on to your horses. Go for the retake together. STK creeping around, but Mr. Cap, this is so cool. This is actually so cool. And they don't even need the 2 players up top to come to their rescue. They won this. The money's so rough for CD side, KNTZ, Mayrolls. They just have to go for the save. There's no point going for this attempt. 15 to 14, Dinko. Map and match point for No, not Beyond. For D13. Who would have thunk it?
Not me. And what?
Maybe Jason's heart.
Yeah, Jason's heart, yeah. That's the one that thought about it. From my heart right now, Blair, you know, it's just cheeseburgers coursing through it, really.
I could do with a cheeseburger right now. I feel like the only thing, the only safe thing, the only fixed fact in Asian Counter-Strike is that Vici can't beat Tyloo. Apart from that, I think everything's fair game. Like, anything can happen. It's just ludicrous.
Well, utility at the ready towards outside. QQ down in towards secret stairs with the UMP. He'll get in the corner. Is that overtime, Blair? Who knows? Let's see what Beyond can do. It's the UMP peeking towards outside. That's an ambitious fight. UMP versus the top silo player on the rifle. So QQ realizes that, comes off the angle. Now Score, he's been so quick. He's been getting into his positions, but Olivia, he's ready. He's ready for the aggression. And Score, he's going to go down. Man advantage picked up for Beyond.
Man advantage. 2-man advantage. Mayrolls finds Tamir. And suddenly, it looks like predictions coming true, Dinko. The curse is real indeed. Overtime. Oh, okay. That's a peek and a half by Raid. Annihilation. He's so patient. Finds one. Turns around, but not in time. Waited a couple of seconds. They would have worked up an STK. He's going to get a huge kill, leaving all in Raid in a 1v2. And it's not going to happen, Dinko. Overtime it is. Mayrolls with a massive triple kill. And despite the heroics of Annihilation, 26 frags to the man, Olivia and KNTZ will combine their forces together to drag us into a few more rounds here.
Few more indeed. 10k overtime coming right up. 15-15. It's been like an hour, maybe a little bit more, and we're still all square here on Nuke. A little closer to finding out which team will be taking it over the line in this series. Over here for D13, they've got the AKs in play. immediately purchase up, but the pause in play at the moment. Not quite sure if it's tactical or not technical, but through the duration of it, I believe it probably is technical.
I do like those white ski masks though. I wonder if they count, like, you know, with everyone having to wear face covers, face masks, sorry, when going out because of obviously the COVID situation and whatnot. I wonder if those sort of ski masks count. Are they as effective?
Well, probably not, Blair. I think the only masks that are really effective, I think, are the N95 respirator one, and then there's one
Yeah.
called a K something.
Oh well, I like to wear a cool mask.
N95 or something like that. KN95. Yeah.
I don't even step out of my house because I don't need a mask. Just thinking about it.
Yeah, I went to the supermarket the other day, and I was the only person wearing a mask. So, yeah, my country's given up.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of countries have given up.
Well, we get into things here. It's going to be the AWP out for Olivia. That's the only open play, actually. D-side going for the 5 AK-47s. Maybe a quicker play up their sleeve here because they have been so ferociously quick, and now they go straight towards the hut. The door blown off as well. Olivia's going to be under pressure, but that smoke gets away from his vision, and now Rit with 1 kill. Olivia will get 1 more. STK following up, and Olivia keeps dishing out the kills. It's just Annihilation and Mr. Cap left alone, and May Rolls is going to deny the bomb plant. Now it's all Annihilation. The first into the 1 versus 3. Now he looks to chip together a few more, and he's shut down Olivia. What a round. AWP, he just picks them all away. Now takes the AK instead.
Round's done with what, like 20 seconds?
Yeah.
super fast round from D13. And gotta remember that this is an RMR event, meaning that the overtime rule set, which is usually different from most of the other events, with the 16k start money, is instead going to be 10k. And that, of course, means that you lose a couple of rounds back-to-back. Doesn't matter if T side or CD side. You're going to be kind of struggling for cash. That's something that you need to keep at the back of your mind. Obviously, CTs would be more hard hit than the Ts, but even for the Ts, you don't want to rely on... What is that from... What? Why would he jump just crossed like that? There's no smoke blooming. Or was that a CT Molotov which extinguished the smoke? I'm not sure. If it's a CT Molotov, that's genius.
Oh, Mayrolls, there we go. Score didn't have his gun out. And Mayrolls, it took a while, but eventually he realized his victim was in front of him. Olivia, 2 kills collected. Mr. Cap and Annihilation both hit the deck. And while Beyond, they've turned it up a gear here in overtime. Where was this, Olivia?
Where was this Beyond?
Basically the same thing at this point.
Yeah, they have really stepped it up a notch here. Suddenly looking pretty darn good. Tamir, the captain, the fearless leader, he's won a number of rounds pretty much all by his lonesome in the past, but this could be a little bit too much. 6 HP, 3 kills to find. And he needs to land 3 instant headshots to make this one work. Gets spotted out though. And with that, I know exactly where he is. And SK, of course, going to keep walking in, gets the kill as well. 17-15, Beyond. Somehow just waking up and... No, I didn't see any CT Molotov there. It was just like a failed smoke, a delayed smoke. I don't know.
Well, Olivia definitely will not be complaining. He's 32 and 22 right now. He's having an excellent time. I have to say, throughout regulation, it did feel like Olivia was a little quiet, like in terms of, not in terms of getting kills, but in terms of us recognizing his impact. He was just so consistent. That's the makings of a great player, and now, when it matters, he's stepping up. They're towards outside already, and Olivia is currently over here, but the smoke's protecting them. And they'll go down towards Secret. They should have a player rotated down already for the CT side, having given this info. And now Olivia, oh, he's been spotted. He's going to be shot, but the glass, it protects him. Now, if Olivia goes on to dish out damage in this round, if I'm Annihilation, I'm so mad.
You had to say it. You had to say it, Enko. And of all the people he finds, Olivia finds Annihilation on 2 HP. Finally, vengeance. has been gained.
Well, that's more than Olivia should have been able to do, but the glass protecting him. And if it seems like it's written in the stars almost that Beyond should be taking map points. STK down and towards the hut. Around the corner, Mr. Cap is there with the Galil. KTC gets rid of the score. Follow up on the AUG as well. There it is, flawless from Beyond on their CT side. 33 and 23 for Olivia. KTC and 26 kills, 23 on May rules. Not much of a kill disparity between the team here. And over for the T side, well, it's kind of who you expect to be near the top. Annihilation on 28 kills. Score up there, just in behind him on 22, so Annihilation has been finding quite a lot of impact, although has been set up, you know, even in rounds where they've had the weaker weapons, he's had the rifle in his hands, they've entrusted him to be the hero. He's definitely set up for a lot of success. That's much better from Beyond.
Yeah, much more convincing. Absolutely. Thing is, can you recreate the magic on the T side? Well, I say that, Olivia.
Annihilation again. And because he's been so impactful as well, it's frustrating to lose Annihilation immediately into rounds. Because now he can't do anything. Score instead has to step up, and well, he's going to be caught. The aggression not working out for him. I think this might be job done, Blatt. It's looking good, but Tamir, he's going to say no. 2 through the smoke, nearly a third as well. How has this happened? Beyond trying to get down to the vent. Tamir ready for it, and he's hunting after them. He's going to drop, he's going to find another kill. Tamir is doing everything, showing that he can in-game lead and frag at the same time. Tamir with a 4K. He doesn't want this to end. Somehow he's pulled this out of the bag. Now it's on Olivia.
How is it?
A 1 versus 3. The Tech 9, he'll drop down to the vent. The kill on the Tech 9 is there. He's 6 HP. This would be an incredible clutch delivered for Beyond. It would end this game, wrap things up flawlessly in overtime. But Tamir is doing everything in his power to make sure that Beyond do not win in this round.
I'm just completely lost. How's he done this, Olivia? Well, I feel a little bad Tamir didn't get the ace. He deserved that. That was the hero play. That was a hero play. If D13 wind up winning the series, that was a play from Tamir. Chips it down, everything goes wrong, and Tamir, out of nowhere, 4K for him. Massive, massive play. 2 in the smoke, drops on down, catches KNTZ with the Molotov in hand, and even catches Meryl's before he's able to get the bomb down. At least if the bomb got planted, Olivia could maybe, it was unlikely, but he could have maybe played the post plant. Played the bomb at least, but D13, they cling on the precipice, but they're not quite done yet, Dinka. They're still clinging on, their nails are bloodied, their fingers are bleeding. Still holding on. Annihilation. What a shot at the KNTZ. It tosses an incendiary fault on back. They're going to smoke their way through, though, and they're going to come pouring out. SDK, he burns alive, but not before he gets at least a trade onto Rate. Annihilation off angle there from Meryl, just dropping down, and I'm surprised he didn't hear him. And suddenly, it's a 3v3. Timing, oh no! QQ snaps around, finds Tamir. It's all an Annihilation, and Mr. Cap, 2v2, Meryl and Olivia. Can they deliver, Dinko? Can they close this one out?
Well, it's on to Olivia up here in heaven, I think, and the timing's actually worked out for him perfectly. Mr. Cap was looking up there. Now Olivia has dropped into the side. Smoke down for Hut. He's still got Mayrolls up in heaven as well. So with this bomb plant, it's planted so well for Mayrolls. As long as he plays his cards correctly here, this should be the win for Beyond. Mr. Cap just waiting for some aggression. That smoke is really holding him off, but ready with a flashbang. Annihilation is going to send his teammate in with a flash as the first goes up. He's not going to throw the second. They go on the first. Olivia's blinded by it, but Mr. Cap right in the corner. There's the kill, and now 1 versus 2.
Molotov.
Oh, smoke, though. It goes a little bit too far as well. Annihilation's on the bomb. He's on the defuse. There it is. May rolls the transfer, the double kill, and a 19-16 win on Nuke. They will take the series, but my God, that lasted way too long for Beyond. They could have closed that, I feel, if they had just showed up with that CT side in regulation. They just turned it on in overtime.
That was so labored and so painful to watch if you're like a Beyond fan, if you know what Beyond can do, right? I mean, Valiant never from D13 taking nothing away from them, but Beyond should have won that in a way more cleaner fashion. I think I'm just done after watching that map. That just broke me. Jason, Mitch, please jump in. Thoughts?
This is
God, that's my that face. That's my internal screaming face right now.
This is a pretty consistent factor, isn't it? Like one
you
of us
can't even see my hands.
commentates.
Sorry, let me. Yeah, I'm just holding my
Oh,
heart.
holding
I'm just
heart.
like,
Oh,
Oh,
it hurts. I believed. I listened to
Could
my
have
heart. Roxette, you let me down. You said, listen to your heart. I did. And you proved me wrong. I think that's the only song she actually ever had that was even
Yeah,
noticeable.
One Hit Wonder.
Yeah, One Hit Wonder. Damn it. She never listened to One Hit Wonder. Go ahead, Mitch. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, I was saying I think it's a pretty consistent factor, right? Every time that we watch one of these kind of close games, I'm yet to see one that I think we're more impressed with both teams, and you're kind of going, come on, how? They for Beyond, I thought they'd come in and they'd dominate Nuke, and yeah, they took it, but D13 put up one hell of a fight, far better than I expected of them. So much room given to the likes of Annihilation, and how do you even feel if you're Olivia? You know, you're like, what more can he do, really? Like, he's trying his very best, dropping above 35 kills by the end of it. And man, it was necessary. I mean, you imagine he didn't come in on his A game. You imagine Annihilation was winning a couple more of those opping duels. Well, they wouldn't have stood a chance.
Well, I mean, I think that's just Olivia. He shows up and generally always gives his A game. I mean, I feel like there's very few matches we've had of him so far where he's not top fragging or within the top two of his team. I mean, he was leaps and bounds, or not leaps and bounds ahead of like KNTZ. He was like 9-10 frags above him. But one thing we can say for D13 is bottom frag 20, top frag 29. Like everyone was putting in their piece of the pie to make sure it's as delicious as it possibly can. It just wasn't enough at the very end of it. Again, you think back to just maybe like one round difference, one mistake not being made or one mistake being made on the other side, and we could have had that done for D13. And now Beyond, I believe they go up 4 games now to 1, if I remember correctly. And then D13, I mean, not on the verge of being knocked out. They definitely have looked better than a lot of teams out there, but it's still getting, you know, squeaky bum moments for them.
Yeah, I think you also got to look at, like, for D13, they won 14 out of 35 opening duels. It's a pretty low percentage overall. The fact that Olivia was just dominating in those early fights. I think you said KNTZ was behind, yeah, but by 8 or 9 frags for sure. In that first half, though, I think he was leading the charge. He definitely looked, he took the step forward we needed him to, coming into a map that they're familiar with versus playing on that Nuke where they were trying to figure out exactly what they wanted to do. So I was impressed with KNTZ overall. I think he did pretty well in the first half. CT side, though, when you swap over, Olivia has the AWP, has the freedom to use it wherever he wants. That's really where you expect him to fly ahead, and he did. I think everything for Beyond kind of went as expected in terms of who showed up, which players were able to do better than Vertigo. I'm just so surprised with D13 still, despite not getting into rounds all that efficiently when it came to the early duels, still managing to pull themselves back on the back of some massive multi-kill rounds by pretty much every member on that team.
Yeah, and we gotta look towards the MVP, and I think you could just tell. I mean, look at the ADR, look at the kills, look how handsome this man is. It's Olivia, 11 multi-kill rounds. Like, he had almost double more than anyone else in the entire game. 6 was the second highest, met by Annihilation, met by Score, met by KNTZ, met by QQ, and he was on 11. I mean, we talk about like standout players for Beyond, but Olivia, what is he not? What has he let us down? Maybe in like one of the one game they lost, maybe.
I didn't quite keep track, but I think it was around 3 of those multi-kill rounds came in overtime as well. So he just kind of like popped off towards the end of the game. I think
He's
a
like,
really
I'm done with this one.
Yeah,
Let me
he's
just do it
like,
myself.
how does this happen? Let me just take it into my own hands. And it actually happened. I mean, he got the AWP out in overtime. He just shut down 3 players in the first round, saves the AK, buys the AWP up into the next round, and gets another 3K. Like, he's just doing everything in overtime, and he put them into a really winnable position. I think Olivia is just one of the best assets to have within Asia really right now. And when we take a look at the top AWPers that we've got in play in the tournament so far, he's up there. He's definitely up there. He's won a lot of clutches, and he's the top rated clutch player in the tournament so far as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing the AWP battles between Olivia and Kaze. I think that should be fun to watch, and Olivia Danking. They'll be fun to watch in terms of keeping an eye on them.
I think if we kind of compare Annihilation and Olivia, because that was kind of like our matchup going into this whole game, is that Annihilation seems to be like just that much more flashy in terms of like what he can pull off. However, when we see like AKs or rifles being brought into the fight, I feel like Olivia kind of, you know, makes up for that by squeaking by, of showing that he can play without an AWP. And I know we mentioned that the other day, and he's just proven it to be even more true here.
I feel like both of them are pretty much capable. Olivia
Yeah.
being the more tested player, right?
Yeah.
So he's been around the scene for a while, obviously. And here's the thing: Annihilation's fun to watch. He goes for those
Super
really
fun.
super fast flick shots. He goes for shots which normally no one, no other opera would go for because they're like, there's no chance of me hitting that. And when he lands, it's super cool to watch. Olivia's not that. Olivia's the guys who are going to be like, all right, I'm going to shoot. He's going to die. I'm going to win in the round. And I think that makes him the MVP here. I love Annihilation. He is that X factor for this team, but Olivia is just the better player. He is a reason Beyond won this game. Simple as that.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's actually going to put him with this performance up to second spot in the overall ratings as well. Just down below, I think score is going to move away from that second spot just a little bit lower than Olivia. So this is a good performance from him.
All right, well, that's going to wrap up our second game of the day. We still have one more to come up there after this. It's going to be Divine Vendetta up against Tiger. Honestly, we're going to find out if the Tigers show up as, unfortunately, a kitten, or they will be a full-grown tiger jumping right at your face for a juicy steak. I don't know why there's a steak in your face. I don't know why you would keep a steak on your face. Probably shouldn't do that around tigers, and you're going to find out why, hopefully, after this break.
Coming up next, Tiger versus Divine Vendetta.
you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos, and the odd ones. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. Yeah, nah, you can't rock with us. A ticking time bomb, who wanna talk with us? All has fallen, we thrive in destruction. So hide your jewels, keep your chains tucked in. Watch the beauty all turn, nowhere to hide when the beauties all burn. Bring on the chaos, we won't make him. Take us to your leader and watch us take him. Kick in the door and break in. Take everything you stole from us, everything that you owe to us. Take every opportunity you never showed to us. With no mask, so you know it's us. Listen to our war bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. War paint on our faces, battle of the ages. We ain't the safest, we was locked in cages. You tried your best to erase us, now you gotta face us. Nobody can save us, we wild and dangerous. Nobody can tame us, who's sparking the flames up? You can go and blame us. You can go and blame us. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the wild ones, running the nightfall. Better stay inside, away from the outlaws. When you hear the war cry, war cry, war cry, war cry. We are the bosses, we are the bad guys. We'll get you baptized into the dark side when you hear the war cry. War cry, war cry, war cry. We are the
Another crazy day of games here at the PAL 2020 Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL as we now move into our final game of the day. It's going to be an exciting one. We're going to find out which Tiger will show up against Divine Vendetta. I'm Jason Kappen, still joined by Mitch, by Bleh, and by Dinko as we kind of break things down here going into our final game. So let's start things off. Let's start talking about Tiger off the bat. Again, there's been a lot of questions about what kind of performance they're going to show. They're the team that won the Road to Rio event. They have the 1,600 RMR points. But in this event, even in the first game alone, it didn't look like the same team we saw before, Bleh.
Yeah, it just been very hit or miss, right? And this is the one doubt I had about this particular team. Like, they won the RMR. That was against a Tai Lu, who were looking very shaky. This lineup had just come to fruition, so they had a lot of flaws in the way they're approaching it. They had a few losses there against teams they shouldn't be losing against as well. So Tiger, they had the opportunity, they took it away. They didn't play the Pro League, so we didn't see much from them. And coming to this RMR, they've been off to a kind of a very cold start, if you ask me. Still looking pretty solid though. But I agree with you, Jason. Like, which Tiger we're going to be seeing here is going to be like a Royal Bengal Tiger, or is it going to be a little kitty cat, which is basically toothless? Remains to be seen.
Both are equally annoying and equally evil dogs for life. Looking at the roster as well, Dobu for me is a player that really, I guess we have a cat person here, Dinko.
No, I love dogs as well, but I think a Royal Bengal Tiger is incredible.
Dogs are the best.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not taking that chance. Why would I want a tiger? Yeah, they're adorable, but it can eat my face off. Go.
It's not adorable,
especially
it's
if you leave a
terrifying.
steak.
Exactly, and I like to keep steaks on my face. It keeps me looking young.
There you go.
Keeps me looking beautiful. But Dobu, this is a person we're gonna have to talk about. When he performs, he outshines everyone on the team and outshines everyone on the server. But then again, we've seen some signs of mortality to him. He hasn't had necessarily that consistent performance that has allowed Tiger to get some of their victories so far. I'm not sure, if Mitch or Dinko, you want to go into a little bit more to talk about him, or maybe there's another player that kind of catches your eye. First come, first serve.
I mean, Dobu is a player for me that definitely has that potential to be one of the stars in this team consistently, but he needs a little bit more work. I think he makes a lot of ill-formed decisions. He goes out from Underwood and Palace. He can be impressive from that position, but then again goes aggressive on ramp. There's scenarios where we just see him get over-aggressive and overstep his mark and look a little rough. So I want to see Dobu become more tempered in his aggression and become much more of a disciplined player. Once he does that and he's still able to consistently frag, that's when we can see Dobu really become a staple star of this team. There's times where he kind of drops off as well on his individual level, and he can be towards the bottom of the middle of the table, and you can't really afford one of your star players to be there. So it's all about finding consistency and becoming a little bit more of a disciplined player, I think, for Dobu. And then we've got a real star.
Well, we got to also look out to their opponents. We don't have that much time before we get into games, so we're going to talk quickly here about Divine Vendetta, because this team came out blasting the first game. We didn't really know what to expect for them, previously known as Camel Riders. I mean, Davdov on there, Havoc, Ezra, Pokemon, Tyke. We saw Pokemon. He had a great first game as well. Then he started to taper off as the rest of the event went on here, Mitch. I don't know who's going to be the stand-up player coming into this game, because I know Ezra as well is another one that kind of stood out my eyes of having a slow start, but it's built into the tournament.
Yeah, I really want to see Pokemon come back. We mentioned a couple of games when we were looking at them either on the desk or casting it, that he really did look a lot better towards the start of the tournament. As you're saying, he definitely tapered off. Versus Lucid Dream, he was just nowhere to be seen, and it was all about Davdov and Havoc for the most part. The Nuke game actually was where he turned up in that series. So I think Davdov's probably the one to look at when you go over towards Divine Vendetta, is pretty consistently showing up outside of just Havoc. They've got the firepower. The thing is, this seems to me like a team that if they're not showing up, like, they only have very finite pieces. They're not always able to turn up in a series. And I think that the consistency there is what's really going to limit them from stepping up a level. At the same time, Tiger, they're not at the level that I think most people think they're at. Certainly not in the games we've seen. Like, even that one versus Bren, it was shocking. They lost 2-1. Not a series they should ever lose. Bren, the team that lost to Mazalai, it's like, where are the transitive properties at?
I can
nothing makes
sense
sense
the anger
anymore
inside of you about that Bren Mazalai game. But we do have our maps, so let's go take a look at the veto and see what will be happening. I would imagine Dust 2 would have been potentially one of the games to go through, because Tiger and Divine Vendetta both do play it. Looks like that's actually going to be the first ban out the gates.
Yeah, Dust 2 ban from Tiger. That is a little bit of a surprise for me. They are very solid on it. Vertigo ban, I don't think either of these two teams are going to be comfortable in it. So Divine Vendetta going for the safe bet there. Now Overpass, it's a map that Tiger are very, very comfortable on. Divine Vendetta have 0 games played on that as far as I can see. Nuke is a map that Divine Vendetta, we saw that they have a game plan. I think they beat Invictus on it, if I'm not mistaken. They've looked very, very solid at this map. And it will be still challenging though, because Tiger are a team who can play Nuke as well. Heading into the final map, Inferno, it's very 50-50. Tiger have shown that they are very, well, I mean, they can win, they can lose, depends on which Tiger shows up. Of course, we do have the Mirage ban coming in as well. So, yeah, kind of expected bans and picks coming in there, but I would have liked Tiger to float Dust 2 for a bit. And, maybe ban out Nuke over there. That's a map where Divine Vendetta look pretty solid on. They have a good game plan on it. And maybe, yeah, we could have seen a Dust 2 there. But looking at all the 3 maps, I still believe Divine Vendetta, they have an opportunity. They've had a couple of upsets here so far. Tiger look mortal. And depending on which Tiger shows up, I wouldn't be surprised to see Divine Vendetta even getting the win here. I'm just going to put it out there.
I'm quite surprised that we saw Divine Vendetta ban Vertigo, actually, because this is, I mean, Tiger are a team at a pretty established map pool, right? It's not like they're one of these teams that have 2 plays on Mirage, 2 on Dust, and who knows what else they're going to pull out. They're not going to play Vertigo. And the chances of them picking it, honestly, I would, if they picked it, I'd take it. You probably have just about as good a chance, because I'm presuming every player at this point has a decent knowledge of Vertigo. Every team will have scrimmed it and then probably decided, oh, I don't like that, let's not play it. But you'll have the basic knowledge to head-to-head them on their first official play. More than likely, they wouldn't have picked it. You could have gotten an overpass out of there immediately, which is a map that Tiger are immensely comfortable on, and then at least had some, slightly easier veto, because, yeah, it'll be banned out in round 2, but I think you're better off just allowing that. I would say that is a little bit of a mistake to play that scared.
All right, and then also a little bit of a comparison between the top fraggers from each of the teams. We're going to take a look at Aircast coming in from Tiger up against Havoc on the side of Divine Vendetta. And again, looking at the stats, I mean, you should expect Aircast, who's played, on these big stages with some of the top teams. He's played with some really good teams as well, thinking back to Greyhound Gaming. I mean, Havoc has surprised me. He's done well. We've seen him op a couple of times, mostly, towards Dust 2, but to reiterate before, if people weren't watching, I want you to kind of go into maybe the background of Havoc, because I know you said he's one of the best Indian players out there.
He is the best Indian player out there.
Is the best. Of course, okay. I thought it was you. I thought you were the best player out there.
Oh, listen, I talk about Counter-Strike. That's a difference right there. He's been playing for a while.
Whoa.
Apart from Forsaken, but let's not bring that guy up.
She's got a really high
we do
sensitivity.
know. No, I actually like cracking a few jokes about the Microsoft stuff out there. But Havoc, he's been playing in Dubai in the Middle East region for a long time. He has been one of the standout players in the region. Him getting picked up by Divine Vendetta over Misty, I think it's a big upgrade, and it shows. He's looking very good. He's also probably helping out Edge Ram and some of the mid-run calling and whatnot. For Urcast, though, he has, I don't know if he's probably listened to us, he's really stepped it up. We speak about Dobu being a little bit, he's been missing a little bit, NCL having some rough games here and there, but my word, Urcast has come to play, and that's what I've been waiting for. Someone who's helping in the in-game leadership role a little bit as well. He's not a main IGL, of course, it's NCL calling, but Urcast stepping up to the level that we know he can reach, especially when you remember the old, the Greyhound lineup. That could be the X factor that Tiger need in this particular juncture, so to speak.
Actually, I even want to look into his results they had, if I wasn't so blind, and also the slurry of games we have on HLT, because I remember we did call him out before that last match, and as you said, he definitely stepped up. It was Dobu was a little bit more quiet. We've also seen Nine have some life within the AWP when he does get it. Doesn't seem to, I don't know, in my head, he doesn't stand out as, like, again, your Annihilation or your Olivia, but he's pretty solid and he can have his own moments. I think for me, it's just wondering what Tiger's going to show up. I think Divine Vendetta have been playing pretty consistent to their level. Tiger, they have a bullseye on their back, or not a bullseye, I guess they have a target on their back, if I say it correctly. Thinking about the RMR points and how they work, right? They have to have a decent place in here, and then they need to go in the fall event and have a good place in yet again to maintain that #1 spot. But you got Tai Lu, you got Vici, you got Invictus, you got Beyond, all gunning that #1 position. So I feel like they have more pressure on their shoulders than a lot of teams here. But at the same rate, this should be, on paper, one of their easier games. Whether or not that comes true is another question, Mitch.
I think, the thing for Tiger is, I don't know if there's an easy game for them in the bag. They definitely like to make things difficult. At the same time, Divine Vendetta, is a very valuable game. If they can manage to take down Tiger, that's one of the teams that could potentially be tied with them for rankings. I mean, are Tiger going to beat Tyloo, Avicii, and Invictus? We've already seen some of those, and no is the answer to for the most part. And if those are resounding, there's a strong possibility that these two teams end up competing. I mean, we've got Brown, we've got Mazelai. I wouldn't say confirmed yet, but they're definitely looking favorites to go out and not make playoffs. And so that seeding or maybe even hitting top 4 could rely on this very matchup. So they're definitely going to come in with their A game. I'm a little bit sad that they didn't think about the veto a little bit more. But yeah, in theory, look, this should be Tiger's game. Will that happen?
Maybe, Mitch. Maybe they have so much confidence the veto is not going to matter in their eyes. Well, Blend, thank you very much for your thoughts on this match. Again, we'll check up on you a little bit later on as we're going to jump into it. You and me, Mitch, me and you, holding hands side by side, though you're a lot shorter than me, so I guess I have to kind of bend over or bend down to hold your hand. But this is going to be kicking things off onto Overpass. Looks like Divine Vendetta going to be starting off on the CT side and Tiger on the T side. All right, now, Mitch. Give me your predictions. Give me your heart's prediction and then your brain's prediction in this match. How do you think it's going to go?
I mean, honestly, I want to side with my Middle Eastern boys. I want to go with Divine Vendetta.
That's your heart?
It's in my veins. It's in my heart. I want them to take this one across. For Tiger, they should be taking it. Realistically, if they want any sort of respect as being within that top 3, or within being number 1 in Asia, in quotation marks, they got to do this. You got to be cleaning up those lower teams, and so far they've really struggled. Like I said, they lost to Brand. They barely beat Beyond, barely beat Invictus. They're still in contention for the top spot, but if they don't win this one, I don't know about that anymore. We'll see. We're into the pistol.
Yeah,
things already starting out fairly poorly with Cabal falling. It's a 5v4. Divine Vendetta off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, Havoc just got his head, or sorry, Cabal just got his head completely taken off right off the bat by Pokemon. And again, that's a player that we wanted to see step up, right? I think it was you that mentioned you want to see him come back to what we saw in their first match. We're going to see the Execute come in towards B with 4 players. The Bomb going to be actually joining in as well here. They're committing to this. And you can see Havoc just trying to play safe. Both players in water. So CT's giving this up, or maybe not too much. Tight gets the first kill. Ezreal again with a good flashman opening up. Dobu just jumps into the water and takes both kills. It's just completely switched around on its head as Dobu gets a third. Maybe he's showing up to play here, Mitch. This is insane out of Tiger.
Oh, yeah, he is just doming people left, right, and center. Divine Vendetta going to struggle to get back in. Davdov and Pokemon, though. Davdov, insane player, consistent across all the games. Pokemon, not so much. He steps up sometimes. Is this going to be a map where he can show his true colors? We shall see. The shots raining out from the Glocks as players fall, and Pokemon almost takes down Dobu, but Dobu takes them all. And a 4K, it's now 1-0 for Tiger.
I've got it, Mitch. I've got this. This is what it is. Whoever we call out as underperforming on Tiger's side then goes into that game and just completely makes us shut up. It was Haircuts last time. It's Dobu this time. 4 kills in the pistol round. And the thing is, he jumped into water. They weren't blind. He just hit his shots. And then the 3rd kill onto Ezreal, like, when they're already down a man, they lose another on the entry. He steps up and he gets the kills when they need it. He goes straight to the AK. 4 Mac 10s for the rest of his team. That's kind of interesting. I was actually expecting maybe the AKs to come out, but maybe they're feeling confident they don't need it. They have to be careful, though, of Davdov on his scout. But hey, if they win this round and they keep the majority of the players alive, this is a lot of money they're going to make in the follow round as well. So they should be able to, get a very strong economy going. Oh, Davdov, 25 HP, gets around the corner in time. He's got to be very careful, though. Flash could come through. Let's have some assistance out of Tyke. And Pokemon, oh, he's getting aggressive. I kind of like this. They saw the presence towards Long. He's actually going to flank into connector. Dobu was checking. Oh, no, Dobu's going to turn. Doesn't matter. Spray comes in. He only gets 1, however. The AK is going to be rescued. And it will be a 4-on-4.
Well, we'll pretend we didn't see the latter part of that spray, but...
Oh my god, no. Edrin turned around, too. Right when 9 was coming up the connector.
Yeah, well, he's walked back. He's caught him. As Cabal is on his way up through Con, the rifle retrieved. The players moving back towards the A site. Cut off by Urcast at least, but I mean, they've still got a man disadvantage to work with. Davdov on 25 health, but a scout. That's workable. And Tiger, they're separated as well, so Urcast is going to try to flank down from the A site. Problem is they know he's up on A, so they'll be ready for this flank to come down as time goes on, but 16 seconds left. They've got to make a move quite quickly at that.
Yeah, Cabal needs to
steps
stay
heard.
alive.
See, Cabal can cause a distraction, right? The smoke goes down. He's spamming away. Now the players are looking at him, but no, Aircast wasn't there in time. That's the round done and dusted. He doesn't even find the extra kill on the clock. 3 players surviving for Divine Vendetta. Weapons picked up. They've got a MAC-10, a Scout, an AK, all for free. And the most important part, Jason, is that they're coming up against an Eco in the next round. Well, not even,
Yeah.
actually. 3 players are triple. Or double Eco, sorry. Triple Eco.
Yeah.
Jeez, that'd be something.
That'd be old school.
Yeah, $5 per round. Good luck.
Hey, you can get a nice sandwich for that. It's unfortunate, like the time just ran a little bit too thin. There was like an angle maybe that Aircast could have played from in heaven to cover off the bomb going down, because I believe there was a smoke there to provide it. It looks like there are some tech issues going on again. There we see the timer at 0 on top. It means we have some tech problems. Maybe Droney McDroneface is a little sad he hasn't made an appearance. It's only been 2 rounds. Calm down, man. You'll get there. We're still waiting for Dinko to name him. He's ignoring it, so clearly he
At
doesn't
this
want
point, I'm just getting disappointed day on day when
I mean,
Dinko's not coming out with a cool
I'm thinking
new
to the
name.
future, right? Is if Dinko ever gets a dog, I'm scared he's just gonna name it Dog. You know, we already talked about how he
Doggy
loves dogs more than
McDogface.
cats. He's just dog, yeah, Doggy McDogface, or just name it Hey You.
Come here, boy. That's his name.
Come here, boy. Come here, dog.
Yeah,
Did you
he's
know?
not the best with names.
Did you know that this map is set in Germany?
I did.
And
It's
I can
all the
read some
German
of the
songs.
words.
Oh, let's go.
The camera's moving way too quick for me to read any of them, so that's my excuse. Not that I don't know German, even though I've been living here almost 8 years. Oh my god, actually 10 days. I'll have lived in Germany 8 years, and I know absolutely no German. So
That's quite upsetting, I'll be honest.
yeah, I to all the Americans that like yell about immigrants, you know, learn English. Well, I'm in Germany and I haven't learned German, so
Yeah, you're walking around Germany going, learn English.
hey, to be fair, in Cologne, like if you're under, I'd say like I guess in general, if you're well educated, if you're under 60 years old, you generally know English. If you're not well educated, I'd say like around like under 50. Like mostly everyone here that I know speaks English in some form, like enough to understand enough. You know, I mean, I can order food in German. You know, we don't have them as a
Of
sponsor,
course.
but ich hätte gern ein Burger. I'm not gonna say the other one. You know, I would like a burger. Can I have a burger?
I guess, yeah.
I learned the important phrases like, can I have another beer?
Of course. Well, even I've been to Mexico for a couple weeks.
Dos cervezas,
Oh, no.
por favor.
Yeah, dos cervezas más, or cerveza más. More beer. It works.
All right, well, it looks like the issues have been solved. We're back into the round 3, and we do see the investment come in. Since they have, I guess, the double eco, they're going to just go for it. Scout picked up for NCL. Tech 9s as well. On the other side, they don't really have the greatest of buys either, to be fair. Aircast again with the MAC-10. Trying to get aggressive. Pokemon takes down Cabal. The flash is perfect, but they're not able to capitalize off it for any kills, unfortunately. They get some decent damage done. Pokemon's low. Davdov's low. It's a 2-on-4, but with two players on low HP, there is a world where Tiger could win this until Aircast goes down and Dobu is going to be... Oh my god, please do it. Not
Wow.
happening.
The 4K for Pokemon, at least. With Divine Vendetta up 2-1, they're in a decent spot considering losing out the pistol. I mean, answering back pretty convincingly. Tiger are going to be upset. Did I say losing the pistol? I didn't mean that. They came closer. They came close to taking the pistol. Then they rock back in. They get the second round. Beautiful little third. I was so close to the knife. Luckily, Dobu ran out of ammo. Wasn't still quite close enough to him. Right, here we go. We're going into round number 4. Just Glocks for Tiger. So there's not a whole lot to really look at, you would hope. Rounds like this should be boring. You know, they should either be quick or they should be boring if the team spreads out for defaults and looks for picks, which is not really advisable.
I mean,
Instead,
is there a quick and boring? Is that possible?
yeah, I think we're
I
probably
think it's
close to seeing
exciting,
it.
though. I think it's quick and exciting. You can't have quick and boring because you see Azure get a quad kill.
Oh,
Yeah, oh wow,
hello.
that was a good shot.
That was a beautiful little turnaround. Still Oni versus Glocks. You know,
Mitch,
it's easy to do if you can shoot.
Mitch, if you're in matchmaking and you get an ace and someone that you're playing with says, it was an eco round, are you going to sit there and be like, yeah, right?
I'm gonna scream at them.
No, you're going to be like, nah, man, I deserved it.
No, did you ever see the? Did you ever see the when Pasha got? I think it was a 4K. He was just playing like matchmaking or something, and he was like, "Oh, were they eco?" And they definitely were. Like they were just Russian Biabs with Glocks, and he's like, "No, they have AK." It was great.
But Mitch was only the second round. Yeah, they all had ops.
I don't know how they got it, man. They're cheating. It was great. He's like, they all had AK. Yeah. And then in the next round, they have AKs again. And he's like, how do they have so much money? She's like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I love how Dinko says, also the dog name is efficient. I mean, it is efficient, but what if you have 2 dogs?
Other dog.
Damn it, Mitch. Makes so much sense. So we have the buy-up round, though, for Tiger, and we already saw Cabal and Dobu fall. 9's already low, and we can see they're going to leave the bomb still back towards spawn, which they're going to have to pick up. 9's going to be the one to have to do that. I'm not going to say he's volunteering for it. It's like, screw you guys. I have to go get the bomb. But you have NCL pushed up, and there's like 2 players pushing into him, so there's a potential for a double kill, but they actually take down 9. They don't expect NCL to be here. And Ericus gets the spray onto the first. NCL easy to get this kill. He'll be in a 1-on-2 if he pulls it off. That's relatively easy. Gets the bomb. The B site's actually open, and he's going to be heading directly down here. You can see the rotations. Okay, Davov's trying to upgrade his gun to the AK. Instead realizes, okay, I just need to get down here to help out because you don't want the 1v1s to occur. And there's the first one. NCL gets the kill. The bomb going to be planted. Now Davdov with the FAMAS. And a 1-on-1. Full HP for NCL. The superior weapon. Does he have the superior aim?
He's at least been spotted out moving towards short. Davdov knows where that player is. Drops the smoke. Goes for the defuse. He's sticking it. 2 seconds. 1 left. And it looks like he's got it. And then the kill afterwards. Insult to injury. Tiger going down now 4-1. Divine Vendetta. Maybe they left Overpass in for a reason. I mean, we haven't got to the buy rounds yet, really. You got one where it came down to a 1v1. But I'm going to jump the gun. I'm going to say they've got this in the bag. Jason, I gotta ask you well. So you see, I was thinking, you're saying you lived in Germany for 8 years and haven't learned German. How much time are you actually spending though, outside of your house / other work environments?
I'm afraid to answer that question.
Not a whole lot.
I don't want to be judged. I mean, look, I'm a gamer. I'm a bit of an introvert.
Yeah.
Tiger is falling by the wayside here. I'll get back to your question in a second as they have Dobu and Cabal left. And they're still back towards spawn. So actually, I'll go back into the question. I'm an introvert. I'm a gamer. I spend probably about like 90% of my time in my house if I'm not at an event or at the gym. If I'm not at an event or at the gym, definitely 90% of the time in my house.
So yeah, you only really need German for going to restaurants, shopping.
They all do English anyways.
Yeah. So
I mean, I know foods like foods in German. Yeah, I can like read ingredients lists and be like, yep, don't like this. It's got onions, disgusting. Peppers, ugh. Cheese, yes please. But you don't really need to know it. I do feel a little sad I haven't learned it, however. It
should be a big kill. So we'll come back to that in a second. As Davdov's caught from behind, luckily, because Dobu might be good with the Glock, but that spray was a little bit off. As Cabal didn't know about the flank either. So nice clean one for Divine Vendetta. Again, another round where Tiger really shouldn't be investing. This is a shame for them. They're falling behind by quite a bit. So we're probably going to see 6-1 before they can fight. Yeah, I was thinking about, for a while there, I was thinking about going to France for like 6 months or so to like get some practice on French. Then I realized if I went there, I'd get an apartment, I'd set up my PC, and I wouldn't go outside except for shopping and the occasional restaurant. And so I would learn nothing. I could just watch a movie in French once a week and probably have more engagement out of it. So
the thing is that whenever you do go to like a country like for instance Germany, and I want to speak German to people, they only want to speak English because they want to practice their English.
Of course, yeah.
So it like doesn't help,
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, like fully integrating yourself. I think that the best way is if you're single, getting like a significant other. That's like a really good way to learn it, or get a group of friends who like really are helping you, go about it. Tiger though. Tech 9s, Kevlar, some with head armor, utility. I'm liking this. I'm a big fan of the Tech 9 pushes. You're gonna have Havoc though on the other side with an AUG ready to go. Ezram there as well with the M4. Tyke on top of this. This is gonna be a hard take, but if they can pick up the pace, if they can get good flashbangs down, which it's gonna work onto Havoc. They can at least open up Monster, and they're in close proximity now. They get the first kill on the Havoc. Tyke's still going to be there. Ezreal as well. Pokemon's going to respawn over towards Graffiti. They have the stack here, but they're not getting the kills. Oh, that was
eventually, and the bomb is the one going forward. My God. This is a bit of a disaster. Tiger letting go of what was a great potential. Yes, okay, winning the round was still improbable considering the weaponry, but if they plant the bomb, you get the extra money. Then they have to push into you. Instead, just, I think, a little bit of miscommunication. Player maybe not realizing he had the bomb picked up. Just a mistake that the #1 team in Asia shouldn't be making. And with 6-1 down on their map pick, well, we need to see a lot more from Tiger. This is where they have to make it start. Have to make it happen. It's the AKs, it's the utility. They've avoided the AWP. They could have gotten one if they wanted, but evidently they're not feeling the T-side opping. And yeah, I criticized Divine Vendetta. I said that, you know, I would have banned Overpass and left Vertigo rolling through, just based on the stats we had. That, I mean, obviously Tiger don't play Vertigo, neither do Divine Vendetta, and up until the last 3 months, there's been no Overpass gameplay for Divine Vendetta, so you can only presume that this is not a map that they should be able to hit Tiger pound for pound on, just because Tiger are so experienced here at a high level. And yet, here we are. An opening duel already going their way. Pokemon went up aggressive in toilets, caught the kill middle, bailed back. Now he's on site, and Tiger get the map control very slowly. So it's costly, not just in the manpower they're losing, but the time as well. I mean, they're at a minute, and just take a look at the map. Passive connector, passive outside B. They haven't even got anyone in water. They haven't touched short. They haven't touched toilets or short toilets. All they've got is one player pushed up long into the left side toilets. That's it. 1 minute, 40 seconds left, and one man down. They've got to do something.
I mean, we already saw them run out of time for a plant, right? Like, Cabal had to run straight in towards site. Aircast was, like, got through CT spawn in towards heaven, and they would have run. I mean, they ran out of time. Obviously, he did die, so it kind of, you know, puts the time crunch even further. But they can't really afford to take this long to push in anymore. 17 seconds left. At least they're gonna, you know, be able to attack the site with only like 2-3 players here. But now 10 left to go. If they drop the bomb, it could be it. Aircast is gonna trade 1 for 1 off the bat. 5 seconds. The bomb's down towards truck. They can't even plant the bomb. They've lost the round here, Mitch. And again, that's all due to the time.
I mean, you can see it, right? Okay, you get a kill, great, but what's going on there for Tiger? Why? Like, 40 seconds left. You have no control of short. And the problem is, Jason, even if they get to side in time, when you're put under that kind of stress, you haven't cleared toilets, you haven't cleared connector, and obviously then there's close long, there's site itself, there's all the different angles, dumpster, bank, truck, and you're talking about pushing in there with 30 seconds remaining. You are rushed. You cannot clear all those angles in time, and you open yourself up to leaving one of those CTs unchecked. Whether he's pushed up in toilets, whether he's sat behind the truck, there's going to be an angle you do not cover because everything's so chaotic. And that's when they find the kills that win them rounds anyways, let alone the fact that the clock became an enemy as well.
Right now,
7-1 down. I mean, just Tiger's buy round needs to go a million times better than that next time. You can't just lose the opening duel and go, oh, let's just stay still for a minute and see what happens.
I have a song stuck in my head, and I kind of want to like make the sound out, but instead I'm just gonna say it. Cabal 007, no kill streams so far in the 8 rounds. Dobu, you know, not to put the pressure on Cabal. Dobu, he's only had 6 kills. He got 4 of those in the very first round. He's had 7 rounds with no kills. Just gonna let that sink in for a second, because this is such a dominating half so far at Divine Vendetta, and obviously we still need to see their T side, so it's not like we can judge necessarily too harshly. Again, we've seen massive discrepancies in team strengths depending on the side and on the map. But at the rate they're going, like, Tiger is gonna get close to losing their map choice. Maybe this can be the first round to finally break through. The problem is the bomb is still back towards spawn. They're still just trying to feel things out. They're trying to bait out utility, which is technically working. I mean, we saw 2 Molotovs already thrown in towards short. That's a smoke. So they are winning on those trades. However, the nade comes in, and Aircast gets dunked for 54 HP. And that whole time they spent with the boost, there was no one even there. Like, they spent, what, 20, 30 seconds, and they took a ton of damage, and they got nothing out of it.
I wouldn't get as worried with 40 seconds left on the clock here because they've got control down towards Monster. They have Short, and now they've Connector. So this is okay. This is workable. The problem is they only have a choice to go B. At this stage especially, there's no way they could physically go A. And if Divine Vendetta have made a read on that, which you can see they're already rotating down a player, then they're going to run into the stack with 20 seconds left. Not too much pressure to plant that bomb. They can clear their angles first. Taking down Havoc, there goes Tyke, and that should be the round at least massively in their favor, if not one for them. Divine Vendetta have not a lot of money built up from the rounds winning. Again, we talked about the early, like, first 5 rounds. You don't really build up a lot of cash. We mentioned that in one of the previous series. Nice shot by Pokemon. They'll stick around. They'll look for this. Shots missed to him as well. How is he left with so much room? So much space to play with. Looking for the 4th. He spotted him up close. Gonna just defuse the bomb while the AWP holds it. Davdov on the pistol fight. He's taken down low HP on Pokemon. And he falls too. Oh, wow. What a back and forth round. But Pokemon, he was peeked in by 2 players at one stage. Whoever it was behind the pillar whiffed probably a whole magazine on him. That's incredible.
And I'm sorry, but I feel like Davdov should have had that. He should have had that shot.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
up against a Tech 9. That was like an 8th round there on the board for them. The Pokemon really stepping up. I mean, there was like no kills coming on the entries, but the quick flicks this one into that one, and he knew where the last player was going to be. It's unfortunate. I guess you do miss op shots every once in a while. But that does give a lot of life to Tiger. Again, that was a round they really forced up into. It wasn't even the cleanest of buys. But they get the bomb down. They get the round 1, more importantly. They get their 2nd on the board in our first 9 rounds. Double nade onto Tyke there. So we have seen some adjustments to Tiger. Kind of predicting where the enemies are going to be. I think that was like pretty much directly on top of sight. And Pokemon's actually pushed out towards long. You want to see Pokemon excel? Well, you know what, Mitch? He's on 16 kills so far.
I mean, that's what we want to see. Ezram with a very, very aggressive push. And I guess, I mean, I'm presuming because Pokemon found the kill early, they thought no players were immediately there, and so it would be clear, but I don't know. Ezram pushing up seemed very hectic, especially for Pokemon falling back at that same time. If he went down to you know, party or something, I'd understand it. Here's Smoke set on B. This is going to be a full push. Havoc looks to swing out and take some damage, but he can't. Well, he takes damage. He doesn't deal it, unfortunately. Tyke in the same sort of position. The nade grabs one, but the fight itself doesn't go his way. The AWP of Davdov up close is all that remains as Pokemon got shot as he entered the sandbags and mollied. Davdov decides to go for a save, and with 2 players so low on HP, it is truly heartbreaking to look at rounds like this where player saves, where if they had an M4 and hit 1 or 2 shots, the round would be theirs. But unfortunately, that's the end of this one. And Tiger do go up 7-3. Like they're starting to close in the scoreline a bit.
I'm just curious if they can continue doing this. I feel like we've seen this happen so many times over this last like week and a half, where one team will just go on this massive tear, this massive streak of rounds, and then all of a sudden the other team will just go on that massive streak of rounds too, like back at them, and we'll end up with like an 8. I mean, at this rate, knowing the past, we'll end up with an 8-7 in favor of Tiger, and that's just going to be so weird to see. I'm really curious, like, why teams. Maybe it's just all about the economic game and how it's changed since, you know, back in 2014, 13. But we haven't been able to see teams bounce back after, you know, losing or bounce back after the other team does that. After they get their own streak going. Double nade comes, or sorry, single nade comes through. Catches out multiple players, does about 200 damage, and 9, well, he's gonna hit the spray onto Ezram. They're gonna peek in together now, and this should just be easy kills. Fish in a barrel, and Tiger will indeed get themselves to 4. I want to see a little bit more of Divine Vendetta. They show they can take a hell of a lot of rounds, 7 in a row after losing the first, even winning the force up. But can they now stop the train of Tiger?
Let's see how they handle 2 of those rounds, right? Pokemon finds an opening duel, Toilets falls back, they play sight, they win off time. Compare that to what we just saw, which was Pokemon finds, in the previous buy round, Pokemon finds the opening duel, he falls back to Toilets, but Ezram pushes Fountain, dies, and then they rotate. At that point, Pokemon can't play aggressive, right? He can't see if they're outside of A. So he has to sit there. The B players are waiting for something to happen, they just get rushed down. And coming into this buy round, they need to be play a little bit tighter, not give as many opportunities to Tiger to pull back when those opening duels are found. And you know, they're a rare commodity as well. Like you can have Pokemon push A long, you can have them play toilets and find opening duels. Great. You can't do that every round. Eventually, they're going to start to pre-fire that. They're going to start to use their utility to flush them back. They will figure out how you play those. So when you're winning them, you have to capitalize. Look at this. Davdov out on A. He's pushing up perfectly. They've lost Ezram. Davdov needs this kill. If he loses it, it could be all over, but there, he's found it. Now they maintain that control. They can rotate down, leave one player to hold the A site, and still have a 3-man stack on B. Tiger have massively favored B so far. That's where they've had their success. With the Tech 9s, they got to site, failed to plant because of their own mistakes. Previous round, they rushed out with the rifles, didn't face an ounce of resistance. Odds are they'll hit B again, and Divine Vendetta have made that read. The smoke goes down to block off Monster, and then the rotate comes down from Davdov. They're leaving a solo Pokemon. I do not like how he's playing. That aggressive toilets position, I'm not a fan of it if you're solo. He has no utility either. I would much rather see him playing long. No, I don't like that either.
Think
He's
about
got his
this,
back
though.
exposed.
Is if they do go B, which you kind of prophesized, then that's a quick rotate and connector behind them, right?
True.
But I agree. If they did go back towards A, then he's in a really bad position. Here we go. He's gonna go through connector. Davdov just needs to survive now up against Enso. Needs to buy some time. He's gonna fall. 10 seconds left to go. NCL's enough for the plant. Pokemon's already gonna be here now. And if Pokemon pushes up, he can see NCL moving away from the bomb, but he gives it up. He goes for the shots. NCL gonna be wrapping around. I mean, I have faith in Pokemon here, but NCL knows the bomb's plenty. He's already been spammed out. Molotov to come through to buy some more time, but there's still 26 seconds left to go on the bomb anyways. Pokemon, though, with no kit, he needs this kill.
10 seconds. Taps it, sees the player. Oh, this is bad. NCL's going to buy the time. This next shot has to be hit. The swing out wide, and NCL wins it. Well played. Really nice clutch by NCL. He did absolutely everything right. Again, Pokemon's position did pay off pretty well. I can't really criticize the play on the B bomb site. You get spammed through the smoke and through the site. You just got to deal with it. You know, sometimes those things happen. I think Divine Vendetta made the right read in rotating down to B, leaving a solo player. There's not a lot I think they really did wrong. It was just that they needed to win more when it came down to the fights on the B side itself. And that's now 2 buy rounds where Divine Vendetta have rushed out on B and destroyed them. I think that's going to become their favorite site to try and build up some more rounds.
It took a while to get it working, but they eventually cracked the code.
This is it, Jason. It's what I say. I love the analogy of the CT side's like a microwave. You come in, you know how to play it, you just do your stuff. You know, you're already warmed up and ready to go. But the T side, it's an oven. It's got to heat up. You got to wait a little while, figure out what your opponents are doing. But once it gets warm, that's when stuff starts cooking. That's when you start to build up the rounds. And you just need to accept that for those first couple rounds, you're probably going to lose. But just make sure you learn something from it.
Of course, it's a food analogy.
100% of the time. I had pizza for breakfast today.
There's nothing wrong with that. Breakfast pizza sounds delicious.
I'll never forget the day Banks texted me being like, "I'm so proud of you, bro." It was when I was just back from an event with him. I'd been going to the gym, I'd been eating well and stuff. He was like, "I'm so proud of you, bro. You know, you're doing so well. You keep it up. You're gonna get fit. You hit your goals. You'll do this. I believe in you. Like, you're strong. All this." And I literally responded like, "I've just had an Easter egg for breakfast." It was 100% true. I literally just finished eating an Easter egg. A chocolate Easter egg, yeah. He was just like, I've never been so happy with someone and then so disappointed so quickly.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. We're seeing the Deagle's bot here for Divine Vendetta. They go for the stack towards B. Now they're gonna all barrel in from connector. Nine's waiting, but yeah, it doesn't really pay off too well from here. Another shot's gonna need to land. Those Enso's trying to protect that AK. I like it. I like the spray as well. Davdov gets a kill. They won't expect Nobu to the left, and now Davdov could potentially pull this off, but he will fall. And now Tiger, they've been able to get themselves 5 rounds now back to back, and they're about to, well, if they go the 7 that Divine Vendetta had, they're going to be up 8-7 at the half. And it was looking so good for Divine Vendetta. I was rethinking my prediction of Tiger taking this, but it seems to be, whenever you start to really believe in a team, there's that fall from grace, and they're not able to, fight back. I can't even think of a better term to use right now. We need to see some fight in them. I mean, they did have that 1v1 in the round before where Pokemon got the flank from connector, but they didn't win it. And Tiger's starting to build up a decent amount of money. They're even going for the early pick in towards Well, I guess technically a B site, whether it's going to be heaven or for the boost up. Oh, Ezram, if he jump spots this, he's not even going to be on that spot.
You can't stay there all around.
It's like the
See,
third time we've seen that, and it's netted nothing for every team.
Yeah, well, look, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. You just can't dedicate too long towards it. You know, 20, 30 seconds, then it's definitely time to go. You're pushing the limits at that point because you dedicate so many resources. There's 4 players there. So you've no map control. You see late on, they've got to push out. They've got to get connector, get short. That brings with it the risk of running into an AWP. But speaking of, Havoc's just fucking dead. It's right away. It's gone. It's just out the game immediately. Dobu walked out. I mean, Dobu's just... I don't know. So he whiffed a couple sprays earlier on. It happens. Everyone has that slow warm-up on the 8K. You know, I'll accept it. But he's had some impressive rounds so far. It's a really strong opening for them to have as well. Into the 5v4 where Divine Vendetta have no info. They have no idea what's going on.
Nice.
And they needed something like that.
I think Dabdog flashed himself in, actually. Him and Tyke peeking together. They're even looking for a boost up. Saw Ezram pay the price for this one. Flashing together. Tyke's up close. Oh, if he didn't shoot, that would have been perfect. They would have walked directly, you know, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill anyways. Gets the AK in hand. He's got Dobu low on HP. He's surviving, and now with just 2 players remaining for Tiger, 10 seconds, just save the guns. You don't got time to win this. At least keep the op. I know you got some money stored up. It's not really going to matter since the last round is the last round and a half anyways. But that will be the half lead for Divine Vendetta. Finally, a bounce back from them in what feels like forever.
I mean, Divine, considering how they started, 9-6 is a bad score line for them, but in the grand scheme of things, if they make it there, they're all right. They need it. And the double op setup comes through. Havoc, who was picked off early round, now looks for his vengeance. It may be hard to find, though. Tiger have gone for very advanced control, but that smoke gives it away. You can see Pokemon backs off. Problem is now the connector players are isolated. Luckily, Dabdov's gone up to watch it and takes the kill quite quickly. He'll be caught on the rotate. Back the shot missed, though. 9, not able to do anything in terms of taking these players out. Havoc on the secondary op, answering fourth. And now Tiger realize they're up against that double op setup, but it's a little bit late. They're already at a 2-man disadvantage. And they have practically no utility left. Only 1 smoke and 3 flashes.
I think they've only gone A 1 time. Is that right? Maybe twice?
Yeah, it's been an overwhelming majority to B, for sure.
And they're going back towards the B side again. They do get the initial kill into Tyke. Havoc, this is such a interesting position to hold from, but hey, it works out. He gets the first kill, and Pokemon Ezram will get the final 2. And that will indeed be the 9-6 half, but that really doesn't tell the story, I say, of how this half went. It was 7-1 up for Divine Vendetta, and then we saw 5 rounds straight for Tiger. So, yeah, just not a lot of back and forth, a lot of streaks going on. I think a lot of it's going to come into the pistol round now. Again, Tiger did win it, but then lost the buy-up. I'm surprised not to see Havoc more on the op, by the way. I mean, I know it's usually only coming out when he's on Dust 2 or towards the A site, then they prioritize it over towards him. But, I mean, he's been pretty solid. It's not very often you see him miss any shots. I mean, even given the scout, as we saw on Dust 2 before, and he can do some work. Oh,
yeah,
no.
that's one thing, right? Havoc and Dabdov can trade that back and forth. I think probably, you know, a lot of the time, certainly on Overpass here, we saw them playing down together towards that B side, and you can understand then why Dabdov's taking it. If he dies, Havoc can just pick it up, go for it. It's a fast push by Divine Vendetta, very confident start for NCL. He's running away and just tapping heads as he does. Cabal in with another 9, looking for a victim. Only finds a bullet to his own head, but look at this. It's a 1v3 now. Havoc's got to do it all, and he just can't. What a round by Tiger. Specifically NCL, he slowed down that push massively. If he doesn't find those 2 kills, I don't think Cabal gets the space to find the 3K.
I don't know how I feel about that running backwards headshot with the USP. I'd feel a little dirty if I was him. You know, in pool, you generally have to like call your shots apparently, or that's what I was told when I was playing with a certain person. And if you miss, or you make a shot that's not what was intended, you still scratch. I feel like that's one of those moments where like he's running backwards, he's just spraying, he's not intending to get a kill with it. I think he should get his life back. You know, it shouldn't count. I'm gonna take it from your silence. You don't agree.
No, I don't disagree.
But you don't agree. Gotcha.
I'm sort of just staring at Tiger's buy up here. The 5 SMGs. It gives me nightmares, honestly. I don't like it.
Well,
I
it was
don't want to
the
see it.
second round. They had Dobe on the AK and 4 Mac 10s. That didn't work out.
Nope. So obviously the AK was the problem. So the issue
We'll
is
see, because maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was that many SMGs or more.
Yeah, I think that's probably more solid. Like, I want you to think about any fight that Divine Vendetta walk into. Are they at a disadvantage? Only if they miss their first shot. I mean, like, heads up, they look better, right? Deagles, you've got a scout as well. Versus an MP9, you win on range. You win on one shot. If you're both headshotting each other, you trade, you win. The only thing they've got over you is the ability to move a little bit faster. And obviously, if they miss their first shot, they can spray and still manage to connect. And I feel like you need those rifles, because let's play a game, you know. Oh, they win this round. Even with the 3 of them alive, they're going to be hurting so much. But anyways, let's see if that even happens. 19 seconds left. Divine Vendetta moving forward. Pokemon by himself. No trades. They delay it. Now the next player runs out. They're doing strat roulette at the moment. You got to rush forward one at a time. Eventually, Dabdov falls, so it's Havoc's turn to push out. That was a very, very unusual push from them.
Oh, are they going to keep... Actually, they're just going to donate the SMGs over. As I say, you keep as many of those SMGs as you possibly can in this round. Because they should be able to buy. They got Deagles again. So Tigers, they should be able to hit 9th round here. And more importantly, they should get a massive amount of money if they take this round. They just get the majority of the kills with the MP9s. Yeah, 3 left. Already gone for the early molly control too. Oh, the nade. I thought that would have done way more damage. At least they're holding aggressive, right? So the SMGs can do some work here. Again, like you said before, the Deagles, you hit the first shot. That's all you really need. All right.
Delbo's just farming a little bit of cash up there on short. You see, in a round like this, look, they're never really going to be struggling too much just because of the lack of helmets even that are in on some of these players. But honestly, I completely agree with Divine Vendetta's investments into these Deagles. The position that they're in at the moment, certainly they'll have a decent amount of money coming into the next round, but as long as they find 2 to 3 kills, as long as they keep that CT economy nice and managed, they'll be in a fantastic spot to connect multiple in a row when it comes into that first buy round. The problem with investing into 5 SMGs, I think it was Taco that said it when this economy system came out, was that if you lose more than one player, or sometimes even one, you're in a terrible position economically for the next round. You've got to force up to play your first buy round with weaker weapons. Now they come into the second round, which should be the one where they build up the money that they've lost, at least a little bit of it. They recuperate some of the losses, and instead they've lost 3 players. Divine Vendetta have already won this round. Now it's a question of whether they get a round on the board for it. What they've invested, it's paid off tenfold. Davdov walking away with 24 HP left. He's just going to be swung on. Not a chance. Grab the body tag as well. Look at how low those players are. But still, 3 kills? Yeah, the M4 is recovered, but I couldn't give a toss. All those players in the CT side are going to have to fully invest. Every single dollar.
Wouldn't they have had to anyways? Because they had 3 SMGs, and they had 2 rifles, and one of them was a FAMAS. So they'd have to go M4s whether they won or lost, because they'd be up against AKs.
Not necessarily. I mean, most teams will play that as a bonus round then, right?
True,
You'll just try to build up a little bit of extra cash and do some damage yourself. And hopefully then coming into your buy round, they'll even have weaker weapons and no money to buy up afterwards. But now they're in a position where they still have weaker weapons. You see NCL, he's gone for the utility, so he can't even afford to buy up an M4 if he wanted to. But they have no backup money, no bonus for the next. If they lose this, Divine Vendetta face up against an eco. A couple pistols probably dropped by NCL, and that's it. There's a really poor, like, look, they got the rounds on the board, so obviously that's good for Tiger, but the way they did it, it was the worst possible way. The worst possible path to this tie. Put it that way.
I think they're really banking on the fact that 9 can hit quite a few shots here. He's still going to be overwatching long. I think Tyke is going to peek against him. It seems like the T is going to rotate towards the A site, so maybe we're going to have a little bit of a reversal where they want to go A every round, and well, Tiger went B. No smoke comes in. Like a jump spot. Yeah, he's going to see him there. And utility-wise, I mean, in Divine Vendetta, they've got the 3 smokes, so they can easily like set themselves up. I don't know if Nine's going to expect Davdov boosted up, but he's going to drop down as they're still figuring out these angles. Another piece of utility being thrown in. Nine just got the flashbang left. He's going to potentially peek into long here, but now he's being pushed in the main entrance as well, and he's going to get nothing.
Tiger have to save this. It's too late to really salvage it. If they do bring these 2 rifles forward, NCL can buy his own. That's it. You know, or Cass can drop a FAMAS, maybe. That's where we're going to end things on that discussion. And so it will be, again, a scrappy round coming into the next, where Divine Vendetta get to build up their money. They get their lead back on 10-9. And presuming both weapons are saved over, and Tiger go in for that full investment, you're potentially looking at a 12-9 scoreline for Divine Vendetta. A great start to the T side, considering how those initial couple of rounds went. They've lost Davdov to the bomb, which really wasn't ideal, but it happened, and now it's behind us. I mean, they really don't have the money to lose a player to the bomb. Look how much it's going to cost them an investment. Ezram dropped them, I think. So now Ezram has no money, and Davdov has no money. And that, like, that one small thing has genuinely caught. If they lose this round, they can't buy back up. They'll go down to an ego probably, or a pistol armor buy. So it's such a small thing, but losing one player impacts their economy hugely.
Seems like neither team. Well, I can't even say that. I was gonna say it seems like neither team can get control, but I mean, we have seen them both be able to do it. 7 rounds straight, 5 rounds straight. Pokemon. I think that should have been second kill. Oh, 9. He's looking to escape. Flashbang has come through. He's still going to run into another target. He's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Eventually, Davdov will finish him off. 4-on-1 in Cabal. The last player remaining. The SMG. Ace is on, I guess, technically the right site. Should have an AK. Okay. Guess not. And Divine Vendetta now go up 11-9. We're going to see the eco out of Tiger now, and this should be, I say should, I say it so cautiously as well, Mitch, from what we've been seeing. It should be, in an ideal world, a 12th round.
Yeah, you're gonna go. We're gonna go back to doing EUCS at one point, Jason, and you're gonna be sat there going, "Well, Mitch, you know they're on an eco, so this should, in theory, just there's a possibility,
trying to
strong
cover
possibility that they win." And they're like, "You'll be with Tom is," and they'll just be like, "What are you talking about? Obviously they're gonna win." It's like, Tom, you don't know what I'm being through, okay?
Cue the PTSD. Oh, no. Please.
We're just talking about.
I'm gonna clip it this and send it to him and be like, if you ever say, ever complain, if he ever brings this up in a cast, just check this out, Tom.
PTSD.
No, but I will
that was
pay
a good
for a
setup.
montage. I'm sorry, I'll pay for a
No, go ahead.
montage to be made of all the rounds I said. All right, this should be a whatever round on the board, and then they lose it from a save.
Mm-hmm. No, so look, they won't lose the round, right? Tiger gonna save those 2 weapons, but the thing is, that was a really good strat. Okay, I like it. You have to do something in a pistol round, and we talked about this a while back, but making the most out of these kind of rounds, honestly, I feel like that's what's going to separate you from a lot of teams within your region. If you're playing at a lower level of Counter-Strike, you're playing tier 3, being able to win these rounds is the thing that most teams won't focus on. They'll look at, they'll have something where they go, oh yeah, maybe we should just like rush B and see how that works, or like, yeah, it'll be something plucked out of the air. But if you actually do research on your opponents, figure out how they play anti-ecos, you look at the success rates of your own, like you will have tried all these strategies. What's the most successful? How should you pull it out? It even comes down to things like if you play a usual aggressive A strategy, right? If your player that plays a long likes to play aggro or he plays passive, what you do depends, because you're conditioning. Basically, as the round's going, you condition the T's into how to play. If you push A long every round, they're not going to push A long at the start of the round. They're going to hold it. You condition them into playing like that. And so you got to understand how you play a map dictates how those kind of rounds can be successful. They stack up on long. But they haven't been playing aggressive long all too much. So that happens to be somewhere Divine Vendetta have a good chance of saying, hey, let's see how that one works out. Not too well for them. But yeah, that's something I really want to see teams focus on more, is the low percentage rounds. You maybe not win it, but you find 2 rifles. That's a massive boost to your economy. You deal damage to theirs. You know, going into an eco and finding 2 kills and going into an eco and finding none. It's a massive difference between those 2 things, even if you don't save the rifles.
I got real nervous in that round. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I don't blame you at the start, because the thing was, you saw the players start going to peek the angle again. I was like, "What are you doing? No, you know there's a firing squad there. Just go B." And eventually they did, but it looked like for a second they were gonna just tempt fate.
Cabal's alone at the B site. We're seeing CTs rotate in basic entirety. They've read this relatively well. You're gonna have NCL rotate back. I guess it's gonna be Aircast gonna be coming to B site too. 55 seconds left, and there's no need to necessarily commit just yet. Except they have no presence towards A. They're not even sure what's happening in that direction. They could be being flanked at the exact same time. They throw their utility in. They're gonna commit for this. Cabal has to push forward because of the Molotov thrown directly at his feet. First kill does go the way of Divine Vendetta on this take, and the second Ezram picks up a big kill and a second. Just like that, they fall here, Tigers, except Aircast is still alive, and he's looking to take this round by himself, but Tyke will shut him out of this. Now it's
Tyke wasn't even
2-on-1.
looking at him.
Yeah.
He was looking up above and just flicked down, took the quick headshot. Beautiful. NCL, he stepped over here, right? So they know exactly where he is. A little head peek by Tyke. He's been spotted, but there's the
double
swing.
peek, though.
That was really nice. The reaction play there, Tyke gets spotted, he shoots, wouldn't have even had time to say anything. But duck down and immediately Havoc swings. Tyke peeks back up, realizing Havoc had swung. The comms there, obviously for Havoc swinging out, and someone must have been screaming, fight him, fight him. That was on point. The reaction of the players was on point. And this is something that, and normally I've grown to appreciate, shall I say that? I've grown to appreciate plays like that over the past couple of weeks, because we haven't seen it all too much over the past couple of weeks, where players just give 1v1s again and again. Matter of fact, even Divine Vendetta did it. You remember the CT round where, was it 9 or NCL? One of them managed to, it was NCL, managed to clutch out the 1v2 down the B side.
It's a lot of info gained, by the way. Just that one forward position. Again, I should be around. I just feel like I'm cursing this by saying that. It should be around for Divine Vendetta, but at the same time, like, they were already spotted going towards long. I guess there hasn't been a repeat, so they're not sure if they will continue to head in this direction. We can see they will be. Utility can be thrown in. All there is a flash out of Dobu. So shots are going to have to be hit. Comes down to raw aim now out of the Tiger side, and there we go. A firing squad going to be routing off bullets, but Pokemon cleans it up pretty quickly. That's a second kill for number 3, but they push in, and NCL gets a quick double. You can see Davdov isn't sure where the other CTs are going to be. There's no one towards CT side. They're all going to be facing you from toilets. They're all covering off the bomb. They haven't rescued any of their weapons, unfortunately, but still a 3-on-2.
First player spotted, nobody swings. Tiger in a little bit of trouble. One by one they face, and one by one they fall. That's not what we want to see. Divine Vendetta 14 on the board, and in a seriously good position to take this one across the line. I told you, Jason, my heart was with Divine Vendetta, although my brain said this one should be Tiger. I really did not imagine this was the map where they would have a chance, to be honest. I thought Tiger had... I mean, I was saying it in the veto, right? This is a great map for Tiger. They should be taking it. And if they lose, that's not paint a pretty picture for map number 2, does it? And when we go on to Nuke, I believe in Divine Vendetta's ability, considering what we're seeing here.
I mean, I actually can't wait to have a discussion with Bled and Dinko about this, because we've been asking ourselves, like, does Tiger really, did they really deserve the 1,600 points that they got? I mean, obviously they did, they won, right? But they shouldn't be seen as the #1 team in this tournament anymore. Not even, I mean, unfortunately, not even close. And Divine Vendetta, I think, are like in like 6th place. And
I
you're a
think
team who's won like so much already.
Coming into the tournament, we
They're in
pretty
8th
much
place.
we pretty much gave Tiger the respect of, you know, saying every now and then, like, oh, the apparent #1 team and all that sort of stuff, because it's more respect for the tournament, right? That they just won, they'd done well in it, they'd beaten these teams, but as Bless said, seems like a fluke, and you have to prove that it's not. You don't get the benefit of the doubt. You have to prove that, and at the moment, well, the doubt, I'm glad, exists, because this is not the #1 team in Asia from what we've seen over the last 2 weeks.
Well, Hedstrom's low, Tyke's low. Oakham's gonna fall as Aircast gets that kill, so down to the 4-on-4, but this is gonna be tough. Cabal, there should be so many kills for him. Well, maybe not, because Havoc has a high HP as he's trying to peek around the corner. Flashbang's being thrown in. Smoke's gonna be going down, maybe a little bit late. Here's Havoc, and Doba just gonna trade out the 1-for-1. Cabal pushes in wall blind. Havoc, he's gonna get the bomb down, but he's in a 1-on-3. Oh my. He's got so many angles to cover, and yeah, Cabal will close it out. So they will at least hold on here and pick up another round, get themselves to double digits. But you're right. I mean, we give them the respect because of what they did win. But if they wanted to be named officially the #1 team in the region, I think they would have had to have come into this event and win it all again. And I'm saying, like, I need to see them beat Tyloo. I need to see them beat Vici. I need to see them beat Invictus Gaming. I need to see them play at a level deserving of being called the best, and I don't think we've seen it in any of the games.
The thing is, if this game doesn't happen and the game versus Bren doesn't happen, the narrative is much easier to believe. Okay, they had a tight game versus Invictus and Beyond, but yeah, they beat them. Okay, so maybe, you know, maybe they will beat Tyloo. Maybe they'll beat Vici, but then they lose to Bren. Now they at least drop a map to Divine Vendetta on their map choice, and one where they should look massively favored. Divine Vendetta haven't even gotten official on this. That's you can't do that. You just can't. You know, as I said in the start, if you want to be considered the #1 team, you have to clean up teams like Divine Vendetta. Regardless of how good they are, regardless of how much they've improved over the last couple months, it doesn't matter. You can't come in and lose to this team, because then what does that say about you versus Tyloo, you versus Vici?
You know what I miss? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna talk about this later, because we're going like full podcast mode here.
We are.
I want to see what's obviously gonna happen this round, but something I want to bring up is Aircast gonna take down Pokemon. They have the players on the site. I think this is gonna be easily a number 11 for Tiger. See Havoc sitting so far back. He's getting lucky that no one's flanking him. Trying to hope that Tiger get overzealous and they actually go for the peaks onto him. 45 seconds left. They still have time to play with, but they don't have really much utility. It's just the 2 smokes, and that's not gonna stop Tiger. It's not even a wall that you can't move through. It's just a deterrent. And there's the first one to go in. Havoc, I mean, he's gonna want to throw his smoke, but also the second he unscopes might be his death. Wow. Oh, he saw him just through the edge. Clean round. And I completely forgot about what I was going to say. What I wanted to say.
That always happens. Well, the terroristas are not doing all too well. They're just coming up to the last bit of economy. Their Moolah Dosh is
that's
going
what I want to
quite
say.
well. Oh, go for it.
Since the economic changes to the game, I'm not gonna lie, I really miss seeing the dominating matches. Like, I miss seeing a team dominate another team so heavily. I understand that the changes were made to make it a little bit more equal, so you have closer matches, but at the same time, it's so satisfying seeing a team who should be the better team just destroy a lesser opponent.
Yeah, no,
because,
I agree.
You know, it's like watching, even in our first match of the day, you know, Tyloo up against Bren, seeing Train, you know, Bren take it, you know, to 16-14 and lose. I feel like with the old economic changes, or the way the economy used to be, like that would have been, or ideally should have been, a more one-sided game. I feel like they made it harder for the better team to win and easier for the worst team to come back because of how it works.
I think I have to agree. You just get too many buy rounds out now, right? You're not punished in the same way. They're taking a level of depth out of the game.
Yeah.
You imagine You lose 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds, 6 rounds. You're 6-0 down, right? Coming into the second half or something. And you then win a round. The next was the most important because you were going to be reset. You were going to be punished for winning that round as a fluke, essentially.
Yeah.
You had to make sure that you were able to follow through, so you'd have a pause.
It was a test if it was a fluke or if it was legitimate.
Yeah,
That was the
exactly. And
second
if it was a
round.
fluke, you got smacked. So like your depth had to be insane because you had to have, when you won a round, the ability to come back and win the next one, and really start to punish your opponents. That no longer exists. Now it's like, oh, you made a mistake? No problem. You
Participation
got it in
trophy.
the next one. Yeah, exactly. This is not the way it should be. Nice flash or a cast on the swing. One player was playing anti-flash but not able to block it completely. As the first shot was hit, or cast in for another. What a fantastic peek down below. He only got 2. He had support from NCL, but really that round is all his.
I think we have the potential to see a 16-14 now. Divine Vendetta with no money. See Havoc go up to the scout. Seen some Deagles bought. So Divine Vendetta maybe do want to take it over the line here and get themselves to 15. I mean, obviously with the loss and the bonus building up, they're going to be able to buy next run anyways. And run through Incendiary, eventually going to be smoked out. Not before it does some damage. Enough to soften Tyke up. As well as Havoc. And look at Tyke, actually, speaking of him, he's just rushed straight up long. He's not stopping. Is he going to wrap around behind them? You can see 9 trying to, you know, all of a sudden realize, okay, I need to watch towards long, and he's going to spot him out, but that was a quick shot. If he didn't check that, Tyke would have been able to get in behind him, and that could have been a bomb going down, especially since he was the sole defender.
And now he's being pushed on. They know that he's here. The head peek, good for 1 little bit of damage, but 9's still alive. He's still doing damage, still taking down players. What is happening here? Divine Vendetta looked like they were going to get to... Well, I mean, at least NCL's dead to his teammate. So that's 2 kills for Divine Vendetta as the headshot connects for Havoc. But how much more can he get? Nothing. Stands
Like
up into a
that.
firing squad.
Connect for 1 little bit of damage.
Yeah, I really thought he was dead. Because not only was he getting head peeked and shot at, but the player was rushing his right side. He just whips out the USP and starts doming people. And then gets killed by his teammate, who was like, yeah, you should already be dead. I've seen Final Destination. I don't want to tempt fate.
I think fate's meant to be tempted sometimes. But here, who knows? Tiger have been able to stabilize extremely well. Divine Vendetta have been definitely on the struggle. NCL gets very aggressive, though. Doesn't even finish off the first kill. Dobu's going to be there. They don't expect the second player, and he's somehow able to get a double. Don't tell me he gets a third. He will be shut down. It does alleviate some of the pressure coming the way to Divine Vendetta, and also forces their cast to rotate around because he was hoping to use Dobu to protect him. But look at that. Caval gets caught rotating back into the A site. Again, Tyke just rushes straight up long. I think that was, sorry, straight up restrooms. And they get the entire site. And they get the round. What? The aggression of Tiger doesn't work out.
That's not the round they wanted to throw away. Now they've got to fight for an overtime. As Tiger come into this one, you're going to see a one last hurrah. An AWP for 9. He's been on point the last couple of rounds with it, but only starting to warm up. And really, the pressure now starts to mount. With Pokemon having his standout game. We mentioned him in the pre-show. I said I wanted to see him show up on the same level of form that we had previously. At the start of the tournament, he'd certainly cooled down. And man, oh man, he's 1 away from 30 kills in regulation. Here we go. Push into B, Tyke for 1, and the side has fallen. He was a solo defender. I don't understand that. Dobu's pushed up all the way on A. He was up at Fountain, and yet they still hadn't rotated another player down to the B site. 3-man stacking for a short push? That's a very peculiar strategy. Look at Pokemon. You sneaky devil.
I think it comes down to me for Dobu or Pokemon. If Dobu gets the flank and gets the kill on the edge, they can apply pressure from 2 angles and look to get this defuse. Likewise, if Pokemon Gets a kill on the rotation from CT side, and this is gonna be just as tough. Doba comes in, no one's looking at him. He gets the first kill. Pokemon has fallen, and Tiger have retaken the site. The smoke gonna come in. He's gonna try to stick the defuse. He's got 2 seconds left, but he gets spammed through the smoke. And Divine Vendetta will indeed pull out their opponent's map choice and win 16-13. That leaves a bad taste in my mouth with how that actually finished out. Dobu had a really good flank there. They got the kill on the Pokemon, but they didn't get the last 2 players. And he tried to stick the defuse instead of clearing out. I mean, it was a 2-on-2, right? He tried to sneak the defuse and try to pull it off. And then in the end, he ended up getting or losing his teammate, losing his own life, and losing the map.
Yeah, it's not like time was insanely low either. And I think the problem was the smoke was only just about to bloom as the player peeked through on short. So you could just see him straight away. Also, he stood right on top of the bomb, which is never really going to help you. It's the first place people are going to spam. So yeah, that was an odd map. I think coming into it, I don't think any of us really believed that Divine Vendetta were going to take Overpass. I mean, even if you say that your heart, your mind even believes in them, I think you'd probably expect Nuke and Inferno to be where they do it. And now the thing is, they've got only to win one of those maps in order to take this series against the, as I'm sure Blair will agree, #1 team in Asia.
Let's bring him in then. Blair, I mean, look at that face. He totally agrees.
Well, I mean, I did say Divine Vendetta have a pretty decent chance of maybe getting
This
the win.
is
I did
against
say
my
that.
programming. What is
Computing.
happening?
Oh no!
I
Oh no!
cannot
It's all
compute.
gone wrong. Is my mic broken
It's
again?
happening.
It's okay. It's
Oh,
okay
no.
now.
It's
Yeah,
fine
it's
now.
Fine
Yeah,
now,
there we
yeah.
go.
It was just kind of like a little flash in the
For a
pan
little
yesterday,
second.
Blair.
Your circuits were overloaded.
Yeah. All right, you guys are breaking up for me now. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, you're good.
Roger.
I'm good. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think any of us were expecting Overpass to go the way of Divine Vendetta, and I wasn't. I'm sure Tiger went. They went for this map pick, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna be cheeky. They're gonna wreck them on this map." But Divine Vendetta show up. They look prepared. The rounds they had on their T side, that I think made Tiger feel, well, a little toothless, so to speak. And Pokemon as well. Jason, a player that we pointed out, we wanted to see more from him. He really stepped it up, but this is the simulation just falling apart. And I feel like, I hate to say I told you so, but Tiger, winning that RMR, a few people saying, are they the #1 team in Asia right now? Are they even the #4 team in Asia right now? Honestly?
No.
Like, they've lost to Bren.
think so.
They'll lose your mapping to Divine Vendetta. Yeah, it just feels that RMR was kind of a fluke. It just kind of seemed to peak at the right time when everyone else were kind of struggling a little bit. And then you see teams coming in prepared here, and it's clear that this particular Tiger right now, it's a little toothless, and even the nails aren't that sharp at the moment.
I always feel so bad when you're one of those teams like Tiger, because I mean, it's obviously easy for us to criticize them, but at the same time, it's like, you did win the event. There's going to be a lot of eyes on you. When you can't live up to those expectations that are now put on you, you're going to get bashed. And it's almost better if they didn't win the whole thing, right? And place like second or third, got some solid points, place here, maybe second or third, then go into the final, fall event, and then come out swinging and win the whole thing. And then everyone's like, oh man, they took it away. And, this is an exciting team. But I feel so bad because, again, there has to be so much pressure on them.
Yeah, I think there has to be a reason as to why this roster was going to get changed, right? When Smoothie and Snappy were meant to go this team, there's not going to be no reason for that. So clearly, this team, it hasn't worked in the past for a long time, and obviously with a big win in Rio has kind of given them a little bit more life together. But I think honestly, this team, I don't see it lasting much longer based on the performances we're seeing from them right now. Like, yeah, you can win your matches, but we've never even seen Tiger win a map convincingly in this tournament yet. They've always had to struggle. They don't make it easy for themselves, and I don't even think they have to look for international talent. I think within the Mongolian scene, we've already seen the likes of D13. There's players in there you can grab. So I think this Tiger, I agree with Blad. I don't think this has much longevity. I think this is kind of like just a fluke, and they're riding the wave of Rio. And they've just lost against Divine Vendetta on a map they're comfortable on. So moving into the next map of the series, I don't really know where Tiger are going to be at. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to sort of get some life in them and win the map, but then again, it's never going to be convincing. And for a team that's defending champions at the RMR events, this is not a good outlook to have going into the start of week 2.
I mean, maybe they need a message from the organization, say, well, if you guys don't win this one, then I think we're gonna look for a different team, and then maybe they'll kick them into gear to win yet again. Let's take a look at the MVP from the last map, and it's got to be none other than catching them all. It's Pokemon. 7 multi-kill rounds, 8. Is that right? Is that really right?
Yeah.
8 opening kills? That's insane. I think that's one of the highest numbers we've seen so far in this tournament, Blah.
Yeah, I think we saw like a 9 opening kill something over there. But here's the crazy thing: he got 8 opening kills out of 9 opening deals he took.
Jeez.
Davdov as well. He went 4-0. The opening kills, most of them are just actually going the way of this Middle Eastern side. And I don't want to take anything away from them. I feel like they really came in prepared. They seem to have done the homework. I don't think they'd expect Overpass to be coming in, considering that the map pool's a little weaker. They're like, all right, we're going to prep as many maps as possible. The firepower showed. Heading into Nuke right now, I'm scared for Tiger. I'm actually scared for them. And I gotta agree with you, Jason. Like the team, they won the RMR. They stuck together because they won the RMR. They got the points. They didn't want to get lose that. And I feel like pressure's just mounting for them, for the Mongolian side. It's more like you're the defending champions. You need to show up here. And now you've lost to Bren. You've lost your map pick in his best of 3 series to Divine Vendetta. 2 teams that coming into the RMR, we said, if there are 2 teams who are going to be bottoming out here, it's maybe going to be Bren, Divine Vendetta, Maz Light. These are the names you brought up, and you're struggling against these guys. I mean, nothing against Bren and Divine Vendetta. They're giving the best. But you're Tiger. You're supposed to be a top 3 team right now. You won the previous RMR. Was it all a fluke? I think the pressure is only going to start mounting here, and they need to stand up and deliver, or else I agree with all of you guys. I feel like this particular experiment might fall apart.
Well, they still have another map to keep their hopes alive. It will be on Nuke coming up next in our second map and our final game of the series of Day 7 of PAL Summer 2020, the Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. We're heading to a short break. When we come back, it will be on Nuke. We're going to find out if the Tigers will purr or lose.
Roar.
Nuke 地图往事。 Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台，在2015年群星赛上 ，Simple 又一杆轻狙，以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过T方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Of course, I mute myself on vMix. Thank you very much. Anyway, so to kind of rush up on what I did just say, as you saw there, we're going to be heading over to Nuke between Divine Vendetta and Tiger. It's going to be 1-0 for Divine Vendetta. But one thing I did want to say before hopping into this is that looking at the opening duels, the fact that you have Pokemon at 8-1, Davdov at 4-0, Ezreal at 4-1 within that last map alone, and it still finished 16-13 showed that even though Divine Vendetta would have a man advantage, they still struggled to close out rounds.
Yeah, that's certainly a fair point. What they ended up on 19 total with 16 round wins. I mean, it's not a terrible percentage, but you definitely want to streamline that a little bit more.
I mean, look at NCL 0-4, Aircast 0-3, Dobu 5-5, Cabal 2-4, 9-3-3, and it's still 16-13. That, like, I don't know. Am I wrong for that to stand out?
No, it definitely does. I mean, I wouldn't say I've definitely seen worse, but that is towards the lower spectrum. I mean, really, you want to be converting like 75, 80% of rounds where you're finding the opening duel. And on that alone, they would have almost won the game. And then the conversion rate for losses is usually 25 to 30. Really depends on the comfort level of the map as well. Like, you'll see some teams come in with 60% of the time that they find an opening duel, they win a round if they're just not comfortable on that map. Strategic teams on Dust 2 is really where you'll see that. But yeah, looking at Nuke, I think this is somewhere that you're going to also find those early fights playing a huge role. And I think it's much harder to throw it away on Nuke than it is on Overpass. I mean, both of these teams play this map a whole bunch. Oh, sorry. When you look at Nuke, they both play a decent amount. Yeah, I said that, and then I looked. I still had the stats open from Overpass, and I was like, "Wait, do Divine Vendetta not play Nuke? Am I losing my mind?" But yeah, both these teams play the map quite a bit. So realistically, you would expect that both will be able to follow through with a pretty decent performance overall. And so if that continues, if you see again a vast majority of players 8-for-1, I mean that's just ridiculous. I don't know how they're going to convert over. If Pokemon is hitting his shots the same way he was in the previous map, I don't believe in Tiger's ability.
Yeah.
If we see an opping power of Davdov or Havoc step up on a secondary, again, that's not something I think the Tiger we just saw can deal with. This is rough. I mean, we just saw Divine Vendetta take a map that they've never played officially. That's madness.
I mean, maybe it's a map they had kind of in their wheelhouse. The thing is, it blows my mind that when you're a team that has glaringly obvious like holes within your map pool, I feel like you should be secretly practicing that map so then you can use it later on when it does get picked against you. You know, use it as like a wild card kind of play coming through. And but let's see, Nuke comes down to this now. Can Tiger get themselves back into this, or will this be a 2-0 for Divine Vendetta? I really honestly don't know how it's going to go, considering how the first map did play out. Yeah, good little shakes. I like that. It's nice to see.
That disorientated me. I hope we haven't got any viewers watching in VR. They will have fallen over. That's the next thing, Jason. That is it. VR streams. You know, watch CSGO, fly around the map. It's going to be great. And there's actually already VR esports. But let's get into the pistol round. Let's talk about the OR esports. As Divine Vendetta blitz down the ramp, get a little bit of control. Tyke picks up the opening. Now they look to get that bomb plant nice and safely. They're covering both doors. The double doors where the first challenge comes in. The single, I don't think they've heard swinging open. Dobu is able to pick up a kill for free. They eventually realize where he is, but it might be too little too late. Havoc's got to pull off the clutch at 2K already. USP retrieved, looking for the headshot, but so is his opponent. And 9 lands it to put Tiger up. And that's a big mistake there, letting Dobu just waltz out onto the side and find a double kill.
Why was Havoc peeking, by the way, at the end there? Why wasn't he playing the time? I mean, obviously, I realized there's a lot of time left. There was a kit, though. But I thought he would have kind of baited out a little bit more with the pressure build. I mean, they get the bomb plant, if anything, so they can buy up here. But I almost feel like that was a slight misplay. Maybe I'm just being too...
I mean, there's an
critical.
upside and a downside, right? He peeked out to maybe catch the player off guard, try to force the fight immediately, play off the confidence of the kill he just found. And if he waits, maybe that player pushes out and, you know, he loses track of him a little bit. The player gets the jump on him. I can understand, you know, why he would do either one. I think it's just very hard to make those decisions in the split second.
Oh, not a lot of utility on their side, though. They do have those 3 smokes to use. They're not going to use it for the cross, though. They're really relying pretty much on their own aim. They're going to continue to push outside, actually. I don't know if NCL's going to expect it. Well, now he's going to see Ezram there, and he does get the kill. That's actually 9 able to secure it. And 9's just going to be overwhelmed. NCL in such a critical part, too. He needs to stay alive here. You can see Aircast maybe looking to push up towards Secret. Ball gets the kill into Tyke. They're losing a lot of their rifles here. It's going to be a 4-on-3. And they're still going. They really want this place, this spot on the map.
The advantage of getting that bomb plant down doesn't seem to be converting over into a round advantage for Divine Vendetta just yet. They have cleared out the spawn there. You saw Davdov running back. The nice shots. As Havoc just gets harassed, and then immediately afterwards, Urkas just bails. Does the damage, leaves with 28 seconds left. They're going to be scared of going down to Secret. It's almost certainly going to be an A hit, you would imagine. Put down through vent, they are... Through vent. Excuse me, down through the ramp they go. Spotted a player in the open as well. Pokemon unlucky that he had a smoke held. 14 seconds. They've got to go. It's the A site that they look for ultimately. Caught down on the ramp. Pokemon's taken out. So too is Havoc. And a 1v3 for Davdov. A player already close. He heard the steps. He knows this player's right up here. Takes the first fight with a swing from NCL before his teammate even falls. It's an AK for Dobu. NCL's got the M4 already. I mean, we should be more than happy with how that one's gone, really, for Tiger, considering the upgrades they've gotten.
Mm-hmm. And they just shut down the early aggression of Divine Vendetta. I mean, I'm pretty sure they had the better buy here in Tiger with the SMGs, still able to win it. That's what's kind of surprised to see them, you know, almost commit to being outside of heaven that long in towards CT spawn. Because if you try to, I mean, they don't even need to push you. They just can just sit back. If you do push into them, they're going to have the SMGs where they should ideally be able to win out in those fights. I can understand maybe going towards Secret. You're kind of put into those close quarters anyways, but in the end, Tiger do win it out. 2-0. And we're going back to the Force sub. Head armor and some Tech 9s. I really don't know how I feel about this.
These kind of buys are always risky, though.
I
That's
love
paying
it.
off tenfold. Wow. Kill after kill going to the pistols. Yeah, Jason, that's a quick change of tune there. I don't know how I feel about. I love this. Knew it was going to work from the start. I think I called it.
You misheard me. I said I don't know how much I love about this.
I don't know that that makes any sense, Jason, but I'll appreciate your statement. I'll accept it. This is a bit wild. The change of pace definitely caught Tiger off guard, and I guess that's one of the benefits of taking a round like this. Again, these are the sort of things that you won't see day in, day out. You know, going in for those heavier investments. I think a lot of... But see, the thing is as well, they've got a large loss bonus built up, so I guess they wouldn't really have suffered for anything coming into the next. They would have had AKs, they would have had utility, maybe an AWP they would have struggled to grab out, but that would have been about it. At the end of the day, yeah, I guess that was probably the right call. It's just a little bit wild that it works out so well. I mean, Tiger must have at least expected an eco, or pistols at worst, and so the change of pace, the faster strategy, shouldn't be something that they're completely unprepared for.
Well, they're not even setting up a wall of smokes, I should say, not a smoke of walls. That'd be a little bit odd. Aircast again. We've seen him play for me before. He gets the first 1v1, tries to get the weapon. Gets punished for his greed, however, but Tyke's been dinked up. He's out of 29 health. So in the end, I mean, Tiger coming out the better of the two. I understand there's a lot of rifles for the side of Divine Vendetta, but hey, you got a Deagle, you got a 5.7, you got 3 players kind of low on HP. You got the Scout as well that can quickly dispose of 3 of those people. Really not in a bad situation. But where's the Scout going to be? It's actually nowhere towards Hell. They're not going to go for that angle to challenge out on, and Havoc gets a big kill in Adobu. That was actually in towards T lobby. So they have the upper bomb site for themselves. They just don't know it yet.
And they're about to find out. Walking out, gaining the control. Now it's all about Tiger coming in for that retake. Cabal, if he can force the close fight with the 5.7, he could have done it. But oh, he does indeed afterwards. Ezram falls. And now a 2v2. The rifle's on their way back in, looking for some victims. Havoc takes control, and he needs it in towards main. He's the final player alive. Molotov going out a little bit too late, but luckily the player's already pulled off, and now they're lining up for him as they come around the corner. They're not able to deal, or he's not able to deal with them. Plenty of time there, getting it on the edge. Molly just about takes 9 to 40 health. He's nice and clear.
What is this game, though?
Back and forth. That's what it is.
Just so weird. We've seen, I mean, they've been just duking it out for the last 3 rounds, it seems. But again, like, they pick up rifles for this. Some good pushes here and there, and nice little double peek. I actually kind of like that, because he could have, I mean, they couldn't have really stuck it because the Molotov was there, so they both challenge out on this just to make sure to confirm that kill. And then take it over the finish line. You got 2 AKs rescued, 2 M4s, and an MP9. On the other side, there's full investment. The opt for Davdov, he's going to go for the peek towards outer. I mean, Aircast has been pushing secret in so many of these rounds, so you can kind of assume he might be there another time. But he's being very careful about this. And you talked in the last one about conditioning the terrorists, right? As a CT side. Making them think you're going to play one way and then play another. And, I mean, Aircast kind of realizes, well, I pushed secret, 2 rounds. We've seen him use the smoke before where he gets above it. He gets the spray onto a second. He's not even moving away from the spot. And this is just classic Aircast.
They won't expect me there after the reload. And, I mean, he's quite right. As Davdov goes back out, if he checks that, I'd be surprised. The smoke fades, and Aircast doesn't want to quite stand out on top of the railing. As you can see, that would be a very easy kill. And look at that. Because he's been here, because he's played so aggressive, now they're quite scared to even go and get the bomb. As they think that he's going to be tucked in the left corner or coming up those stairs in just a second. They waste time. They burn utility. And that's what it's all about. That's showing your hand a couple of times and then using that to fake. getting back into position towards the site with his teammates. They're holding down below. Urcast is just below the vents. He's a quick rotate up to help them. Basically, every player can be on A or 3 out of 4. Very quickly. Nice shot by Dabdov. Tagged up Dobu. Took him down afterwards. They've got to be careful of Urcast coming up the vents in just a second. The scope heard close left. That's going to be Urcast's target. As Cabal pops a flash out. That should be the rush up the vent. Here it comes. SMG runs out, drops to side. He's going to be causing the distraction, but Urcast spotted. They were ready for him this whole time. 22 health remaining. Over towards Tyke. He gets naded down. Good shot by Urcast. One more to deal with, and he gets him. That is a 4th round for Tiger, and I don't know how Urcast managed to do so much damage from that position. The op knew he was coming, knew he was down there, but just couldn't deal with him.
Just because you know it's coming doesn't mean you can hit the shot when you need to. And again, Aircast, we criticized him quite a bit a couple of days ago, and then he stepped up. He's been able to do it yet again here. I mean, the first map was rough. I mean, I thought it was going to be Dobu to be the one. After the pistol round where he got a quad kill, I was like, all right, this should be like a quick game. Dobu, if he's playing like we seen him be able to, I don't know who on Divine Vendetta can deal with him. And in the end, it ended up being Pokemon, funny enough. But this spot, like, this isn't the first time Aircast has used this, and you have to, like, kind of realize, well, there's a smoke down, we didn't throw it. Or maybe they did throw a smoke there, and then he put his own one to make sure to cover off the angle. I'm not sure which one it was, but either way, like, he's used the spot before. If you watch any of their games on Nuke, I guarantee he's done it at least once, and if he gets away with it another time, then that's a big problem for DV.
We mentioned how, you know, Divine Vendetta would be in the position coming into this game where they should be able to do quite a lot. This is their map after all, and they looked so good on Overpass. This time with the AK and the pistols, they've already made it through outside, down towards the B site. The AK leading the charge initially, keeping 9 back and putting him down on low HP. They've managed to trade out NCL. The bomb retrieved and now going in for the plant, but they didn't notice Cabal was over towards observation. He managed to sneak down to the double doors and now is in a prime position to shut them down if they leave him unchecked. The plant leaves Dabdov open for double doors peak, but they're not dealing with it. At this point, he wasn't aware that they could be down vents, but even still. It's a 3v4. They've got a plant. They look for more damage, but it looks like people are just completely neglecting the fact that CTs can be here. And I don't think they can even stop this bomb from being defused at this point. Well, not that they're all dead, but even if they still had the 2 players, they weren't in positions to.
How?
I really don't know. I mean, the direction was there, right? They get to the site and then brains turn off.
I mean, they lose. What? I'm so confused. Like, you see Aircast get this first kill on Dabdov, and then look at that. Pokemon's not even looking over here. And I can understand, like, maybe they want to focus on the guy ramp, but then you have to realize, I guess he's playing a percentage play, right? Where if he pushes, he's probably going to die. If he turns around and goes for the shot, he's probably going to die. So he kind of needs to hold the angle and hope that he doesn't get pushed from the backside. And then that gives him a better chance to get the kill once the man towards ramp. Doesn't work out either way. It could be completely BS, and I have no idea. Oh my god, 9. Tells Tyke to sit down. The bench right there for him, though he's under it. And now it's a 5-on-3.
Tiger definitely showing us up when it comes to those opening duels games. They're ahead by quite a lot. Dabdov's trade does little to really repair what's broken for the terrorist side at the moment. With Dabdov low, Havoc's the one that has to do some damage. I think he's out on the A side. Looks like he's waltzed all the way through. But from there, he spots nobody. NCL pushed up in the hut. Cabal coming through, having to find the kill. So Dabdov has to do it on his low health. Surviving after time is not really going to be worthwhile for him. The rest of the team ain't going to have money, and he might die after time. Considering he's only got 28 health remaining. It'd be a very easy kill if they find it. So I understand him going forward and committing to it, but it doesn't work out. 6-1's where we go, and Tiger Look, they've got that early start to their CT side. As we said, the terrorist side is one where you can warm up. You get a little bit of a grace period at the start where you can try to build up your rounds. But we are going to have to see something from them in the next buy round. If nothing happens for Divine Vendetta, if the same things are coming through, you know, Tiger given all this space to find kill after kill, Urcast with the consistent openings outside, then my faith is completely gone. They've not gone for an AWP. Obviously, they couldn't, but if they took a lighter buy, gave 7-1, then they could have. It's all about the rifles.
Again, quick play. Only Pokemon's going to be going here. I mean, he did get exceptionally far a couple rounds prior. Now it's just a full rush through. They're trying to hit towards ramps. They're trying to meet him here, and player there is actually just going to back in towards the lower position. The op comes in, 9, he gets the first go, and he gets away, and Havoc has the bomb. I thought they were trying to go ramp to help out Pokemon, and now they lose the bomb. They do get 4 kills out of nowhere, and 9's the last alive. What just happened?
That spiraled out of control far too quickly. 9 able to get 1 at least. He's recovered the AWP, and that's a bit of a problem. You know, up against Pokemon, you really want to have the rifle, but there's no way he knows that. They're looking to push up onto him. They can trade, but the spacing, it's so bad. Oh, dear. The bomb retrieved at least, so it'll go down to the A side and get planted, but that's a huge mistake. The round could be over already. Actually, it's B that Ezram goes for. This makes a lot more sense up against that AWP. 9's on for the ace if he finds this. 22 health remaining. Ezram can take him down so easily with the AK, but first he's got to find him. He's got absolutely no information on where the CT player is. As time ticks away, you notice that 9's got a kit, a smoke, and a Molotov. He can block off an angle, smoke the bomb, and try to get this defuse in. I imagine that's what we're going to see him do. With 15 seconds, time is of the essence, and it's time to make a move. The molly in towards the double doors. That's going to keep the player back, but he's biding too much time. Goes for the flashbang afterwards. Ezram on the push. 6 seconds, 5, and no time. No matter what, it's over. 9 thinks he's got enough on the clock, but he absolutely doesn't. Boom goes the C4. Divine Vendetta take their second round, finally. One hell of a way to do it as well.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that. Considering, again, how this round started, they lose the bomb so aggressively. But in a matter of seconds, they trade the kills back. I think 4 players died in like a total of 3 seconds on the side of Tiger. And 9 just left alone. They take a big hit to the economy out of Tiger, too. I mean, you see 4 players on 1,000 or less, and NCL going to be sitting on 5,400, but that's going to change once he buys up. And now maybe this is the moment Divine Vendetta needed to get back into it, right? We think back to Overpass. They were up 7-1, and then Tiger finally got another one. They got a second round, and from there on, they took themselves 5 straight. Toasty McToaster, I like it. 87 fire damage. I like this. I like whoever's coming up with these names, you know? Deserve a raise. Much better than Dinko with his, well, he didn't even give a name.
Yeah, exactly. I think your job's not under threat, we'll put it that way. Dinko's not going to be taking it. And I want to see more from Divine Vendetta. I really want to see them showing up, showing us what they're capable of. You know, we've seen so many cracks in Tiger, but it feels like this map more so than the previous. They're given all these opportunities to show up as individuals. What's this push out to the A site? What's happening here? Already inside the smoke. Eventually the flashes come over. Ezram falls. 1-for-1 trades. They haven't spotted NCL above on the roof. He's going to be good for a double spray down. Looking for a third and connecting. 7-2. And what was that? Divine Vendetta just losing all direction. Or rather, they forgot any other directions existed and just rushed out onto A. That was aggressive, pointed, and very unnecessary.
I thought it was going to be 400 IQ, though, when they came out of the squeaky. I mean, you saw Aircraft spray initially onto the player. Doesn't even realize he's hitting him. I thought, oh, this is nice. But NCL, he's like, well, you know what, Jason? Hold my rifle. This is going to be even nicer as he gets a quick 3K on top of Hut. That's unfortunate for Divine Vendetta because they could have broke the economy out of Tiger, and now they're the ones who are broke. NCL gets a quick double, continuing from the last round. 5 kills, just like that. And this is looking like an 8th round. This is looking like the first half done here. Well, at least the first half victory for Tiger. I mean, at least this time they're reading the aggression a lot better against Divine Vendetta.
I'll give you that. 6 rounds is what we're looking for DV. If they can get there, it's not the end of the road really, but Tiger are looking like a much more formidable beast. And again, coming back to the point I was making yesterday, we got very, or maybe it was earlier today. I think it was earlier today, about the home and away, right?
That was yesterday.
I feel like, was it?
No, it's today. I just want to see if you
oh,
believe
God
me.
damn it, Jason. I know it's on train. Yeah, I feel like in Counter-Strike, you know, it's a weird situation where most teams, I think once you hit a certain level, a lot of teams will lose their own pick and win their opponents. Like, it's almost as frequent as winning their own. Because within certain, not at the top level, but I'm talking like top 15 through 30 teams, I feel like they don't have specialist maps. They just know how to play them. Like, they know their strats, they know their setups, they know their lineups, and they go and they do it, and they see how it works out. But obviously when you get to the top level, like, you're not going to play an Astralis on Nuke, and North on Vertigo even. I know that's not quite top level, but just don't play North on Vertigo, Singularity.
You said top level, and then he said North, so I instantly got confused.
North.
I feel bad for the North guys. It's like, if you ever join that roster, you just know you're going to get so much hate.
Oh, yeah. And you're going to be the reason the roster's bad. No matter who joins, they're going to be the reason the roster's bad. Until the next guy joins, and then they're the reason the roster's bad.
And that's if you survive long enough for someone else to join that's not you being kicked.
I mean, there's a point where myself and Dingo were looking at the North Academy team, the old North Academy, and like the players they had. And it was genuinely a case that had they have just made the main team out of their academy players over the months, they would have a better team. Like, it was a very weird position where you were like, oh yeah, North Academy would definitely beat North. Can't even remember who was on it. It was over a period of time, you could have made a sick 5-man out of it.
Again, aggression. Look at this, Tyke. Kind of wondering where anyone is to defend the site. I was like, I expect him directly below him, and they've been able to trade fairly well considering what they had invested. 3-on-2. Dobu, is he expect the player from main? Well, it doesn't matter if he expects him, he still gets the kill. Now Dav alone. 1-on-3, at least Dobu's going to be low. If the smoke comes through, he tries to spam away, expecting the player to go in the corner. And that's going to be a 10th round now for Tiger. I think we're going to a third map at this rate. I mean, I think that's not too far-fetched to say. I don't know if Divine Vendetta's CT side's going to be that strong. And with Inferno as a third map, who knows? Yeah, Pokemon on 4 kills. He dropped 30 on an overpass, didn't he?
29 in the end, I think. He never made that 30th.
We can
What
give
a
it to
noob.
him.
How can you not get 30 kills? Come on. But now, oh! 9 through the smoke just as it bloomed. Good timing on that. Don't know if you maybe saw the barrel of the gun just before it did come up. There's this shot again from 9. He keeps on going. They're challenging. They really want to get this control, but oh, they're being punished for it. He goes down eventually, but not before he's done a good 250 damage. More, even. Divine Vendetta in a lot of trouble. Dobu not spotted here by Ezra, but the steps are being heard. That's a free kill. And okay. Back to a 3-on-3. Now they've only got the HP disadvantage. I mean, Davdov should be taken down very quickly in any fight. And you can see they're slowing the pace. But who's not slowing the pace is NCL. He's pushing up through Secret to join Urcast and hopefully take a fight. Now stepping very actively, moving in towards the vents. And this whole time, when they're hearing those steps, they don't know Urcast is still there. Thing is, Urcast might just get a sneaky play made on him. Davdov, who's so low on HP that he doesn't want to take a fight, is tucked in the garage. And because of that, he gets a free kill.
I would have missed that. 100%.
I don't doubt that.
Hey, you would have too, probably.
I never said I wouldn't.
We're down to the 2-on-2 now. Again, you said Davdov low, 30 HP. The ball gets caught rotating. Well done by Ezra just to kind of wait things out. That's a second kill of the round, and now it could be an ace between the two players. NCL left alone with 2 to find. He's got the kid. He's got a nade. He doesn't have the information necessarily where they're going to be. He has an inkling. Ezra's still going to be over towards ramp, and that's the first to fall. And he can't pull off the defuse. Nate comes in. So does a bolt to the head. Divine Vendetta will get a third.
Well, they need these final 2 rounds, really. And the problem is they haven't made it easy for themselves. They've allowed Tiger... Not only do they obviously need to find the 2 in a row, but they've allowed Tiger to build up a little bit of cash to the point that they're comfortable enough buying. And all these... See, this is the thing. They played the round slowly, and it worked out. And I want to see a little bit more of that. These faster paced, I mean, they won a round, then immediately rushed the A site. That's not the kind of play that you can repeatedly work out, that you can show your proficiency of the map on. I also feel like they've been so focused on outside and never really getting a whole lot for it. I mean, at most they've managed to get a player down towards Secret, and even then, that's been the end of the impact, really. With the occasional push down towards Hell. But they don't seem to come at this map from a very... I don't know, straightforward perspective. It's rare we see ramp control or slow A. We don't see the door being blown open to allow an all to hold it or anything like that.
And Tiger again rushes in towards the upper bomb site. We saw this how many times now? And hey, it's working out this time. Dobu's gonna fall. Nine's not gonna be up there offing. Pokemon gets a second? I mean, Divine Vendetta trying to fight for their 5th round in the half. 9 will come up. Pokemon, I think, is going to be Molotov'd off. Going to hold the angle while he burns up, and he does escape. Flashbang to come through. 3-on-5 retake now coming in. You see even a flash coming to Cabal. He switches over to the M4. Falls directly onto the head. A Tyke switches to the AK now, so he doesn't run out of ammo. And Cabal's able to get 1. Smoke goes down. Time's ticking. 10 seconds left on the clock. They get another kill. This is onto the hut. And now he's going to have to stick the bomb. Flashbang comes through, and Cabal! Oh, he saves his team. It doesn't matter. Ezram, though, comes in with the kill through the smoke, and that's going to do it. 4 rounds on the board. Ezram gets the final kill. That was way too close, but honestly, what a team play there. Cabal, the Overwatch god there, protecting his diffuser.
There's Jason, back to talking about Overwatch. Name a more iconic duo. Yeah, no, that was a really wild round. I want to see this from Pokemon. That was through the smoke. That's nasty. Down on his head, easy kill. Looks for a second. He'll get it in a minute. But this was really nice. Look at the push out. A player comes out to stop the bomb defusal. Great shot by Cabal. If he misses that, the round's over. And then it came down to spamming the smoke, which is always unfortunate when the RNG gets involved. And Mag 7, the one that grabs a very important kill in this for Cabal. I didn't even get time to process what was happening there, Jason. I'll be honest. We came out of that replay and it was like everyone was just being shot by Mag 7s. People were dying everywhere and the round was over. What the hell just happened to Divine Vendetta? Why do they feel the need to play these super fast rounds? I don't get it. You know, they play it slow. They slow down the pace. They use the map. They start to figure out Tiger, take picks, take these systematic fights, and then come into the next round. Hey, it's Rocher. But that works.
I felt like I felt that was like Tiger rushing though, more so. I mean, I did understand that they kind of like wrapped around main and they started to make their way out, but like Tiger met the aggression. They're like, all right, well, you guys are getting aggressive and pushing all the time. Why don't we just do it once and catch you off guard? And I feel like that's kind of what they did there, especially the Mac 10 push straight up ramp. We already talked before about, you know, straightforward thinking or, you know, a lack of straightforward thinking out of Tiger. They hardly ever went for ramp control and they were getting punished, at least in the last round alone. And now, speaking of ramp control, Tiger are straight down here to the lower bomb site.
And basically what you were saying in the previous round, aggression meeting aggression was goats v goats, right? Locking horns. Button heads. The T-side down by 1 man. Swinging around with the USPs, and this should be easy for Divine Vendetta, surely. I could see that spiraling out of control just based on what's been happening, but yeah, we're all good. Divine Vendetta pick up their 5th, the pistol round under their belt. And now they just need to bring it a whole lot further because, I mean, they're massively behind in this map. A 3rd map is very, very likely. And let's just hope that they can at least win this round. They allowed a bomb plant. And that's a flaw. We've talked about this many times in this tournament. If you allow that bomb plant to go through and still win the round, you don't have an advantage in the next. You really don't. If anything, you're at a disadvantage because they're going to have AKs. They're going to have Galils. They're going to have utility. Although Divine Vendetta do manage to pull out, what, they've got an AUG, they've got an M4 as well. They've only gone for one SMG. I really like that buy compared to what Tiger have been showing us. They still have to face those rifles.
I do like the buy up straight though to the AUG to kind of combat with the AK. I mean, obviously it's going to be still tough in the end, but it gives them that slight edge, you know, compared to FAMAS, compared to an M4 or the range he's going to be playing at. And you see it's basically stopped them in their tracks. They're trying to be careful of no one pushing up towards Secret. As we can see, no one's really getting cheeky on Divine Vendetta's side. Not like we saw Tiger do. There's no air cast to play around to smoke. Still a minute of time left to go, and the utility that they had, it's worn thin. They have an incendiary to maybe throw it towards Davdov. No, instead, gonna go over to the blue container. And now they have one flash left to hit upper or to hit lower. This is not looking good at all, Mitch. They got no utility to support a push in any direction.
And they can rely on some of these duels at least being favored towards them when it comes to range. I mean, they've got the AK, they've got the Galils. Up against the likes of Havoc, that's going to be nice and easy, and they look to Ramp to challenge him. Coming on out, find this first player. Pokemon survives for way too long. The Molly's going to keep them back long enough, at least, that the support comes through. But that's a low HP Davdov. He can't afford to fight. Tries to pre-aim them, or pre-fire them as they jump on down. Can't do it. 12 seconds, 10 on the clock. Cabal's moving up. He's going to watch the double doors. Oh, but he turns his back. If he checked it, that could have been their round. Ezram shuts it down. Pike was even looking for the second player, and then they realize, oh, they're already dead.
But they still got the bomb down at least, right? They can still force in this round again. And Divine Vendetta have already been hit a little bit economically, though they still have 3 players surviving.
Considering where they started, getting the bomb down is pretty good. You know, they had to fight for the round control every step of the way. I think there is a world where both of those players die before the bomb goes down easily. If Ezram is a second earlier getting that kill on the player in secret, so if he was a little bit faster, if the player went to plant a little bit deeper, or took a second longer coming down ramp, I mean, so much could have went wrong there that they don't get that. So I think they have to be happy with what they've achieved. It's 11-6, likely 11-7, so a chance for Divine Vendetta.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Remember, Mitch.
It's pistols, yeah. There is a slightly above average chance that Divine Vendetta win this round.
Slightly?
There's no chance they win this round. They're against pistols. But no, for Tiger, you know, this is a round where you realistically look to find 2 to 3 kills. You already see that Divine Vendetta have low money. If they can just manage to force that through, 3 kills, and there's going to be weaker weapons. Look at this, through the smoke. An immediate kill. Tyke good for 2, and then he falls. 1 more kill here. It's all they need, and they've managed to achieve that. Now a 2v2 with weapons picked up. Urkast has an AK and armor. I would not count him out of this fight, but, well, when he gets shot in the chest 3 times, I would. Still, they did exactly what I wanted of them. 3 kills. They're over the moon.
Didn't know Elon Musk supports Tiger as a sponsor. I know, pretty bad joke. Now I hear it after what you know Bless said, and it makes sense. So I'm gonna stop making jokes. Unless it's at the expense of you, then I will do them.
Oh, never mind. The other ones are good. Haha, Elon Musk, I get it. I only just got it now. That was great. You should do more jokes like that.
Pokemon's pushed up very... Oh, no. There's no one to watch from the backside. Ball has no idea. He falls. That's 2 quick kills. Davdov will be traded out on, however. They've lost control of ramp. So man advantage to the CT side at least. They have been pummeled in these last few rounds. Edgerum again. A little kill out of fame. He's up to 10. Or that's Pokemon. That's actually up to 10. Having a rough time since his 29 kills that he had on Overpass. They actually do deflect them up towards the upper bomb site. Oh no. Oh. Dobo almost died falling there too. Little squeaky bum moment.
That would not have been nice, would it?
No.
I'm gonna go plant the button. Never mind. I'm dead. Yeah, he's alive. He's got a nice little position as well, even with his low health. They're going to look to seize into heaven. I like that approach. Really, it just every time I get scared. And lucky he dropped as well. That nade was right on him, just like the second one that came through. Unlucky 9. You just can't do a thing about those kind of situations, can you? It's like in a movie, you know, when they jump out of the building as it explodes. I feel like that's what just happened to him, but then immediately he got hit by a plane.
Where did the plane come into? Wait, why would there ever be a plane flying that low? How tall is this building?
Very tall. It's one of the Dubai buildings.
Burj Khalifa?
That one.
I've been up that. It's pretty freaking tall.
I have not.
I got very
Did you go
dizzy
to the
looking
toilet?
straight up. Did I go to the toilet there?
Like there's a toilet. I think it's in that building. That it's just like a just glass in front of it, so you can like you sit in the toilet, you see the whole thing.
I guarantee there's some pervert out there that has like a telescope tread straight onto that.
I imagine they've got one-way glass. I would be very surprised if they've just went stick a play. Actually, dude, I'll send you a picture after this.
Wait, I don't like where this is going. You on the toilet?
I was in the toilet yesterday. I'll send you a picture. And in Switzerland, we went to a bar which was on like the 31st or 51st. I can't remember. It was up really, really high, and it was the tallest like cocktail bar in Switzerland. It was a beautiful place. Club Rouge, I think it's called, in Basel. And we were up there. I went to the toilet, and both the urinals and the toilet are just facing out a normal window. Because when we went down below and we were walking home, I turned around and I was like, that's the toilet. Like, because the thing was, all the other rooms were dark, and the rooms with the bar are one-way glass. But the toilet's red and has like white lights in it. And you could, it was the only one, if you looked at the building, it was the only floor you could see lit up was the toilet. So it's like you're perfectly illuminated for everybody.
I guess the Swiss like to watch.
I guess so.
Oh,
if you're
Swiss
ever in
watches,
Basel,
I get it.
Hey, there we go. If you're ever in Basel, just have a look for the big building with the red room. That's a toilet. Maybe don't look too closely. You'll get arrested.
Did see aggressive play right off the bat towards outside, but Tiger very careful about it. They don't actually peek into it this time. They do have the man advantage by 1. So the HP not looking too good. And they're just kind of holding him. They got 25 seconds left. They're gonna have to pick up the pace and hit a site ASAP. And I think Dafa, I think he spots them. Transitioning towards Secret. This should be at least 1 kill for him. He needs to hit the shot. He needs to delay as long as he can. And there it is. The bomb goes down. And the second! The ball's on this man. Now he's left alone. If he just stays alive, he wins the round. They're both upper. Run.
What an absolutely massive play. He's tucked in the corner. They're on their way right above him. And there we go. 1 on the time. Missed the shot. Looks like he's dead, but it doesn't matter. The deed is done. The 9th round secured for Divine Vendetta. And Davdov, with one of the biggest plays he's made so far in this tournament. Now 2 between them. And the comeback is certainly on. Tiger yet to really figure out this CT side. Or maybe that's not fair. I think they did a decent job. But what do you do against this? 1 shot, the spacing was good, the shot missed, and that was it.
Well, Mitch, I think we're still in the preheating phase.
Exactly. Can't put the pizza in just yet.
You know you want to, but wait a little bit longer. It'll come out extra crispy, extra nice.
If you're getting very impatient, just take a bite of the frozen one.
You can heat it up in your mouth.
Exactly.
Just the force up here. I mean, they did save 2 weapons from the round before.
What's that mean?
But they just get completely swarmed. 5 on 3 now, and I mean, I didn't think Divine Vendetta would come back from this. It was 11-4. They're about to make it 11-10. They want that 2-0. They want that extra victory. Nobu on the Scout, Cabal on the Deagle. Not even near each other. The bomb's down. I don't know what damage you can hope to accomplish here.
I mean, this is the Divine Vendetta that found 9 rounds T-side against Invictus on this very map. It was one of our first games we covered, and then here we are. They got 4 T-side against Tiger. At that point, I was with you. You know, I'm happy to say that we're going to a 3rd map, and then all of a sudden, to come through this convincing early half performance. And you do have to remember, it is still early days. We extend to Tiger the same courtesy we did to Divine Vendetta, and that it is just a 5-0 half. That's not unheard of. And the fact that the previous round came so close and relied on an individual performance, you know, that is a good sign for Tiger to be able to connect these rounds after this one. Now's their chance. But if it doesn't go their way this time, then things do get a little bit spicy. I think it's difficult to really favor Tiger if they lose this.
Well, it's not even been like Divine Vendetta have had super clean rounds. Like there's been very few, if any at all, where they had all 5 remaining, right? So in the round before this, Davdov dies after time, but he still wins the round. This round, they still lose out in 2 players. So we're seeing Tiger still be able to contest, still be able to battle out, but they're just missing that little bit of an extra to close the rounds out. You're going to be on a massive lack of utility. Aircast and 9 both with, well, at least between the two, just a smoke now. I'd almost want to see them pick up the pace. I mean, we're not seeing like really any early Molotovs come in on the CT side to delay any pushes. We're seeing the smokes, yes, but that's pretty standard. But I was expecting more Molotovs to maybe take advantage of this. Maybe go for the vent dive. You already talked about before. We're not seeing anyone really nade down the door and go for an op peek through it. I'm not gonna see it this round because we don't have an op, but the kind of standard strategies we've been seeing the last few days hasn't been used.
Yeah, that was just the odd thing for me, just seeing Divine Vendetta have such a one-dimensional approach to the T side. I think Tiger are already showing us a much more varied T side than what we saw from Divine Vendetta. They're slowing down the pace, looking for some stable ramp control. It's going to be a relatively solid push towards it. Urcast has been lit to 4 HP. Dobu on 12. They fall back, concede ramp, and that's fine with the damage that they've done. Backing off now, looking for A, but Ezram, some really nicely timed aggression, pushing in towards the hut. He needed to regain the map control because they lost up Urcast. His head was just spotted. There's a player up there, though, and 9 sees him first. That saves Urcast, leaves him alive for a bit longer. And in a 3v4, do they go for this? I think they've got to try to find a kill, but with no heaven control, that's a big problem. That's why Pokemon's on his way on up there.
No one's even watching main, though. If Havoc walked in, that would have been Aircast dead, most likely. But he had no teammates there to support anyways, so they will go for the save. And finally, Tiger, they get their first round of the half on the T side. Still super close. You know, you imagine Aircast falls. I swear Ezram saw the person on top of the silo inside sight. But he like didn't go for the shot or something. Having to try to make it expensive. He hits the first and the second. Aircast dies to the bomb and only 9 to survive. Really not that bad. They're gonna force the buy, and you can see, I mean, Aircast on 3,500. And if Divine Vendetta can take this round, they could see themselves on 12.
Yeah, we said we needed to see Tiger win, and although they did, you know, that was very close to flipping the other way. I think we're still in contention. We're still in that point where we need to see someone pull ahead. We're looking for that sign that says we are the team that's going to be taking this one. So far, it hasn't been erected. I mean that I've had to pull out the weaker weapons there. Look at Ezram on the UMP. That's a pretty significant disadvantage, but he's playing close hut, so I guess it's not the worst to have. Average HP left at the end of the round there is quite low, and speaks to the scrappy nature of the game so far. As we move in, you see the AK, you see the utility, and early on smokes on their way to outside. From the CT side, they're looking to get aggressive up towards red. Pokemon taking a risk. This is the round to make it happen. He's got a nade right up above. That's in the face of Cabal. It's great damage. That's not the kind of place you expect to be naded, really, Jason, is it?
No, not at all. I bet it wouldn't happen again. Ooh, smoke comes. They actually push through it. They're into Squeaky. They're into lobby. Divine Vendetta taking the fight to Tiger, and this is the aggression we saw on the T side. They're definitely not afraid of it at all. Still have Aircast back in spawn, watching for even more aggression if it comes through. The smokes come over. Get the cross in towards Secret. You can see the CT's already moving as quick as possible to stop the push down. You got Havoc ready, Davdov ready. Except that smoke has maybe delayed the push, but they go through the smoke and they fall one by one. Davdov, Tyke, two-man squad, get themselves a 5-on-2 advantage. And there's no money left for Tiger.
This is the problem. They've eroded away their loss bonus a little bit as well, so they're not going to get the 3,400. As Ram, he's being flanked out, doesn't realize it. That's a free kill. Okay, 2v4. Low HP on Davdov. It's workable, but Pokemon shuts down Urkast. Taste of his own medicine there. Avenging Ezram, who had been flanked out outside. And that was only the UMP lost, right? All the rifles are still in play. Cabal baited out by the vent play. They realized exactly where he was, so Pokemon was trained on that angle. Ready to go. 12-11. Tiger, as you can see, not looking all too healthy. They're back up to full loss bonus after that round. But they didn't have enough money built up that they can, even with what they got, the 2,900, they can't afford to invest. This will be a nice light buy. Pistols, armor. And I think Divine Vendetta have to have a read on that, right? If they don't, time to pause and just get the calculators out.
I think there actually was a pause coming through there, so maybe taking some time to think. I'm really hoping for their sake we're going to see a ton of incendiaries thrown off the bat. We haven't seen Tiger really rush. I don't think it's single time, or am I forgetting? Because we also had a lot of games these last 2 weeks. I haven't seen them rush here.
Nothing that stands out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least in this half.
This is a
get aggressive.
Yeah, we're going for an A rush straight off the bat. Smoke in play for Urkast. He's going to look to lob this down and stop that Molotov. Oh no, he's not in fact. This is going straight out to main. And they're in a position where they can realistically get this site, overrun it. The mollies had already faded. Ezram good for a double up above. Pokemon's got to be careful out in the open. Only lost one player. They don't want to lose any more, but Havoc unfortunately has to fall. He was pushing up behind from ramp, getting a little bit greedy for the kill, and that is a mistake. Urkast now has an AK-47, and his chances of winning the round have just tripled to 9%. He's probably not winning this, but still, especially with 46 HP. But I do feel like that's one of those plays that, I would make. You get aggressive, like you hear all the action on A, you're like, oh, I'll flank. But as soon as your teammates clean up all those kills, I think it's just time to fall back. You got to make that reactive play and go, okay, it's a 4v1. I don't need to be exposing myself to a 1v1 angle. And it's even worse, actually, when you think about it. If the rest of the team has rushed, especially when utility came in from roof, that other player is probably in team main, possibly just waiting for you to push. So you're running right into their open arms. Also, a problem here, Urkast somehow is the last man out. We saw him playing at the door at Squeaky. And if you recall, there was a player on the roof, as I said, on T main. On T roof, he managed to push down the ladder and into main and out to site before Urkast even was anywhere near the site, which is very odd. I don't know what happened there.
I mean, he was smoked off, so I guess he was just afraid to push through. Yeah, it's a good point. I don't know if it would have changed how the round would have gone, to be honest, because we had a big stack towards Evan come through. Aircast's gonna get the first. I actually don't know where that was. Takes on Ezram, and now at the man advantage. Tiger trying to get up to 13 here again. They're trying to take this over to a third map. That would be on Inferno. Divine Vendetta, they're grouping up for a hut push. Look at this. They want the aggression. They want to catch him off guard, and they might be able to. Dobu's just waiting for the peak to come through, and they walk straight into it. The spray comes in. He does some decent damage, and they continue to go. They finally catch him on the reload. They get themselves the 2 kills, put it into a 3-on-3. The aggression, maybe not necessarily the right play, but it works.
What are you doing? What? As if he owned the map, like. He's just going up with his knife out, not a care in the world. What did he think was happening? And there must have been some sort of call, like, I hear noise in secret or something. That's wild. Blatant miscommunication. Either that or Tyke just forgot that there were other players alive. So I'm going to go with the first option. Moving to the B site. Smoke off for single door. They have smokes. They have mollies. They can take care of double, but it looks like they're just going to rush on in. Oh, a little sneaky angle by Havoc. He's clear. He opens it back up. Gets the bomb planter. Not the follow-up. The bomb's already been planted. That should be it. Should be a save. Dabdog's got 13 health. Yeah, it's a 1v2. It's winnable, but with this HP, with the money that they've got, please, Dabdog. What are you doing? Okay. He's going to go for it. Let's see how this works out.
Got a flash. He's got a kit. Got very little ammo left in his gun, though. 5 bullets. Okay, now he goes for the save. Surely. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Oh my god. My heart. So many emotions. Is he going? Is he not going? Tiger will take the round and go up to 13. Oh, man. That was so close. Was that Havoc that was in the door?
I'm not sure.
Because he had a potential, because he gets the planter, but after the bomb was already planted. But he had the second player. If he could just adjust, oh wow, that was the shot through Squeaky. If he just adjusts his aim there a little bit, then he potentially was going to be able to pull that off and get a spray onto 2. And he goes for the big green.
Keeping it nice and close till the bitter end, Jason.
Yeah.
13 to 12. These guys don't even know what a one-sided map is. They don't believe in it. It doesn't exist in their book. They know what a one-sided half is. We've seen plenty of those. But the map? No, no, no. Here we go.
I mean, I'd rather have a close game than stomps, to be honest. It's just my heart breaks every once in a while because of some of the plays we've seen. Maybe some mistakes. Again, like Tyke, they'll push in towards T-Roof. Speaking of pushing, they're going to push ramp. NCL's just waiting. He's on the other side of the smoke, and Ezra gets the kill. But can he get away? You can see him just jumping, hoping bullets are going to miss, and he does back off, and it actually allows Havoc to get one himself because they don't expect a second player to be there, but he gets picked off. At least keeping the advantage, and now, well, even with the man advantage, Nowdog wants to push up.
It really doesn't feel necessary. You know, when you look at a situation where you've got a 4v3 especially, normally you won't see teams trying to get aggressive, but the thing is, Dabdov has the AWP. His teammates have weaker weapons. Oh, that's the bomb drop. That is huge. Those players in towards radio are going to have to push back to him. The flank being watched, Cabal's gone, and now it's only on 9. Has been spotted out by the AWP, and it's just well, he's hit the shot, but it was a big bait, really, so that Tyke could shut them down. So the thing is, right, normally you want to play the 4v3 quite passive and allow the Ts to push into you. You can have fast rotates down vent to hold down B if you lose ramp control. You can end up in like a 2-2 setup if you do lose ramp, because you have to cover heaven with 2 on side and then go for 2 down below. Thing is, when you look at the weapons that they had, you got a FAMAS, you've got an MP9. You don't really want to be spreading out that thinly and potentially taking a 2v2 with like an M4 and an MP9. Okay, they'll probably take down both of you. You maybe get one along the way, but then it's a difficult enough retake and it's a winnable situation. Ooh. So I don't mind the aggression. That's a great nade, great spam as well. Go for it, click it, Havoc, do it. Still, fantastic stuff. They can't push through this molly. They can't even think about it. They're going in towards heaven. Drop down from the MAC-10. 4 players on their way. The op left side, they have no idea about the M4. They're going to run into this. They think they can just rush down the AWP. They decide to slow the play, perhaps realizing that they're not in for as easy a time as they would have once thought. The advantage is firmly in the CT's court.
They're just holding ramp. They're expecting Divine Vendetta to get aggressive, and it's not necessarily a bad move, because we've seen them do that before many times. But with also all the players grouped up in a ramp, they have no information on the map. Could there be someone behind them? Could there be someone coming from the CT side? How many players are going to be towards lower? Now they have to take the time to re-clear back into their own lobby. NCL, the one with the low HP, he's going to be the one to charge forward. Tyke with a very forward smoke. Nade as well, not going to connect, but they have 2 smokes, 2 mollies for them. So they're going to commit down towards lower. Dabdog hits another shot. Havoc's there to get a quick double. And this should be 14 on the board now for Divine Vendetta. The money for Tiger, they're still going to be able to force up. But this could be it. Divine Vendetta, like, can they do this? Can they pull off a 2-0 against Tiger, the winner the Road to Rio RMR event. You know, I think you even said, Mitch, your heart is going for Divine Vendetta, but your brain has to go for Tiger. And there's no reason in you know, in recent history to ever vote against Tiger winning. But Divine Vendetta are trying to get out of, I think they're in 8th place actually, if I saw the standings correctly at the moment, because they obviously have less games played than most teams.
Did you say that there's no reason to vote against Tiger?
Yeah.
They lost to Bren. That's a,
well,
it's a pretty glaring reason. Other than that, I get what you mean, absolutely. They won the last RMR event. What is this? Oh my god, they're being massacred. Absolutely massacred. They must make some really nice rugs out of them, because that was ruthless. My god. I mean, I was only messing around there because I thought we'd see a little bit of a slower paced round. And Jason, something you said earlier was that, you know, Tiger, they didn't really go in for these fast paced ones, right? That's probably why. And we've seen from both teams now that it's just not a good idea.
Oh, the scrappy bot. Tiger going into potentially their final round here of the match. Avdov, oh, he's got to be careful. Flash comes in, they get the smokes across, they take a bit of damage from the fire. Was that aggression towards ramp? I think that was Ezram going for the push, but I think Aircast is going to be waiting for that aggression to meet it. Yeah, he is. There's going to be no one there, so he actually can flank in from behind. I like this play. If they're not careful, Aircast could open this entire site, but they're going to go straight up in towards the upper bomb site. Pokemon's first kill. They're just here waiting. They're not going to expect it. NCL is going to fall tight. Comes up big when they need it. 5-on-3 now. He even reads it. Tyke. He made up first play earlier on. Pokemon comes in, and that's going to do it. 16-13. Divine Vendetta. They only had 4 rounds on the T side, but they close it out CT.
Well, Jason, I have to say, that was not the #1 team in Asia we just watched. I'll say that for certain here and now. Having lost to Bren, now Divine Vendetta as well, I think we can firmly cement the fact that previously they got a little bit lucky maybe in the RMR event. It was a bit of a fluke. They played well, but as Dinko was saying earlier, the lineup changes, they were going to happen for a reason.
Well, speaking of Dinko, we can get his thoughts on that. And obviously the map as we bring him and Blab back into the fold. So Dinko, let's start things off. Nuke. I thought that was it. I thought map 3, 11-4 again, but that 11-4 is so deceiving.
Yeah, I was strapping myself in, ready for another map, but yeah, 11-4 is the, as Zonic from Estrella says, it's the most deceiving scoreline. You know, you feel safe, but you're not really. And we see so many comebacks from 11-4. It's so terrible when you're in that perspective. You know, you've got 11 rounds coming out of the half, you're feeling comfortable, you're going into the second half, and then everything just goes downhill. You start to crumble. The rounds, they slowly tick back up. And eventually, Divine Vendetta got themselves in a position where they felt comfortable, and maybe the mental switch turned on, because this team definitely started looking good when they came into this T side. Once that momentum goes on this side, they just don't seem to stop. I love the fights from Pokemon that he takes. He's so exciting to watch. Havoc, obviously, pretty consistent. There was a few rounds here and there from Urcast, but for the most part, I think this team, Tiger, they're a little rough. I think they've got a few pieces they can work with, but the majority of the team, I think, needs changed up a little bit.
I'm gonna be a little bit more harsher. Are they even the best team in Mongolia right now? Is a valid question. I feel like I feel like D13 show a little bit more signs here, and I mean, I remember when they didn't get invited for Pro League, there wasn't even an open qualifiers for Pro League, and I was one of the biggest critics out there. Like, I was like, you know, this is complete bullshit. Like, they should definitely be invited. They'd easily storm these teams like Bren and beyond. I've been quoted saying that, and right now, for me, it's a little bit of betrayal for me as well. I mean, this is a team who I'm like, okay, they finally clicked. They won the RMR. They won that one Chinese event, not just the Chinese event. It was Pan Asian event, again online. So they won those 2 events. They come into RMR. They didn't have a chance to play. Like, they're coming in with a vengeance. Bren and Divine Vendetta. This point, a question could be asked. You know, are they going to come bottom of the group? Wait, maybe not bottom last, but might come 8th position, 7th position, and be the defending champions of the RMR event. That is acceptable. You look at the scorelines. It was still very close. There was a very close loss, but it's more of a win for Divine Vendetta. Right? They win the series, and despite being close or not, considering how big underdogs they were, they're going to be just happy with the win they get here. The thing is, even if Tiger had won this series 2-0, but the scoreline was just the same, just except Bird, still say it's kind of like a moral loss for the side of Tiger. So this is back to back, no one really stepping up, but you got to give kudos to Divine Vendetta. 11-4 down, and the CD side just completely shutting them down. So many rounds which they won, which didn't come down to 1v1 or 2v2. It was mostly like 3 or 4 players staying alive most of the times. And I think near the end of that game, Divine Vendetta had 4 AK-47s and an AWP going into that round. Just goes to show how dominant they were on the CD side. So kudos to them. They show that they're a team to contend with. And for Tiger, I'm out of words.
I don't think I'm going to be choosing them to win a game anymore with the rest of the matches they have coming up. Like, it's just, how many times can my heart be let down and broken by them? They have the talent behind him. And Aircast, again, like he knows what he's doing, but for some reason, just something's not clicking, at least at the moment. I'm not sure if there's frustrations or any inner turmoil or anything like that. I mean, 9, he had a good game. Again, a player I said before, like on the AWP, he can definitely shine when they need him to. And finishes with 26 kills, leading his team, almost leading the server. But Davdov, again, it seems to be when it comes to Nuke, he can step up, and let's actually have him as the MVP. Why not? I think he's deserving of it. I think I even mentioned before in another series that we casted together, Mitch, that like when he drops the most kills on this map, and when he's not able to, when he's not dropping 20 plus kills, is when Divine Vendetta start to struggle. What game was that? It was actually like not too long ago.
I'm not too sure.
It goes up against Lucid Dreams, actually.
What I will say surprised me was actually how quiet Havoc was. Havoc was next to non-existent, and not just on this map, it was the previous as well. And to see him, I know we mentioned the likes of Dust 2 is where that double op setup comes out, right? And he can have some serious damage. But honestly, I expect more from him. And yet, even still, Tiger don't get it across the line. And there was just so much going for them there. They had Overpass, which was a map that Divine Vendetta had never played in officials. That pick should have been an easy win. They had Nuke, a map they're experienced on. Should have been close. It was. They lost. That's very disappointing. And Inferno, then again, another map that I think both are pretty reasonable on. I really don't understand how we end up in a spot where they'll lose this. And then, like you're saying, Jason, and there's a world where we can really see Tiger as the underdogs in pretty much every match moving forward.
Yeah, well, let's take a look though as we close the book on that last game. Let's look at the matches that all happened today, all 3 of them, and see the results. Again, you guys missed out on the earlier games. We did have Tyloo take the 2-0 up against Brand Esports, though when it came down to Train, it was a little bit confusing. Thought we were going to see Tyloo be a little bit more dominating here. And then D13, you already talked about before, Blah. Maybe they're the #1 team in Mongolia, and I wouldn't be surprised to say, I mean, I would not be surprised. I agree with you on that aspect, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them definitely be the #1 team in like a few weeks time. Again, few months, get some more experience under their belts. They take unfortunately a loss up against Beyond, but then again, Beyond are basically the top team at the moment. And then you had Divine Vendetta 2-0, 16-13s in both matches. Well done for them, and obviously it does change up our standings quite a bit as well. But is there anything in there that kind of surprises you a bit, Mitch, though? I mean, I'm still looking at the Beyond D13 game. I still think that could have been a potential for D13 to close it out.
Yeah, I think D13 having Vertigo was fantastic. It was a little bit left field when it came through to the picking phase, but yeah, I'm glad we got to see it. It was a really fun map to watch. I guess seeing 2 teams trying to innovate on it at the same time, it always brings something new. But no, I think other than that, you got to be surprised about Tiger. I think this is going to be the last day that we say that. From now on, it's like, oh, Tiger lost 2-0. Yeah, okay. I disappointed, I think, is the only way I'd describe that series. Just disappointed.
Understandable. Let's take a look though at the group standings now, because this has shaken some things up, and I think we're not going to be too surprised to see Tiger slowly make their way down. I think they were about 4th place before, but they're still going to be about there as well. But Divine Vendetta have moved up ahead of Invictus Gaming. D13, I mean, it's kind of like a 3-4-way tie at the moment for 4th place, and you still see Lucid Dream, Mazlai, and Bren at the bottom. I mean, we're getting to that point where we have to start thinking ahead. We're almost at the halfway mark where, what for sure will be the bottom 2. Maybe Bren is going to be solidifying their spot in their next matches. Lucid Dream and Mazlai still have a chance to bounce back. But funny enough, the team on the bottom is the team that beat Tiger, which still kind of blows my mind. But after results today, it kind of becomes more, or you kind of understand it more of why they did pick up the victory.
I think when it comes to later, though, right, Divine Vendetta would be above Tiger because of head-to-heads. So at the moment, I think it looks like it's sorted by round difference, which is. But then obviously you got to consider. I presume head-to-head is how we do it. Not 100% sure.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna let the admin sort that. I learned my lesson a while ago to not try to be the admin and figure things out. But so far, Beyond. I mean, do we Dinko? Do we expect Beyond to be the #1 team at the moment? I get that they're still a little bit different because there's the amount of games played, but this is a little bit surprising to me.
Well, Beyond we know are one of the best teams in Asia at the moment, so when they're coming in here to this tournament, the matches that they've played so far, they've beat the teams they should realistically, so they're doing their job effectively, and you can only beat the teams in front of you. When we see them go up against the more difficult opponents, Tyloo, Vici, then that's when things get exciting to see if they truly are going to keep that top spot. If they do, well then it opens things up and a whole new storyline develops within this tournament. Right now, we're just waiting for those matches because at the moment, it's kind of making sense. I think the main storyline, the most surprising thing is Tiger just underperforming to a massive extent. But for the most part, I think it's playing out as it should.
Okay, well then let's look at tomorrow's schedule. This should be day 8, if I can remember correctly. Yes, it is. We have Mazlight up against Invictus Gaming as our first match. D13 up against Divine Vendetta. And then to close things out, a really even match between Tiger and Lucid Dream. I mean, I can't even say that should be a one-sided game. My heart can't take it anymore here, guys. What's your thoughts? What's the go-to match for you?
The go-to match has to be the second one, right? I don't see Mazlight beating Invictus. I don't see them winning that
That's
at all.
what you think. But wait
no,
till
no,
tomorrow.
it's not going to happen. I'm going to put it out there. This one I'm confident about. Second matchup, Divine Vendetta have shown a lot of promise. They've shown that they have the firepower despite a ping disadvantage and everything. They've already taken out Tiger. Now it's more about, I want to see how D13 faces up against Divine Vendetta. I think that's going to be interesting. And I personally feel like D13 is going to do a better job than Tiger have shown here today. And of course, the final matchup, I'm not even going to touch that. I have no idea what's going to happen there. Just let that be. I'm just going to sit back, watch, and just lose my mind.
Easy Lucid Dream win.
You know what? This time around, Mitch, I'm okay with that.
Hell
I'm
yes.
okay with you saying that.
I'm convincing you. By the end of this tournament, we're all going to be wearing Lucid Dream jerseys.
Tiger convincing me, to be honest.
Fair.
All right, well, obviously, those matches are still yet to come. We are going to be done with the day. We'll be kicking things off yet again at 7 a.m. CEST for the Perfect World Asia League 2020 Summer RMR event brought to you by PGL. One of these days, I'll get a clean outro. Thanks again for watching. Thanks then to everyone involved within the show, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
bells, you know what that mean. Here come a king, bow down, don't step in the ring. The end is near, hear the fat lady sing. You hear them loud thumps, that's the crowd stumps. Wild and reckless, boy, they call us the wild ones. Never had no guidance, got a thirst for violence. Don't sleep, hold up your eyelids. Here come the rebels, the lost ones, the forgotten, the weirdos.